In a little while as well, but they're taking the full ballast. They can take 30 kilos for our points leader. Is that them expecting to not have a good day? Are they trying to prepare themselves for the final 2 rounds of the championship when it comes to the GT3s? And of course, using the Porsche Cup and the BMW M2 CS Racing. I don't know which way it's going to go, but they're stonking all of their weight down as what they can.
It really allows you to strategize where your car strengths are going to be and to make the most of them when you head to the tracks where you know the car is going to be quick. Let's talk a little bit about that BOP and how it played out through the draft show, because that was the first talking point for many of the teams and drivers, Lewis. The opportunity to pick the car through various rounds of the draft, and eventually it led to the success ballast being accumulated up. And as we take a look at the season budgets for all of the cars, you'll see on the left column, the initial BOP budget, how much they use in round number 1 alongside what they're using in round number 2, and what they still have left to play over the rest of the 3 GT3 races that we've got.
Yeah, a couple of teams using no weight for this round. Race Anywhere SimSport, who used 30 kilos, the maximum of their usage in the previous round, now taking no weight here at Monza. Same with Burst Esports, of course, they're in their partnership with FFS. A few teams like the Unicorns of Love are taking a fairly balanced approach through the season. They're taking 20-20-20-20 as far as memory serves. They're not going too extreme on their usage. Teams like Yaz Heat in that 666, though, of course, anyone who's using a Honda, you effectively don't really have much of a choice. You are using basically all of the weight all of the time, and you don't really have anything more you can say about that, because you've got, was it 106 kilos was the initial ballast on the Honda NSX. So even if you took the minimum or the maximum amount what you could take per round, you're still ending up with the final season with 26 kilos, which is pretty much max.
And of course, that was reflected in the fact that a lot of teams wanted the Honda. It was a strong car and therefore came into the draft with a decent amount of BOP. Here's that confirmation of how the BOP budget plays out, defined in the draft, and then as we work our way through the season, you must get down to 0 by the time we reach the start of that final round of the championship. Here's how it started off. Of course, you can see the various plays. I think one thing that we should note, though, is that while there are many cars shown on this screen, Lewis, maybe not as many in the field itself.
Yeah, I think there was, when we were talking to some of the teams, it was the Ferrari, which was the one that we were talking about as being the one that might have gone a little bit under the radar from some teams, and it was the Ferrari where we were kind of expecting them to that to be a really, really good choice. Now you can see here on the point standings, Williams Esports topping it after that victory ahead of Unicorns of Love. Actually, they've both taken maximum ballast for this round at 30 kilos. Moving down, you can see some of those Ferraris where we'd expect them to do a little bit better. GTWR, 24th position on their sim, pro by Vides in 16th. Those two Ferraris we do expect to be a little bit stronger. A couple of teams that were flashing quite well. Aspar Esports, best start back in Kota. Might have been a little bit too good. Let's just go with that. They did take the lead from 16th position and they had to relinquish it pretty much all that back. Quite a sizable jump start. But seeing who else might actually do well in this round, there's quite a few down here where it's like, they did not have a good round.
Do remember that even just getting to the end gives you participation points, which of course will allow you to be a little bit closer in the mix as we work through. Of course, do remember that when we turn the page into 2023 and we go racing again, you'll pick the track that we go racing at, and we'll go out of the GT3s into a very different sort of a car, the Porsche 992, as well as the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup. Lewis, you mentioned that we have 2 6-hour races in each of those spec cars, a very different sort of a race than what we've got in store today.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the thing about this championship. Again, it's the experiment on when it comes to BOP, which has been, to be fair, I think it was very well received when we did that first round from a lot of the teams and drivers, and certainly from us up here in the commentary booth, because it was a very colourful grid when it came to all the marques and manufacturers. When we go racing next time, we go racing for those 6-hour races. To be thrown into the championship, to still have the points being paid out, to still have all of this, but to have that unique twist of being something completely different in a championship. I think those 2 6-hour races that we've got are almost the 2 most important races of the season. And we even got there, we were talking to Niels Nyox, BS Competition, that they feel, especially in that BMW M2 CS Racing car, they've got to do well in that one, because for one, they should do. They've got quite a decent amount of experience in that car. But for them, if they don't nail that round, well, then they're almost as near as makes a difference in a really bad spot for the championship.
Absolutely, and even though we talk about consistency winning championships, I do think we're going to see that you can't afford too many bad rounds through the course of what is a very short championship. Let's talk a little bit about prizes, because both for our community, but for our drivers as well. Do remember that you can get involved in the Twitch chat to win a HyperX Cloudflight wireless gaming headset. Make sure that the details stay involved in the Twitch chat. Keep in touch with us there. But of course, our champions across of each of our splits will walk away with HyperX headsets as well. And that's why we get to talk about for the very first time, Lewis. It's not just about the 40 or so teams that the viewers will see as we get ready to go in this cash split. We got rival splits and challenger splits that are already underway.
Yeah, indeed. You can watch all of those by going on Twitch or TV, going through the command center, and there'll be bits in there to go and watch a bit later on in the broadcast. But not only that, of course, our other partners in Next Level Racing handing out stuff for what you can also get involved in when it comes to the Send of 2022. There'll be a vote post-season with some of the top 10 passes, and that will be a vote from the community, which you will be able to help us decide as to what was the best move, best send of the year. And then, of course, for the most positions gained, the team that gains the most positions across the season will also receive an Elite Gaming share. Super stuff, and that's before we even started talking about the money.
Yeah, then there's the cash prizes as well. Fastest lap, best pass, best save. Love to recognize things outside of just finishing positions. But I think the thing that I got most excited about when perusing through the rulebook is that all of these prizes can be notched down if teams and drivers get involved in incidents that see them reported to the steward's office. There is an incentive to stay clean over the course of the race. Before we go racing, though, it's time to qualify. And just like we've got this unique BOP budget, we've got a fun qualifying format as well. 3-stage knockout qualifying. 3 different drivers will try and hopefully line up, but it's one and you're done. You do have the opportunity to use a one-time joker to set a second time lap. However, Lewis, that is a joker over the course of the season, not for the course of the race.
Yeah, and it's the real question is, when do you use that? If you've messed up in Q1 and you're down in 30th position and you think, oh, well, actually, we've got a really good chance of getting up there, do you use the joker then? Or you might be ruining that later on in the season where you think, oh, actually, we really should have used that later on. Using that joker, that one-time joker through the season to be able to set a second time lap in one of the sessions, I honestly, I think that is brutal. I'd almost rather, if I was a part of a team, I'd almost rather that didn't exist, because I'm kind of like suddenly thinking, when do you use it? And you'll just be sat there on edge all season. I think we will see a lot of teams not use it until the season finale, and then I think we'll see a lot of teams using it, because I think there is no right or wrong strategies to really as to when to use it, because you'll always be thinking about what about the next time, what about the next time, what about the next time.
Absolutely, I agree. And going to Monza in particular is a particularly treacherous place to qualify, in my opinion, not because of track limits, but because it's so easy to run wide and slow your momentum. Just a reminder as well, we have 3 car classes to be used over the course of the season. We stay with the GT3 for the second time in this campaign. Of course, the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup and the 992 Cup car will feature in 2023, as we still have 4 rounds of the championship to go once we head into a brand new year. But with all the talking done, Lewis, we're almost set to go qualifying with Q number 1. And of course, these are slightly longer sessions than maybe drivers and viewers are accustomed to. So we are going to have a little bit of a waiting game in some instances for drivers to head out onto track.
Yeah, because like I said, they've only got the one timed lap in the session, unless you do use your Joker. But honestly, if you're planning to use your Joker, I don't really know what you're doing. If you're planning on using it, you should nail that first lap time. You only get one time lap, which means going out onto track at the right time is critical. It's so important. Even around here at Monza, slipstream is important, but I don't think you should go chasing it. I've always said this when it comes to this kind of session. Everyone can try and be like Ferrari in Formula 1 and try and chase it and then completely muck it up, or you can just go out there and set a lap time which you know is decent for you, and 9 times out of 10, especially if you're that kind of quality, that'll be enough to get you in the top 25, in the top 15, in the top, like that'll be enough just to at least progress you through. Just get a clean lap on the board with that one lap, rather than trying to go for this all-out 110% pole lap in Q1 where it matters less to do that. You just want a clean one.
I still think we are going to see some Formula 1 silliness in qualifying. Oh, yeah. Probably qualifying 1 when there are the most cars out on track, but I do think once we go from there, it's going to get a little bit more simple. Of course, the question that you have to ask the teams as well is, which driver is going to do qualifying 1, which driver does qualifying 2, and which driver do you save, hopefully, to try and go for the pole in that final stage of qualifying? I think that's a decision, Lewis, that is more tricky than some will realize.
Big time, because you've got to think, again, it's the expectations of the team. You've got to understand where you are as a team going through the 3 qualifying sessions. And let's say, for example, you're Williams Esports, right? And the way that I would do it, based on the last round, and again, this is no disrespect to Tinko van der Velde, but he was, from what we saw, realistically, he was the slowest in the car by like maybe 0.2 of a second, but still, whatever. I would send Tinko out first in Q1, and then Igor Rodriguez, and then Dara McCormack to try and get pole position or whatever. Obviously, he's got 30 kilos on, but yeah, just follow that kind of logic. That works when you're a big team at the front. However, when you're one of those smaller teams at the back, you might want to use your fastest or potentially second fastest driver in Q1 to try and get through into Q2, then use your fastest driver in Q2 to try and get through into Q3. And then it's kind of like, well, sure, they might be like 3-4 tenths off, whatever, and they're probably going to qualify 14th, 15th. But that's fine, because we've got through into Q3, and trying to do it like that rather than trying to put your slow driver and trying to play it like one of the big teams, but then maybe getting knocked out in that very first session. It's a very, very interesting strategy. And I love this idea of qualifying, because too many times we see it in endurance racing where the qualifying format is dominated by just one driver, and then you don't really see the rest of the team. This is a whole team effort again, as the endurance race should be as well.
You can't just have one driver go off and grind some qualifying laps to try and get ready. Yes, it is all about the team getting ready. And for those that maybe are only coming into this one with a slightly reduced driver lineup, or have drivers that are going to miss a section of qualifying, it is also going to impact how they think about this next course of the race. Of course, myself and Lewis McLeod will be around for the first section of this broadcast. We'll cover qualifying. We'll cover the first hour of the race as well. Then Ewan O'Leary will join us. But Lewis, we're ready to go qualifying.
Yes, we are indeed. Here we are then at the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza. Of course, one of the staples of world motorsports, and it really is. You said it before, it's Temple of Speed, the nickname that it's got, and it's because it is damn quick around here. Those that have taken heavy ballast, though, they're just going to be looking to get through, just at least get that clean lap onto the board, get inside that top 25 and move their way through this session. And a reminder, they only have the one timed lap, which you'd kind of look at Monza and think, it's not a difficult circuit. Getting the lap time right around here might be all right. But you've got to nail every braking zone, especially up here into the Roggia, which is so tricky on a timed lap.
And I'll go back to what I was saying earlier, Lewis. It's not treachery here when it comes to track limits in the way that it would be at some other tracks. The treachery here is just that if you stray that little bit too far, you're either into the grass or you're into gravel, and suddenly you've lost a whole bunch of momentum. And with one-shot qualifying, you don't get a chance to go again. So it'll be very interesting to see how teams and drivers play out this qualifying session, how much risks they want to take. And meanwhile, we watch as Igor Rodriguez, maybe the driver of the day, back in round number 1 for his heroic one-armed effort to steer the Lamborghini around the Circuit of the Americas for the stint. Well, he's got 2 hands, I do believe, this time around, albeit still healing, and he's out in qualifying 1.
Yeah, so doing it a slightly different way than how we would potentially expect him. I still think it'll be Igor Rodriguez, then Tinko van der Velde, and then Dara McCormack in that final session. But a reminder, this car has a whopping 30 kilos on board. It is going to be a very, very heavy car out there on the racetrack. The car that's in 32nd position, the 240 Anderson, that was the car that actually topped the practice session. You know how much I like talking about practice session and whatever coming into it. Yeah, it's a form book. Topped the practice session coming into this with a 46.7. So we'll have to see what Igor Rodriguez can do. They are Arnage competition across the line to begin their first and potentially only timed lap in this session.
It feels so weird saying that, doesn't it? And it's going to be a good contrast to track this Arnage competition machine versus Williams Esports, because this Lamborghini carries 0 kilograms of ballast in comparison to the Williams Esports car with that maximum 30 kilograms. Arnage are going to still be basically, though, in the same spot as Williams Esports heading out of this one because they loaded their car with ballast in that first round, and this is where those decisions start to really affect your next races a little bit more. Williams going with just the 10 kilos, it's enabled them to grab the victory, but now 30 kilos, we'll have to see how it plays out for them.
Yeah, Unicorns Love, I thought they were going to go 20-20-20-20 through the season, but they've not. They've also gone on to maximum ballast for this round. A couple of other teams that might do quite well around here, though. Aspar Esports team, they've only got 3 kilograms in play today. Some teams that might struggle, I think we saw the Yaz Heat car was on maximum ballast as well in their 666. George Boothby's behind the wheel certainly is all 30 kilos. I know obviously they don't really have much choice, but all 30 kilos for George Boothby. Yaroslav Honzik and Mikhail Stutsenko will be taking to the session a little bit later on if they can progress out of Q1. Looking like a tidy lap here from Anderson, and that's the important bit. He's got his dishwashing gloves on and ready to take it into the final corner at the Parabolica. Of course, the Michele Alvaretto curve, which it's been renamed to, but we'll get that one out of the way. We're just going to call it the Parabolica. It's looking tidy. I just don't know if it's looking super, super fast, Dodgy.
And we'll have to wait and see as he builds towards the line. A 1:47.050, a quarter of a second of separation to the second best time, at least for the time being. Rodriguez, half a tenth off with 30 kilograms of ballast. What a lap there from that Williams Esports number 5.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, though, based on what we were seeing in practice with them doing 46.7, and obviously you get a couple of laps there, you get the tyres probably up to temperature, but there might not be enough. I certainly, this is why I'd want to do a lap early in the session, just in case you needed to use that joker, just in case. But then again, you are then the benchmark. It's not easy. There is no properly perfect way of running this session. We're on board with Brabham Esports now, obviously on an out lap. You can see by this tyre warming, if this is on the time lap, I can tell you it's not conducive to good lap time. So building up, and normally around here it would be the second lap that would realistically be the one that you'd be focusing on. That would be the faster lap time. But when you're in what is effectively a super pole format, or where you only have the single lap qualifying, you don't have that choice. It's one lap and you're done. So the out lap is critical.
I do wonder if we are going to see some teams try and adapt with tyre pressures to maybe slightly overinflate them, knowing that they're not going to get into their optimal window, because across the board here in Assetto Corsa Competizione, it's about 2 or 3 laps before they get into that peak operating window. So I just wonder if there'll be a couple of teams that try that little bit of a gamble. Currently, though, we are seeing a bit of a spread in the times here, Lewis, with 17 cars split by over 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, we do kind of expect to see some slightly bigger spreads in this, just purely based on the fact that you only have that single lap time. More lap times coming in then, and we'll see Verstappen across the line, 22nd obviously at the moment, and we'll start a lap time. Never mind, they were debating us, it's fine. They were just on an outlap there. It just wasn't quite as weavy and warmy as previous ones. Back on board with BMW Esports up towards the Lesmos, going through the first one towards the second one. This is always the corner on the lap. I don't know about you, Arjun, around here. It's always the second Lesmo is the corner I fear most around here, because it's just so irritating. The Ascari chicane, you can nail your way through that. Parabolica even, that's not like crazy. But that second Lesmo, I feel that is always the point where a lap is won or lost.
I think technically you're right, but the one that's more frustrating to me is actually the first of the Lesmos, because I feel like I never know how much of the runoff that I can use. I get a much better sense of that through Lesmo 2 for whatever reason. Of course, Lesmo 2 a lot more important to build that run into Ascari and to avoid having any side-by-side moments. With 3 minutes to go, most of the cars are out on track. There's only a handful that have yet to roll on their outlap and are going to leave it late. You did say that you would want to go out early. I agree. I want to take the pressure off where possible, but the best in qualifying perform when the pressure is there.
Yes, certainly. So up into 11th place, we now go back to Oleg Zholomov in the car. You can see Smolyar is on the timing sheet on the left, but Zholomov is the one that's in the car in this qualifying session on an outlap here for SMP Racing Esports, leaving it very, very late. In this session is Oleg Zholomov, so quite a few teams wanting to do that as well. Triton Racing leaving it quite late, Get Closer Racing leaving it extremely late in this session, as well as like Queens of Designs. I was saying about leaving it to the end of the session. I stand by that. This is almost too late in the session, but it does mean that you shouldn't be worrying about anyone doing outlaps ahead of you, and it's just, you know, where the clean road is, as we'll see Alu Gubby come across the line. Grip Hacks Engineering as she'll cross the line to begin a lap around Monza and down towards that first corner. Such a tricky braking zone. It's such high speed going into it, and if you're braking quarter of a second too late, you're missing that apex big time. But quarter of a second too early, and you can basically come to a complete stop before you get to that first apex.
It's also the place where I think the drivers are going to be most worried when it comes to the course of this race. Not just at the start, of course, turn one, lap one shenanigans, almost par for the course with GT3 cars at Monza. However, I think in general, it's just where you see a lot of miscommunication and clumsy moves being attempted. And then you've got the added element and factor of cars exiting off of pit lane and trying to merge back in through the apex of that opening chicane. So it's very much, I think, one of the most tricky corners, despite the fact that we're not talking about the trickiness being about the technical nature of the corner.
Yeah, it's extremely tricky. I mean, to be fair, for what is such a simple circuit, it's not an easy one. It's one that can calm itself down very quickly in the race, though, and bear in mind how the first round of the Champions, I'm not sure whether this one is going to calm down too much. Lou Gobby goes through the Ascari chicane, taking quite a lot of curb left, right, and left again on the exit on that final stretch down towards the Parabolica, getting a little bit of slipstream as well from the Visceral Esports car. And remember, you want to be in the top 25 of this session. There are already quite a few that are below that, below where we expected. Kramer Racing Esports being one of them, Marco Bischoff being in 31st, but with the timer ticking down, they're still in the pit lanes, they're not taking their joker, they're accepting their position. Towards the line then, Alu Gubby will go, 37th at the moment, up to 12th, and moving through into Q2.
Yeah, nicely done with that pressure, although it does feel a little bit weird to see Alu Gubby not in a McLaren, which he usually prefers to be driving in. Check out the SMP Racing Esports car. Will be one of the final cars across the line. Ooh. Although having said that, have the Aspart Esports team just started a lap? Or I think they may have just finished it in 32nd.
No, I think I did think that Pozzo was down in 32nd anyway. I believe this is a joker lap being used, potentially from them, and also potentially from the 77 as well.
Yeah, I was pretty sure that the Aspar Nissan had already set a lap time, so they are going to go again. Great job there from Zhobolov to be able to jump his way up into 14th, but here is that Aspar Nissan running down into the Rogia.
Yeah, I think Bauer also is on a lap. We've got a couple that have failed to make it in this qualifying session at all, with lap times from Mattea not coming in, as well as Gareth Ulan, no lap times on the board for them. Fisher is on a lap time at the moment, as well as Bauer. That was the lap time from Fisher moving up the order, I think well inside the top 25 for Fisher. So a super lap time up towards 7th spot for the Pulse Sim Sport car. So decent lap time to throw in quite late, and I still think we might have a lap time in from the pair of these. There is Florian Bauer for Visceral Esports, and confirmation then, this is their Joker already being used.
So only in the second round of the season, but clearly they think that this is a track where their Aston Martin's going to go well, and they do not want to lose out and start outside of that top 25. Here comes the 77 to the line, a second off the benchmark. And what a lap that was, 7th up the field. Here comes the Aspar Esports Nissan, though, the final car to the line.
Yeah, you've got to nail this lap time, that second time lap. If you're going to use your Joker, you've got to make the most of it. And I'm not sure they did. I think they might have been just about inside the top 25. It was 24th position it ended up being for Aspar. That's about as close as you're going to call it. And all I'm going to say from that is, was it worth it to get through? Was it worth burning that Joker there? For Visceral, I think yes, because they clearly have decent pace because they're up inside the top 10. But for Aspar, I'm just not sure.
Well, do remember, you called out the fact that the Aspar Nissan is using almost none of its BOP budget here today. So I think the reality is that you kind of know that when you gamble and leave the BOP for the rest of the season, this is a result and a track where you do have to go well. The Nissan is one that you'd expect to be relatively decent around here as well. So we'll see how they go in qualifying too.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's a brave call for them to try that. But then again, when it comes to your BOP usage, whatever you use from your BOP budget, and then also the Joker up, there is honestly quite a bit of gambling in the way the competition works in VCO LFM FLExTREME, which gambling is probably the wrong word to use in it, but it's just showing that they're holding the destiny in their own hands when it comes to it, and risking versus reward in that kind of story. You've got to be brave and you've got to be confident to try those kind of things. And like I say, if you're taking little weight into this round, you've got to be confident that you're going to make the most of it. You've got to be confident. And if you're going to use that Joker, you've got to be confident it's because you're going to be in Q3 and at the top of Q3 if you're going to give it a go.
Whatever the word that we want to use about how we play out this BOP budget, I think the one thing that we have seen across the board is that teams and drivers are enjoying this sort of a BOP game. Let's not forget, Lewis, that this past week that was announced in the real world that a major endurance series has added a regulation where teams and drivers and manufacturers are not allowed to try and influence the BOP with comments in the public perception. It feels very different and very refreshing to have this openness around BOP in FLExTREME.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it's the teams and drivers that are effectively creating their own BOP. Let's take a look, though, at the qualifying order from that first session. A reminder that the top 25 are working their way through. There is the top 15, so a few teams up there that we'd expect. Arnage Williams, great lap time there from Rodriguez. BS Competition in third with Race Anywhere in their Lamborghini with no weight, so expect them and Arnage to go quite well as this session progresses. Visceral Esports obviously moving themselves inside that top 15. Then it's all the way down towards 25th that we're focused on. Aspar Esports just about getting in there behind Symphony of Pistons, but just ahead of the Low Fuel Motorsports 255 in 25th. Everyone below that will not be seen in qualifying anymore today, including Hello YouTube, which we were talking about them quite a bit in the previous round. They've got a lot of work to do. I was commentating on some of their members, their members yesterday in a team that was called Like and Subscribe, which I thought was also a decent team name. But Hello YouTube again. You know, most of this is done on Twitch, so change that name.
Yeah, they've forgotten which platform that we are broadcasting live here on the VCO Esports channel. I do want to also now kind of consider Igor Rodriguez, half a tenth off the pace with 30 kilograms of ballast. Is that what we can expect from Williams Esports moving forward? Because if so, they are shaping up very, very nicely in the championship. Yeah, they are looking very, very strong. If they're getting rid of most of their weight already and they still seem to have decent pace, I don't know what their goal will be today. I don't think it's going to be winning the race. But if they can get through this with a top 10 or, hey, even a top 5,
wow, they are going to be in a very, very, very strong position in the championship. And it will show then, again, the two major rounds of the season will be those 2 6-hour races using an oddity in car going around an oddity of track compared to the norm of the season, where there is no BOP because everyone's in the same car. That's where the season's going to be won or lost for quite a few of these teams. Williams Esports might well be on that list, but I'm not so sure. We'll have to wait and see as to how strong they'll be.
I do want to cut in very quickly here, Lewis, because we haven't talked about it just yet, but one of the teams had indicated to me that there is a 45% chance of rain over the course of this race. Now, I think back to my first experience commentating on a major endurance race in Assetto Corsa Competizione. It was the 24 Hours of Spa just a handful of weeks ago. What we had there was basically an hour of rain, an hour of dry, an hour of rain, an hour of dry. If we get something like that, does having 30 kilograms of weight actually hurt Williams Esports? Or is it in the wet going to maybe help them out a little bit more? There's plenty of unknowns to consider with the weather as well.
Certainly when it comes down to overall lap time, it will affect you. But overall lap time and making a good strategy call are two very different things. It does give you a good excuse, though. So if you do make a bad strategy call, then you can just go, oh, well, we had to risk something because of the ballast. So there is that. But in the wet, as much as there is a bit of a level playing field when it comes to the driving, yes, the weight will still be pretty harsh in that kind of weather. It's still going to be pretty bad, let's be real. But like I say, you've got more opportunity to make up that time through the strategy calls, especially if it's flip-flopping between wet and dry. I'm not sure where the weather's going to go, and I don't think any of the teams and drivers are really either. And certainly us behind the scenes, no idea. I'd want to see a little bit of rain, like spicing it up a little bit. Well, I want to see it, start and dry, and then a little bit of rain, sort of half an hour into the race to really throw the cat amongst the pigeons. But realistically, who knows? I think we're in for a very intriguing 9 hours of racing once we're done with qualifying.
Yeah, and I think the reality is we say never trust the commentator's math, never trust the commentator's weather forecast as well, because that's going to be a lot worse than the math itself as well. Qualifying to only a handful of moments from getting underway, and again, I want to just reiterate, we've had one driver head out, now we'll see a second driver go out on track, and the reality is the form book is likely to get shaken up a little bit here for the second part of qualifying.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to be a simple experience. As we can see, qualifying is underway. Again, a reminder, at least of those in the top 5 of the previous qualifying session: Arnage Competition, Williams Esports BS Competition, then Race Anywhere Sports, and the Prime Firefly e-racing car. The time for 15th position in that session, so the time that potentially some teams might be aiming for, was a 47.6. So if you can get into the low 47s, then you'll be feeling very, very comfortable about moving on in this session.
You talked a little bit earlier about how the times were a little bit slower than they were in practice, but that's not unexpected, of course, because you get the one attempt in these qualifying sessions as opposed to the several attempts in practice, the infinite attempts, if you will. In terms of the cars, just waiting to see exactly which drivers will line on up. Your indication was you think Tinko van der Velde's going to qualify in the Williams Esports number 5 Lamborghini?
I do believe so. I do see Darren McCormack on the timer, and I think that's because he has gone through the second sector, the first sector split, which would mean that, yes, it is going to be Darren McCormack behind the wheel. It is Tinko van der Velde. There you go. We're fine. He's not gone through this. It's all right.
Not confusing at all.
It's all right. We are okay. There we go. And now he's crossed the line, and you can cross the sector split. It is definitely Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel. So they are doing it the way we were expecting. Does that... If they're putting Darren McCormack into that fast session, for one, that tells me they're very confident they'll be able to get through into Q3.
Yes.
Knowing how fast Darren McCormack is, and I did commentate on him yesterday and the day before, on Friday, had a qualifying session that he was a part of for the SimGrid VCO World Cup, where I was on with David Addison, and we were so shocked by how fast Darren McCormack was. He was faster than everyone by 0.2 of a second in pretty much every section. Now, with 30 kilos on board, is that going to slow him down that much? I mean, or are they still aiming for pole position in that team? I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked.
I would not be shocked either. Williams on a rich vein of form across all the simulators right now. 1 and 2 in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series yesterday on iRacing. But of course, we talked with Darren McCormack on the VCO Esports studio after their success in round 1 of FLExTREME, and you just got this sense of quiet confidence. A man... a young man that knows that he is coming into his peak right now. And I do think that Darren McCormack, even with 30 kilograms of weight, is likely one of the favorites to be up in the thick of things in qualifying 3. The question will be, what can Tinko van der Velde do? Because I don't think you were being slightly too unfair when you said it earlier. Tinko van der Velde maybe was the slowest of the Williams Esports drivers, but we're talking a 10th or 2 here and there.
Yeah, they were all very, very close on times with each other. So when you're talking about the slowest in the car, you're talking about someone who is still massively competent behind the wheel. So Tinko van der Velde will come through the first chicane, and then we'll head around Curva Grande. This is, again, exit super important. Doesn't need to be an amazing lap, it just needs to be a tied lap. We've said that before. Again, we'll be saying goodbye to 10 teams in the session. It'll go from 25 to 15. Tinko van der Velde comes into the Rogier. Doesn't take too much of the curb either side. It's nice and tidy. Had to breathe the throttle just a touch before getting onto that second apex. Not too bad though. Nice and clean up towards the first Lesmo. Turned in a little bit too early, backed out of it, and then came back into the corner. Again, nothing too major, nothing too scary. It is looking tidy, coming towards my least favourite corner on this track. When you get it right, it's good fun. But getting it right is hard work. It is looking very, very clean from Tinko here.
And I think that's what you really want in these qualifying sessions. Not too much drama, a clean, tidy lap. Doesn't have to be the perfect lap, but good enough to get you towards the top of the board. And we'll see if van der Velde can continue that through Ascari. Again, looking very, very tidy. And now running out wide, sweeping that momentum with one final corner left to go with 12 times already on the board. And I do get the sense that the Aspar Esports Nissan, well, 6 seconds off, they are guaranteed to be missing out on qualifying 3. That Joker attempt has not worked out in their favor.
And thus saying, I don't think it was the right call to use it, but you only get to use it once, and they've already ticked off their Joker in the season. Tinko van der Velde will come across the line and go into 8th position. It's not great, but it is that kind of mid to low 47 that we were talking about before, hopefully getting through into Q3 and passing it over to his 18-year-old teammate in the form of Darren McCall. Valentin Barriere on his lap time. I think it might actually be on the timed lap that he is on at the moment. It's coming down into the second Lesmo. I think you're absolutely right. I think Mesa's out. I think Southall, Seville, we saw Schmanker, Samira Brahimi being in 12th position. Whoa, that might be a Joker usage coming in for the 171, because I'd expect they'd be a bit further up than that.
They are apparently back out on track already, having elected to use the Joker, so they're not going to hang around right now. And of course, this Ren Velten Esports Honda NSX using 24 of the kilos in their BOP budget. That was something that you had brought up at the start of the show, Lewis, is the fact that if you're in the Honda with 106 kilograms to use over the course of the season, even if you were to use 30 kilograms in 3 of the rounds, you still end up at the final round of the championship with 16 kilograms to load onto your car.
Yeah, I did say 26, but we won't talk about that. We won't trust the commentators' maths, it's fine. Samira Brahimi then will cross the line to begin a lap time. Valentin Barriere goes up to 4th position. That should be more than comfortable enough. These lot, they're in that sort of danger zone, moving down even further, as I think there might have been shade going up into 12th position. Samira Brahimi definitely leading this second lap. Do you think there's more pressure on that second lap time? Do you think there's that little bit more weight on your shoulders, because you know you have to, the first lap time you've got to nail, but if you're going to use this one Joker, where you were talking about 1 lap for 1 season. This is 1 lap for 1 session, rather. This is 1 lap for 1 season, because you only get this second lap once.
I think there will be a little bit more pressure, but I also think, though, going out there for the second time, you feel a little bit more confident, right? Because it's not like these drivers were running in qualifying 1 there to watch their teammate driving in qualifying 1. So might have been a couple of minutes since they had been behind the wheel of the car, felt the rhythm of the track, as there's a car off the track. That's Valentin Barriere, isn't it? So fortunately, not too much drama for Brabham Esports.
Yeah, we're looking at Samira Brahimi coming up then, Red Welton Esports into Ascari. Got to nail this one, see what it's like. Ooh, a lot of curb there going through the first part. Shouldn't be a lap invalidated, but I think it's particularly fast going through it, because it just pushes you out wide and wide and wide, coming into that final part of Ascari. At the moment, is the final car on the cutoff. We have got times that will be coming in from a few other teams behind that are yet to set lap times within this session, including that 888, of course, the SMP Racing Esports and Mateusz Tuszkiewicz for the Triton Racing Team Tipak in the 255. Pulse car, Samira Brahimi comes up towards the line and goes third. So that was a very valuable use of the Joker lap. There is Alex Simolia then behind the wheel of the 888, beginning a lap time.
They've waited quite a bit here once again, so it does seem as though that this is their strategy in the SMP Racing Esports 888 Ferrari to try and get some clean track and to know the time that they're going to have to try and hit to get their way forward in this qualifying session. Of course, Alex Smolia, someone that Lewis, you and I have commentated on many a time across the sim racing universe, but a Formula 3 driver in the real world. I think we're most impressed by his performance in the Esports Racing World Cup earlier this year, where he was the most valuable driver, scoring podiums on every single one of the sim racing platforms.
Another one that I brought up the other night when talking to Anthony. He was like, oh yes, well, he's a real world driver, and I was like, yeah, and in the sim he's terrifying because he's so fast. Of course, races for R8G in the Le Mans Virtual Series, and of course is a race winner in the Le Mans Virtual Series. And when you speak to his teammates at R8G for that, they'll tell you that he's pretty much the fastest in that car, despite being their pro driver. He is brutally fast in sim racing, and we're seeing that here. Somalia coming down towards the final corner, as is Tipak in the Low Fuel Motorsports car. Coming out, last two cars in the session, the last two to potentially progress their way going through into Q3. Lipka, the one on the cusp. Is he going to be pushed down any further? Tipak says, nope, I can't do it, but Smolia might be able to do so to get himself inside that top grouping. He certainly does so and gets to 10th.
Some people just deliver when the pressure is on in qualifying, right? Ayrton Senna had that innate ability to go out there and find 3/10 at the end of the qualifying session. Here's a look, though, at the results for the second part of qualifying, as it's the Unicorns of Love on top.
Yeah, I think that's from the previous round, so we'll scratch that one for a touch. Don't worry about it too much. Of course, it was five. The top five. It was split between. Honda NSX was one of the major cars up there. I think it might have been the Lamborghinis as well. Certainly a couple of, I think it's about 3 Honda NSXs that were up towards that top grouping, looking very, very strong around here. And like I say, if you've taken a Honda NSX and you've taken it on slightly lower weight, same as with the Lamborghinis, it does seem, if you've taken it with a slightly lower weight, the likes of our nice competition and Race Anywhere Sim Sport, you have to absolutely nail this round. This is one where you're looking at being like, we've got to win. Our nice competition then topped Q2. Yaz Heat behind in second. Red Velvet, Race Anywhere and Brabham the top 5, with BS Competition, Visceral, Symphony of Pistons, Armamentario and SMP rounding out the top 10. Williams Esports did get moved down to 12th position, and these are the teams that will be saying goodbye to. No lap times on the board for SimRC and for Triton. Big hitter there for Mateusz Tuszkiewicz, not moving through. Prime Firefly, they were looking very strong in the previous session. Unfortunately, they are no more in this qualifying, down in 19th position.
And of course, for Aspar Esports, after using their Joker in qualifying 1, did not work out as they may have hoped, and it shows the risk of using that Joker so early in the season with so many qualifying rounds still left to go.
Yeah, like I say, I wouldn't want to be using it this early. Certainly not if it's... I know it's hard to kind of say because you'll believe that you can nail it. But there is no guarantee that just because you use a Joker lap that it's going to be a clean, it's going to be a good lap. You've kind of got to sit there and accept that there is a big risk of using it. And that just because you do use it, even if you are a team that's scoped pole position, it's not a guarantee. We've got one more qualifying session left to go, though, and then we'll be dealing with who's going to be getting pole position, and then we'll be dealing with 9 hours of frantic racing. But a reminder, by the way, that the Rivals and the Challengers races have already begun. You can go and watch them on the Twitch Command Center by clicking the Command Center button on twitch.tv/VCO Esports. Those races have already begun, and I've seen they've already been pretty dicey. Got to be said.
Turn on lap 1 at Monza. Again, I'll go back to it. It is always bound to be a recipe for disaster. Do you remember in that rival split, it's Adam Weller and Ryan Walker on commentary duties. In the Challenger split, Austin Belke and Dean Hopton walking you through all the action for 9 full hours. Give a shout out to them because it's not just an endurance race for the drivers, it's an endurance race for our commentary teams as well, Lewis.
Yeah, not us in here. We've got Ewan O'Leary to do all the heavy lifting through the race. Don't worry, he'll be jumping in and out as part of our trio. And the next round, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do it, Arjun, because might be busy. But Luke Crane could be joining us, and then I'm sure the banter will be turned up to 11, potentially even slightly past that. We'll have to wait and see when we go to that 6-hour race.
No, without a shadow of a doubt. If you get Luke Crane on, the bants are going to be mega bants. Yeah,
so sometimes maybe even too far. We do love Luke Crane, bless him.
Yeah, to be fair, he has also gotten me to go a little bit too far in VCO First Infinity of late. As you remember exactly what I'm talking about, we will divert our attention right now.
Yeah, we'll move straight past that topic and focus on the qualifying session at hand. Do you think that Darren McCormack can get what would be a good result, do you think, for that Williams Esports team? Of course, reminder, they're on the maximum 30 kilos, so those just jumping in. The race winners, the championship leaders, they're on the maximum ballast just courtesy of what they wanted to take. Do you think that they are going to be challenging for pole, a top 5, top 10? What's good for them?
Pole. Darren McCormack's got one thing in his mind, and it will be pole position. The fact that Igor Rodriguez was only half a tenth off the Arnage car in qualifying one's going to give him some confidence. The reality is, with the one-shot qualifying, with the weight's not going to be too much of a factor here. It's just about nailing the lap, and you saw on Friday in that SimGrid VCO World Cup, Darren McCormack is on fire right now.
I think, realistically, front 2 rows. Be satisfied with the front 2 rows. Of course, second in the championship being the Unicorns Love also are on the maximum balance, but they're in a Porsche, which I don't think's quite as well matched and well suited to here. So for them, realistically, somewhere inside the top 10. But if you're Arnage Competition, if you're Race Anywhere Sim Sports, if you're even, to be fair, Yassi and Ren Velton, I think you would be genuinely disappointed if you weren't on the front row. But the front row belongs to just 2 people, and we can't make everyone fit into the same spot, so we'll have to wait and see. There is the Unicorns of Love machine leaving the pit lane. Q3 is underway.
Yeah, you named about 5 different teams that could all be on the front row of the grid, so apologies to those that Lewis has already disappointed, as this third qualifying session will indeed get underway. I just saw a comment in the Twitch chat that it might be safer to start from pit lane at Monza. I see the point there, but the reality is if you start from the pit lane, the leaders are going to clear away, and by the time you picked your way through the chaos and the carnage, you're going to be half a lap behind already as well. That's the Unicorns of Love car taking a little bit of a shortcut through the Rogier.
Yeah, I mean, it's a gamble. If you start from the pit lane, it's a gamble. If you start from the track, if you're in 15th, it's a gamble. You're kind of playing with fire either way, and I'm not sure what's the best option. What would you do?
I never like a pit lane start. I'll just say that. I have never once started from the pit lane.
Really?
Never.
Goodness me. No, I always used to do it on iRacing, because it's how you gain a safety rating, just by starting from the pit lane and letting everyone... in fact, actually, I won a race, 75 minutes. First ever time that I did races at Bathurst, because everyone told me I had my B licence, and I was trying to obviously get to A licence. Everyone was like, oh, it's going to take you a few weeks to get there. It took me 3 races. I am not joking. Just because it was kind of like you keep yourself clean around Bathurst in a 75-minute race, and boom, you just get loads of safety. And yeah, that's obviously when you're doing it in a race away from it, where you're not really worried about the result, and it's not against a super strong grid. In this, I don't think you can start from a pit lane in a grid like this and get a decent result. I think it would be a bad call. I think you're better off just starting from the mid pack and just hoping for the best. Lap times though beginning. The first few coming through, or the first few beginning rather. Schwert will be doing the lap for Unicorns of Love, and already, well, that's 15 or a Joker lap required.
I get the sense that you don't throw the Joker away just yet. It's better to start in 15th than it is to put yourself on the back foot for the rest of the qualifying session. But he wasn't looking comfortable in the warm-up lap, and the very first corner, makes a mistake into the braking zone. The Unicorns of Love may be slightly on the back foot, but here comes the GripHacks engineering car to the line.
Yeah, of course, Lugovi did a great job at the end of Q1. Q2 coming through into this session, into this final qualifying session. What can GripHacks Engineering do? They were 14th in the previous session, so going a few spots better than that would be pretty handy, and they can already, as near as makes a difference, as long as they get a lap time on the board, almost guarantee themselves being in 14th, depending on what Unicorns of Love do when it comes to their Joker lap. I agree with you. I don't think you can burn it this early, especially when you've taken maximum ballast in a Porsche which wouldn't be super favoured around here. It's not bad, but it's not the favoured car. Well, I'll say that actually. They were the only Porsche. They are the only Porsche that's in the session. I know you can see another few others because no one's left the session, but they are the only Porsche in Q3. I think 15th is fine. Take it. And don't push it too hard, because all you're going to do if you use the Joker lap, you might start 10th, which, let's be honest, when it comes to that danger zone, isn't much better.
Absolutely, and I will just say that we have, I think, 3 Porsches in total in this cash split. All 3 of them have loaded up on the BOP for this round. The virtual drivers by TX3 also put 30 kilos in, but the Kramer Racing Esports 977 threw 25 kilos onto that car. So do keep in mind, Porsche is already, I think, electing that this is not going to be their round. Dara McCormack with a 147.285 provisional pole position. How long will it last?
That's not going to be good enough. I can say that now. I can say that with confidence. That is not going to be good enough when it comes to pole position around here. Kaplan will come round and we'll finish the lap time for GripHacks Engineering. We'll move up into that top grouping. Goes up to second, just behind McCormack. But wait until we see the lap times from the likes of the Yazheat machine. I believe it is Boothby potentially in this session.
Boothby's in 7th.
Boothby is in 7th.
McCormack is down to 3rd now, but that lap time holding up a lot better than I think either you or I would have expected. Yeah, I mean, he's only a 10th off the pace provisionally as McCormack. Here comes Chris Sievert in the Symphony of Pistons BMW. Let's see what he can do in that bright pink machine.
Yeah, that's a massive lap. I've got to say, for McCormack to be in 3rd is very good. But like I say, it's because a few people have made mistakes. I didn't realise that Boothby, I was looking and thinking, surely he's further down. Is the 171 then that is on pole position at the moment? That is Renvalt and Esports ahead of BS Competition. So that goes across the line into 6th spot. Still the 888 and the 43. We did see Frank out on circuit. We know the 888 will be leaving it quite late into the session to do their lap time. There is Symphony of Pistons finishing their time 7/10 off of the pole. We do expect to see some pretty big differences. I think Vermont, by the way, is also going again, because let's be honest, 185 seconds off of pole ain't good.
No, I don't think that's necessarily a representative lap time. I will also give a shout out to Chris Sievert, by the way. 3:40 in the morning for him on the left coast of the USA. Not bad to have punched his way forward into the 6th position. And I do think it's important, again, to recognize that with all 3 drivers having to do a lap in qualifying, you don't have the benefit that sometimes we talk about in endurance racing of being able to stretch out your drivers with time zones. They've all got to be around in this first part of the event.
Yeah, exactly. Regardless of time zones, you've got to be here. And I mean, you've done a big jump when it comes to time zones, because you've got to the point where this will be very, very early in the morning to where this is very, very late in the evening. Just because, well, why not? Why not?
Why not, indeed.
just totally skip the time zone that it's supposed to be for. We're on board with Max Frank then, Yeet Esports, heading down into the Parabolica to come and finish a lap time. Definitely Vermont is going again, and I think that's right. Our Irish competition, definitely a team that's looking for pole position here today. As Max Frank will cross the line, moves up inside the top 10 with 8th place at the moment. Anyone else going to give it another go? I think it really is. Grandes Caracas has gone back out again for the Race Anywhere Sim Sports Lamborghini. And here we are with Daniel Tillich, who will come across.
You gave it a go.
Gave it a go, yeah, brave. Guarantee. That's a 100% Lewis McGlade guarantee. That ain't right, Chief.
Yes.
But we'll still ride on board with the SMP Racing Esports car.
I'm very impressed, Lewis. I was just going to call it the S&P Racing Esports Ferrari, the 888, as it rounds through Curva Grande. And again, for the third time in this qualifying, we see this 888 go out late, and they're not concerned with any sort of draft, Lewis, and it goes back to something you were saying earlier. One-shot qualifying. Don't try and play games. Control your lap to the best of your ability, and it's played out well for Alex Smoliar. It played out well as well in qualifying one, and now the pressure is on for this Ferrari to be the penultimate car to throw a lap time on the board.
Yeah, they've been so brave at leaving it late, coming over the line as late as you can, kind of hovering around the top 10. They were in 10th position in the previous session. I think they'd be aiming to get themselves well inside that top 10, knowing how S&P operate and how fast they've been on ACC. To be honest, I think they'd be disappointed if they weren't inside the top 5, but I think they might have to settle for that at the moment. Again, Ferrari around here not seeming like it is the major choice, this being the lone Ferrari in this Q3 session, so really pushing it to the limits on home soil. Down towards the final corner, the 888 will go. Just about where in this session will it go? I think we just had a change for pole position. I believe Arnage Competition have just moved up into pole. Alexandra Vermont crosses the line, the 47.115. Daniel Tulip will cross and he'll move his way up into 11th. So just outside of the top 10, and Grantas Caracas will begin the final lap. We get to watch all of this.
We will get to watch all of this final lap. I am trying to just figure out who's the 15th car that we're missing, Lewis, or am I just struggling to do math right now? Because shouldn't we have 15 cars in qualifying 3?
It would. The Unicorns of Love Machine, of course. That's they missed the first corner. Schwert in 22nd. Obviously, they will move up into the 15th spot, just because how not everyone's left the session. Again, because we're going into a race at the moment. But they will be starting this race from 15th position. Grantas Caracas, little slow coming into the Roger there. Pushed it a little bit too hard on the brakes. ABS had to take control just a touch. Still manages to hook it up to the apex again. Just out a little wide on the entry into the Lesmo. But again, it is looking tidy from the Lithuanian man. Up towards Lesmo 2. Again, this is a car that is looking to at least move itself inside that top 5. That's what they're aiming for.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's looked right on the pointy edge of the balance of that Lamborghini as it's worked through those first and second Lesmos, builds up plenty of speed as he dives in towards Ascari. A little bit hesitant on that first turn-in, but the car's there through that second part of the complex, and crucially doesn't run out too wide and tip the right side tires into the gravel. One final corner to go. Can Caracas crack the top 10?
Oh, nice. You really gave that one a go. I respect that. But here he is, then down into the final corner. Again, this is a car that's been up there. It was 4th position in Q2. And out towards the line, holding that very, very tight line around the Parabolica. This is them using their Joker lap, the single Joker lap of the season. Is it good enough for pole position? As he crosses the line, it is! Grantas Caracas with a 46.832, using that Joker lap to its full effect to grab pole position here for the second round of the VCO LFM FLExTREME.
And of course, with no BOP budget for this round, they've come in with 0 kilograms. They had to do that. And maybe we talk about not wanting to use your Joker too early, Lewis. Is that the perfect usage of the Joker to lead the field down and towards the first chicane here at the Temple of Speed?
Around here, yes, because your choice is starting from 14th position deep in the danger zone, or starting from pole position where you might just escape it. It's not a guarantee, mind, but then nothing is a guarantee in racing. Grantas Caracas, I think, nailed that usage, and for Racing with Sports, they're coming into us again. We've said it before, a car with no kilos, no weight, no success ballast. They are looking to challenge at the front today, and this is Q3, the final qualifying order. By quarter of a second, then Grantas Caracas will take pole position ahead of Alexandra Vermont for Arnage Competition. Renvelt and Esports and BS Competition in 3rd and 4th, and Williams Esports, Dara McCormack settling for 5th spot. And I think she'll be very happy with that. Grip Packs Engineering, Armamentario, Symphony of Pistons there in 8th position with the Gata Chain Ballast Esports car, and Yeet Esports rounding out the top 10. Brabham, SMP, Visceral, Yaz Heat, and the Unicorns of Love. No time onto the board after that mistake in the very first corner. Have to start this one from 15th and about as deep into the danger zone as I think you can possibly get.
And I think in a very precarious spot to now be thinking about how this race start is going to play out, of course, Lewis, because you got to survive this first corner and then settle into the rhythm for what is a long 9-hour race where strategy is going to play itself out. We think weather may have its part to play as well. And let's not forget, there's at least 2 hours when a handful of drivers are going to turn their attention to this other sports event that's going on when a ball's being kicked around the pitch somewhere in the Middle East.
Yes, certainly so. I'm sure us in the commentary booth here, and probably a lot of you around the world might have it on a different monitor. But don't take your eyes off this race, because it's going to be maybe it might not be the most thrilling of race when it comes to on-track passes. It's actually surprisingly difficult to pass at Monza. But when it comes to that strategical mastery, when it comes to saving fuel, I mean, we've spoken time and time again about slipstream trains. I think it might be a bit of a trend to follow today, but I don't think we see that so much in the VCO LFM FLExTREME, purely based on the fact of everyone's running a completely different car. Like, very few people are running the same ballast in the same car, which is counter to pretty much any other series that you've ever seen in sim racing, where we are dealing with nearly 40 cars that are all wildly different with how they deal with their straight line speed, how they go through the corners, and everything in between. It's going to be very intriguing.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that we were most curious about in that first round, right? Is trying to figure out Porsche versus Porsche, what's actually going on in terms of long-term speed. We're going to step aside for a couple of moments here, though, on the VCO Esports channels. Qualifying is in the books, and what a dramatic qualifying session it was. 9 hours of racing at the Temple of Speed, coming up next. Hello everyone, welcome back to the VCO Esports channels as we're getting set to go racing for round 2 of VCO LFM FLExTREME, 9 hours of racing at Monza. My name is Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Lewis McLeod. We have Ewan O'Leary standing by to replace us when we start talking just a little bit too much nonsense up here in the commentary booth. Lewis, a very exciting qualifying session, and I'm sure the nonsense is not too far away. Of course, turn 1 at Monza is going to be a major talking point, but we were just talking about it before the break. Strategy is going to be very, very fascinating. Yeah,
of course, they'll be running up towards the 65-minute. They've got a 65-minute stint limits around here, same as what we had in the previous round. It's just how things work here in GT3 Racing on ACC. Having that stint limit in place means that you can't go beyond it, but you can do some sneaky things with strategy, whether you're going to the hour, whether you're going to try and do something rapidly different, whether you're going to take a short stint at some point early or whatever. There's a lot of things. I want to go as late as possible. I want to take it all the way up to 64 minutes really, and then pit and try and keep it going as long as possible, just in case that rain comes in, because if you start pitting early, that rain is going to hit at a very, very awkward time just for you. That's just always how it goes. But what can we say about the qualifying session? Granted, Caracas, what a super, super lap time for Race Anywhere Sim Sports right at the end of the session.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think epitomizing why the Joker is such a valuable tool when used correctly. Maybe Caracas will reflect in 9 hours, uses the Joker correctly. I think we've already determined that for Aspar Esports, their usage of the Joker in queue number 1, when they subsequently did not get out of queue number 2, maybe was not the wisest call.
No, I'm not sure. I did think coming into this, I don't think that this Nissan's the greatest car around here. And if it comes to that Joker Cup, you want to use it on a round where you're going to be one of the front runners, right? You're going to be in the top 5. If you're one of those at the back of the field, you might even be in the top 10 or whatever. You want to use it in a round like that. You don't want to use it when you're in a car where it's kind of like, it's kind of rubbish. For example, Unicorns of Love, great example of that, because the Porsche is not really the favoured car around here. They messed up their very first lap. Are they going to use their Joker lap? No, because if they do, then they might start 10th. And it's kind of like, cool, they're not going to be grabbing pole position. It's very unlikely they'll be taking a victory today. They are just looking to hoover up some decent, consistent, comfortable points to take into the next round of the season, and then, of course, into the second half of this season next year.
Don't forget that if you want to win a HyperX Cloudflight wireless gaming headset, all you have to do is head to twitch.tv/VCO Esports and enter HyperX into the chat. Thank you to our partners, of course, over at HyperX. And don't forget that it's not just one race that we've got in store for you here, Lewis, but 2 other races have already gotten underway with plenty of drama at Monza. The Challengers and the Rival Splits already running via the VCO Command Center.
Yeah, indeed. Already an hour complete in the Challengers split, coming up to 55 minutes in the Rivals splits. 2 fantastic races happening behind us, and here we are getting ready for the cash split. It means there's 3 consecutive 9-hour races going on concurrently, rather, not consecutive, this is a very different word, but concurrently happening at exactly the same time, exactly the same race, just different cars, different classes. We kind of saw this at the previous round, where it's very bizarre to look at some of those other classes, because you kind of like, oh, well, the Nissan's not very good around Kota, because this. So you kind of look at the Challenger split, and you're like, wait, and Nissan's at the front? Wait, what? it's how it goes in this. That's what makes it so exciting to see all those different splits.
It's been very exciting as well, being able to celebrate more than just the 40 teams in this cash split, to be able to introduce FLExTREME to the community and let them have their fun with this BOP budget. And we mentioned that the viewers can win a HyperX gaming headset, but let's not forget as well that the viewers will help some of the drivers win prizes courtesy of the 2022 Save of the Season and Move of the Race and things like that. Lewis, our community can get involved.
Yeah, obviously post-season we'll be having a bit of a vote. There's quite a few. Like I say, you've got Send of the Season, which the winner of that will get a prize from Next Level Racing, our other partners, for the VCO and LFM FLExTREME. But then also there's a couple of things when it comes to the cash prize as well. And I've said this before, but it comes there's a prize for best overtake or best duel, right? And the prize, sure, it's €50, right? Fair enough. But it doesn't just go to the winner. It to the victor of that duel. It gets split between the 2 of them. So €30 one way, €20 the other. There might even be 3 or 4 involved in that. Whether the more, obviously, the less of the split you'll get. But the point being is, I've always said this. I like that because you're giving something to those that have been overtaken, not because a little bit of a pat on the back and good job, but it's more that it does take. For a proper good battle, not like what we see in Formula 1 where they just drive each other off of the circuit, for a proper battle to have side-by-side for consecutive corners, that requires 2 drivers right at the top of their ability, right at the peak of their powers, battling it out brilliantly, giving space, giving respect constantly, and so they both deserve a prize for that, not just one way.
Absolutely. It takes two to tango. And I almost knew exactly where you were going with that when we start talking about how sim racers sometimes will show a little bit more respect and give a little bit more room to their rivals and to those around them. Of course, we are moments away from getting underway. We'll cycle through the grid walk, which is always an exciting time. We get to see the beautiful cars on display as well, because we have an attractive field of liveries. And that's the one thing that I always enjoy with these races, Lewis, seeing the creativity on display from our teams.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you come from more of the iRacing side of things, and me, to be honest, also from the FLEx2. I do my fair share of ACC. Don't get me wrong, but it is always good. Sometimes when you jump into another simulator, obviously you sort of deal with a whole group of completely different teams that you don't really see elsewhere in the world of simulators. That is changing now. A lot of teams are taking a part across all of it. But it does mean that sometimes, for those of you that might be joining from other simulators, to be like, hang on, what's happening there? You'll see a lot of very, very pretty liveries. For me, one of them, we do see them a little bit outside of ACC, but Race Anywhere SimSport, that green. It's green and black, but it's so distinctive. Thankfully, it's not another team that's gone, what about red and black? Or what about
blue
white, grey and blue? What about those colours?
You then got the Symphony of Pistons with their pink BMW. You're definitely not going to miss that one. Creativity in sim racing is something that we do enjoy. It's something in the real world that sometimes we bemoan as well. Black, white, and red, blue, white, and black, all very common color schemes to be having on your car. Say that one 5 times fast. I will challenge you to that. Lewis, though, I think as we get ready to go here, we've got Caracas on the front, but the two championship favorites, I think, in some ways, the Unicorns of Love and Williams Esports, come into this one with damage limitation on the forefront of their minds. Yeah, more so for Unicorns of Love than I think, of course, what we saw from Williams Esports. They're starting this race from 5th, which with that kind of weight, it's really, really not bad at all. Whereas Unicorns of Love will be starting 10 positions behind 15th. Obviously, we're very early in the season to be talking about favourites for the title, favourites for the championship. And yeah, we get that. But even coming into the season, we were looking at Williams Esports and the Unicorns Love. A couple of other teams in there, the likes of Yaz Heat as well, who had a bit of an issue in that qualifying. They'll be starting from 14th position, but expect them to go pretty strong today. Honda's quite good. I know they're on a lot of weight, but all of the Hondas are on a lot of weight, and there's still some Hondas that are right up at the front, like the Red Belt and Esports team. Honda's certainly not a bad car around here. So yeah, a few of those other teams that we expect to see moving forward, as is SMP. I think they're in a bit of a struggle today. The Ferrari's not looking so good, but they are a very, very strong team. I tell you what, we're about 10 minutes away from getting our cash split underway. We're going to step aside for a couple of moments here, but you're not going to miss any of the racing. We're going to check out the start for the Challenger split and how that craziness got underway.
10 leading all the drivers now down the backstretch here at Monza out of Ascari, and they'll go into Parabolica, and we'll start here our first lap on today. The drivers now gridding up, getting 2 by 2, closer and closer here to the start of this race. This is when the butterflies that were in your stomach, they start to go away as you get closer and closer to the start of the race. This is probably their height, but as soon as the green flag drops, all those butterflies basically go away, and you're ready to get this thing going.
You want to get it going? They've been doing their practice, and remember, they are a team of 3, so you're up to represent your team. You got to take care of your car to pass it to your teammates, and of course, the butterflies are definitely probably the heart rate will be going as quickly as the engines will be revving as they make their way out of curve Parabolica and getting ready to hit the loud pedal as loud as possible and hold on tight. Tray tables upright as you're going to make your way into turn 1 and turn 2, hopefully as safely as possible.
The field now going down the front stretch here, waiting for the green flag from the marshal. You can see Dylan Tan leads the field up there. He's no doubt being basically policed by the game, the simulator at this point, saying you can't go fast just yet. They're going to cross the start-finish line, looking for a little bit of a move. You see the green flag wave. He puts his foot on the loud one of the 2 there. Now the cars are going to scream down into turn 1. They're still 2 by 2. We'll see if he gets a bump draft here from the Honda just behind him. It doesn't look like they're gonna. Oh, he makes a block there as they go into turn 1.
Yeah, I had to cover him off. Of course, he was thinking about going through the middle there, but thought not about it in an endurance race, just so that he can get through there safely. Cleanly. Absolutely. It looks like a few of the other cars did behind there as well, as we're obviously going to be focusing on the lead of this race.
going through the Curva Grande now into the second bit of chicanes here on the lap. Of course, De La Raggia, they're going to be just as, you know, whoa, one car. Look at the Acura go sliding.
Yeah, straight on through. That also hurts your back. That's why they put those there to slow you down. Early mistakes.
Gained, no spots lost there. So he'll just basically rejoin just in time. He might get a slowdown for that, and I have to imagine he got a whole lot of damage from going over that big old sausage curb there.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Because the Nissan at the back there, the 81 car was also looking to take a little bit of pressure. Apply the pressure to the 147 car as they were going side by side, had to back off just behind there and thinking about doing something I would be doing something side by side through Ascari. Just yet.
No, that'd be a surefire way to die, basically, on lap 1 of this race. But boy, Tan he's got a whole heck of a lead here. He got 0.6 of a second. Of course, not really out of that strip scene now, up to 0.8 of a second. Not out of the range of slipstream from the McLaren of Yukolev just behind him, but you do have to be mindful of that.
Also mindful of here we go. So Curva Grande, as we suspected before that. There's going back to your Golf livery GDR Skyline with the nice HyperX, because one of our sponsors on it. That's right, that's the ice cream on the side of the car. You want to see a nice livery out there, Mr. Mark? The 81 car will deliver that. As he's going to be thinking about turn 1 right now as you get that slipstream, as well as the battle for P2 up the road.
Got it. He's looking at me. He didn't gain a whole lot of time there down the front stretch. You can see a Aston on Porsche battle just behind this driver of Frank in the 81 car. Going now through Curva Grande. We'll see if he can make any sort of move on the driver just ahead. That's Detchik and 147 Aston Martin. I don't feel like he's close enough. Just up the road, though, you got Aston on Aston action.
And we've heard that before.
There's
last
four
week.
different cars all battling for position.
And the Bentley, one of the Bentleys, the 2-on-4 car in P15.
Oh, getting a little bit wide there is Dimitri.
Yes. Is that out of the first Lesmos? Yes. Well, there you go. That's some of the action you expect. But good. Still putting in the right direction. Still on track.
Well, it's so easy, too, in the first Lesmo to drive it like it's a second one. Feel like it opens up a lot sooner because it's actually not even, it's a lot tighter than just a 90-degree right angle corner.
That's Dimitri, the 22 car we're looking at the moment.
He
Making
just
their
went
way
a
out of
little bit wide,
Ascari.
lost a position to the Aston Martin, the 711 car of Filippi just ahead of him.
We're about to start lap 2.
And Dean, 2 of the 3 cars on the podium right now finished on the podium at the end of the last race. Of course, the 889, the Aston Martin, they finished second at COTA. Currently, they're in the lead. And then the 711 Aston Martin of Filippi, they finished third last race. So looking to get a second podium this weekend.
And a Bentley that did get the race win is down there in P14, but you said taking a lot of weight, another challenge, and you have to commit to it right now, but you're going to be forced around the outside. Getting a good exit out of turn 2 is a possibility, and also looking in your mirrors.
He's going to be able to open up the wheel here, but again, the inside lane has the shorter distance from turn basically 3 to turn 4. We'll see if he can get it done on the inside. Can Dimitri? Want to be on the inside here right now for the first bit of this chicane, and look, he's just going to thread the needle, but the Aston goes a little bit wide.
Once again, that will probably be a slowdown or just allowing it through exactly. So not the way you want to get the overtake done necessarily, but an overtake is an overtake.
Yeah, you'll take these spots anyway. You could get them, and these guys just continue to basically bleed time away from our first 2 leaders. You see Tan, he's got a second and a half lead up the road, of course, and then Yukolev, he's about 0.8 of a second ahead of these drivers.
I know, massive gap again, just like we saw in race 1, and that's once again as brave. I think if we can only keep it up like that, maybe we overall see a couple of cars try to go side by side through Ascari. It may very well be possible, but bold and brave, what you got to be, of course, driving these machines around at this speed in the Temple of Speed. There's your Honda, the 22 car at the moment, just as 2.3 seconds away from the top 2. And he essentially what I would call in in Formula One would be a lead of the DRS train, but without the DRS.
Yeah, Dean, I don't know about you, my live timing and scoring still isn't working.
Correct, same here, my friend. So we what you see is what you get for us. The Lexus making a run down into turn 1. That's the 16 car. And I have to say that's job done. That's the Yeet, sorry.
Yep,
And the McLaren.
any opportunity we have to say yeet in this, we are gonna, and that was a yeet up the inside. Good though, great job for Ralph though. We saw this car make a lot of yeet opportunities now being.
Well, there we go. Challengers split already underway. Of course, the rivals split also. But Junior, we're just waiting for the cash split to start. Dylan Tan, though, doing a great job in that race to take lead. I will say, from what we saw there, it wasn't too dramatic down to the first score. It was actually up into the Rogier where they actually had a couple of problems. I wonder what we'll see in the cash split. I kind of get the feeling that we're not going to... I don't know what it is. There is always just a vibe there around Monza where it's just sort of like... It's so unlikely for it to be clean.
Yeah, the trepidation is real here at the Temple of Speed, and I think the nerves are going to be quite high through the field of 40 cars here as well, because you don't win the race in the first corner, but it's very easy to put yourself on the back foot and give yourself a mountain to climb. Yes, you've got 9 hours to fight your way back up with potential weather to come and mix itself back in, but there's no safety cars to bunch the field back up, so do you really want to put yourself that far off the leaders?
Yeah, it's all about you and your work to get back involved in the mix. So not going to be an easy one at all to get back up there. But this is the whole thing of like, it's endurance racing. In sim racing, we've seen this time and time again. When it comes to this kind of level, or even anything around this level, is that whether there's safety cars or not, you can't afford to make a mistake early on, because if you do make a mistake, then you are going to be on the back foot for such a long period where you're probably not going to get back up, even for some cases, inside the top 10 if you have an issue in the first corner. That's just how it goes. That's how brutally close sim racing is these days.
And when it comes to the top level of Assetto Corsa Competizione, we don't really talk about much in terms of drivers relaxing during the course of the race. It's so relentless that because you're changing tires every stop, you're not concerned about giving up a little bit more. You are just pushing all the way through the up to 65-minute stints. We'll take another look at the championship standings and just remind ourselves how close it is through the field.
Yeah, obviously, after just the single race, Williams Esports Unicorns of Love, the top two separated by just 5 points at the top, obviously, after the single result there. A couple of teams that might do quite well. BS Competition have qualified in 4th position. They're obviously around there in the championship. Did see, obviously, Yaz Heat were up there in the standings. They'll be starting this race from 14th. On the grid. The Hello YouTube team that's also somewhere in towards the top 15. They will be starting this race from basically the back, from the last position. As we can see the other few coming through and those final couple of positions. Brad Esports will be one to look for some decent points pay results. So start this one from the top 11. I was going to say top 10 then, but no, it's 11th spot. Top 11 doesn't sound quite as good though. But they're 38th on the standings with only 108 points, just really getting those participation points. As we can once again see, Triton Racing, another one of those ones that struggle. I think they didn't get a lap time in Q2, with them being in that position, they'll be starting much further back. Let's take a look there at the grid as we begin the little walk down to see where everyone is. Of course, the pole position, Race Anywhere Sim Sport, our large competition starting on the front row. On the right-hand side there is BS Competition. We just went past Samira Brayman, the Red Belt and Esports. Championship leaders there on the left-hand side, starting from 5th position. That's 69 and a great qualifying effort from Grip Hacks Engineering to get into 6th spot. Superb lap time before we get to the Armamentario and Symphony of Pistons cars here inside the top 8. The final 2 cars inside the top 10. The big bad Bentley of the Gator Chain Ballast Esports, and then the Yeet Esports car there on the right-hand side. We'll let it go through so you can see all the other ones. Again, Brabham and the SMP Racing, but we'll pick out some few as we go through. Right-hand side there being Yaz Heat, no disrespect to Visceral. And then, of course, Unicorns of Love starting in 15th position, much further back after issues there in that Q3.
And very much like you were pointing out, in the danger zone for this race start. They'll be looking to just keep their nose clean and to survive their way through. Again, just remember that Porsche, remember this is, once we get through the 9 hours, there is just 2 more GT3 races to work through, and the Unicorns of Love will have burned through 50 of the 80 kilograms in their budget. They will go into the final 2 rounds knowing that 15 and 15 would be an option if they wanted to. This is very much, like I said earlier, I think damage limitations for them.
Just went past Rose, of course, who's in the Queen's Design car. That car you definitely can't miss. Neither can you miss the Pulse car there. The 21 on the left-hand side here being the Aspar team. That was the one that used, again, they've already burnt through their Joker when it comes to qualifying. So they're going to be in with a very, very long day. Again, a couple of other ones to pick out from here. Triton Racing there on the left. Whoa, I mean, they're up there towards the top end in the points of the championship, but in this race, they are starting from very low down compared to where they want. Get Closer Racing, of course, they were so impressive in the previous round, and they're going to be starting right the way down. Got one of the Simo.Pro by Vides cars starting back here as well. This is the thing with this grid, is that obviously with this qualifying format, the further you go down, it's like, God, these are some incredible teams in the world of sim racing. Burst Esports down on the right, and no, obviously they're not well versed with ACC, but the team they're partnered up with, being the FFS Racing Squad, well, they certainly are. And moving further back, you've got a few big heavy hitters back here. Kramer Racing Esports and Hello YouTube will be starting back here at this point in the pack. It is going to be a very, very hard ordeal for some of these to work their way through.
40 cars that we have lined up and ready to go. Still about 80 seconds before they'll roll off on the full formation lap here at the Temple of Speed. It's going through the minds of the driver. It's Lamborghini, Honda, BMW. And look at up above at this historic Monza facility. You've got the old banking, of course, still there at times that you can pick apart. You and I were kind of discussing about how we think this race is going to go before we went live, Lewis. I think we're both on the same page that the opening hours are going to be pretty frenetic. It will settle into a bit of a rhythm in the middle hours. And then depending on how many are still left standing, we could be in for a grandstand finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And it all comes down to weather as well. Are we going to see any major changes when it comes to that weather on the horizon? That's going to be one of those big things. 30 seconds before they begin their formation lap. We are just a touch behind, courtesy of some things behind the scenes. We'll be ready to go for 9 hours of racing. I do absolutely agree. As we've said before, we reckon that this race down towards the first corner is going to be brutal. But after that, might calm itself down pretty quickly. Certainly, I think it will calm down within 10 minutes, at least for those at the front.
Agreed.
Everyone else behind, I think it's just going to be chaos for about the first stint, and then things should calm down. But that does not mean the race is over, not at all. Fuel-saving games will be a part of it, trying to shrink your pit stops as much as possible as the formation lap begins.
They'll all start to try and build some temperature into the tires as well, because we mentioned it during qualifying, at least in terms of these Pirelli tires, takes about a lap or two at full racing chat to get them up into their optimal window, and with suboptimal tire pressures and temperatures and rather cool brakes, it's always interesting slamming down onto the anchors in towards that first chicane. And we're gonna get this great camera shot as the cars fly right and then switch back left, and I have the feeling that a handful of cars will be escorted wide off into the gravel. Is 3 wide going to be more common than we think? I do think we're going to get an indication.
George Boothby's got a problem here. Yaz Heat already dealing a pretty hefty blow, starting this race from 14th position, but there are more woes for the 666 car. They'll get back going again, but not really. They should still, I don't actually know what the call is from here, effectively because they don't line up until they've left. Oh, never mind, it's coming to the pit lane. I was going to say, because they don't line up until they've left Ascari around here, realistically, if he was to be able to get back going again, then he should have been able to rejoin into his 14th position. But alas, a problem for the 666, and the Yaseet car will be starting this one from the pit lane. That's big drama already.
I went on over to Yardier's YouTube stream to try and figure out what the issue was. It did seem as though that George Boothby was having an issue trying to get the car working through the gears. We'll see if they're going to be able to get it sorted in time and how they're going to try and fight their way back. But a involuntary pit start coming the way of that Yassi 666.
Yeah, which if they do start from the pit lane and they do have that race into turn one, there is a crash in the middle of it. I was sitting there thinking, all right, good call. We are being told it might well have been a monitor failure there or a monitor issue rather for Boothby. We've all kind of had something in that vein where a loose HDMI cable or something in the vein causes the odd problems. I don't know. It's it's rough. It's rough to start a 9-hour race. We do hope they can get back out because let's be honest, if you're already a lap, maybe 2 laps down, you can kiss this race goodbye.
Yeah, unfortunately so. It does seem as though that I've seen a word in the Twitch chat, in our VCO Twitch chat, and also in Yardier's YouTube chat that it might also have been a monitor issue. So whatever the case may be, these are the frustrating things with sim racing. We don't always have engines that go boom, gearboxes that collapse in on themselves. But technical issues are a real nightmare that now the Yassi team have to deal with.
Well, here they are then, going out onto the back stretch up towards the Parabolica as the race will get ready to begin. It was a fantastic lap time from Grantas Caracas in the final portions of that final qualifying session just a touch earlier. A slight delay to the start of the race as we'll get ready to go for 9 more hours of racing in round 2 of the VCO LFM FLExTREME Championship. It's going to be a long 9 hours, that is for sure. You can see we're starting at 6 AM in-game time, so we've got to deal with a full sunrise as well and some slightly cool conditions in the Royal Villa of Monza Park. And who is going to be coming out on top after all this? Hedge your bets now. Post it in chat who you think is going to be on top in 9 hours' time, because I've got absolutely no idea. It could be Williams Esports, our race winners at the previous round. It could be Arthur Camera and the BS Competition team who are up there in the championship standings trying to do something. It could be someone like our front row of Arnage Competition and Race Anywhere Sim Sports. All we do know is the race is about to begin, and that charge down towards the very first corner as we are underway. Grantas Caracas will take the lead. Brick will drop back into the slipstream as Arthur Camera's got to worry about a feisty start from Dara McCormack, already up in a 4th position as we funnel our way down into that first corner. Is it going to be tidy or is it going to be dirty? That's the problem. The Gatache Ballast Esports car charging it down with a little bit of contact between them and Ballast. There's a spin for BS Competition, there's a spin for Arnage, and there's a spin for pretty much everyone in the mid-pack as it is chaos in the first corner, and Williams Esports have come through to take second.
Well, Williams Esports might actually have been the ones that spun around Arnage Competition and spun around BS Competition. Is Dyer McCormack already going to be under the ire of the race stewards? We'll have to wait and see, but it's Grantas Caracas that converts from pole position to the lead of this race as they dive on through the Lesmos. Traditional Monza chaos to start this one off.
Yeah, that was kind of expected, wasn't it? To have a race start as crazy as that in the cash split. Aspar trying to get around the outside of pretty much everyone in this mid-pack. They've got the TF Racing car of Contagianis ahead. You've got Fisher and Apostle also a couple of positions ahead of all of this. Simba the Pro by Vides directly behind. Also, it's just very, very crazy in this mid-pack as we expect. They've not quite gained the position that we saw from the Aspar Racing Esports team in the very first start of the previous round of the championship. Let's see if there's going to be any moves heading down into Ascari. The 888 cars drop backwards a little bit. Smoliar behind the wheel. Garcia, Constantianis, Bykov all involved in this trade. It's a very wide moment though from Smoliar. It's going to be a slowdown. He's going to be dropping right towards the back.
His car looking damaged as well, if I'm being honest, not sitting on the road correctly as we jump on board with the Absolute Motorsport Aslet team and Fabian Piffet trying to go around the outside of the S&P. Just look how confident under the brakes he was. Noah's Ark back in the pack, this on the midst of the top 20. Front of the field, it is less dramatic than this, and you wondered if it was going to be 10 minutes before we saw them single file at the front of the field. With all this drama, I think they'll be fuel saving already as we've got cars on pit lane.
Yeah, a lot of cars on pit lane, Smolyar being one of them. We did see Lipka also on the pit lane. I'm going to be brutally honest, we expect better from the cash split, the top split here. That was a very messy first lap. It's going even more messy because that might be Bykov that's round into the path of Unicorns of Love, into Kramer Racing Esports. This is not what we expect.
No, absolutely not. And I tell you what, if George Boothby can get the Assetto car back on track, I did hear that they did not make the race start, so already have gone a lap down. They may still be able to salvage something out of this. Look at the damage on that front of the Lamborghini 240 after starting on the outside of the front row. That Lamborghini Huracan very much needs a full complement of spare parts to get it to factory fresh conditions. My word, what a dramatic start to this race, and I do get the sense that for a lot of these drivers in the mid-pack, it's going to be a long 9 hours with damage to try and hold on.
Yeah, and like I say, race control are going to be very, very busy. If Darren McCormack was the was not only the beneficiary, we certainly know that, but was the pure factor as to what actually started the incident there. He's going to be dealing with a pretty hefty penalty, as was that race anyway? No, it was. Yeah, it was. Sorry, get closer race. That's what I meant. Going on the attack, Felix Arndt, who's directly ahead of us. We're on board with a Burst Esports car, trying to get past virtual drivers by TX3. That's a very aggressive move to try and get to the inside, going through Ascari. Nearly resulted in yet another incident. A squeeze coming down towards the Parabolica, just trying to push that Porsche onto a very, very tight line. But I do get the feeling that Felix Arndt's going to go out a little wide here on the exit of the Parabolica, which ride on board with Mike Nobel. I think he might be able to find his way past, maybe a sneaker move coming down to the first corner. That's Arnage Competition coming back in the pit lane. Erbrick started from the front row of the grid, but unfortunately for Arnage, it has not been the start of the race they wanted into that very first corner.
At the overspeed from the Aston Martin, you said going to be trying to set up out of the Parabolica, and he was able to get the tow as well. There's the Nissan that's parking it on the pit entry, exiting pit lane and trying to stay out of trouble. Moving forward up through the field, this outside of the top 10 in towards the Roger. It's a side-by-side moment with a BMW and a Bentley duking it out. Pulse SimSport have a great view of the action with the RCI and Bentley trying to squeeze that BMW all the way through, and West Competition Racing will give up the spot as the Aston Martin slips on past.
Yeah, I think race control are going to be very, 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 very busy at the start of this race. But as we head up to the battle for third position, burnt behind Romanenko, you can see McCormack's pulled out by 2 seconds. Grant Skraka's pulled out by 2 seconds over him, though. Obviously, no weight on the Race Anywhere SimSports machine. And you can see the Rem Welton Esports car that's going to be trying to attack Honda NSX, trying to find some way past Romanenko. Kovanov directly behind in his Honda NSX. But wow, let's see if there's going to be a move. Let's see how fast this NSX is on a straight line. It might actually be able to get past Romanenko on the race down towards the Parabolica. That Gata Chain Balance Esports car might be dropping down 1 position. It might well be 2 at the end of the start-finish straight.
Don't forget that the 171 Ren Velton Esports car has 24 kilos of ballast on their machine. That 121 has the full 30 kilograms of ballast as the Armentario team tries to burn through the ballast as quickly as possible in the early stages of this one. Of course, now with these drivers settling into line, we'll go back to that point about, I'll go back to the point eventually. Look how many of the styrofoam bollards are knocked down at turn number 1. I don't think you get any more of an indication of how much chaos we've seen so far.
No, absolutely not. Classic Monza. Got to be said, yeah, it's been absolutely crazy. And like I say, it's already removed quite a lot of the higher contingent from the race. Chassé, Noble, and then Arthur Camera, as we look, Chassé dropping back down behind Mike Nobel. And I've got to say, Arthur Camera is already doing good. This is going to be a test of BS Competition's mentality. Obviously being spun around at that very first corner. I don't think they've got a damaged car. I think they were almost, this is not me saying they were lucky, so before Niels Nyox comes and tells me off, he is my boss for all of this, let's be honest. When it comes to that, they almost got lucky, I'd say, in the sense that they were tapped and they were spun off and they went right away from the carnage, right? Which means, yes, they lost all of that time, which is brutal, but I don't think they got much damage on the car. There'll be a little bit on the front left, but I think they might have escaped a large quantity of the contact, which unfortunately the likes of Arnage Competition were not able to avoid because they were spun into the middle wall.
Absolutely, and I think you mentioned this earlier when it comes to the two races that we have outside of the GT3 cars. Of course, one in the Porsche 992 Cup car and one in that BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car. BS Competition go into those races knowing that they have to perform in that BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car. They were 1, 2, and 3 in BMW Sim Live at the end of October, dominating in that car, and I have no doubt they'll be looking to do the same here again. And that's of course going to be a very different sort of a race. 6 hours, everyone in the same car, and no BOP to be talking about either.
No, absolutely not. It'll be everyone driving the same thing, like you say, which is going to be interesting. I'd like to have it in the midpoint of this season, have something very interesting and something different like that, as the 76 nearly made a catastrophic error. Road getting almost into the back end of the Flying Scotsman of Apostle. No, it's not. Sorry, Flying Scotsman. It's Alexander who's the Scotsman in the car. Apostle's Romanian. Never mind. We'll back out of that one.
Wow.
Sorry, it's all right. I was commentating on a race around here where Risto Capit once got called Scottish, and I was like, that is an interesting call. But yes, I know countries.
You know your geography, that is for sure.
That's bad, that's fine.
Yes,
it's
no,
fine. I corrected it immediately, it's fine.
You did. I'm picking up what you're putting down. You're self-correcting yourself. Apostle's going to have a look to the inside of the second Lesmos, and not going to be too much of a fight put up there. I do believe that was some lap traffic that they're going to work their way past. I'm not sure if you've noticed this before, by the way, in that SimRC car. It doesn't look like a traditional SimRC Bumblebee car. It looks more like a regular Aston Martin factory entry with that shade of yellow that it's got on. Yeah,
I'm not sure as to what how deep the partnership. Like, obviously there is some teams where they're taking part in multiple simulators. I'm not sure. I've seen SimRC on this quite a bit, but never in so much relationship with the iRacing side of things, which tells me that as much as they're the same group, I don't think they're the same group. If you get what I'm.
Is it like when 5 years ago there were about 50 different teams that all were core motorsports or something of the same? Something like that, you're saying?
Potentially.
Potentially, okay.
I don't fully know. Like I said, I think there is a link, but it's not super heavy. What there is a bad moment potentially coming here is they might well be losing out a position. I think there was a bit of bump drafting going on there, similar to throw by Vides on the rear end of them going for a move. But I think that's more for track position rather than for an actual position. Is that right? Yeah, because the 142 is not in this battle at all, and similar to throw by Vides have sent them over, and they've gained an awful lot of time from that.
Yeah, and another car shortcutting the chicane at turn number 1. Did see in our YouTube chat, rather in our Twitch chat, one comment from someone who scrolled back to go and see some of the replays of the start. He thinks he's pinpointed one particular driver that's responsible. I'm not going to say which driver he thinks it is, but it is not Dyer McCormack. I still think that McCormack at the very least was responsible for spinning around that Arnage Composition 240 machine. And let's not forget that we've got live race control, so if you've had any sort of drama, don't think you're going to get away with it.
No, we'll have a look in a second. I think it's a replay that we'll probably need to see quite a lot of times as well. We'll try and piece it together at some point. The thing is, I'm going to say this now, I will almost guarantee with a race start like that, as much as, like I say, you'll be picking out maybe Dyer McCormack, someone else will be picking out someone else in the mid-pack, I would almost guarantee that there is not one person that is at fault for the incident. It's very rarely the case where it's a single person that's caused the incident. It's one incident here, one incident there, that then just comes into one big incident. We'll take a look then at the race start and keep our eye on this white and blue car, the Williams Esports machine of Dyer McCormack. Already got past Arthur Camera going on the race down towards turn 1. Now trying to get past the Remvolt Esports car in deep on the brakes. Then just getting a little bit of a touch and then diving in. So that is absolutely on Dyer McCormack. But the contact behind, because I was looking at that, I didn't see what happened.
Well, I think I know who it was. I think the Twitch chat was correct. I'm pretty sure that was Brabham Esports and Valentin Barriere that got the chrome horn out and sent someone into Arthur Camera, and that caused the chain reaction after that. We didn't, I think, see the aftermath and some of the rejoins that I think some of the drivers weren't too thrilled with either. We may get a better look at that now on board with that Brabham Esports Honda NSX.
Yeah, so I did see on the initial race start, they did get into the rear end of the Gator Chain Ballast Esports car, which is the one directly ahead, that big Bentley. Bang, there you go, straight into Arthur Camera. and then boom, spinning around, everything like that. Arnage Competition accelerating into the front of the SMP Racing Esports car, which that one I can tell you will not go down very well, and Erbrick will probably receive a pretty stonking penalty for that one. Like I say, I think there's some big penalties coming out for a lot of those drivers. That's certainly how I would do it.
Yeah, these are the stonks that people do not want to be getting, unfortunately. Yes, no, this is not a GameStop or an AMC type of a stonk. Valentin Barrier runs a little bit wide through Ascari as well. And you had mentioned that for Brabham Esports, after what was a rather tumultuous round number 1, this, after a good qualifying performance, was going to be their opportunity to get some momentum back their way to close out the year. Well, now, unfortunately, Valentin Barrier may have put that team on the back foot with a penalty. We're still 8 hours and 47 minutes to go.
Yeah, but do you know what, though? From all those things that I've seen from turn 1, the team that I'd almost be tempted, again, we did not see it too much, but the team that I'd almost be tempted to give the biggest penalty to, and I hope they've already sent the t-shirt, is Arnage Competition.
Arnage Competition?
Because I think that rejoin...
yes.
That rejoin was like, yeah, maybe it wasn't fully complete or whatever, but I think that rejoin was very, very, very bad. Meanwhile, for Barrier and Dharma Cormac, they were silly moves, and they definitely deserve a penalty. But it's kind of like, is it as harsh as a dangerous, as a very dangerous rejoin? In my book, to be honest, probably not. Arthur Camera then is going to try and fend off the Absolute Motorsport car, the 88 there that Piffet's been driving. You also got the Queen's Design car behind all of this. Again, a lap down. This is going to be very tricky to work out because there's some cars that really shouldn't be a lap down at this point, but obviously are because of having to come in and serve some damage repair. And unfortunately, Rose has already been into the pit lane to serve some of that. So battles in battles as people are trying to get back on with their race, just 14 minutes in to what for quite a few people is going to be a very long 9 hours.
One team that in particular it's going to be a very long 9 hours for, Unicorns of Love and the number 14. We said they were in the danger zone. Bastian Richter now runs down in 36th position. Doesn't look like they got too much lasting damage on that Porsche 911 GT3R, but boy, oh boy, what a race they are going to have to get through to get some good points back onto the board.
But I don't believe they're a lap down, right? I don't
think they are. The timing screen on the left indicated otherwise a minute ago, but I'm with you. I think they're still on the lead lap because the race leader's right behind them.
That's true. They are on the lead lap, at least for a... well, no,
not for much longer.
They're not going to be on the lead lap after this. Bastian Richter out wide going into the first corner, trying to get past Bastian Offerman. And the lead car, Grantis Caracas, should be coming through now to take over the race lead. No, to get past the Unicorns Love and put them a lap down. To see Unicorns Love going a lap down in the first 15 minutes of this race, to see them going a lap down generally is insane.
Yep.
But this early in a race like this, yeah, they're in for a very long day, and a day which it will be very testing for their mentality, because I can't recall a time where this has ever happened to them. But they need to get to the end of the race for the participation points.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think as well, it was good to see Bastian Richter recognizing the situation, right? Pulling to the left through Curva Grande, allowing the leader to get on through without fighting too hard. I mean, sometimes we talk about how, it's on the faster car to find a way past, but Bastian Richter recognizing the situation he's in and not wanting to impact that leader whatsoever. We check in with this fight just outside of the top 10. You've got the RCI Esports Bentley that is hunting down that Griptax Engineering Aston Martin. Behind them as well, you got that 52 Pulse SimSport machine that runs with just 10 kilograms of ballast. This is the thing that we were mentioning slightly earlier, Lewis. It's hard to really get the sense for what different cars, rather the same car, same manufacturer, is looking like when two teams are running different BOP. Pulse SimSport running with 10 kilograms, the Griptax Engineering car, 30 kilograms on it.
Sure, there's been a contact ahead of this between Valentin Barrier and Chris Savert going into the final corner, and Sievert's out a little wide. Schubert might also come through, and that certainly might all be the case. Valentin Barrier passing over the slipstream towards that 777 Mercedes AMG, but then might well give it a little bit back towards Chris Sivert on the race down towards that first corner, making them side by side going into that first corner. And Tamo for Yeet is going to be watching this thinking, how do I get involved? Well, yeet it is I think would be the advice, though after the first corner I'd probably recommend not doing so, because we don't need any more drama in this race. Well, they had a fair share in just, well, I was going to say in 17 minutes, but no, realistically, it was about 30 seconds.
I was going to say 17 seconds, to be honest, because it really did kick off quite early on that race start. The esports car is going to look to the inside, and I'm just going to bring it up again when it comes to Chris Sievert. It's what, 4:36 in the morning for him right now. It's not traditionally when you'd want to be going racing. However, he had to get up to do the qualifying. Maybe he's also the best driver in that team to start the car, because Lewis, some drivers prefer to start, some drivers prefer to finish. This is where you got to work with your team to get the most out of them.
Yeah, it's kind of whether you want to put your fastest driver out or your safest driver out, which 9 times out of 10 ain't the same person. Let's be real on that one. You all know the kind of teams that I'm speaking of there, when your fastest driver is certainly not your safest one. And around here, you want your safest one out there, just to at least get something. So yeah, maybe there's a little bit of that, although Sievert probably is the fastest and the safest with that car. Done a great job on the race start. 8th position at the moment, keeping in check with Schubert and Valentin Barrière. And of course, we are expecting some penalties to potentially come out, more particularly to the likes of Barrière and McCormack, the expected recipients of a penalty a bit later on, but I'm sure Race Control the thing is, they will have to go through everything at turn 1 before they start handing out penalties, and there was a lot that was happening there. So yeah, it's those kind of instances where it's just like, I just feel bad because they've got so much to go through.
It's where you can never have enough people as well to work through it all. Just the simple reality of the situation. Not enough manpower to work through, and I think we are going to probably wait half an hour before we get the first indications as to what's going on with the penalties, and then hopefully by an hour or so into this race we'll get a good sense of how things are going to shake out. Grantas Caracas using that Joker to get pole position and now builds up that advantage at the front to over 3 seconds to Darren McCormack. I want to just highlight what a fantastic job McCormack's doing with that 30 kilograms of ballast on the Lamborghini, because he's built 6 seconds to those behind him as well, which is exactly what Williams Esports will want to see, especially with the troubles that the Unicorns of Love find themselves in.
Yeah, I mean, they did like I said, did a brilliant job. I don't know what result they would be happy with leaving it, but a podium, a top 5, I think you take it with that kind of weight, and they've got the pace. Lamborghini's very fast around here. You're seeing that in the hands of Grantas Caracas. Yeats looking for an inside move on Symphony of Pistons going into Ascari, which might actually work out to be a move coming down towards the Parabolica, with a bit of slipstream to be affected the way from Schubert back to Sievert. Way out wide is that Pulse car that Fischer is behind, and I think potentially there might be a move from the RCI car there of Verstappen trying to get around the outside of Tarmo, coming down into the Parabolica. Still nothing. That's way out wide there from Sievert.
Yeah, that's not the traditional racing line. That's more of a qualifying line to start a lap off, if we're being totally honest. And now that Esports BMW does have a bit of an overlap on that run down into turn number 1, Sievert's already been willing to allow cars to go on through. He might have to watch out for the charge of the RCI Bentley as well. Onto the brakes into the Reto Filio. Sievert gives the space for the Yeet Esports BMW to slide its way on through, and just about tucks back into line as they exit the corner.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see if there's going to be a move from the Lepart Esports car. Don't mix this one up with Sim RC. I know it's basically the same, but yeah, don't mix them up too much. Back up towards this battle towards the Rogier. Sievert's going one way, then back the other to try and get back past Tarmo, but Verstappen's fancying his way back into it. Still not able to do anything there, running down into the Rogier. No switch is happening, but it might actually come from the Grip Hacks engineering car. Sutherland trying to get to the inside, but actually might lose out to Fischer, who's got to the outside, going through the first Lesmo, going up towards the second Lesmo. Pulse trying to make the move. Are they able to do so, going out of the second Lesmo? If they can carry the speed off this corner, they might well carry the momentum towards Ascari. The answer is no, and Garcia might fancy his way back into it, as well as, I'm going to go with it now, the Scotsman, Romanian, definitely Romanian, of Apostle, will try and get his way. It will at least close up to this.
Yeah, the Scots and the Romanians, well known for being neighbours, of
very
course.
Much the same, yeah.
Very much the same.
Similar flag, similar culture.
Same
I'm really
clothes.
sorry. Really sorry to West Competition Racing there. Yeah, no, definitely Romanian.
Pulse Sim Sport will lose out as they work out of Ascari, and might even lose out to that West Competition car. Not in towards the Parabolica, at least for the time being. Going back as well to Yas Heat for a moment here, because we had drama before the green flag even did drop. Confirmed that it was a monitor failure for George Boothby, and well, unfortunately Jaroslav Honzik was able to get into the car, but they are 4 laps down and run in 40th position. This very much is going to be one painful race for that trio.
Yeah, but we are being told in the Twitch chat that he had to do an emergency stop, did Boothby, but had to do the swap whilst doing a lap with only the right monitor working. Try and do a lap of a circuit where you can only see out of one. Like, I mean, that's so dangerous. I respect that Boothby was able to get around like that, not being able to see out basically out the front of the car. That's yeah, mad respect. It's going to be a long day, but still, there is still this battle ahead. We're looking at Gert Fischer. But ahead of all this, there's still plenty of side-by-side. Oh, there's been contact as well, and into the barrier. Who was that? Was that that would be Yeet? Yeah, surely.
It's Yeet yeeting it into the wall, unfortunately. Now, was that just a loss of traction as they explored the limits of the track? Okay, exit of Lesmo 1, some bumper cars being played.
Absolute contact. I don't know which one it was with. I think it might have been the RCI car, but there was 100% contact there just because of how that car moved. I think there might have been a slight overlap as he'd run off the circuit, did Tarmo, and then kind of came back on over the nose of the car. But you've always got to kind of give that space back. Yeah, it's not good. It's not pretty. Let's be honest.
Suboptimal is what some would say.
It certainly is. Some would say suboptimal.
Picking up what you're putting down.
I know Ron Dennis also did say suboptimal. That's not where I even got it from. I don't even know where I did. But either way, Jonas Savalainen on the rear end of Verstappen, and might lose out of position to that mighty Nissan GTR. It's got some decent straight line speed, isn't it? Garcia for the Aspar team down the inside of 1, nearly of 2 as well. It has managed to get its way past the Grip Packs engineering car.
Remember that the Aspar Nissan would have started down in what was it, 24th position or something like that, so they've already almost cracked the top 10. Here's a look at that VCO replay, and it's going to start as they worked through that second chicane with the Yeet BMW alongside with the Symphony of Pistons. A bit of a mistake there from the Esports machine as well. RCI able to slide to the inside as they work through the first of the Lesmos, and with the Yeet Esports car on the outside trying to rejoin, well, hard to really get the best indication there as to whose fault that was, but you could make the argument that maybe the Esports car was a bit aggressive in closing the door.
Yeah, obviously they're trying to get back onto the circuit. You could also give the argument that RCI needs to give that little bit more room to allow them to come back on in a safe manner. There's arguments that can be made both ways in that
racing incident.
And so yeah, I would lean a little more sorry to Yeet, because obviously they've had a little bit of well, they've come out pretty bad from that one. But if you can level it from both sides and understand from both sides as to why the incident happened and kind of give reasons either way, then yeah, surely it's a racing incident. We'll see it from up above as we'll see. So you'll see that Yeet Esports comes out wide and then comes over the nose. Again, it's not obvious which way to go on that one. So is it a racing incident?
I still would probably lean a little bit more down on the racing incident side of things, but when you looked from the aerial look, it did look as though the RCI car maybe had not left sufficient room for the Yeet car to have rejoined the racing surface safely. But I'm, again, very glad that I'm not a steward, and I think the Esports team is probably also glad that I'm not a steward, because they may be sitting there going, they definitely didn't leave us enough room. What is this madman talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. This is the thing, is that I would lean more. We can have an argument, come to me. No, I would lean more on it being on RCI. I think they needed to move more right to allow that car ahead to rejoin.
Yes.
Because they were always going to have to rejoin. They can't just go, oh, well, fine, I'll just drive on the grass all the way down towards the second Lesmo. Then don't worry about it. They've got to rejoin the track. So for RCI, they've kind of have to move over, or at least move over, potentially even lift out. But yeah, it's not an easy one, and yeah, I'm not necessarily sure as to which way to go on that one. But again, we're not in race control, so we can level those things out, and then go, well, it's not our problem now, so moving on. Nearly half an hour complete in this race. Still, race control will be going through that first lap shenanigans to pick apart all the pieces whilst trying to focus on everything else that's going. But it's a nice little battle here between Verstappen, Garcia, Savalainen, Fischer and Apostle, all a part of it. And that Nissan GTR doesn't look like it's got some decent straight line speed to try and get past this Bentley, which looked like it was the fastest earlier. But it's got to be said, the Aston Martin was an absolute missile in a straight line earlier on in the race. What we'll do here.
Yeah, I just wonder as well how we're seeing the tyre life start to play out as well. Of course, you mentioned earlier 6 a.m. start time, so we are going to see the track conditions slowly rising as we build through the course of the day. No moves forthcoming in towards that first braking zone. Wondered if we might see the West Competition BMW and the Scotsman try and get past Fischer in that second Aston Martin in this train, but he's content to ride in queue. When we talk about fuel saving as well, Lewis, I'm not sure how important it was going to be in terms of extending the stint, because we have that 65-minute maximum stint length as the Aspar team shaped up once again to have a look but backed out of it. I think what we will be seeing though is if you're stuck behind some other cars and you are able to save some fuel, what you can do is maybe potentially shorten your pit stop time and get a little bit of a gap in terms of track position.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Like you say, it's not trying to go longer. You want to save enough fuel that you can get towards the end of that 65-minute window, but also you want to come in and basically not be stationary for too long. See that penalty coming in then. So Erbrick for the Arnage competition, kind of what we were expecting, not had a word from race control as far as I'm aware as to what that penalty was for, but I can almost guarantee that 30-second time penalty for a dangerous rejoin from Erbrick. So things go from bad to worse for the Arnage competition team. So when they come in to stop in roughly 30 to 35 minutes time, they will be stationary in the box for 30 seconds longer, and then doing the stop, and then they'll be able to rejoin the race cycle. They don't have to come into the pit lane now, but yeah, 30 seconds. What does that mean that Dara McCormack and Valentin Barriere might get? Well, I don't really know. I think it might be 10 seconds based on what we saw in the previous round.
Yes, I think we're both on the same page that the rejoin from the Arnage competition car deserves to be handed a slightly stiffer penalty in the grand scheme of things. McCormack, I think 10 seconds seems fair in the grand scheme of things, and then Valentin Barriere, you would assume, likely to get a 10-second penalty as well. The question I have is, have race control and piecing together all the different bits that went on in the opening couple of corners, will they give any more penalties down, as that looked like Arthur Camera shaping up for a move on the 255 Low Fuel Motorsports Mercedes up just down the road?
Yeah, like the reason why we're saying, you know, it might only be 10 seconds, which some people might go, yeah, but there's so many people that have lost out so much in their races, and to be honest, as we've said time and time again when it comes to broadcast and whatever, it almost doesn't matter. We'll see this move though from Arthur Camera, trying to get down the inside of Steinbrenner, coming down into the Roger. We just lose them there in the foreground of shot, and I think Arthur Camera did manage to work his way through, but actually, no, he's not. He's going to lose out potentially as the up and under from the Aston Martin of Piffet might actually get through as well. Big kick of oversteer from Arthur Camera coming through the first Lesmo. And so actually tried going for a move and then lost out in doing so. So BS Competition back down a couple of spots. But yeah, the reason why we're saying there might be a 10-second time penalty rather than something that might be even much, much harsher is because you penalise the incident itself, not the aftermath. The aftermath was dangerous. It was a big, big crash. It was horrible. It wasn't very good. But you don't necessarily penalise that. You penalise the incident itself, what actually happened, and what was the cause of all that. You can see here Arthur Camera with a great picture in the background. Post in chat what track that was. We've already played this game on a I think it might have been a SimGrid VCO broadcast, but certainly played the game before as to what track that was in the background for Arthur Camera. So get posted or quiz Arjuna on it later on.
I'll be honest, I wasn't paying attention. I'm just disappointed that it's a picture of a track instead of track maps. Yes, which we know the opinion of the two in the commentary booth. Every sim racer needs track maps behind them.
Yeah, and like I say, they need to print them out, and so that they can have new track maps there all the time, or get some of those really cool 3D ones. I know Mike Yao, our broadcast director, has got a pretty cool 3D one around. It's kind of, I think, from memory, it's on a high shelf in the background. I can't remember, but he's certainly got a very cool 3D. I think those 3D ones are pretty cool. I've got a little one of the new build of Albert Park. And that's the only one that I've got. But when it comes to printouts, well, we'll talk about that for a second, because a big bit of contact between the TF racing car, I think it was, and Dominic Blyer nearly played a little bit of wee bowling there without the camera.
It's been a clumsy 30 minutes, I think, is the best way to describe this opening stint of the race. And, well, it continues to be a little bit clumsy, as that was the West Competition BMW just going straight on at Ascari. And while this has all been going on, 2 penalties have come down as well. 15 seconds to the West Competition BMW, 15 seconds as well to Brabham Esports and Valentin Barriere.
Yeah, that was a, like I say, big moment there, as there is Gert Fischer going down. I've got to say, reactions from Arthur Camera, he read that situation in his mirrors brilliantly. Big kick of oversteer from the pole SimSport car. Grip Packs Engineering might come back through here as we'll race down towards the first corner once again. The up and under being done, maybe executed perfectly for the Grip Packs Engineering car, because the inside line into the first corner would really be the ideal one. The car behind, mine lifts out of it, there's several island. The car behind is that West Competition racing car of Apostle, so that's the one that's going to be receiving a 15-second time penalty for an incident earlier on in the race on that first lap, as will Valentin Barriere. The expected penalties to come out, certainly on the Brabham Esports side of things. 15 seconds though, it sounds bad, but when you really think about it from the Valentin Barriere, from the Brabham Esports camp, bearing in mind where they are in the standings, way down in the championship, it's only going to really drop them down because of where they'll be at the end of the stint. Might drop them down to 16th, 15th, 16th, 17th, somewhere in that kind of ballpark. That's not too bad.
Yeah, no, I think, again, it could be worse, I think, is the situation, especially given how much the field is spread out by virtue of how this race started off as well. I did see something I was just reading in the Twitch chat, Lewis. I'm curious what you think about this as well, but some comments, that turn 1 and lap 1 in particular should be adjudicated maybe a little bit more harshly, which is the opposite to what we talk about at the top level of global motorsports in Formula 1, where, it seems like every single round there's something on lap 1, but because it's on lap number 1, it's apparently fair game.
No, I think there is this mentality that we have in sim racing, motorsport generally, where it is the it's lap 1, and you let things slide. I agree. I don't think we should. I think that lap 1, 100% I agree. Lap 1, I've raced in some leagues where we treat lap 1 as a yellow flag zone, where not that you can't pass or anything, like you can pass, but it's more they word it like that, or an orange zone, however you want to classify it. Any penalty that you get in that time is times by 2, right? Anything you get. So if you were going to get a drive-through, that's a stop and go 30. If you were going to get a 15-second, that's 30 seconds. If you're going to get 30 seconds, that might be, like I say, a stop and go 30, whatever. Like, whatever it is, you double the penalty. And that would obviously be listed in the rules, or whatever championship, to how it would actually work. But you times the penalty by 2. And so that will be a very large discouragement from actually doing anything crazy and silly on lap 1. We want to see racing on the first lap. We want to see clean racing. And races like this are a good example where sometimes you can't just leave them to their own devices, because it's a little crazy. And I know some people will be sat there being like 15 seconds for that lap 1 shenanigans is not enough. And I do get that. And again, this is why it should be times by 2. But again, as I said earlier, you penalise the incident, not the aftermath. I know that was a large crash afterwards, but you don't penalise that. To the point where, if, for example, with Darren McCormack getting to the inside of the Arnage competition, going into that second apex, right, and causing that spin, if that were to happen on lap 50 or lap 150 or lap 1, going into that first corner, the penalty itself technically should be the same. And then the difference is what we're talking about is that it would be the same penalty, and then you would times it by 2 to make it harsh because it's the first lap. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yes.
It's a very long way of saying everything that I wanted to say there, but that's fine.
Yes. Well, and I think penalties in particular are such a subjective topic, right? As much as we'd like it to be objective and black and white, unfortunately, it is never that simple, no matter whether it's real or virtual motorsports. And as long as we can have a constructive and healthy conversation about it without name calling and devolving into nastiness, there's nothing wrong with discussing what we want to see from racing at the end of the day. We like to see a good move like that as well from the West competition car, sliding on past the Grip Pack's Engineering 69, who can do nothing except watch as he slides to 13th spot.
Yeah, I don't think that's, like I say, it's not too much of a worry for the Grip Pack's Engineering car right now, trying to keep up in the slipstream. I do think I read earlier the Grip Pack's Engineering car is a little bit heavy, but I might be thinking of a different car here.
30 kilos today, yes.
Yeah, I thought they were running maximum ballast, trying to get a lot of that done. They had 72, the budget for the Aston Martins is 72 kilos, so getting rid of 30 of that today. I'm not sure that's the right call, because I think the Aston's quite good round here. But either way, again, they're focusing on the second half of the season, they're focusing on 2023 and getting rid of as much of that weight as possible right now. I don't know, because obviously we're talking about it being like, oh yeah, the Aston might be all right around here, but it might be very, very good on the next 2 tracks we're racing at. And so, yeah, the teams know much, much better than we do when it comes to that stuff. I hope.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah, and I think that's where, even before the draft show, they would have gotten a good indication of, for the couple of cars that they would have likely wanted to pick the most, exactly how they were going to then guide their BOP budget choices. And in the last month or so, maybe they would have done even more testing to dial things in just that little bit more. The problem is, no matter what platform that you're on, you can do all this preparation, but the reality is, if the race is several months down the road, you never know what you're going to get in the next couple of months in terms of updates to the tracks, to the cars, to mess up all that data that you've already collected.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is all like I said, the work they put in behind the scenes is incredible. It always is the case with sim racing, that they put in so much work to get into the race. Generally, whether they're going to be at the front or even at the back, they put in so much work to get to this point that they've done all the research, they've done all the detail, they've done everything behind the scenes, and it is a plan for the season in an event like this. Which I actually think is kind of counter to quite a lot of other tracks. You do kind of plan out the season when it comes to your car selection, right, generally, but in the VCO and LFM FLExTREME, you don't necessarily just do that. You actually have to be thinking about the full season all of the time, right? Unlike in something like Le Mans Virtual, even the IMSA Esports series that we did not that long ago, where you're only thinking about one round at a time. What's happening next round? What's happening next round? Whereas in this, you actually have to be thinking, well, what kind of weight do we want in the penultimate round of the season? What weight do we want in 2023? And you start that plan and that process now, and having a chat with quite a lot of the teams back in COTA, they already have a game plan for the whole season.
Yes, no, absolutely. And the bigger the team, the more data you're able to work through as well. Not just in terms of the drivers that go out there and collect the data, but in terms of processing it as well. So many teams now are developing in-house strategy programs and ways that they can pull insight out of the data in very interesting ways. And so the bigger the team, it's always interesting to talk to some of the drivers and understand the processes behind the scenes. We've been watching, by the way, a lot of the fighting outside of the top 5 or so, because we thought it would settle down. It basically settled down immediately. Caracas has been on a roll so far. He leads by 6.5 seconds, and it's always great when you lead a race and we don't really talk about you too much, Lewis.
Yeah, like I say, been in a different postcode to basically everyone. And it's been an incredible performance so far from Caracas, as we saw at the final moments of that qualifying. Because, let's be honest, that lap time that he did right at the end was blistering. Absolutely incredible. And for Racing in Motorsport, for one team that we're maybe not expected to fight for the championship, it's been an incredible performance thus far. Now, as we complete the first 40 minutes of this race, as we pass over the hour in real time, I'm going to step out of the commentary booth, and Ewan O'Leary is going to jump in for a little bit with you, Arjun. He's going to have to put up with him. Good luck.
Oh, it's going to be a pleasure to get rid of that Lewis McLeod guy and get someone knowledgeable in for once. Ewan, you've been watching on through qualifying this first 40-odd minutes of the race. I mean, what do you make of everything that we've seen so far? As Ewan O'Leary having some technical issues to kick off his stint on the broadcast.
I'm still here. Don't worry, I've not run away. We'll try and figure out what's happening with. Is he here?
Sorry, yeah, sorry about that. That was my man's fault, not mine. I'll say it probably was my fault. But yes, it's been interesting, I guess. But as you guys said at the time, slightly more chaotic than we'd like down in towards turn number 1 for the very first time. Lots of incidents for race control to look through, lots of penalties to dish out, no doubt. I don't think we've seen the end of it. And it was a bit of a shame to see, really, because it has really spread apart the field now. That's, maybe not what we wanted so early on.
Yeah, and I think you still see some of the debris taken out of turn number 1 and taken a little bit closer to the Curva Grande. Hasn't been cleared up by our hard-working marshals, at least just for the time being. We did mention, of course, Caracas leads by about 6 odd seconds, but it's been a great drive from Darren McCormack with that 30 kilograms of ballast to very much be holding Caracas quite honest in terms of lap times. There's not much difference between them, and they built up a good 16-second odd buffer to that grouping of third on back. Lamborghini's looking very feisty here today.
Yeah, the Lamborghinis are looking very strong, and that's kind of the reason why Williams Esports have chosen to take on the full amount of ballast here today, because they know basically that the Lamborghini is going to pull them through anyway. So they've decided to get rid of a lot of the ballast here today, which is a good idea. Race Anywhere using no ballast here today with the Lamborghini, really making sure that they get a good result out of today, and they are doing so far in this one. But obviously, long way to go. But yeah, it's clear to see which car is slightly quicker here in this race right now. Looking at the order and looking at the gap that they have over the rest of the field.
In about 15 minutes time, we'll technically open the pit stop window, but we do expect to have drivers trying to push as close to the 65-minute mark as possible. How close will they want to risk it, though? Battle outside of the top 15 positions, but we switch back over to Apostle in the West Competition Racing machine, trying to get past the Aston Martin that's been up the road in front of him for a while now. That Pulse SimSport car continues to hold on, but here's that drag race in towards turn number 1. Got 2 wide, 2 rows deep. The virtual drivers by TX3 Porsche are going to be the last of the late breakers to get the lead of this gaggle of grouping, but a dive from the Mercedes to take it side by side. Somehow they work it out and get single filed once again.
Oh yeah, that was very, very close between all of them. 2 wide, 2 deep, but in the end everybody makes it through, and it does make you wonder why they couldn't do it on lap 1, but obviously a lot more cars involved on that occasion. Still, Fabien Piffet got a chance here up the inside into the Della Roger. It looks like he is going to take it, although just decides to brake early and slot in behind in 19th position, slot in behind those 2 Mercedes in this 4-car train, and maybe have a go into Lesmo 1, but won't on this occasion. He'll stay behind just for now. These are the kind of battles that you expect to see, really, at Monza down the front straight there.
Checking back in with the car that was yeeted into the wall earlier, and it does look as though the Esports 43 BMW has potentially had a excursion into the wall once more, very much looking battered and beaten, down in the 36th position. And well, it's one of those races where you want to channel the spirit of endurance racing, Ewan, because just for getting to the checkered flag, teams get 100 participation points. So as painful as it is to slog through the night sometimes as it is very much worth it to get the valuable championship points.
Yeah, you can't really afford to miss out on those 100 points, so you do have to get towards the end, and that is why we saw at Circuit of the Americas so many teams actually making it to the end of the race. Pretty much everybody got points I think everybody actually did get points from that first race, all 42 teams, because they did get to the end and they did slog through, and that's really the incentive given by the participation points. It's a very good idea, but I do think that we've already got one retirement here today in the form of the 33, the setup-based car the set space car, sorry, Jose Lopez setups. Jose Lopez himself at the wheel at the time. I believe they may be already out of the race, which is a real shame. Basically, within the first half hour, they were already parked, and I think that might be them for the day.
Yeah, they are 11 laps down. We are still seeing that Jaroslav Honzik is running away, and he's got a big smile on his face. Maybe it is not a surprise to see him there. I'm sure he's going to be somewhat... true, exactly. I'm sure he's going to be somewhat frustrated, but it's unusual to see this man without a smile on his face. And again, we'll shout out the team effort for Yassit here to be able to swap the drivers around. George Boothby had to do a full lap and then dive down to pit lane with only 2 working monitors in his triple screen setup. And unfortunately, the one working monitor was not the one directly in front of him. Somehow they were able to find their way into the pit stall. I don't know how they did that. Sounds like a Christmas miracle.
I was going to say, how come he couldn't have just driven round to the pit lane in the first place? But if the middle one's missing, then I kind of understand. As Savalainen makes his way to the outside line of Gert Fischer here for 11th position, and all Aston Martin battle. Oh, very big cars here. A couple of Aston Martins and the BMW as well, the M4, that may well benefit from both of this. Oh, a bit rude from Savalainen. Fischer not giving too much room, and Apostol's not going to be complaining. He will go through, but that 15-second time penalty obviously will drop him down a little bit later. A little bit aggressive there from Savalainen, but he is through.
Grippack's engineering car with that full 30 kilograms of ballast here today, still running towards the top 10 positions. West Competition Racing going to push that Paul Simsport Aston Martin through the second chicane, and will hold on to 12th. The flash of the lights, I can tell you that Fischer is probably the happiest man through the track right now.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know what happened to giving people space. If I'm honest, through that battle, but anyway, Gert Fischer was on the receiving end of 2 quite rude manoeuvres, I'd describe it as. But
the second chicane in particular is really a tricky place to go side by side, and it's the type of corner where when I used to race, which was a long time ago, and it raced quite poorly, I never felt comfortable going side by side through there, because if you're on the side of the road that the Paul Simsport car was on, you're always going to be in the position to be squeezed onto that big curb. If you're on the outside of the corner, then you're in the situation that Fischer found himself in turn 1, where you're off into the gravel and you lose a whole bunch of momentum. So it is not, I think, the ideal place to be battling side by side, to say the very least. Valentin Barriere is going to roll down to pit lane with 50 minutes done. He's, of course, going to have that penalty that holds him an extra 15 seconds or so, but slightly curious, Ewan, to see them come in before the top of the hour.
Well, yeah, we know that even at Monza, which is a fuel-heavy circuit, of course, they will be able to go up towards the 65-minute mark. They can often go longer than that, but obviously the stint limits them in that respect. So they can afford to come in a couple of minutes early here, get themselves a pit stop, serve their penalty, and then get back out there again. Not really sure why they would do it, because I don't think they were especially caught up in traffic. They're just going to come out in even more traffic when they actually exit the pit lane. So I'm a little bit surprised to see them down on pit lane, but clearly they just want to get themselves off strategy a little bit, and they certainly have done now, because it might well be another 15 minutes until we see the final drivers coming in.
See exactly how long Barriere will spend down on the pit lane. Don't forget, if you're watching on our VCO Twitch channel, you can use the command live timing to get a link to the pit wall live timing site to follow along with all 3 of our splits, because don't forget, we have 2 other races that are well and truly heading into the middle stints of their race, with live commentary available exclusively in our VCO Command Center. Still front of the field now, 7 seconds that Caracas leads in front of Dyer McCormack. Of course, that Joker usage from Caracas was what promoted him from 14th in qualifying 3 to the front of the field, and they came into this race with no BOP, and they are very much taking advantage of that to be the fastest car on the track, with Caracas holding the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, this is exactly, well, first of all, that's exactly why they use their Joker, because they've got no kilograms on board the car here today, and so they knew they needed to make advantage of it, and they weren't going to do that from 14th position. That's turned out to be a very good call with this pole position that they got, and now the lead that they have as well. But like, this is the advantage you have when you could pick the Lamborghini. You can afford to get rid of ballast completely on some occasions. You can't do that with the likes of the Honda up towards the heavier cars. The Lamborghini only needs 57 kilograms taken throughout the season. You know, Race Anywhere Simsport are going to have to take a little bit more now in the final couple of races, of course. But you know, the likes of Williams Esports have been able to do really well with the Lamborghini, despite the fact they've taken quite a lot of their ballast. I think they've only got about 17 more kilograms to take, which they might do all in one go at either Spa or Watkins Glen.
Well, I tell you what, we watched one of our race starts earlier. Austin Belke and Dean Hopton talking to you about the Challengers race start. We're going to now take a look at that Rivals race start as well. Adam Weller and Ryan Walker will walk you through the opening laps of that race.
To come out and come up to the line now, and they're just about to get on the way, and it looks like, they're all it looked like someone was about to go there, but someone a bit eager to go there as we're on the way and heading down to turn 1. There's a bit of battle. I'm going down to turn 1 now, and it looks like someone's off on the wall in the background there, and it looks like someone has been a bit too eager there to try and make a move heading down to turn 1 as plenty of cars flying through turn 1, running wide, and a bit of a hectic turn 1 and 2 there. But as they head down to the second chicane now, it's still, as again, other cars running across on the track there. And I think some people are forgetting this is a 9-hour race, and or someone else off in the background there. Come on, guys, settle down. As at the moment, it's currently. It looks like Dafa Nebel currently leading this race, and currently with Nicholas Gross in second place in the Lexus. That Lexus at Kota was an absolute rocket, and that team with the Lexus as well managed to come through and finish on the podium. So the Lexus is not used that much around in ACC in general, but good to see a team at least using the Lexus, currently running in second, and also you've got a Bitsack in the third place in the 808 Mercedes. But as I come across the line now, and it looks like we've had a change of lead for Nicholas Gross coming across the line, and the Lexus heading down to turn 1, and it looks like further back in the field we've got a battle for 8th and 9th going on as well, between the Smoggy and Miato heading into turn 1, and apart from that, a pretty hectic lap 1, but at the moment it seems to have calmed down ever so slightly. But as watching the second place man coming through the two Lesbos now, and the Bitsack in second place is starting to pull away from the third place Rays behind him and the Honda, and already it looks like the field is starting to spread out now, and looking at the track in general, it looks like it's starting to dry up slowly but surely. Also, another thing for these drivers to think about as well is as the track starts drying up, it looks like they'll probably have to think about maybe having to switch to the dry tyres quite soon, because looking at the state of the track, it's starting to dry up slightly, and as you can see on the screen there, it's about 6:12 in game, So yeah, as the track starts to get warmer as well, it'll dry up, and I think I wouldn't surprise me if some of these drivers maybe dive into the pits and stick on dry tyres as well. So yeah, at the moment it's still Gross leading in the Lexus from the Vitsack and the 808 Mercedes. As further back, we've got a battle going on as well for it looks like 5th and 6th at the moment as someone runs wide in turn 1. It looks like one of the Hondas is by the looks of it, and try to see who that is. It looks like it's one of the number 10 Honda involved in this battle as well. So maybe some drivers being caught out by the wet track in some places, maybe a bit damp. I think, but yeah, some of these drivers be put on a show already, and I think we're all about probably 5 minutes into this race.
Have you got me, Ryan?
Yep.
Okay, so
well, a look at a rainy rival split. We've got 3 races going on here at the virtual Temple of Speed. Only one of them currently has rain falling on the circuit. We check back in with our cash split. My name is Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Ewan O'Leary. Lewis McClay taking a bit of a break here in our VCO commentary team. And Ewan, of course, when it comes to the lack of rain that we've seen so far, it does make it a little bit simpler for the drivers with not much changing conditions, not much variation to be thinking about as well. We did mention the likelihood of rain, 45% was the number we were told.
Yes, but that doesn't mean, that doesn't kind of take into effect how long it would rain for, if indeed it were to fall. So it will worry the drivers dramatically, and it certainly would worry me. I certainly did used to. I used to spend a lot of time thinking about whether it was going to rain while I was driving, to be honest, in races, because it is a big worry. Not only because obviously you've got to make some good strategic decisions while it all happens, but you've got to drive very well at that point as well. You've got to be very adaptable. And you've got to be very good in changing conditions. Some drivers, some of the best drivers aren't that good at it. Sometimes, surprisingly so. Some of them are very good in, actual dry weather or actual wet weather. But when it starts changing between the two, when it's a bit questionable, it takes different people adapt to it at different rates. And we might find out later who's quite good at adapting and who isn't.
We've got more drivers on pit lane this time by the likes of the Prime Firefly E-Racing, Mercedes AMG, as well as the number 21 Aspar Esports Nissan. The West Competition Racing BMW M2 GT3 also comes down, will serve its 15-second penalty as part of this. Final car this time by on the pit lane, the TF Racing Ferrari 488, the 41, rolls itself down the pit lane for a service. The rest of the cars have been able to go beyond the top of the hour as we were suspecting, but let's not forget that 65-minute stint timer. It's one of those things that's automated here in the sim racing world. Ewan, as soon as the counter hits 65 minutes and 1 second, and if you're not in pit lane, it is an instant penalty coming your way.
It certainly is, and so these drivers will probably be able to go 35 laps on a stint as a result. I think Caracas is not too far actually away from these guys. that we're just on board with right now. He's actually up the road from them by a little bit of distance, so he might be able to squeeze 2 more laps in, but there's plenty of people in the pit lane now at the end of lap 33. There's going to be a few more at the end of 34 as well, and I believe Caracas might be one of them into the pit lane right now, although I'm not entirely sure. He can go for 1 more lap though. Lap time's around 1 minute 48 at the moment. Caracas is indeed into the pit lane at the end of 34 laps.
So no fuel saving there from Caracas. Interesting to note that Darren McCormack was able to go 1 lap longer with the 30 kilograms of ballast added on his car, maybe just not allowing him to spend as much time on full throttle around this Monza track, and as a result able to extend out at least the 1 additional lap, although based on the timer would suspect that we'll see McCormack into the pit lane this time by for some fresh Pirelli tires and a full tank of fuel to roll back out for another hour, and maybe we'll see a bit of a driver change out on the tracks as well with some of these teams and drivers, because remember, you do have to use all 3 of your drivers. There are maximum drive times to factor in. There is not a minimum drive time, fortunately, to worry about, and that is quite beneficial, Ewan, because I did note, I don't remember if it was in this cash split or maybe in the rival split, but there was a team that woke up this morning and fortunately had one of their drivers not feeling so well, and so the plan was for that driver to do as little driving as possible, maybe even a 20-minute stint at the end of the race, to just do as little as possible to suit the maximum drive time for the other 2 drivers.
Yeah, in theory it would be 20 minutes, but I somewhat doubt that because you know, every time you come in, you do have a few seconds left over of your stint, but you don't have time quite to go round again and do another lap, so it doesn't quite work out like that always, but yeah, ideally you do want to go at 20 minutes. I do believe, by the way, that the 100 of Chris Siebert was also into the pit lane on that lap, along with Christopher Streppen as well, out of those top drivers inside the top 10, but we still have plenty out there going round for another lap, and now going into the pit lane. Darren McCormack going to lead them in at the end of lap 35 to make his first pit stop of the day, and they have to at this point because there's only 1 minute of this stint left.
Yeah, absolutely, and so now we'll also get that indication of driver changes, if that's going to be a thing at this point of the race, or if we're going to see some drivers start off with a double stint, if they're in the rhythm, in the focus here at Monza. Are we going to see them continue to roll out on the track? Did see a question in our Twitch chat about some of these Aston Martins. Is it the V8 or the V12? We've only got the V8s in this race. However, the V12 was an option for drivers during our draft show that started this season off. Unfortunately, we only got some of the newer cars in terms of the manufacturers, but we have Lamborghinis, Nissans, Bentleys, BMWs, Mercedes, and a nice mix of them all. As Ewan mentioned, drivers already rolling down towards pit lane, and the likes of Alex Smalley are cutting it a little bit close if they were to try and come in this lap, of course, but fortunately they have already, I think in this case, finished up their cycle of pit stops. I do believe, by the way, Grantas Caracas has stayed behind the wheel of the race anywhere, SimSport number 55. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world though, Ewan, because he clearly is feeling the rhythm.
Exactly, and you don't want to break that if indeed he is in the rhythm. He's got now nearly a 15-second lead. That gap has extended throughout the pit stop phase, but I think that's because of a slightly longer stop for Darren McCormack, really, because he's also been caught by the 171 there, only 8 seconds now over the Honda. So I think Darren McCormack's pit stop was maybe slightly too long there, and that's why he's lost a bit of time. I think it might have been damage repair. He did have contact, I think it was with this car at turn 2, so maybe there was a bit of damage to repair from that, and I do remember and multiple times through the circuit in the Americas race, little bits of contact does give you little bits of damage, and you do have to spend a few extra seconds on pit lane, so it was nothing major, but it has set them back and given Crackers now a 15-second lead.
To 15 seconds now, that advantage, of course. That race anywhere SimSport car has led every single lap of this race, other than the handful that he was, of course, slightly down the order after coming in just after the hour. Pit stops in the books now through most of our cars, Of course, we'll still wait for some, including this Arnage competition entry, to come on down with their 30-second pit penalty to serve as well. They pitted after the opening lap of the race, which is why they are able to extend just that little bit further, and will actually see Vincent Urbeck be able to go 1 lap longer given the length of the stop that they had as well. Gonna fly on past Chris Seaver in the Symphony of Pistons BMW M2 GT3 car. And that battle of the pink, it's the Lamborghini that slides its way forward for the time being. Of course, when we go racing in 2023 again, we'll bring this up once more, Ewan, but we're not going to be racing in a GT3 car, and we're going to be racing at a track that our VCO community will decide on social media. It's going to be a lot of excitement as we throw the drivers into what is basically going to be a spec class race.
Absolutely, we're going to do it again for round 5 as well. So there's going to be 2 spec car races for these teams to negotiate. We've already spoken a little bit, especially about the BMW race. The BS Competition is going to be red hot favourites for that one, even though they've had a bit of bad luck in this race. They're going to be right up there in the BMW race, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, they're going to be interesting ones. We're going to kind of put all this talk of strategy and ballast to bed a little bit, and we're going to bring out those cars and go race for 6 hours, slightly reduced length races, but still plenty of time to be getting on with. And yeah, they're going to be very exciting indeed. So yes, a series that is continuing to surprise us and to try new things out. You don't often get to use so many different cars throughout, one season. Yeah, it is a good idea, and so yeah, not something we've really seen before, as we've said many times with this whole idea.
Just saw word 30 minutes away. Potential for rain on the horizon, and of course it would happen just as I will step out of the commentary booth, allow Lewis McLeod back in alongside Ewan O'Leary for another hour of racing. You can see it's getting quite dark in the sky as well. The fortunate thing though is that if we see the rain coming in 30 minutes and it takes a little bit of time to build on up, Ewan, it is going to be around in that window where it's close enough to the top of the hour where it's not drivers and teams totally getting off their strategy cycles, because when the rain falls in the middle of your fuel window, it's always that insecurity, the question, am I going to come into the pit lane too early for the wets, or am I going to come into pit lane too late for the wet tires? It just adds a lot more complications.
Yeah, that's maybe the concern with the 72 of Brabham Esports as well, because they came in with still 10 minutes to go, with 8 hours 10 remaining in this race on lap 27. They won't be able to go as far now in this stint as a result, and so will they pit early, put dries on, and then it starts raining, and then they're going to have to come in again. That's the danger of pitting early, this early on, when there is a threat of rain. It wasn't really a factor when we were at Circuit in the Americas, because the chances of rain was very, very small, really. But around here, it is a lot bigger of a chance of rain. It is more overcast, and so there is that worry, and that might be why Brabham Esports, or that would concern me if I was on the team of Brabham Esports, because they could well get caught out by that. But even if the rain comes in 20 minutes, for most of the teams, I think they'll be absolutely fine, because if it does, then with 7.5 hours to go, with the 65-minute stints, they'd still be able to make up this race to do it in 8 stops, even with a really early one there. They would have to do some very long stints, of course, but it would still be fine if it was to come out relatively early.
Now into the second hour of this race, handful of cars still with significant damage, of course, after the opening 10 minutes saw plenty of cars beaten and battered and bruised. Low Fuel Motorsport's 255 runs in 21st position, just off the back of the creatively named 137 team. I am trying not to say that team name because I will get in a lot of trouble if I say that one. So we'll call it just that 137 Mercedes for the rest of the day. In front of them, you've also got Igor Ogorognikov in the 911 Bentley, which is a very confusing mix-up of number and manufacturer there. But the Hello YouTube team, has been able to work their way forward slowly. They're on the back of Gregor Schill in that BS competition car that's trying to recover its way back up through the field. Doing a decent job so far after Arthur Camera was spun around in the opening corner of the race. Down in 26th position at one point. And we get that look on board with Gregor Schill. I always find this fascinating. He's got the 49-inch ultra-wide, which he drives on. And then for his streaming, he said, you know what? I love this 49-inch monitor. I'm going to get another one of them and throw it on top.
Doesn't he look like he's in the International Space Station there?
Just a little bit.
He does to me. Maybe it's the camera angle. But yeah, certainly got a lot more monitors than I have. A lot more monitor space. Yeah, there we go. But certainly knows what's going on. And yeah, to be honest, it does look quite, or if I was driving anyway, it'd look a bit low for me. The actual driving monitor itself be a little bit low for me. But it's all about driver preference, I suppose. Clearly, he likes it at that height, and just doesn't mind having that one above it either, which I would have thought would be a bit of a distraction. But clearly, he doesn't see it as a distraction, or it's not distracting him.
Well, and if he uses it for streaming and stuff, I hope he's not looking at his Twitch chat too frequently as he rolls around the course. Battle potentially for 7th as Alberto Garcia slides the Aspar Esports Nissan down the inside of the Armentiaro Honda NSX. Easy as you would like. And of course, now that car that started down in 24th position charges one step closer towards the top 5. And of course, a car that runs around this track with 3 kilograms of ballast on that car. In stark contrast to the Honda NSX, which it has just passed you in, because of course, the Honda came into the BOP draft with the highest base budget. It then got picked significantly enough to the point where drivers have to use 106 kilograms of ballast over the course of the 4 GT3 races, as that was the 121 getting very, very sideways through Ascari.
Certainly was. We've seen that section of corners be so difficult throughout the day so far here at Monza. The curves are really, well, they need to be used, but sometimes you can be thrown off by them really quite badly. So that's certainly what the 121 experienced there, going off the road into the gravel, through the gravel and out the other side, thankfully, but not great for them. They're now going to be in the clutches of the 799. Yeah, the Honda has to take at least 16 kilograms of ballast every single race, which is really, well, damaging, really, because they can't do what Race Anywhere SimSport are doing, for example, and just chuck all the ballast out and have a really good race. You've got to kind of suffer through all of them.
I mean, it's been a crazy year in 2022 in the world of the VCO Esports. Of course, it started with the Esports Racing World Cup at the end of January. We rolled that momentum forward into the Esports Racing League, a year-long journey to find 12 more teams to battle in the 2023 Esports Racing World Cup, live and in person in Hamburg from the February 24th through the 26th. Of course, that was not the only crazy thing that we did. We had VCO Infinity in May, 24 races in 24 hours, as the absolute Assetto Motorsports Aston Martin hits the back end of a Mercedes as they run themselves out of that first braking zone. It is that creatively named 137 Mercedes that will lose out as Low Fuel Motorsports 255 will slide its way on through. But a bit of a clumsy situation there, and I will say that if you were in that Aston Martin, I think you will be just a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, a little bit, because Roger Billen there in the 137 did just lose the car really on traction. They're coming out of the first chicane. Really kind of halted the momentum of all of them there, but especially the Aston Martin that was tucked up in behind. The Low Fuel Motorsport car saw what was happening and was able to pull to the left-hand side there and benefit for it all, but not particularly ideal for the other two now, who will be trailing the 255, and they'll continue their battle for 20th position into Ascari. Still a long way off the leaders though at this point, over a minute and a half down. The field spread, has been really large in this race because of the opening lap incidents and so on.
Yep.
That we've seen. Cars absolutely everywhere so far.
We're what, at something like 25 cars still left on the leading lap. I think we'll get down to probably maybe 15 or so at the end of this race, at least based on the relentless pace of Caracas in the the Race Anywhere SimSport number 55. Lamborghini is well and truly flying. Remember as well, about 25 odd minutes until we get the first signs of rain here at the Temple of Speed. Oh, that's going to be an exciting moment for the drivers to try and have to work their way through. The Aston Martin once again challenges in towards turn number 1. The 137 will lose out, and again into that opening chicane. It's the BMW under pressure from the Racing Point 85 that shone in the first round of this championship, outside of the top 20 at this point in the race, but working past the Samantha Tan Racing Esports BMW as easy as you would like. And Pertil on the charge and trying to close now up towards the Triton Racing machine, where Dominic Blyer is behind the wheel.
Yeah, now that's the best place. Oh, it was the best place for Ferrari. It's not anymore. The 41 is the best place for Ferrari at the moment, but does have a big penalty to apply there. Yeah, Triton Racing just trying to recover really from what's been a difficult start to the race for them. Currently 7th in the championship after the first round, and will want to continue in that run of form. So we'll need a few more positions from here. The 89 of Gregor Schill, by the way, is on the back of the 76 Aston Martin. So another position going to be gained here pretty soon from that BMW on the Simossi Endurance team that's inside the top 20 right now. I have to say it's been very impressive from BS Competition to see the way they've gotten through the field in this race so far, after being spun around at turn number 1. They had a really good chance to score some really good points once again. But are showing that qualifying wasn't just a one-off. They've got good race pace as well. Just unfortunately not the track position to start off with. That has really sent them a long way down.
7 hours and 41 minutes to go. Remember, if you're watching on twitch.tv/VCO Esports, enter HyperX into the chat to be entered into a giveaway for a HyperX Cloud Flight wireless gaming headset, the same headsets that our champions in our splits will also be walking away with in 2023. You can also help one of our drivers win the Send of the Year at the end of the season, when we tot up the best moves and we put them to you, the public, to vote. The winner will walk away with a Next Level Racing gaming chair. Outside line attempted there for the Absolute Motorsport car as we take a look at those prizes, but no real move, of course, forthcoming in towards the Roger. Back up towards the front. Here is the RCI Bentley that we were tracking earlier on in the race. He's been able to get past Kovanoff, that 121, starting to struggle a little bit with the balance of the car.
Yeah, certainly is. We saw it through Ascari a few laps ago when they were battling with the Nissan, it was. And yeah, falling back now, I'm afraid, in the 121. But big news from the front of the field for Darren McCormack. 15-second time penalty. I can only imagine that is for the start of the race.
We did wonder if maybe he had dropped back behind Caracas by virtue of a penalty, but it's a little bit delayed. It's after the first sequence of pit stops. Darren McCormack now likely to drop behind even those in third position. It's going to be closer than he would have liked, and he's going to be spat right into the battle where the likes of the Renvelton Esports car, the Gatterchain Ballas Esports Bentley, and some other contenders will all be looking to insert themselves into the mix. Look at focus on board that RCI Bentley as they work through the first of the Lesmos. I do have to ask you, Ewan, Lewis McLeod thinks the second Lesmo might be the most tricky corner on the track. I don't disagree with him. For me, the one that I've always struggled the most with is actually the first of the Lesmos. What do you struggle the most with around here at Monza?
I mean, are any of the corners that difficult here, really? Not in the grand scheme of things. But I think personally, Ascari is probably the one I'd struggle with most. If I'm allowed to count that whole section in one, then I would go for that. Just the curbs and the high-speed nature of that section of the track makes it very, very difficult indeed. But I would not go as far to say that they're like properly difficult corners, really, especially the two Lesmos, because after all, Monza's not exactly the most challenging circuit to drive on. It is mostly straights, but that doesn't mean it's not an enjoyable circuit in terms of racing on. It certainly is, but in terms of driving on, it's not a thriller really.
I do agree with you, personally, in my mind. It's not my favourite track to go out and hot lap by myself, but does always tend to deliver some exciting sort of a race. So I do always enjoy coming out here, especially with some multi-class traffic on occasion. I have just taken a look, by the way, at the Rivals split. Do remember you can watch that by clicking the Command Center button on the VCO Esports Twitch channel. You can follow along with live commentary with Adam Weller and Ryan Walker. But it is spitting down with rain in that one. And when I say spitting, it's monsoon level rain. I'm in Singapore for the holidays. It looks like something that I could look out the window and be seeing. Not something that you'd be so accustomed to seeing at Monza. There you go. It is torrential. And if that is what we're in for in about 20 minutes time, expect plenty more of that. Cars off in Ascari.
Deary me, that Honda can't be on wet tyres, but it might well be. Really, really tricky conditions for everybody. The traction control and ABS can only do so much to help you in these kind of conditions. You've got to do it yourself, and even around the curve of Grande there, you can see the number 10 Honda from the Rivals split really sort of getting a little bit loose underfoot, braking really early in towards the chicanes as well. It's going to be a race of survival almost if that happens in the cash split here for us. It's going to be really, really tricky indeed, and it will be just keep it on the road and see where you end up really, rather than actually actively trying to do anything in the race.
Hearing there may be a few having technical issues with the Twitch Command Center. Give it a refresh if you can. Things looking okay, and hopefully you'll be able to follow along with the Rivals and the Challenger split alongside this cash split that we have been enjoying so much so far as well. Again, the big drama most recently, at least in our cash split, the fact that Darren McCormack has now been handed down that 15-second time penalty for his involvement at the start of the race with spinning around cars, and that is a big old incident in the Rival split, and it's for a car that was running up in third. You mentioned how much of a race of survival it may be if we get this torrential downpour. Just making the right choice of tyres and coming in on the right lap may prove to be vital as well.
Yeah, that was Silver Racing Team having to make their way down pit lane with big damage coming out of the Parabolica. Jamie Nuttall going to take that third place now, but he's also got damage to the front end of his Mercedes. As you can see, the bonnet just not quite connected to the front bumper anymore. And so, meanwhile, in the challenge, this is the biggest contrast I've ever seen, I think, in two races. The Challenger split looks lovely, actually.
I'll go further. Across the three races, very different conditions. Challenger split is a nice and sunny day in Monza, much like I'd expect. Our cash split, in comparison, quite gloomy, quite overcast, and of course that Rival split spitting down with rain. The indication is that the rain that we're going to get is probably just a light rain shower that we're going to get. Nothing too significant, but of course that may change as we work our way through the course of the rest of the day. Of course, 6 hours and 10 minutes left in this Challenger split. They will be the first race to have finished up as we work through round 2 of VCO LFM FLExTREME. Just wanted to update you, the car that we saw spinning in that Rival split on that main straightaway was actually in P number 2, showing just how even those running at the front can be caught out by the rain.
Certainly can, and we may well be seeing that a little bit later on in this split. We'll be very excited and enthralled indeed if we do get that, of course, as Gregor Steele makes his way through on the 76 Aston Martin. He's now through on SimRC. A slightly lighter shade of yellow for SimRC in the VCO FLExTREME, which is really putting me off, I've got to be honest.
I said that as well. It looks more like an Aston Martin, like a factory Aston Martin car.
Not that it's a bad shade of yellow, by the way, but it's just not a SimRC shade of yellow. And it's really, you know, they've got the black there, but, you know, so it is yellow and black, I suppose, but it's just putting me off a little bit. But anyway.
So Lewis's theory is that it may be a slightly different sim RC. I was not able to confirm the accuracy of those claims. All I'm saying is that on the side of this sim RC car is the same website for the sim RC that you and I are more familiar on commentating in the world of iRacing. So I'm just saying it would be nice to have the Bumblebee back on track, at least here in the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione. So RCI fans in the chat happy to see their Bentley back out on screen, although it's now with that pressure from behind as the Armontiaro Honda NSX, after a bit of a struggle in a couple of laps, has settled back down and gotten the tires back underneath them and are going back on the offense now as they hunt for the 8th position in towards turn number 1. These drivers 7.5 seconds separated from those in front of them, and well, at this point they'll be more thinking about trying to close and maybe not tripping over each other, Ewan, because of course that's what you need to do in these long endurance races. Sometimes it's better to work together than fight.
Yes, certainly, and I think it will be the case here with the 1-2-1, because they have just been overtaken by the RCI Esports car, the Bentley, so it would be silly, I think, to try and head down the inside and try and make any moves at this stage, and so just tuck in behind, maybe even save a bit of fuel, but certainly get towed along here by the Bentley, and the Honda will just sit tight for the moment. Chris Sivert and Alberto Garcia are also in a bit of a battle for 6th position at the moment. I think Chris Sivert has prevailed in that one, but as you can see, they were battling in towards the Della Roggia on that lap, with also Lorenzo Magnani getting through on David Michel in that battle for 3rd place as well. That happened a little bit of time ago, but there have been some changes now inside the top 10. Well, they were kind of lacking in the first hour, everybody staying where they were. Now that we've got the second hour, some new drivers, some chops and changes, I should say, starting to happen.
It's also split up a little bit, which I think helps these swap arounds a little bit more. If you're in just a train of 2, sometimes you'll get the slower car in the front by virtue of the pit stop cycles. You swap around and you see exactly how it will extend from there. Give you an update on the gaps though through the field. Caracas still leads for the Race Anywhere SimSport 55 Lamborghini by about 16 seconds over Dyer McCormack, who still has the 15-second time penalty lurking over him heading into the second cycle of pit stops. Fortunately though, that will still be enough to let him hold on to second, because through the fighting, the Gato Chain Ballast Esports 163 is now in 3rd, but a full 20 seconds behind McCormack in that Lamborghini for Williams Esports. 171 for Ren Velton has dropped down to 4th momentarily and has lost a couple of seconds up the road to the Bentley, while rounding out the top 5, it's the 777, the Prime Firefly E-Racing entry that works through the Roggia with not much of a gap to the Symphony of Pistons BMW that has Chris Sievert behind the wheel as he tries to fend off the advances of the Aspar Esports Nissan number 21. Alberto Garcia is going to lean on Sievert and going to force him wide, and well, fortunately this time Sievert doesn't have a big old tank slapper that sends him into the wall like the Esports car did, but I can tell you Chris is probably not too thrilled about that one.
Yeah, I think the fact that the whole Atlantic Ocean separates them in real life, though, is it's slightly played a part in that, because that looked a bit weird. But Chris Sievert lost out anyway. Garcia through now, and will try and move forward. I'm very interested to see, you mentioned Darren McCormack there, now 20 seconds ahead of 3rd place. Be very interested to see in this race now where Arnaud's competition can get to, because they're down in 30th at the minute, over a lap down. But I think it's pretty clear that Lamborghini is actually the strongest car, or one of, if not the strongest cars in the field here. There's only 3 of them. 2 of them are 1-2 right now. The other one is Arnaud. I just want to see how far Arnaud's competition can get up the order, having made that extra pit stop, having had those issues earlier on in the race. How difficult is it going to be for them to even maybe get a top 10 in this race? I mean, they're a long way off at the minute, but you never know.
Arnaud's competition going to be slightly frustrated, I think, with how this race has, of course, played out for them. Not just because of the drama on lap number 1, but mainly because they came into this race not using any of their BOP ballast budget. And so after using 30 kilograms in round number 1, they still find themselves with 27 kilograms to use in the next 2 GT3 races that we have lining up for us in 2023. Looking on board with Dmitry Kovanov in the Amarantaro 121 Honda NSX, and I must say, a rather fetching Honda NSX as well. I do love myself a good asymmetric livery, and this is an asymmetric livery that on one side seems like a regular race car, and then on that right-hand side, it's a proper art car.
Is it possibly asymmetric though? Because at the back, it didn't really look quite, fully asymmetric all the way down the line. It looked kind of just one of those odd liveries that had different sections to it almost on the car. So I don't know.
Asymmetric just means that it's not identical. So
yeah, but I mean,
I think that's still asymmetric.
Yeah, but it's not identical all the way down. Is what I mean. I don't know. Maybe
I feel like that's you and O'Leary's art school education, just trying to be pedantic.
Well, maybe, yeah, but I'm just trying to get it right, you know.
Apparently. You sound like Lewis McLeod when he gets all pedantic about, the sandwich is named after the filling, not the bread.
Yeah, or when there's an overlap and when there's not. But anyway,
yeah, that's obvious Lewis. Obvious Lewis mode. So obvious Lewis mode as well is something that we do love. You've never said something as obvious as Lewis, have you? Which is the gap's either going to increase, decrease, or stay as it is?
I don't know. I feel like one of these days, I must have done it at some point. I mean, so many of the words I've said in my life have been broadcast. I must have said something. So I don't know, really. And I've got no doubt in the future I might well do it as well. But Igor Ogorondikov here is either going to stay behind or pass this car in front, I'd imagine. There you are.
Yes, no, he definitely will do one of the two things before we head into a pit stop cycle with the light rain expected in about 8 minutes time as well. We'll see just how that changes the conditions on the track. Does it get a little bit greasy? I'll have to wait and see. The Boatley does pop out of the draft, but Ogorondikov not going to force the issue on the Sim RC number 76 that was just in front of him, maybe a tad wide off the corner for the Aston Martin, and now Ogorondikov back in the tow. Have a look down into the Roger. Of course, it's always weird. A Bentley, but with the number 911, does seem just not exactly lined up. The Bentley running with 15 kilograms of ballast in comparison to Sim RC carrying 0 kilograms of ballast here today. It makes it so difficult sometimes to figure out how the race is actually going, Ewan, when you can look at two cars and say, oh, that's an Aston Martin, there's another Aston Martin. I can try and compare the two of them pretty easily, and then you realize just how tricky it is once we factor in the ballast.
Yeah, certainly. There could be as many as 30 kilograms different in terms of the weight that they're carrying at the moment, which certainly is significant, but it is very off-putting, the 911 in a Bentley. But Ogorondikov going to go down the inside here into Ascari. He is going to go through, and that was to be expected, really. This car maybe slightly out of position, really, and so Ogorondikov does get through now, and will hopefully stay in front. But that Bentley maybe not quite as quick in a straight line as the Aston Martin, looking from that on board at least.
Question posed in the Twitch chat: how much does 1 kilogram cost in terms of lap time, though? And that's the question that everyone would love to have an answer to at the end of the day, to have a simple formula to say, add this amount of weight to the car, get this amount of lap time penalty, but unfortunately it never tends to be as simple as that in the world of motorsport. Sim RC not going to force move down the inside in towards turn number 1. Do get quite close into the braking zone, though, maybe a bit closer than I would have wanted to get, but rode comfortable with that position for the time being. We'll go back up the road momentarily to Valentin Barrier in the Brabham Esports number 72. Of course, a pretty torrid round number 1 at the Circuit of the Americas. Qualifying went quite well, but then of course on the race start, bit of bumper cars played into turn 1. Barrier served a 15-second penalty in the first stint of the race, but of course with reflection of how race number 1 finished for them, the fact that they're in 13th, still with a chance of working their way forward into the top 10, I think they'll be pretty happy with where they sit right now.
Yeah, certainly will. I mean, it's early days in this race yet, only just over 90 minutes gone, so there's still plenty of time remaining to indeed get inside the top 10, and there's going to be a lot more moving and shaking throughout the remainder of this race. I've got no doubt about that. But kind of in answer to your thought about how much ballast actually costs you per lap, I was while Lewis McLeod was teaching me to be sociable earlier this week, I messaged Tom Gorka about the Get Closer race team, how they were doing going into the race. He mentioned that they're going to take 30 kilograms of ballast in today's race, which I believe they have done and gone through with. Yes, they did indeed. He said that it was going to cost them about 5/10 a lap. So if you want to do 30 divided by 5/10, then you can work out 1 kilogram per lap, I suppose. But I guess it would be different for each car because the weight kind of affects each of the cars a little bit differently on each of these occasions. So it's not quite as simple as that.
Going to change, of course, at track to track as well, as we saw the SimRC entry down on towards the pit lane. Seems as though some consensus has been reached in the Twitch chat as there comes the rain. It's blinked into existence, and is that what SimRC were responding to? We thought it would be light rain. This seems a little bit more than just a drizzle. The windshield wipers, of course, will start to work now. How much will this affect the grip into turn number 1? The Kramer Racing Esports car will get onto the anchors and almost runs into the back of the Samantha Tan Racing BMW, but just about manages to avoid doing that. The consensus reached in the Twitch chat, though, to wrap up the point, for every 10 kilograms, about 1/10.5 of a second per lap. And so, in rough numbers then, Dyer McCormack with the 30 kilograms of ballast that he's running around with right now, that's about half a second per lap that he's giving up just in terms of the BOP ballast.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you consider that there's going to be nearly 300 laps today, maybe not quite that many, but even 1/10 of a lap, 1/10 of a second a lap is going to be quite a lot in terms of, over that many laps. So that will be, it's something to think about. And so Triple Three is also into the pit lane. Jonathan Seville now in as well for the 52 Porsche Simsport team. That's certainly early for them. Maybe it's time already to go on to the wet weather tyres, because these guys have still got, half an hour at most out there on these stints.
We'll see if your race leader thinks it's time to come down to the pit lane as Caracas in that Race Anywhere Simsport Lamborghini rounds his way through the Parabolica, tentatively on the power, and he is working to the right. He will roll to the pit lane. It was light rain indicated, but is it heavy enough that the track surface has slicked itself over? And now wet tyres are going to be required. Here's that Burst Esports car in its partnership with FFS Racing. A little bit further up the road, we saw Dominic Blyer in that Ferrari slide his way through the corner as he fought with the Absolute Motorsports Acela Sim Racing car. McCormack also dives his way to the lane, and don't forget here, Ewan, 15 seconds extra for that penalty.
It's not going to drop them any positions though, so they'll be very glad about that, and it gives them an extra 15 seconds as well for it to get wetter, and then the wet tyres to get better as it gets wetter. I didn't mean to do all that rhyming, but it worked. So they won't lose any positions. They should come out in second, but it definitely seems like this is the time to come in, although not for Alberto Garcia or the 777. They both decided to stay out, and it could be a great call or a really bad one, because they might well end up in the wall or gaining quite a few seconds.
It doesn't look as torrential as the rival split rain is, but it does look heavy enough that I'm not sure if I'd be so comfortable to continue running around on the track. It will be a swap around though, and the Aspar Esports team will grab what is now the lead of the race, or the net lead of the race, I would guess, and fight their way through another lap with plenty of drizzle to concern themselves with, of course, as well. It is that point, though, where it is time to switch things up here in the commentary booth. I'm going to step aside for an hour or so, and I'm going to leave Ewan O'Leary in the somewhat capable hands of Lewis McLeod as Lewis comes back to torrential rain here in Monza.
I wouldn't call this torrential rain, so I didn't mean to turn to a Wookiee then. This is not torrential. This is, I know it looks quite heavy, but it's actually not crazy heavy. But I will say, I've been keeping an eye on Yaroslav Hon's Extreme over on Jardier, and the rain is going to get heavier and heavier over the next half an hour. So we are expecting more and more rain. So we might approach that torrential rain that they had in the rival split that we saw earlier, where it's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it certainly was. We got those shots, and I was quite amazed. when you sent those pictures in, and then we got it on the stream as well. It was really heavy indeed, and we may well get that here as well, but we've got to wait for it to develop a little bit. Although, to be honest, these guys on dry tyres don't look like they're going too badly at the moment. Alberto Garcia did a 53.6 on that last lap. This lap will probably be slower again, but I'm not sure really where the pace looks like around here, because that'll be the crossover point when you start going even slower. I think now it's time to come in, and it does seem that everybody who stayed out last time has decided now is a good moment to come in.
Yeah, I think, like I said, that staying out for a couple laps, because it actually isn't that heavy. Staying out for a couple of laps is okay, or a lap or two is okay. But yeah, you don't want to stay out much of that. You could kind of see them scrambling for grip coming out of the Parabolica. And so, yeah, there were the odd struggles. There's Niels Nyox then, jumping behind the wheel of the BS Competition machine. And the order, I think, for now, is almost something to be ignored, just for at least a lap or two. Let everyone reset themselves as to where they are, and then we can start discussing who's in what position and who's the movers and shakers over this stint. Well, I say, though, 2 hours into the race, or approaching the 2 hour point anyway, for quite a lot of the teams, they haven't, or they hadn't switched drivers until now. Dara McCormack, for example, Grantis Caracas, for example, whereas now coming into this point of the race, that now they switch out and pass over their teammates. But could you imagine being handed to the car in these conditions, being like, yeah, off you go, good luck? It's tough.
Well, I suppose they weren't. Yeah, well, it is tough, but I suppose they weren't to know really. And after all, some drivers in your team might be better at dealing with these wet weather conditions than others, so it might be a good idea to get your current driver out and then a new driver in at that point. So it's difficult to say, but on paper, certainly it doesn't look like a great idea to be changing drivers at this particular point of the race. Clearly, and certainly from the Williams side of things, I'd want to save McCormack for a little bit later on. You'd want to get as much driving as he possibly can out of him.
Yeah, I agree. Kind of saving for just towards the end of the race, or maybe even the halfway point. I don't know who the strongest is in the wet weather in those cars, but even then, it's more just about keeping in the rhythm for some of these teams, just staying in the car. Got a bit of a battle here between Florian Bauer and James Parker, one of Coach Dave Academy's own. Trying to hang on to 24th position here, but I think might have to relinquish. We saw a little bit of a flash of the brakes, so he's actually backing out of that one. Bauer still defends it coming down to the Parabolica, but the 1-2-3 I don't think was going fully on the attack, as a lot of the order has been split apart rapidly. I think Gorka and Alexander are pretty close. There's David Patil into the pit lane in that 85 car to depart the pit lane. I think pretty much everyone switched onto the wets now.
Yeah, I think so. I'm sorry, I thought that was him coming into the pit lane, and I was thinking, well, that is very late, but no, he's only just coming out now, and he'll come out right in front of these two. Oh dear! James Parker into the back of Bauer there, misjudges it under braking, and they'll both get going again, unfortunately, but that was not good from Parker, unfortunately. I mean, all of your reference points are changing in these conditions, and they have changed since 10 minutes ago. They were different, so you can understand how that's happened.
Yeah, he did let him back through. Not like it means much at this point, but I've got to say respect for that one for Parker, because he could have actually got back going again a little bit quicker than Bauer, who he was battling with, but decided that would be a silly idea. Because it's just a guaranteed penalty, but let them go, let them get back on with it. You can see fastest lap of the race being held by Alexander Vermont, who obviously qualified this car onto the front row of the grid. The Arnage Competition 240 there. Doing a good job to work their way back up the order. Got to be said, they're inside the top 30, and they go quickly. Obviously, that fastest lap was set in dry, and so certainly will not be reset for a long time. But alas, for now, Vermont's, I think, probably feeling pretty confident, at least on pace and on paper, with those that surround him. But yeah, it's been a tough start to the day for the Arnage team. With that 30-second time penalty and being spun around at turn 1. Oof.
Yeah, really tough start to the day. But that's the same for many, to be honest. I guess not the same for the 55 leaders. They have got more than half a minute's lead now, by the way. Victor Nicolai, head of Tinko van der Velde. But not many of these positions have actually changed. But I do think the fact that Aspar stayed out a little bit longer has maybe gained them a few positions by staying out that extra lap. They are now 5th in this race, which is, I think, a little bit higher than where they were previously. Although they were doing pretty well before the rain anyway, in terms of making up positions actually on the road.
Yeah, I think so. They've done a good job to work their way back on there. Didn't they also have a 15-second time penalty earlier on?
That spot might have. I can't really remember.
Yeah, we don't have a race control sheet, unfortunately, but I'm pretty sure the Aspar team might have had some form of penalty earlier on in the race. But either way, they've done a good job to work their way forward. Probably take a look a little bit further up the grid. There's a tighter fight, I think, between that fifth that we were talking about there with Andre Mesa and Luke Southall, 5th and 6th position, the 21 versus the 100 being pretty close. We did miss the fight between Alexander and Aporius, who's got himself up to 14th position now ahead of Niels Niox. And so there's some closer stuff still even towards the front. Again, that battle between 5th and 6th being probably the closest of all of them.
Yeah, I think so. But the remarkable thing really is the fact that they're nearly a minute off the lead already in this race. We're not even 2 hours into this yet, but nearly a minute off out front. Tico van der Velde is a little bit closer, but still over half a minute down. And now really these drivers are going to earn their money, as it were, because there's a lot of time to be gained here, but a lot of danger as well. Although, clearly, as you said earlier, this is not the torrential rain that we've seen in the Challenger split. It is sort of light rain for the moment, but scheduled to get heavier as this goes on.
Yeah, it is scheduled again. Going to look over at the what the weather's expected to do. It is generally expected to get heavier and heavier. It's still classified as light rain or medium rain, really, but it is going to turn into that sort of heavier rain over the next sort of 30 minutes. And trust me, I am not what are they called? Because I know it's like weather forecast or whatever. A meteorologist. There we go. I'm not one of those. It's far too big of a title for me. You can see there, whilst we look at the Renfelt and Esports car, the battle for 5th is very close indeed. 1 second between Mesa and Southall. Schubert only 1.4 behind. Laurent only really 2 seconds behind. I say really close. In these conditions, having 4 cars separated by around 4 seconds is pretty close. This is the Symphony of Pistons car that we were alluding to earlier. Luke Southall right on the rear end of Andre Mesa.
It certainly is, but it's going to be really difficult in these conditions to actually get the run that you need and be able to make this move. You can see the Nissan already defending a little bit there, but we didn't really need to. Down towards turn 1, the positions won't change, but Schubert and Laurent as well, very close indeed. And as you say, wet weather conditions do mean that these kind of battles don't quite get as close as maybe you see in the dry. It's difficult to get as close, and sometimes you don't want to as well because of the spray, but it's not that apparent just at the minute. To have all those cars quite so close together is very good indeed, but no changes at least down in towards turn number 1 this time. I think people just getting themselves used to the conditions more than anything. Yeah,
like I say, you're absolutely right. You want a bit of clear road ahead. A second battle here between the two of these, and 1 second between them, being Grip Packs Engineering versus Pulse Sim Sports again. 2.1 seconds clear of the number 72, Prendergast behind the wheel. I say some close ones, but the whole thing, you're absolutely right, is that you aren't going to see people getting quite as close to these conditions. It is a little harder because just getting the entry and exit points of a corner nailed at these conditions is really, really quite tricky. And the skill level's so high that you know how you always say it's the great leveler in the real world of motorsport, and it's what brings the best drivers to the fore. Well, in sim racing, where you get to practice in the wet weather as much as you want, realistically, I know it's never quite the same, but still, the difference between a wet weather driver and a dry weather driver in sim racing isn't as extreme as it is in the real world, just purely based on the fact of the amount of conditions that they can try and they can practice. It's not as if this is a rare occurrence for some of these teams. They've been well used to driving in tricky wet weather conditions time and time again.
Yeah, they certainly will be used to it, and they will have practiced a fair amount as well. Because to be fair, in real life, you do have to wait for it to rain to practice wet weather driving often, and sometimes that doesn't always happen. So, you do get more practice here. But even then, sim racers often I find practice so precisely that when the conditions aren't precisely right, then things can go wrong quite quickly. So. It's still not an exact science driving in the wet weather, even though you do get to practice a little bit more. It is still challenging, and you do still get good drivers and bad drivers in the wet weather conditions compared to dry. But for now, the battles are just, close-ish, but no actual overtaking, because, as I said earlier, people just trying to get used to the conditions, which does take a little bit of time.
Battle for 5th, still close. It was at less than 0.3 of a second over the line between Mesa and Southall. Once again, remaining quite close, but not quite close enough for Southall to find a way through. He's running roughly 0.3 of a second a lap faster than Andre Mesa ahead. Here's Niels Niox, who's got up to the rear end of Aporius at the moment, looking for a move. And like I say, they had issues very early on in the very first corner of this race to BS Competition. Already worked themselves back inside the top 15, looking to go even better than that. They're not going to be satisfied unless they're inside the top 10, even regardless of the weight they're carrying in this race. BS Competition bringing 30 kilos to the first round and 30 kilos to this round. Here's Luke Southall then to the outside, trying to get that 5th position. Andre Mesa with the inside line around the Parabolica. The outside line should give you the advantageous speed as long as you can get that exit just right. But this is going to be a drag race surely down into the first corner between the two of them.
Yeah, despite being on the outside line, the kind of wider exit, the BMW wasn't really able to get the better run there. It went to the Aspar Nissan, and so they will have the inside towards turn 1, but lifted off going in towards the Retofilio and let the BMW through, although Southall went wide into turn 1 and so slowed everybody up there. I think Aspar would have rather hoped they just took their line, hit their marks, and they could both get on with their day there, but that certainly didn't happen. Aspar will have been slowed down by that ever so slightly, and Schubert and Lorenk behind will be able to catch up a little bit as a result.
It's sometimes how it goes in the wet weather conditions, though, is that if you've got a car directly ahead of you, it's sometimes a bit easy to judge. This was not the case for this one. Of course, Parker misjudging it straight into the rear end of the Visceral Esports car, and you can see they could have got back going again, but did stop to allow them to get on their way, not gain a position from it. Obviously, both of them losing a hefty heap of time from doing so. But yeah, sometimes when you take over the a lead position in a battle, whether it is at the front, whether it is at the back, doesn't really matter. When you've gone from being in that train to now being the head of that train, your brake reference changes, because you are basing it a little bit off of what the car ahead's doing. Even if you say that you don't, you generally do. You can't help it. It's just part of how it goes. And sometimes actually getting that out of your system and just focusing on what you're doing can be very, very difficult indeed. This is TF Racing, going out a little bit wide into the first corner onto the curb, and that's why you shouldn't really touch curbs in the wet, because it's damn slippy. Going for a spin and losing out positions, two or three positions. One of them that came through, of course, was Race Anywhere, this was our race leader, but the other one was Sim RC, and then Triton Racing as well.
Yeah, it's a perfect example, as you say, of just avoiding those curbs, that very annoying sausage curbs that are everywhere at Monza.
So I think it was the sausage curb. I think it was just the painted curb.
Well, yeah, they're both equally deadly, I'd imagine, in these conditions, to be fair. But I just wanted to rant about sausage curbs, to be honest. I wasn't really bothered which one he spun on. But yeah, no, it's the difficulty really with these conditions. We hear it very often when it begins to rain, but it really isn't that heavy yet. You can still see very well. I know our camera angles obviously give us more visibility than the drivers will actually have, but we can see very clearly quite what's going on. Sometimes in the wet weather conditions it's pretty difficult. Niels Dykes here doesn't seem to be struggling for visibility too much either, really, with this. And I know he's not got a car in front of him, but there's barely any spray being kicked up right now. He has just gotten through on that 42 Aston Martin, and so up another position, 14th place already for BS Competition, who were last after turn 1.
Doing a stunning job to work their way back up the order, and like you say, having already picked up that position on the Leopard Esports car. This is on board with Fabian Piffet, of course, Chowdakis, the car that spun around that we saw there spinning on the curb, not the sausage curb. Don't worry, Leary will get angry about that a little bit later on. That's absolutely fine. Fabian Piffet's trying to find his way through that Ferrari. One mistake, two mistakes, fine. It happens in these conditions, but now got a lot of pressure on his shoulders does Chowdakis in that TF Racing car. I do very much like the livery. It's very Alpha Tauri, isn't it? The white and then that very dark blue, but I think might lose out a position here. And the final spot inside the top 20 could go its way of the Absolute Motorsports team very soon.
Yeah, from the front there, but they almost look like teammates, really. The kind of black and white, a little bit. I can sort of see the blue now. I couldn't really see the blue on the Ferrari, but I can now. But yeah, the 41 holding on for now. No longer the best placed Ferrari. That's now going to Triton Racing after those issues for Chordakis and the 41. Was knocking on the door of a top 10 not so long ago, but now struggling to even hold on to a top 20 with Fabien Piffet just in behind. Going to see if he can get through on the outside line towards Ascari. Would be a brave one if indeed the Ferrari sticks this one in. Contact on the way in, side by side through the corner, and not much space given there. A lot of aggression between the two, but Piffet might have just made that work on the outside.
Yeah, that was dicey in these conditions. I think that's probably the best way of putting it. Getting squeezed out wide from Chaldakis was Piffet, and then kind of kept his foot in to try and stay alongside. I mean, if they'd have crashed there, I said both of them were being a bit silly, but thankfully they both got through it. So both of them were being all right, actually. Space was just about given through the second and final part of the Ascari chicane. Yeah, very nice bit of driving there between the two of them, and so Absolute Motorsport move up into that final spot inside the top 20, 4.6 seconds up towards Matej Tushkovic in the Triton Racing machine. And the harder these two fight, the less they'll be likely to join up to that. Prendergast and Kauppinen are also pretty close in the 11th position. So might see a couple of other tight battles. Grippax Engineering and Brabham Esports very, very tight on the circuit. I think we're going to see a few little one-on-one car battles. Bauer and Parker are still also very close. I think Parker's finally got through cleanly on Bauer.
I think so. Looks like it. Yeah, 24th position now for the Burst Esport car. But yeah, not too many moves at the moment being made. I mean, a few of those teams that were out of position are slightly more in position now as things are going on. So it's working out well for some, and not so well for others. But as I said earlier, I was still interested to see where Arnaud's competition ended up by the end of the day in that Lamborghini. Fastest lap of the race so far, probably the fastest car as well underneath them, but a really bad start to the race. And that you mentioned Ray being the great leveller. That will have levelled them off a little bit in terms of actually being on the same strategy as everybody else now. Previously, they were slightly off strategy because of their really early pit stop that they had to make on the opening laps.
Yeah, and then obviously they had the 30-second time penalty for that rejoin. Unfortunately, Brick behind the wheel at the start of the race, getting spun around and then getting a little bit too high-headed, which I think, like I say, as much as I was I stand by it, an unsafe rejoin like that to the racetrack is a dangerous thing. But you can kind of understand it from his point of view. He's been spun around at the first corner after starting from the front row, just wants to get back on with it. Got to stay off that loud pedal, but alas, it's happened now. Up the order, Lorenz then under pressure from Schubert in the Prime Firefly e-racing car. I think there might have been a switch between these two not that long ago, because I'm pretty sure Lorenz was behind Schubert. Yeah,
Schubert doesn't seem to be quite as comfortable in these conditions, so this certainly has changed in the last couple of moments. The Bentley has gotten through now, and yeah, for whatever reason, the Mercedes just struggling a little bit in these conditions. Not entirely sure whether it is down to the Mercedes or indeed the setup, the driver. There's any number of things that could be at play here. It's hard to know for the moment. But the Bentley seems to be doing pretty well, although it is under a little bit of pressure into Parabolica. Going to just see that one off, and going to try and catch the Aspar Nissan now, just up in front. And they have been able to make a couple of attempts up since they've got through.
Yeah, not too much so, but yeah, a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there should be enough. We'll see if there is going to be a switch here, or if Schubert's just going to sit behind the wrench at the moment and just kind of hang on to 8th position, not try and fight for 7th. It's kind of the way I would go about it, especially if there's 2 cars ahead that are for position. But alas, that's not the way he's going to go about it. Lucas Schubert straight down the inside, straight down the escape road, and see ya. He is out of here. We'll rejoin, obviously. Whoa! What was that? What was that rejoin?
Well, I'm not really sure.
I do like the Prime Racing bunch, and Lucas Schubert's a very, very top tier driver. This is going to sound harsh. That's a penalty. Well, it's an unsafe rejoin.
There might well be one for that incident. Really, I mean, obviously time penalty in the next pit stop. But yeah, I mean, I think we've seen our fair share of unsafe rejoins today.
Goodness me.
But yeah, just the kind of thing that happens in these races. People losing their head at this point. It's hard to stay concentrated for 9 hours in one go, or fully concentrate without making a mistake. And so that might be at play there. Not really sure.
Which I would accept if we were like 8 hours into the race, but we are only 2 hours in. A lot of these teams have had driver swaps and whatnot. That is not acceptable in my book. But oh well, it is what it is, and it has happened now. I think, by the way, when it comes to fast cars on the track at the moment, there's a few that are actually very close on the timesheets. One being our racing, a 55.0. Niels Nyox also doing a 55.0. Now, let's see once again through this incident. So Primary Racing are going to mess up this braking zone, which is absolutely fine. They make the right decision to release the brake to go down the escape road. That there, 100% the right call. Slow on the exit, and then for some reason, I can't understand that. Why wouldn't you just stay on the left-hand side of the track?
Not really looking in the mirrors, I think, is what we can say from that one. But
which is bizarre, because it's like they went past the car which was definitely going to be there.
Well, yeah, exactly. But for whatever reason, just not looking in the mirrors really, and the penalty had to go off. Thankfully, Lorenz avoided a complete incident there between the two, but did have to go on the grass just a little bit. But yeah, it's just a case of not looking in the mirrors really, which, as you say, is a little bit odd given the situation.
It's a strong brain fart. I'll say that, but it's a brain fart that might result. Again, for me, just because someone didn't spin around or someone didn't crash, was it an unsafe rejoin, yes or no? I don't think anyone could really argue. Yeah, that was perfectly safe. Whether it's a penalty or a warning, because there was no major comeuppance from it, we'll have to wait and see. Again, that's in the hands of race control. But yeah, we don't like seeing those kind of things. Up to the battle, though, for 10th position, the final spot inside the top 10. Once Prendergast had got past, or at least pulled away from Kaplan in that 69 Grip Packs engineering car that you can see a little bit behind. Prendergast has got right up and after Seville in the Pulse Simsport car. Directly behind is not fourth position. That's the Yaz Heat team, who I did turn on Jardio's stream before I came back on. And I heard lots of shouting and screaming because they were like, yes, we're not last. I think now they are last. I think it's a few retirements that have dropped behind them or something of the like. But they're still going. They're still soldiering on, and they're still going very quickly as well. Yeah, they are going very quickly, but they are last, yes. They're the last running car at the moment, because we've seen Marco Shed out, Nikita Bogorodinsky for Simway.pro out, and so is Jose Lopez for the Jose Lopez setups car. So 3 retirements already in this race. Just over 2 hours gone already, yeah, 3 retirements, which I'm pretty sure is similar to the number of the entire list of retirements we got at Circuit of the Americas. We really didn't get that many because of the participation points. Obviously, 100 points, you need a lot of, or you need to get those because it's a lot of points, 100 points. Yes, that's partly why they're continuing. But surprised to see 3 teams already out of the race. Yeah, I think some of them, like if they've had a bad round back in Kota and then they're having a bad round here, they might just go whatever and then bail from it. I don't really know, but either way, we go to the battle for 18th, Paška versus Tušković, and I'm pretty sure Piffet is closing in because I'm pretty sure the gap between Tušković and Piffet might have been closer to around about the 5 and 6 second mark the last time we checked it, but it's now down to 3.3 seconds. I think Tušković might have to look in the mirrors fairly soon, as the Absolute Motorsport car is going to be closing in. But Paška's feeling the pressure right now. Sim RC, I was going to say Sim.pro, but no, wrong team. Under pressure from Triton Racing, and I get the feeling here this might be a switch coming up into the Roger. Yeah, I think so. We'll see. It might not be close enough here. The Ferrari not quite in the slipstream, really, not really in the wheel tracks there, and so not going to be going down the inside here. I have noticed for a couple of onboards so far, though, but only from Sim RC, well, only from this car when it was a bit further back, and now again, quite fast in a straight line, the Aston Martin. Quite difficult to overtake in that respect. So that will be a problem for the Ferrari, although that kind of mistake would help Tušković, not able to use it on that occasion into Lesmo 2. Another slide on the way out
out of the corner, and I think they're just pulling over there to let Triton Racing through, really.
Yeah, it was, like I say, kind of just almost letting them through, but not quite, as we head up towards Ascari. Tushkovic with the inside line, Pashka with the outside line. There is the lift off right over the rear end and almost into the rear end of that Ferrari. I think it'll be too pleased about, almost a little bit of bumper cars between the two. Kick of oversteer on the exit of Ascari, and Tushkovic is able to get past and hang on to that 18th position. A couple of penalties coming through then. Seville getting a 5-second time penalty in the number 52 car, and also a 5-second time penalty for James Parker as well.
Yeah, I can remember what James Parker's got the penalty for. The 52 though, I'm struggling to remember a little bit what that might be for at the moment for Paul Simsport. I don't really know, but they'll have to spend a good 5 seconds longer in pit lane through their next stop, and it is going to drop them down a couple of positions in that part of the field where it is pretty close indeed. Niels Noax might well be pretty close to the 52 after this next round of pit stops, coming up in about 35 minutes, which seems bizarre to say, but pretty sure it's where we are. That's pitting with about 7 hours 20 to go, so I guess 6 hours 15 will be roughly when most of them come in next time around.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, we're not a million miles away from the sequence ultimately. We're about halfway through this one. Of course, that second stint was cut very, very short, courtesy of when the rain came through. Looking at our race leaders and race anywhere since, well, their second stint was 35 minutes and 55 seconds compared to the more standardised 1 hour 5. That's roughly where we're expecting to be, 1 hour 5, 1 hour 4. Now, this stint at the moment, we're only 27 minutes in. I don't think anyone could be running the strategy backwards. You know how I said this before, always with endurance races, you need to run strategy backwards. You need to think about when you want to make your last pit stop. When there's rain in the air, you can't afford to be thinking like that. You just need to be driving and reacting to the weather conditions that we've got. This rain isn't going anywhere for a while. Again, checking the forecast and what's to come. This rain is going to get heavier and heavier even over the next half an hour from now. So it's just been getting more and more and more over that half-hour sequence. You can see a lot more raindrops appearing onto the windscreen as we ride on board with Brabham Esports, trying to still get past that Pulse car, that 52 ahead that has that 5-second time penalty. They'll be desperate to get through, more so just to lose not any more time.
Absolutely, they will be losing, or certainly be feeling like they're losing quite a lot of time. I believe that is Yas Heat behind them, by the way.
Yes,
just seeing how fast Yas Heat actually are, just staying in this race, and they're a very good-spirited team. I don't think they'll be too, there won't be too many long faces down there at Yas Heat really, because they have a good-spirited team, and so we'll be pleased to carry on. As Prendergast does find his way to the inside here, but it's not really a lunge at all. He got into the right position there to have a go, and then just kind of backed off and slowed down early in that car, side by side towards turn 1. Free car battle here for 22nd position and a bit of contact. And a bit of a spin for the 85.
Yeah, the racing point car getting sent around. Mattea behind the wheel. It was Tipak that was on the inside. Low Fuel Motorsports, of course, LFM, part of our partnership for the series between VCO and LFM. To bring you this FLExTREME series. But yes, a little bit of contact there. James Parker picking up a freebie, maybe even going for an extra position as well. Henrik Gamble, the one between Mattea and that Kramer Racing Esports car, the next one for position, as well as the car closing in, that car that started this race from the front row of the grid. Alexander Fremont, 2.2 seconds behind in the unmistakable white and pink of our Nage competition. Just to remind you as well that James Parker did get that 5-second time penalty for contact between himself and the Visceral Esports car, which I think is a fair penalty. Piffet is down the road. Obviously, it was contact down at the first corner. Didn't really lose much, but they did lose a fair amount. I know Parker gave that position back. It would have been a more substantial penalty had he not given it back, but still, you've got to get something for it.
Yeah, certainly. And so 5 seconds is the right call for me as well. There's a couple of, as you say, really big names back here, though. Likes of Kramer Racing Esports back here with Henrik Gamble at the moment, just behind the Ferrari. Is also Arnold's competition, as you say, Vermont. So I'm not sure why he's shouting his name actually in the order there, but anyway.
He's a very angry man.
Clearly. I'm sure he's lovely.
I think it was Alexander Vermont who, it might not have been, because this is a bit of a throwback, but in the WTCR Esports Championship, I do remember he took part in a few rounds of that, and I'm pretty sure at the final round at Macau, got spun around going into the hairpin. I'll tell the story in a second, because we'll see James Parker trying to go for this move on Tipak, going down the inside into turn 1, and Parker not fought too hard for that one. Tipak backing out of it and just settling for 23rd spot as James Parker moves his way through. There was a bit of contact at the hairpin at Macau, which, as everyone knows, is extremely tight. And this was about 5th position. Then had to reverse and do a J-turn and a massive flick spin. Obviously, front-wheel drive touring car. Affected beautifully and didn't lose a single position, which I thought was incredible. I'm pretty sure that was Alexander Vermont, but I cannot remember off the top of my head. It was like 5 years ago.
You know something? You watch too much sim racing.
No, I had to make the highlights for that.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, still, yeah.
Also, I like to understand what's happening in the world of sim racing, Ewan.
I just make it up.
Oh, I see. So you'll be like, oh yeah, Lorenz, he was back in 2014. Used to play the F1 games and was actually the initial F1 one. Just making it up as you go along. is
World
that
champion in 2014.
Yeah, before it existed. Complete fabrication.
I'm not quite going to make up series, but
okay.
That was a joke, by the way, for people that. Anyway, he's on the back of the Nissan at the minute. It does seem that the Aspar Nissan is just struggling a little bit in these conditions right now, and the Bentley's running strongly as well. Completely left Schubert in his wake at the moment. It quite literally is in his wake, I suppose, in these conditions.
In these conditions, yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit more literal than I was intending. But, yeah, certainly on the back of the Nissan now, and might be able to make the move before the pit stops here, because he's got a long time before we get there. Yeah, he's looking strong at the moment.
Yeah, the Beamers are actually looking pretty fast as well in these conditions. But unfortunately, for a lot of these conditions, the two that are looking the fastest consistently is the top two, who continue to pull away significantly. It was 55.2 for our race leader Victor Nicolai on the last lap. It was a 55.8 on a lap that was completed as well recently from Tinko van der Velde. But then, yes, I know this lap they've completed. They have started going a little bit fast. They're back into the 55s, this group, but they were in the 56s, the lower 56s. They were losing out to that top grouping. This rain's going to be getting heavier, though, so it's still not a guarantee that those cars that are running well now will run good in 10 or 15 minutes' time, because the rain is still increasing. But I think for those that are in the BMWs, well, like from what we're seeing at the moment, actually looking like they're going quite well in the hands of those higher up. Of course, Southall, the Symphony of Pistons car that's got through up in the 5th position, doing some great pace to pull away. And of course, Niels Niox closing in on more people. Could end the stint inside the top 10. That'd be incredible to get back inside the top 10 after a couple of hours and a bit of racing.
Yeah, and BS Competition really do need to do that, because they need to stay in touch with Williams Esports, who won that first race, of course, in the at the circuit in the Americas. BS Competition ended well. They're in the championship in 4th position. I think they ended the race there as well in 4th place. They need to keep up with Williams as best as they possibly can, because they're the only team inside the top 5 from the COTA race that are having a good race so far today. We've seen Unicorns of Love off the road earlier on. Get Closer Racing currently down in 14th position. No, not a terrible day for them, but that's kind of where they're at with pace, because they've got 30 kilograms on board today. Yashe, obviously, we've well documented their problems so far in the day. So BS Competition really do need to limit the damage here today, and I've got to say, my hat off to them, because they're doing a really, really good job. When I saw a camera go around at turn 1 in the opening lap, I thought, wow, I almost saw the championship flashing before my eyes, thinking Williams Esports are in control here, because I thought BS Competition would still be about 30th, even now, but they've done a really good job.
Like I say, I think of all things, and maybe in hindsight when they look back on it, they might feel the same way. I think to a small degree, as I said earlier, they got lucky at turn 1. That when they were tapped around, they went right and away from all of the drama. Had they kept on the road, or even been spun left, they would have been in the path of everyone else coming through. So for all things considered, they actually almost got a touch. So obviously getting spun around, you're never going to be lucky. but as near as makes a difference in that kind of aim. Might be another position picked up, though, fairly soon by them. There are some tight battles up and down in this grouping. Seville versus Prendergast, very close. Here comes the move for the Brabham Esports car, trying to get past Pulse. Got the outside line going into the first corner. Is going to back out of it again. You can see behind, it's going in a little bit too deep with Seville, and they're getting a little bit of help from Mikhail Stutsenko. Behind there was no move from Niels Dykes on Calvin, but also quite close between Gorka and Aporius as well for 14th position. So quite a tight couple of gaggles here. There is Aporius. You can see Gorka up ahead, and you can also see that West Competition racing car behind as Prendergast is trying to go for it again.
Very late on the brakes though from Seville, too late on the brakes. Prendergast saw that happening really well, and he's really good actually vision there from him to see that happening. Gets to the inside now of Lesmo 1, and he should have the place, but even outbroke himself there into that corner. And now we can see Mikko Stutsenko wants to get involved as well for Yassi. He wants to get through. Now Kopanen and Niels Dykes are here. This is all a bit messy, and it's such an awkward position for Stutsenko to be in because he is faster than all of them. But he's obviously going to have blue flags, and he's going to get in their way by overtaking them, and wants to kind of get through, but also doesn't want to be in the way.
I think he is faster than the group will be Mikhail Stutsenko. So I think if he can get to the front of this group, might start to pull away from it. So he just needs to get past Prendergast, basically treat it like a normal move. Not taking any major risk with it, but just trying to find a pathway through to get back on with their race. And obviously they're many laps down everyone, but still, they're trying to do something. They're trying to affect something. They're trying to go for some positions later on for those that drop back towards their clutches. So I don't think there's anything bad as long as they're not actually consistently much slower than the group around them. I think it's fine.
Absolutely, I think it's fine. I think Brabham Esports are actually quicker than the whole group as well, so they might be able to get away with them as the couple of Hondas here. So we'll see how it plans out. But I don't think Pulse particularly, Jonathan Seville, particularly pleased about the way he got involved there. As one of the McLarens goes off, that could have been the 38 maybe. Yeah. He was in a battle with Leonatoki actually in the 14, but. It's clearly come off worse. And speaking of Porsches going off, by the way, Henrik Gamble went off not so long ago as well. I think he was in front of Romont at one point recently, but now he's well behind. And he clearly got off at some point. Did spot yellow flags about 5 minutes ago, and it must have been for him.
Yeah, I guess so. That's just how it goes in some of the battles, especially in these conditions. You're going for a move. You're taking almost more of a risk than normal. I mean, we saw that move from Prendergast trying to get past that Pulse Simsport car. Going, the up and under was brilliant going out of the Rogier, but going up into the first Lesmo was still out a little bit wide. It's so easy to do, just to kind of wash up the circuit. They're coming through the foreground of shot was the Unicorns of Love car of Leonatoki that you were alluding to earlier in that battle with Ladaki, who's going to lose out a bit more track position behind. Is that for position, or was that Henrik Gamble? No, it wouldn't have been. Who's that who's closing in as Stutsenko has a cheeky bit of rallycross on the X? There is a Porsche just there closing in. I'm not sure who that belongs to.
Just in the foreground. I think that's Leonatoki's Porsche.
No, the one behind. The one behind.
There's no Porsche behind there.
Yes,
there's
there
a Nissan, if that's what you're talking about. But there's no Porsche.
Well, we'll see. We'll see from this shot. No, this is where I'm getting concerned.
There's definitely no Porsche. I'm absolutely convinced that you're going wild.
It sounds about right, to be honest.
Well, yeah. The 42 and the 7 are battling just in behind. They're sort of closing it, I suppose, but they're not the ones you've caught at the back of our shot here. There is the Nissan of Mesa. I think it could be. It might not be a Nissan, but
if it's a Porsche, I am never ever going to live this down if that is a Porsche on the back end of that track, because there is, I don't know what position it's for, but I'm pretty sure there is a red and white Porsche that I almost feel is the Kramer Racing Esports Porsche.
It could be them actually. It could be them. That's
now he's changing his tune.
No, well, actually, I'm looking at where they are on the circuit, and actually maybe not. Okay. Looking at that now. Who could it be? I think it's Mia Rose actually in the 23 Nissan, and then the 38 McLaren as well. That's recently a change of position, by the way, just in the background there. Mia Rose recently overtook the 38 McLaren because we saw it off the road. And speaking off the road, Andres Mesa there having a terrible time through Ascari. and Schubert is going to catch you up all over again.
Yeah, there's going to be another fight here. Once again, as we go back to BS competition, trying to go for something, trying to get around the outside of the grip pack center. You're absolutely right. It is a yes. I'll back out from it. It's fine. I don't know. I saw some circle lights. Even though it's not even that circle, it's fine. Just back out of it. I'm going old.
It's so much bigger. It's huge.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just we're going to blame the rain. See it from that angle.
I mean, I'm not.
The closer it gets.
The argument here. I'm not. If I'm totally honest, I'm not. Oh my word! That's a dive from Niels Nyox. Oh, be careful. He's really worked so hard to come through the field, and he could have undone quite a lot of it there with a move there or a penalty there.
Well, we just saw Mesa rejoining the circuit, so it's had an off at turn. One of the teams just out-braking themselves, as we'll see Niels Nyox trying to go for it. That's very, very aggressive from Nyox, try and get down the inside into the parabolic. It's not really a move that I think you really want to dive, to be honest. It's going down into the parabolic, because it's like you're never really going to get through properly. Let's see what happened to Aspar though. On board, or looking rather, at Andre Mesa, going down that first corner, just overdoing it on the brakes, over one of those anti-cut curbs, over the second. Ewan O'Leary's not going to get too angry about that one as he rejoins the circuit.
That Porsche just having a terrible time under brakes there. Sorry. You do it to me, so I'm allowed.
That's true. That is true. I do have to commentate with Ewan quite a bit, and I am normally
brutal.
Yeah, really? pretty brutal. I can't really use the words that I want to use. Somewhat along the lines of what our broadcast director said, but much worse than that.
A lot worse. I'm thinking of the word you are thinking of, I think. But oh dear, the 38 McLaren in the background there through Lesmo 2. Just saw it getting a little bit loose on the exit there and struggling. I do think this rain is starting to take hold of these teams and drivers now, because the conditions are getting worse by the looks of things. It looks a little bit wetter in terms of the amount of rain that's falling down on the track, and I think that might be affecting the Aspar Nissan out front. We've seen Mesa go off at Ascari and at the first chicane in the matter of a few moments. The 38 at Shizuka also going off the road now out of Lesmo 2. I think these conditions may be just worsening a little bit now.
Yeah, they certainly are. They are getting worse. But it's not quite to the same level that we saw in the rivals split earlier on, which genuinely, I've commentated on quite a few races on ACC. That is the heaviest rain I have ever seen. It was absolutely ridiculous. Don't think we're certainly not at that level yet. I don't know if we'll be heading to that level at any point, but there is potential on the horizon for that to be the case. Here's Ladaki then, who is the penultimate car in this race. Of course, these 666 of Mikhail Stutsenko and the Yazheat team that are trying to carry on at the back of the field. So I think they're probably in podcast mode, to be honest, on Johnny S Stream. Just did it for a bit of banter and a bit of a chat with the audience. I don't know what else you'd do in this scenario. You just kind of like, right, keep to it, lads. It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, they've recently unlapped themselves, so they're now less than 3 laps down on the next car. But even so, that's not a margin that you can really bring down on your own. You'd need problems for the drivers in front. But I guess that is where actually streaming your race does make it a little bit more interesting, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because you've got people to interact with, especially when you've got a community and an audience like Johnny has, and by association that team has as well now. So yeah, they'll be having a decent time, I think.
Yes. I mean, decent, but yeah, it's all about perspective. They obviously came into this wanting to at least score some decent points. They're not going to be able to. And unfortunately, it wasn't even through the turn 1 contact in the melee. It was through a technical fault. Those are the things that you go with every now and then. Let's see if Andre Mesa is going to lose out a position here, because the Prime Firefly racing car is on the charge, and Schubert gets to the inside, has a bit of a look and doesn't send it, but Niels Nyox is sending it straight down the inside of Kauppinen to pick up 12th position. There's one ticked off. That's now up into 12th position. Next one, 11th place, just ahead to get past Seville. And then in 3 seconds time down the road, there could be a position to get inside the top 10.
Yeah, quite possibly. That's what Nix was trying to do a couple of minutes ago, though. With that, we saw a dive at Parabolica where he really nearly sent that Aston Martin off the road entirely. That was a lot more considered, a lot smarter of a move, and the move was actually on that occasion as well, which always helps. So was able to make it on that occasion. Did a good job and headed down the inside through another position for that BMW. Could well be inside the top 10 by the end of this stint, because I still think there's a good 20, well, maybe 15-ish minutes for those that pitted as late as possible. Although BS Competition were literally one of the first cars to go onto the wet tyres. They came in on that 53, whereas most came in on 54 and a few stayed out to 55.
Yeah, and they're just past 40 in the 47th minute of their stint at the moment, has Niels Nyox. So we're for the actual limit, we're talking about 18 minutes. For the realistic limit, and realistic where we'll see them into the pit lane, you're probably talking about 15. Obviously, when it comes to fuel saving, you don't burn as much fuel in the wet for a whole host of reasons. One, the lap times are longer, and so you're not completing as many laps in a given time, so you are burning less fuel on that. But also, you're not on the power on the loud pedal as much in the wet, and so again you save fuel from that. So it's good for fuel mileage, at least in these conditions in a race car. So your pit stop will be slightly shorter, but we should see anyone who is struggling to get to 65 minutes should easily get there now. There is another position made up from Niels Nyox, proving I was completely wrong that maybe a dive bomb down to the Parabolica does work, because he's tried it 2 laps in a row, and it might work 2 laps in a row, but he's got to complete the move down into the first corner. Seville's trying to drag it back in that Pulse Simsport car on the right-hand side of shot. You cannot miss it in that yellow and pink, but you certainly can't miss the BS Competition. They got the rainbow on, and the position is made. A little bit of contact, though, sent him out wide. Niels Nyox not a fan of that one, and the drive off the corner from Seville should give him the position back.
Well, yeah, I think he was trying to give space for the Pulse Simsport car. He slightly got it wrong into the first part there, and was intended to give them space for the second part of that corner, because, well, unlike what we normally see from the inside driver there, they just completely push them out through the first part and take the apex through the second. Nurks was actually giving space there, so fair play to him for that. But unfortunately for him, it ended up losing him the position, really. But those Aston Martins are so fast in a straight line. It's making them really difficult to overtake at this circuit, and it's going to prove to be difficult again, obviously at Spa and Watkins Glen as well, to round off the season, especially Spa. They're going to be really hard to overtake there. But whichever car seems to be up against them, they just seem to be inferior in terms of straight line speed. So Nurks has got to find a different way around, which maybe does explain his dives at the Parabolica.
Yeah, obviously it means the car's probably a little bit better through this section, carrying the speed off, and then just feels the requirement to go for that dive going down into the Parabolica. We'll look at Jesse Kauppinen and see if he's going to be out a little bit wide. Niels Nyox goes. The penalty, by the way, for Seville has gone up to a 10-second time period. Not 100% sure as to why. They've been given another 5 seconds to add to that. Because it certainly was 5 seconds the last time we looked at it, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Am I going crazy on that one?
No, I agree. Yeah, maybe a second incident, or maybe they've re-looked at the... Well, they won't have re-looked at the first one, will they? That you just move on after you've sorted one as a steward. So that it would probably be a second incident, although I don't remember either of the incidents that... I don't remember seeing anything from them that would leave me to think they should deserve a penalty, or I certainly don't remember 2 things that they should deserve a penalty for, so I don't really know.
I don't know, but the race control will have seen many things, and it might have been from a little while ago as well, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. But either way, 10-second stationary extra on their next stop, which Niels Nyox doesn't really care about right now, because I know that his next stop's incoming in the next sort of 10-15 minutes. But alas, for now, he's losing time, or at least I'm pretty sure that's how they'll feel in the BS Competition team, that they've got more pace than what they're able to show at the moment, courtesy of having a car directly ahead of them. So they'll just want to clear them, because that 10-second time period doesn't really mean much for them right now. It's the fact that they are losing time hand over fist at the moment.
Yeah, they are. It's a real difficulty, to be honest. Not much changing in this in this battle for now. Cooperton doesn't seem to really want to get involved. Noak's not able to get through because the Astons are just so quick. Not that the BMW is particularly slow in a straight line either, but the Aston Martin is just very fast indeed, and pretty good in wet weather conditions as well. Maybe Nurks won't be able to get that top 10 after all at the next pit stops, because Prendergast is 5 seconds away now already.
Well, it's got to be said, when it comes to this season, when it comes to the BOP budget, I was going to say this before, as Niels works out a little bit wide going through the Parabolica. When we're heading into circuits, like I say, Spa and Watkins Glen, when it comes to those you want a car that's pretty quick in a straight line on both of those, realistically, which means you don't want to be taking any extra ballast than what you need going into it. And because of that, BS Competition have used 30 kilos a race in the opening 2 races. They've got 30 kilos on board now. They had 30 kilos on the previous race as well, meaning they've shifted 60 of their allotted 86, meaning for the rest of the season they have just 26 kilos they need to put in the car. Now, they might clear all 26 of that at the next round at Spa, so that they'll be fast at Watkins Glen. They might do it 13-13. Who knows? But what they have done is they've given themselves the best opportunity where they're going to be strong, or as strong as possible, in the later part of the season. Gamble's going for a move on Bussolet, and Lipka also closing in this. The Kramer Racing Esports car gets to the inside of the 137, and there could be a position made here. Gamble still hanging with that inside line. Porsche versus Mercedes, although I do get the feeling the outside line and the grunt of that Mercedes, that V8 grunt, should be able to pull him clear. But don't count out Carbon Simsports, that's charging into this, that could clear both of them before the first corner. It's going to go 3 wide here in the battle for 27th, almost, as the Carbon Simsports car backs out. Henrik Gamble is going to grab the position. Is he going to get spun around? Not just. Very close.
Very close indeed. I thought Gamble, by the way, was going to head straight into the side of the Mercedes at Parabolica. I thought he was completely out of control, but he did gather it up just in time. It was close, but now I think he does have the place, and Carbon Simsport might even get through on the 137 as well here. Looking up towards the inside line. Oh, there's going to be a big dive here. Side by side into the second chicane again, it's going to be, and they are going to get through with that Aston Martin. So good drive from them, and SMP Racing are there now as well, as we see Niels Nurks up a place into 11th.
Yep, he has made it, but will he keep it? He's going to hang it over to the right-hand side of the racetrack as they race down towards the first corner, trying to make Jonathan Seville go the long way around the outside into that first corner. Is it going to work though? Scrambling on the brakes in these wet conditions that are getting wetter and wetter here at Monza. The inside line doesn't work, the outside line doesn't work. It should be Pole Simsport once again holding the position. And Niels Nurks, this will be getting frustrating by the second, as we see Bussolet back to the inside of Patrick Lipka, and Bussolet's been sent round. They're screaming their teammate out, and they are sent into the barrier.
Absolutely, and got to be careful with this, reversing onto the racing line at Ascari, but they'll get going again before they cause any, or just about before they cause any incident. But a real shame. This is what happens when you go side by side towards Ascari quite often. And finally now, Niels Nurks, by the way, has indeed got up to 11th place. It's so hard to make moves stick on these Aston Martins, but it looks like he's finally done it.
And a decent spot as well into the first Lesmo. It might mean that if he nails Ascari, he should be able to hold it. But then again, the fear is the straight line speed that Aston Martin might come back at that BMW M4 pretty soon. This is Oleg Sholomov trying to get past Lipka. You're absolutely right. The SMP car was closing in. And then after all those issues, Sholomov's going to send it into the first corner. Bit of a hip check between them. Carbon Simsport skips the chicane. But for me, Sholomov didn't go straight out to that white line. So what I'm saying, I think there was a car's width all the way around the outside, which might mean that Carbon might have turned in a touch. But I don't know. It's a bit of a tricky one, that. I don't know.
Yeah, tricky. I don't really know. I wouldn't like to call it, really. That's why we're not in the stewards' room, and I'm glad about that.
Yeah, no, I've been called into many stewards' rooms in my sim racing career. Thankfully, only once to adjudicate some penalties most of the time. No, actually, no, to be fair, I don't get that many penalties. Although I did cause one of the largest crashes in this touring car championship that I used to do by going 3 wide with Erhan Yovsky and Arno Scoenfleet and not realising that we were 3 wide.
What on earth were you doing in the field with them? Is what I want to know as well, to be honest. Well, how did they...
Because I was racing with them. Because
Yeah,
I
but
used
how?
to not be that bad.
How are you anywhere near them?
It's touring cars, man.
Okay. I'm surprised, if I'm honest. But
I was mostly surprised about how good you were behind the wheel the other week.
over. Cam mentioned this to me on a broadcast earlier.
You and O'Leary could drive. Who knew it?
As I said yesterday, I think your expectations for me were so low that, since I could use my arms and legs, you were quite impressed.
To be fair, no, on that last, we were playing a rally game. On that last stage you did very well. And I'm not even saying that as being like, oh, good, here's a medal for taking part. You and O'Leary was actually very fast, because I thought I did a very clean stage. And then you beat me by like 10 seconds.
You did spin, and I was the only one.
I don't think I spun. I think I spun on that stage.
You did.
I don't think I did.
That's how I won.
I don't think that's the case at all.
No, I'm not going to take much.
You and O'Leary is about to head into the top flight of sim racing, signing a multi-year contract. See, I can make up stories on the spot as well.
I don't even have the facilities for it.
That's the excuse of it.
Not even the driving talent, but not even the facilities either. There we are.
We're approaching pit stops. We'll get off this waffle because no one wants to hear us chatting rubbish about how we are in the world of sim racing. Because I can tell you for sure, right here, right now, we ain't as good as these drivers out on the racetrack. Victor Nicolai holding the head of the field for Race Anywhere Sim Sports. And at the moment, looking very strong. Niels Nayak should be coming into the pit lane but to be fair, about the same time as Victor. They should be in on roughly the same lap, which should be in the next 2 or 3 laps around here.
Yeah, it should be. As I said before, BS Competition should be the first ones in, along with Paul Simsport, interestingly. They weren't together at the time of the pit stops, but they may well come in together now because of the way the race has developed. That was Yas Heat getting a bit of a shoulder barge from one of the Mercedes. It was another Mercedes that was a lap down indeed on this Brabham Esports Honda, and there's Yas Heat recovering from that, flashing the lights. There was definitely a bit of an incident there as Yas Heat were trying to unlap themselves, and some drivers who are laps in front of others are less pleased to let you through than others.
A lot of I have seen this so many times where it's like if you're trying to unlap yourself, that person that you're trying to unlap yourself on, like I say, you'll come across 2 very different styles of people. One is the oh fine, just get on with it, and go, and then the other one is no, regardless of whether you're the fastest person in sim racing or not, if you're a lap down, I am going to hold my position and I'm going to squeeze you off because I'm a lap ahead. So it's like 2 very different people that you kind of come across. Either way, virtual drives by TX3 have had an issue coming out of Ascari, and we're having a very slow rejoin. It tells me they might have spun, which normally means they've hit the barrier on the left-hand side. You can see them coming off into the foreground, so they have had even more of a problem. I think they might have damage. It might have spun on the exit of Ascari and got into that barrier on the left-hand side of the track.
Yeah, possibly. Although hard to say. I mean, it's such a tricky section of corners, as I was saying earlier on. For me, it's the most difficult. It may have caught them out in these conditions as well that are only getting worse here at this stage. So wet tyres going to be needed for a good portion of time yet. Maybe to the end of the race, but going to be a very long and difficult race for these drivers if indeed that is the case. And it's too early to say whether it will rain for the entirety, but at least it's not going to get dark and rainy at the same time. We are going to stay in the daylight all day today.
That is true. That is indeed. We started this race at 6 o'clock in the morning, so we certainly won't be entering the night. There is the spin from the 333. Did it go into the barrier? No, it's okay. I did think there wasn't any damage on it, but certainly did have that spin going out to the left, and so did rejoin. I think coming off on the exit of the final corner was probably more than making sure everything was right for the pit stop before they came in, because I think they were like, no, let's just end this stint now.
Possibly. This is a bit weird though. It just seems to stop there.
That is very bizarre.
Oh, yeah, that's really weird.
Unsure as to what happened there.
Yeah,
I've not seen that.
No, I haven't either. Long way down anyway, unfortunately. But could be a potential other position for Yas Heat, although they have got going again now. And they're on the back of the 39 BMW for 32nd position. So back underway and back racing again, but yeah, an odd incident there.
All right, Ewan, I am officially bored of you, so we'll kick you out of the commentary booth so that you can go and watch the World Cup final, at least the first half of it. Obviously, great banter from Ewan and Leary. We'll be back in an hour's time as we welcome back in Arjuna, who it's getting late at night for Arjuna, bless him, old man. Was it 11 o'clock for you?
Whoa. Yeah, something like that. Old man.
Yeah.
Insults have already started. I just joined the comms booth again. Wow.
Sorry,
Lewis McLeod's true colours are coming out.
I think I'm the one that probably has old man vision at the moment after I mixed up a Porsche and a Nissan earlier on.
Whoa, wait. Let's stop here for a second and make sure we go back to that.
Well,
you mixed up a Porsche and a Nissan?
Yeah, it was in the background. I thought it was a Porsche, but...
Okay. The background. Commentators' excuses. I see.
Yeah, Ewan did not let me forget that one. Either way, battle for the final spot inside the top 20. The 240's working its way back up. James Parker ahead with a 5-second time penalty. Goes out wide. And, well, there we go. That was about as easy as it gets for Alexander Vermont. I think Parker's coming into the pit lane.
Yes, and he, of course, will have the 5 seconds to serve as well. The timing of the rain has slightly offset our pit stop cycles from the top of the hour as well. And when I left you, it was light rain that was starting to get a little bit heavier, but this rain has settled in and it does not seem as though it's going anywhere. I just heard that Ewan O'Leary was, questioning if the rain was going to go to the checkered flag. I'm not trying to predict the next 6 odd hours, but what I can tell right now is that at least for an hour or so, I don't expect these weather conditions to change.
No, again, it's just going to be getting slightly heavy. It's going to be hovering around where we are at the moment for the next half an hour, at least for the foreseeable future, at least what I'm seeing. Again, looking over on Jolier's stream, the weather does not seem to be changing very much. Here's Yegor Ogorogakov getting down the inside of Gorka and picking up the spot. Hello, YouTube. Goodbye. Well, not that position just yet, because Gorka's got back to the inside. A little bit of a dab of the brakes. And might lose out a little bit of track position here, because the Queen's Design car is going to try and come through, not for actual position, but for track position, which I think might have to let Yegor Ogorogakov come back through.
Yeah, and that run down into the Parabolica, the Nissan is going to back out of that one as they head into the final corner on the track. So treacherous as well with the rain, because you're always trying to get onto the power as early as possible, but it's so easy to lose traction to the rear. Busy pit lane, including, of course, that charging BS competition entry, which has been able to find its way into the fight for the top 10. Ogorogakov back down the inside, though, into the braking zone at the first chicane. Is he going to slow it down in time? No, he will not. He'll shortcut the chicane, and then Aston Martin will hold back on.
Yeah, Niels Diox has been into the pit lane, like you say. I think that means the race leader also might have been in this time by, considering they were roughly, they certainly have pitted as well. So we've got pit lane being quite busy at the moment. Obviously it would be, because pretty much everyone pitted at roughly the same time earlier on in the race. So for the next 2, 3, 4 laps, I'd suspect we are going to very consistently see people down onto the lane to service their cars and get ready for the next hour and a bit of racing. They can get it back on schedule where they're not going to have to make an extra pit stop, right, compared to what we would have expected from the start of the race. They can still do this on 8 times down pit lane. That's all well and good, but you have to. The reason why you've got to just keep going to the end of every stint isn't even for that. It's because you have no idea when this rain's going to stop and when it's going to go back. You need to leave all of your options as open as possible.
Yes, no, absolutely. And this is where you kind of just now are riding out to see how the weather is going to develop. A handful more cars onto the pit lane, by the way. From second, the Williams Esports car, Tinko van der Velde works his way on in. We also have the Gato Chain Ballast Esports Bentley, as well as the 171 Renvelten Honda NSX. Only the SOP, Symphony of Pistons BMW, seems to be going that little bit longer, but of course with Victor Nicolai already having pitted and emerged back into the race lead. Not a car we've seen too much of, but when you lead by that margin, we don't talk about you too much, Lewis. It's about all that you could hope for as a race leader.
Yep, like I say, nothing, sometimes not featuring on the broadcast is a good thing. In sim racing, where things are less sponsor heavy. Still, still a little bit, it matters. But not quite as it is in the world of motorsport, where it's less sponsor heavy. Not featured on the broadcast, actually a very good thing, because it just means that you've not been the centre of attention, especially if you're at the front, as we rejoin Romanenko, who just rejoined the race circuit, I think, if I'm not mistaken. That was one of the Low Fuel Motorsport cars that had also come through. And I think Konstantin Romanenko might have gone a little bit wide into the first corner, and I can confirm definitely wasn't the first person to have done that this race, and certainly will not be the last.
No, that I think is a slight understatement before we've even reached the 1/3 mark of this 9-hour race, round 2 of this VCO LFM FLExTREME. We are in this phase of the race as well where I think, Lewis, you and I kind of thought that into hour 4 it was going to be, I don't want to say boring, but, an endurance race, and that they're settled in and they're just getting their strategies to the end. The arrival of the rain, I don't want to say has made the fighting a lot more exciting, but what it's done is elevated the risk for the drivers, right? And that always means that there's a lot more tension in the air, and it shows even on this pit exit, as we're about to see with that Bentley. Cold tires and into the first corner, and, well, misses that braking zone by quite a bit of a margin.
Yeah, still managed to keep it on the racetrack though, so that's always a good sign. I mean, just you don't really want to run wide there anyway, because for one, big sausage curbs, you can spin around in these conditions very easily, but also you don't really want to be picking up warnings for track limits, and if you do that, I think it's 3. You get 3 warnings, and then the 4th will be a drive-through penalty. It's a slam dunk drive-through. Those warnings only take effect if you've gone off the track and gained an advantage. So for anyone who's gone wide at turn 1 and has slowed down quite a lot, when they rejoin, they typically won't get a warning for going over it because they won't have gained an advantage. But it's really, really important that you know how much you have to lift out, how much you have to give back, because you do not want to be racking up warnings left, right and centre around here, because it's... you lose quite a bit of time. But I know it's not very long, but you do lose quite a bit of time as Ren Velton. So everything you're talking about, Lewis, don't really care. I'm going to go straight over turn 1 and keep position on Verstappen.
Yes. Still, these two have been basically locked horns for the last 3 odd hours or so. Not really had too much separation between the two of them. They cycled through some of their drivers and, of course, filtered into the rain. Not far behind Luke Southall in that Symphony of Pistons BMW as well, which has climbed its way up into the 4th position as they run right now. Now, I'm just trying to wait for my timing screen to update, because that gap between 1st and 2nd that I had was quite remarkably small as the RCI Bentley. Lesmo 2 is not a traditional passing opportunity. He will see that move, though, down into turn number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be run wide again. Going to be too deep on the brakes, way too deep, and the car saying no thanks, skip over and see ya. Very easily done. Very, very. In these conditions, even though you've got ABS and everything like that, when you get on the brakes, the car still squirms around. It still wobbles a lot going into that braking zone. It's so easy just to. When it's wobbling like that, you don't have the full braking power, because the ABS is constantly trying to kick in, trying to stop you from spinning. It's kind of one of those times where even in conditions like this, I promise you, if you brake 10, maybe even 15 meters earlier, if you brake 15 minutes earlier, then you're definitely going to be a lot of time, but 15 meters earlier than you expect or than you need, I promise you will not lose that much time, if any at all. You just carry that speed into the corner. SMP having a bit of a problem at T1 as well. You just carry that speed into the corner as you release the brake pedal, and you're doing a much safer form of driving whilst also going at the same speed.
I'm glad that you brought up the driver aids as well, because that's something that the teams will very much be relying on at this phase of the race. Traction control also obviously helps in these tricky conditions to manage the power down, to avoid losing too much time by getting the back end sideways. But at the same time, with these puddles of water and the slight locking of the brake that you can sometimes have, that ABS comes in vital as well, and so dialing in both of those adjustments in the in-car settings is going to be vital. We see the slight overcommitment from Alex Smoliar, and well, traction control would have been helpful there. Yeah,
obviously they do have traction control on, but some people run it on a setting very, very low, maybe setting 1, setting 2. And basically you're kind of pushing it to the limit, hoping that your control of the loud pedal's pretty good. Now we know Smolyar's is pretty damn good, but not perfect. Here's Eleonora Rose racing with VR. You can see for the Queen's Design team, unfortunately a bit further down the order, but still in a bit of a three-way fight here. They've got Martinau behind, and they've also got the virtual drivers by TX3 machine ahead of Congretal. And there might be a position made from Eleonora Rose. Looks to the inside, doesn't go for it. The 333 might go too wide though, coming down into the Rogier. The up and under could work from 23.
Nicely done, and of course these are the different lines that you can run in the rain, and that Nissan will indeed slide on past the virtual drivers by TX3 Porsche, who will try and get back underneath as the Nissan squirms through Lesmo 1, but able to grab that position for now. A bit of insight into the moment. Ooh, as Igor Rodriguez in the wall, the Williams Esports car that was running in second. Big drama for the Lamborghini.
And it's still stationary. Why has it not got back going again? That tells it could be more of a technical fault for Igor Rodriguez. They've returned to garage. They have returned to the pit lane. So there is a significant problem for the Williams Esports car. The race winners, the championship leaders, those that were looking to take an awful lot of points here from Monza on maximum ballast. Wow.
In the blink of an eye, how a championship, even just in its second round, can be thrown on its head. We'll have to try and get word as to what exactly it was. Was it a mistake? Was it a technical issue? I would lean towards the second based on how far off the track he was and the fact that he required the return to the garage, but for Igor Rodriguez, that is going to be heartbreaking.
Well, let's take a look. Here we are. We can see the number 5 here at the moment. We're riding on board. It's definitely technical. He's definitely in first technical gear. Yeah, and considering he made contact with a barrier, I'd almost say screen failure, game crash, something odd has happened there. And for Williams Esports, oof, someone needs to run down there and give them a hug. That was not deserved after what had been a very, very good day thus far. Yes, I know they had the 15-second time penalty earlier on in the race, courtesy of contact down to the first corner, but outside of that, everything had gone pretty much perfect for them. Here's TF Racing going wide at turn 1 and rejoining with a bit of... That's what I said about going over those sausage curbs in these wet weather conditions. You get from it to spin very easily.
Yeah, no, it very much can upset the balance of the car. I'm still in a little bit of shock about Williams Esports now tumbling down the order outside of the top 20, and we'll see if they are able to get back out onto track. They will get back out onto track one lap down, because we're at this point in the race where the relentless pace out of the Race Anywhere SimSport 55 has seen all but 11 cars left one lap down. They have been flying at the front, and Smalley are trying to fly his way to 26. Is going to force the issue on that TF Racing Ferrari through the second chicane. He'll try that up and under, and, well, nicely executed so far for the 888.
Yep, could be the move completed down into the first of the Lesmos. It certainly was so, but Manasteralis with the up and under might well make his way through there. Holding up the Gata Chain Ballast Esports car that's a bit further up the order, that sat there being like, all right, lads, sort yourselves out, because I need to get through and get on with it. That's why the blue flags are out, because that car is running right at the order. I think it's running out second position, courtesy of the issues for Williams Esports. They need to jump out of the way of that Bentley, if I'm perfectly honest. I mean, this is a very scary moment for Konstantin Romanenko.
Absolutely, and it's going to cost him time to the Symphony of Pistons BMW that was only about 6 seconds down the road at the last timing line. 5.2 shown on that left side of the screen. Here's another look at one of our replays in towards that first chicane, and well, this time it's the 85, excuse me, the Team Racing Point Ferrari that overcommits. Fortunately, they don't go for a trip over the sausage curves. Yeah,
that was, like I say, very scary. I've been in that position where you're watching a couple of people battle ahead of you, and you're just like, oh my god, I'm battling either for the lead, or I'm in second position, or whatever. Yeah, that is very, very scary indeed. But we'll have to wait and see if Smollier might try something here on Manasteralis, or might well let Konstantin Romanenko come through ASAP, because that's what I do. I saw this yesterday. Yeah, if you've got somebody who's going a lap up on you, if you're going a lap down, you've got a car behind you, let them through and sit right behind them, because the moment the next car lets them go through, you can go through on them. But that's not what's going to happen here, because obviously Romanenko's not quite close enough, and Smolyar is to Manos Gerardis. We look down the inside of the Greek driver, almost trying to get there. I mean, it's spatial awareness. I mean, you kind of expect it from Smolyar, but still, the spatial awareness of Smolyar, he knows exactly where the front of his car is.
Yes,
Incredible.
no, that's some of that real world experience coming into play as well. I will say this is heads up driving from Romanenko as well. It's very easy, for a car in second to see the blue flags and to wonder why those in front aren't letting him pass. Yes, it's going to bring into the mix the 100 with Luke Southall behind the wheel, but all you can really do in the case of Romanenko is run your race. Already 73 seconds behind the race leader. They're very much focused in the fight for second.
Yeah, indeed. Just how it goes in races like this. Let's see if... Oh, almost got into the rear end there, did Smolyar. Once again, Gerardis is there. He is hanging on for now. Ferrari versus Ferrari, not for the positions they would have expected to be racing for. Ferrari on home soil here, of course, at Monza, and that should be the position made up from Smolyar, but Gerardis is going to send it in. And once again, Romanenko... I mean, I'm not liking it. I feel very bad for Romanenko right now, because he's like, come on, lads, get out of my way. Smolyar does the up and under, does get past Gerardis as they cross the line, and yet still, they are side by side.
And now they're going to pinch each other on the run down to the braking zone. The gap back to Southall is going to be under, I think, 3 seconds at this point. So it's been cut in half in 2 laps time. It illustrates just how patient Romanenko is being. Smolyar is going to bully his way on through. And now Romanenko is going to have some contact with that 41 Ferrari. That was always the danger. And now is the Bentley going to be worse for the cause?
Yeah, he's now going to lose out even more time. Romanenko is being caught massively by Southall. You're absolutely right. Incredible stuff to see. Like I say, that side-by-side contact, it's just not necessary. Romanenko is just trying to get on with what he's trying to do. And now he's being caught hand over fist by this guy here, Luke Southall, we're on board with, at the moment running in 3rd position in this race. Samira Bravy's not too far behind the Renvolt and Honda NSX. It is very feisty out there on the circuit. You can see as we ride on board. I mean, you remember, obviously, 40 minutes an hour ago, when the rain was coming down, it was coming down quite lightly. You could see quite easily the car ahead. Well, now visibility is very much at a premium. Rain building up on the windshields, and then also the spray being kicked up from the car ahead. There is just not much when it comes to visibility around here.
No, it is pretty tough going out there for everyone out on track. And again, this point of the race, it is mostly, I would say, about survival and hoping that the rain is going to lessen at some point through the course of the next couple of hours. Now, again, remember, you were tracking the weather forecast by following Jardier's stream, but all the teams, all the drivers are given basically the same weather information. There's not much that they can really do to try and be a little bit more clever. Looking, by the way, at Jardier's stream, is it going to get heavier rain in the next 10 to 30 minutes?
It has, but it's always had the heavy rain and the plus by it. So it's always been getting heavier.
Gotcha.
So that's just how it's going. But yes, the rain continues to be coming down and continues to be getting that little bit heavier bit by bit. So you are absolutely right to point that out. But they can only see weather half an hour in advance. They can't see any more advance than that.
And it's the same prediction given to everyone. I think that's the other thing, right? Because if it was, if there are other systems that would be a little bit more open to interpretation and therefore cause a little bit more anxiety for the strategists on the wall, this I think does make it a little bit easier and somewhat simpler. Although, again, having said that, they have to survive these conditions right now. Easier said than done.
Yeah, indeed. Whilst we're here talking about this, by the way, obviously we've got the other splits, which you can go and watch the full broadcast by clicking the command center on twitch.tv/VCO Esports, and you can see some of the stuff that's happening in the Rivals split. The rain seems to have stopped, but obviously the race circuit's still pretty wet. That might be how we look in an hour or two's time. Might.
Yeah, and you can still see that even though the rain has stopped, there is not a dry line that has formed just yet. Stark comparison to the Challenger split, which has been bone dry all the way through as they get ready to hit the halfway mark of their 9 hours of Monza.
Yep, and here is one of the, also just because I find it hilarious. You know how I said this before when we were doing, pretty much every broadcast said, I've been in sim racing long enough that I've seen the same team name appear multiple times. Here's a good example of it, Revolution Sim Racing. Now, this is one that I've seen quite a few times. I used to race in VEC and all that lot. How many Revolution Sim Racings have you seen in sim racing? So many. I think that's like my fourth. If you want to be pedantic about it, but yeah, it's a popular name.
Again, I think I said it earlier, but there was this time 4 or 5 years ago where legitimately there were like 4 different core sim racings, core motorsports out there, and it was like, well, how do you differentiate them? Because they're all spelt identically. It's not like they capitalize things too differently at that point in time. So, there is a case for teams using the same names and the same colors as well, which has become our personal bugbear in the last, I'd say, 12 months.
Yeah, I mean, generally. I remember when I've actually not first launch, just a little bit while afterwards, when Formula Sim Racing started using it back in 2014. And every car on the grid, with the exception of one team, every single car, I am not joking, was grey, red and black. And I was like, great. There was only Twister that used blue and white. And grey, actually. So the 2 colours which we would advise any team not using from now on, just because too many use them. But plenty of good liveries up and down the order in all 3 of the splits. So at least there's that. But again, yes, you can go and watch the Rivals and the Challenger splits with commentary fully through the races in both of those if you get bored of our voices, which I'm sure you are.
Yeah, it's very easy to get bored of Lewis. I'm already bored of him. When does Ewan come back?
In 40 minutes. Sorry, mate.
Okay, great. 40 more minutes with Lewis. God. 40
more minutes with me, and then, well, to be fair, yeah, you've got a bit more with me because there's plenty of time left in this race. It's around halfway to go for the Challenger split. They are racing through their order. We've already done 4.5 hours of racing. We've just gone past 1/3 complete under the 6-hour to go mark now up in the cash split. So we're going until the late evening here in Europe, or as our junior will call it, the very, very, very early morning in Singapore. Sorry, mate.
Just reminding me of what I've got in store.
Yeah, we've all done it. We've all done it. Where we've just got an extremely long day of just lots of broadcasting. This is your only broadcasting day, though, right?
Oh no, I think this weekend I've had a total of about 20 hours of commentary. It's been fun. It's good.
I don't really sympathy for you, actually.
Oh no, don't have sympathy for me. I'm enjoying it.
I certainly didn't when I had. I did. Yeah, no, I didn't. I just remember passing out in a car at Silverstone because absolutely knackered when you do so much racing over a weekend when it comes to talking about it. Southall, though, focus of attention at the moment, 2nd spot. Romanenko behind, half a second arrears. You can see that Gatacchain Ballast Esports car has been passed for 2nd position, and the Symphony of Pistons Esports car now takes over that 2nd position as the rain continues to come down here at Monza.
Yes, and so now, of course, with Rodriguez's technical issues, it's bumped everyone forward. It includes as well Arthur Cameron, that BS competition car. At one point down in 26th after their turn 1, lap 1 drama. Back up into the top 10 and continuing to fight their way forward. Next target will be the 121 Honda NSX, which is, well, about 5 seconds down the road. So at this pace and at this level of determination that we're seeing out of the Zebras, there's still the potential, I'd say, for maybe even a top 5 finish on the cards for them.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't count it out, especially with the issues that have gone the way of BS competition. They could be leaving this round in a very healthy position in the championship despite being spun around at turn 1. But that's 6 hours down the road, so let's not count our chickens too much. Got Brabham Esports directly behind for position because Prendergast had a bit of a spin in the first corner. I know that, not because I'm in game or anything, because again, it was on Johnny's stream. They did take a look. I think Jaroslav Honzik is literally just spending the couple of hours just flicking through the race and seeing what's going on, because it's kind of like, well, we know that we're at the back of the field, so let's go and see what's happening up and down the order. And yeah, did catch that spin from the for the Brabham Esports car in that first corner. And again, one of those close battles on the circuit. We saw the one that was up there for second position between Southall and Romanenko, another one between Apostle and Schur, 15th position. A couple of close battles. I think Pertil and Kudaccioglu are also pretty close.
Yeah, there's still some close groupings out on track. And to go back to Jaroslav Honzik and the Yas Heat team, there have been times in this race where they have been the fastest car on track. I would have been very curious to see how the 666 could have got on if not for their technical issues. Here, we're going to get a look at what happened with the Brabham Esports Honda NSX in towards the opening corner. Just a little bit too much of an overcommitment, stamps on the loud pedal. And one comment that I'd seen in the Twitch chat slightly earlier that did kind of confuse me in some ways was reference to the fact that sometimes when you're under 50 kilometers an hour, the traction control actually cuts off.
Yeah, I don't know too much about that, but I do know
that sounds counterintuitive to me.
Yeah, it does indeed. I'm not sure about that one, but I will say that certainly at lower speeds anyway, where you have less grip at lower speeds generally, right? That's whether traction control's on or not, it doesn't matter. But you have lower grip because obviously as you're going through, let's say you go through a scarring, right? You actually have a decent amount of grip because you're going at high speed. The downforce is pushing the car into the road, meaning you actually theoretically have a higher percentage of grip than you do when you're at low speeds like this, meaning it is quite hard to lose the rear end on throttle. Obviously you're higher in the rev range and all that as well. When you're low down in that rev range, when you're going quite slow, you don't have that much grip. You're dealing with just the grip from the suspension, just the grip from the tyres, which obviously in the wet ain't much. And so it doesn't take much to overcome the overcome the traction control and just instantly spin around. And the problem is, it's kind of one of those things, especially if you have some of those slower spins. Sometimes having traction control quite high can actually be worse, because as you start to slide, traction control kicks in, but then there's nothing that you can use. When you're drifting or whatever, if you lift off the throttle, what happens? You spin, because there's no power going to the rear wheels. There's nothing pushing the car forward, which is effectively stopping it from spinning. And so sometimes the traction control kicking in and removing all of that power can actually be a bad thing.
Yes, no, absolutely. Follow-up comment in the Twitch chat, by the way. I think maybe the cutoff is something that's also somewhat helpful in pit lane itself, which does make a little bit more sense to me, but it sounds like I've got to do a little bit more driving with these cars to understand the behavior of the traction control in the rain. We ride on board with Manos Gerardis in that TF Racing Ferrari. He's tucked up behind fellow Ferrari in the form of Alex Smoliar. We did mention that for the S&P Racing Esports team that they'll be slightly frustrated with their position, but of course they were caught up in a lot of that lap one drama, required a stop at the end of lap number one, and after what was a half-decent qualifying effort from all three of their drivers, they're trying at least to work their way back up into the top 20.
Yeah, bit by bit. Like you say, you've just got to take it one lap at a time. Speaking of getting themselves back up in the top 20, by the way, Darren McCormack, 31st position after getting behind the wheel. Obviously, Igor Rodriguez was behind the wheel. I don't know what they could get for this race now. I don't know how many, I think they might be 2 laps down on our race leader now. They might have lost something in that vein. Not 100% sure it is 2 laps, is what we're being told. It's going to be a long day. They're in fact, they are behind their closest championship. I hadn't even realised that. They're behind their closest championship rivals, Bastian Richter, in 30th position. There is Darren McCormack. And not a particularly pleased look on his face, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, well, McCormack's had his own share of technical issues over the course of this 2022, so I don't think he will very much understand the frustration that I'm sure that Igor Rodriguez is feeling. Crucially, actually, Darren McCormack, at least on my timing screen, actually has just jumped up into 28th position in front of Bastian Richter. But again, we said for Bastian Richter, who was down in 34th position after the lap 1 drama, that they were going to have maybe the most frustrating day of all. 8 hours and 50 minutes of running, 2 laps down, I think it was, immediately. For Di McCormack and the rest of the Williams Esports team, they're going to now have to just do damage limitation, get to the end, get those 100 participation points, and get as far up the order as they can, and see what other points they can accumulate.
Do you know what part of me would do? I'd turn off the position. Just turn off the position count. Just ignore it. Honestly, it doesn't matter right now. Just turn it off and ignore it. Because the thing is, when you're in the back of your head, all you're going to be doing is going, oh, we're in 31st position. Oh, it's such a struggle or whatever. Look, there are 3 major teams that have had big issues today. Unicorns of Love, Yaz Heat, and now Williams Esports. The better thing for me, if I were in that boot, just turn it off, because it just doesn't matter right now. Just drive as fast as you can, no distractions, just go as fast as you can, see what you can get from the race, and hopefully you'll have maybe a top 25 in 6 hours time, and just accept that that might be the case. Hey, you might finish in 31st in 6 hours time, you just don't know.
Yeah, no, and that's the nature of endurance racing. You mentioned earlier, and we're talking about the lack of screen time for our race leader, and you know that maybe sim racing has less sponsor responsibilities, but often in the real world, that's why you see teams and their drivers, 10, 20 laps down, back out onto track and putting in laps, because the sponsors have put in so much to get the team there, and that's why the team feels the sense that they want to deliver for the sponsors. And sometimes I'm guilty of that in my sim racing as well, Lewis. We have a big shunt, you're 2 laps down, and you're like, oh, I don't want to race for another 12 hours through the night with a damaged car, with a bent steering, X, Y, and Z. You make up all these racing driver excuses. But ultimately, endurance racing is about just getting to the end at the end of the day. The journey is most of the fun.
Some of the fun.
Most of the fun.
Some of the fun. No, I when it comes to endurance racing, I am. We typically go into an endurance race. Depends on who it's with. If it's with like my mates from work and whatnot, then it's kind of like, nah, whatever. We'll just keep driving. Whereas when we're actually like doing, and I'm genuinely, I'm using my whole Saturday or whatever, and you kind of think, this is my day off, and I'm now going to do some sim racing. We'll have a contingency plan where, like, say for example, you're doing, say, the 12 hours of Sebring, which this is a true story that actually happened, is that me and my teammate both decided that if we were going to have a large incident on the first lap, enough that we would be in the pit lane for more than 2 minutes, or might have been more like 5 minutes, whatever. We were like, right, we'll bail for this and we'll just go do some sprint races or whatever and just have a little bit of fun. And alas, we had our suspension plucked off and we were in the pit lane for 20 minutes. And we were like, no. I'd rather go do something else. If it's part of a championship, I think it's a very different scenario, though. If you're doing a special event, or rather an event as part of the season, then whole different aspect. Get to the end of the race. We'd always be just getting to the end of the race regardless. But when you're doing a one-off, I think it's fine. I don't disrespect anyone who's just kind of like, actually, nah, I've got other things to do.
Yeah, agreed. That's basically what it boils down to. I could spend a weekend feeling miserable, or I could spend the weekend out and about and doing something that would put at least a partial smile onto my face. We also, I think that's the point of the participation points as well, right? Is to encourage the teams to stick it out. Because in a race as crazy like this, I don't think there's any guarantee that McCormack is going to finish down in 28th position. They'll be pushing and hoping other drivers have misfortune go their way. Technical, weather, race-related, all the three. We've seen plenty of drama so far, and there was that moment into the Roger that we had, Lewis, where I think I had to hold my breath because there was that Ferrari that was flying sideways and a couple of cars went deep into the braking zone to avoid them.
Yeah, I remember, obviously it was Arthur Camera, I think, was behind the wheel of the BS competition car ahead that had to bail for the road. Again, very well read. But like I say, when it comes to the participation points, to go back, to circle back to that, do remember, you don't get the participation points for showing up, right? They're not there for just being here. You've got to get to the end. You've got to get, and I think that's fair, because otherwise, if it's a participation point, you show up and you just go, oh, actually, this race has gone really bad for me, and then the participation point kind of, it's almost irrelevant then. It's kind of like, From third position on the track, Romanenko has had yet another issue in the first corner. We saw one around some lap traffic, but he's lost out to Samira Brahimi there. Was actually lost out as well to... Oh, he's not quite lost out to these two just yet, has he? Because Verstappen and Mesa are closing in. There they are. There you can see Romanenko in the foreground.
Yeah, not just yet, but I do think there's some frustration boiling over in that Gatto Chain Ballas Esports Bentley, just with the way the lap traffic has been kind of impacting his race. He was losing even more time, even to the Symphony of Pistons BMW before that mistake. And I think we did wonder in the case of the two battling Ferraris when they were going to let the Bentley go on through. They didn't, and instead there was a bit that bit of contact with the Bentley. And sometimes when you get stuck behind traffic, it can just get you out of the rhythm, get you a little bit heated. You've experienced that, I think, with me, Lewis, in that one race that we did together when I used up half the fast repairs that we had in our allotment. Traffic is never an easy thing to manage, and maybe right now it's proving difficult for Romanenko.
Yeah, like I say, you kind of... You always need to be a little bit ruthless in traffic. You need to just be like, well, I am on the lead lap. I am battling for second position. I am just going to not like punt you off the road, because that is unacceptable, but just get down the inside and just be like, no, I am going to come through. That's kind of where I think maybe struggled a little bit earlier on in the race with some of that. The only way that you can learn lap traffic, you can do it in practice every single time. The only way that you can properly learn dealing with lap traffic is by being at the front and by dealing with it. It's the only way you can learn, is by just being in the race, because practice just is not the same thing. You don't have that same level of risk. You can gamble through traffic, and in fact, actually, not that anyone's watching from that series, but the Virtual Endurance Championship back in season 8, when I was taking part as part of the team that was battling for the championship, I do remember in practice, I always had a thing where I would, in practice, I was pretty ridiculous around some of the GTEs, because I was learning, being like, okay, don't do that, you can do that, but don't do that, and really going for it. So this is what happened to them. Got past the TF Racing car out wide, going to go over the curb, and just going to go for the same spin that we've seen from everyone. There's Ren Welton coming through. That was the losing of third position. So no lap traffic, really. Just getting past the TF Racing car and overdoing it.
Yeah, maybe that was the self-frustration, right? You were talking about needing to send it. They sent it maybe a little bit too deep. The West Competition Racing #1, the Scotsman, Apostle, has another 5-second penalty that's come down his way. Now, we've been trying to get the word from our race control stewards, who are, of course, doing these things live and trying to figure this out. But if you get one penalty, the thing that you want to try and avoid doing is getting another penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to clarify, the reason why he said Apostle is Scottish, even though we do all know that he is Romanian, is because earlier on this broadcast, I did accidentally say he was Scottish, and then remembered that, no, that's Jack Alexander who's a part of the car, not Apostle. Just to clarify, because otherwise people might actually think you are quite stupid, Arjun. Now, I know that for a fact, but they might start thinking it behind the scenes.
No, I'm glad that you're willing to admit you're wrong, so that I can continue to have my fun.
Okay. Well, here's a battle for 20th as the final spot inside that top 20. Sim RC under a lot of pressure from the Racing Point team at the moment. Pertil just trying to find his way past Recent. There is David Pertil at the moment. And Ferrari versus Aston Martin here.
I did just note something, by the way, in our Twitch chat. We've seen so many cars having the issues at turn #1. Maybe something that we're struggling to see by virtue of where our cameras are placed. Apparently there's a huge puddle right through the apex of that left-hander at that first chicane. The off-camera nature of the corner probably doesn't help either, but maybe that big puddle is something that, even if the rain dissipates, is going to stay for a little bit until it dries on out.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's the case. It's not really that, but I think it's more people are accelerating when they're still having, particularly if they've only got their rear left on that wheel, on that wheel, or they've got the rear left wheel on that curb. That's what's causing, because obviously a curb isn't flat. It's obviously serrated, which doesn't help, because it means that at no point really is the full tyre in contact with the road. That, and it's painted as well, which is just sort of like extra slippy. That's what's causing the cars to spin there, not a puddle. It is because obviously, even if there was a puddle, you would be clearing it as you go through. You can see there's absolutely nothing there, really, on the inside. Quite a low camera angle, but you can kind of see what you mean. It's touching that curb and how you accelerate and how you're on throttle off of that curb that is what is causing the issues. Watch SimRC here; they're actually okay there because they aren't fully on the steering on that curb and then getting on the throttle. That's where you spin.
Yeah, no, I just thought it was an interesting comment that was made, and you know, this is a great view. I can't see a puddle there.
No.
A couple of, you know, collections of small little gathers of rain, but yeah, nothing major that would indicate to me puddle status.
You can see the serrated curb and the fact that it is painted. That's the problem. Like I say, especially if because you are, remember, everyone that we've seen spin going through there has not been on the racing line, right? They've gone in too deep. They've missed the first apex, and so they're asking to turn through what is already a 90-degree left-hand. They're effectively turning it into a 120-degree left-hander, going through the second apex, turning it all the way over, and then getting on the power when they're on steering. That's the problem. Let's see if David Patil can find his way past Ruthson here, and I'm not so sure. Ferrari versus Aston Martin. For what we've seen so far today, the Aston Martin's pretty quick in a straight line.
Yeah, it might actually even be the fastest car in a straight line. The Lamborghini has had a couple of moments where it's hit 281 kilometers an hour. Ferrari and Aston Martin both around 280 as well, but yeah, Aston Martin's consistently at the top of the speed charts.
Yeah, I've gone past the point of wanting to say what one is the fastest categorically in the straight line after having to deal with a certain Ferrari team by saying their car was the fastest in the straight line, because factually it was, and yet still they weren't happy that I was saying it on broadcast, even though factually it was. And so, you know, I've got past it. I'm just like, yeah, that's pretty quick in the straight line, and then move on. Let's see if Matej Tuskovic can make his way past Bianchi at the moment. Absolute Motorsport hanging on to 17th. Matej Tuskovic, once again, another Ferrari versus Aston Martin battle, much like that one for 20th. And of course, Alexander Vermont, the car that set the fastest lap of this race a long time ago, is also knocking at the door to try and get himself back involved.
Yeah, that was the car that started on the outside of the front row, don't forget, before it was clipped by the Williams Esports car through the first chicane. Significant damage, had to come down again on the opening lap like so many of our contenders had. And they have been slowly working their way back forward. Remember, they came into this one knowing that they were taking none of the ballast on their car. Stark comparison to the Williams car that, of course, took the 30 kilograms of ballast. And I think we were so shocked in qualifying during Q1 when I think it was Vermont set the benchmark, and then Igor Rodriguez came in half a tenth slower with all that weight.
Yeah, like I say, it's just how it goes when you play about with the ballast like what we've got. You know, some teams have come into this with zero, like Arnage, like Race Anywhere SimSport, and they've come into it thinking we need to make the most of this round. For various reasons, some teams have not been able to make the most of this round. It's just how it goes, really. It's the exciting part of being a part of the VCO LFM FLExTREME series. I will say, having a look at one Mr. Yaroslav Hon's in half an hour, it does seem as though the rain is going to slow down its intensity. We'll focus on this battle and see if Tuskovic can find his way past Bianchi at the moment. He gets to the outside. That's going to be, yeah, that was always going to be a mistake from Vermont. And sorry, lads, that is absolutely a time penalty. It might be 5 seconds, it might be more, but no doubt in my mind that is a time penalty for Vermont.
Bianchi's going to be the most frustrated out of that. He's lost a lot of time and may have some lasting damage on his car. Just clumsy moves into that opening chicane. And yeah, I think Stonewall penalty is probably the best way to describe it.
I mean, unfortunately, you can see that one coming from a mile away. Vermont was too deep on the brakes. And honestly, probably from Vermont's perspective, he could see that one coming from a mile away. The second he gets on that brake pedal, he knows he's hitting one of them. At which point you kind of go, okay, it's risky, but go to the right and almost lift off of the brake pedal. You're going to skip the chicane, but you'll probably avoid the two cars ahead of you, and it will stop you from getting a penalty. We'll see it once again on board with Vermont. I mean, be fair to him, you can see very, very little of what's happening ahead. Matej Tuskovic goes to the left, as we can see on board inside the car, and he just knows at this point, sorry, oops, sorry, pardon me, sorry, oopsie, an absolute sent round.
To your point as well, as to, you know, maybe he could have tried to shortcut the chicane. The problem was that he was inside on the run down into the corner. So if he was going to try and cut the chicane, there's only really one way he could have done that, and that would have been to basically direct himself into the wall on the outside of that chicane. You say 5 seconds for that one. As there's Simar goes around, collected by Visceral. That's on the run down. It's the Parabolica.
Yeah, indeed. The reason why, by the way, I say 5 seconds, that's the penalty from what we've seen for tapping someone off and then sort of like letting them go back through. Right now, Vermont's not let Bianchi go back through, so no, it's not a 5 second time penalty. No, probably close to 10 to 15. Don't know how you'd want to see it, whether you classify it as such careless driving as it might even be more than that. But unless he's let him straight back through again, there is no way that's a 5 second time penalty.
Yeah, I think 15 seconds was the standard for most of the turn 1, lap 1 shenanigans. Since then, we've seen a couple more 5 seconds, a couple more 10 seconds, but I don't think too many 15 seconds. Of course, Arnage Competition already have had the most significant penalty of the race so far, that being 30 seconds that they had for there. Do we call it a rejoin? I'm not sure.
No, it was a rejoin. Absolutely,
okay.
It was a rejoin.
Bad rejoin, I think, is the best way to describe it then.
Never saw anything for, I can't remember who it was who rejoined in front of RCI. Oh, it was the Primary Racing Firefly. Never saw anything for them, but that should have been a penalty. We'll see what happened here, though. Oh, whoa. That is the Racing Point car. I couldn't really see it too much from that angle. Getting into the Sim RC. Visceral not really knowing whether that car was going to start sliding backwards and basically just drives into them. Kind of looked as though the Ferrari is moving back over to the right, ever so slightly over the nose of the Aston.
And I think that would have been Manus Gerardis who would have been behind the wheel of that 41 TF racing car.
I don't think it was a TF, I think it was Racing Point.
Oh, sorry, I mixed up the two cars that are white and black. And
yes, they are very
similar. Yes, no, so I apologize. Again, I'll make my commentators' excuses. If we have racing driver excuses, we have commentators' excuses. It's going on midnight here in Singapore. This is the angle, though, that will tell us a lot more. From up above as they run their way through. Sim RC had gone out to the white line. They drift across a little bit to the left, to be honest.
Nah, that seems more, at least in that angle, and obviously where the helicopter kind of passed them, that's a bit awkward there. From that angle, Sim RC were the one rejoining into the side of Racing Point.
Agreed.
And then obviously the yellow flag, which means slam the throttle down, lads. There's something to gain here.
Arca brakes, yes.
Yes, indeed. Say is what it is. I kind of like to see, as we'll see Tobias trying to hang on from Apostle, going back to a replay from above. Now this will be as clear as day. You can see that 76 is wobbling around.
Yep.
Absolutely not on the Racing Points. Absolutely not on Patil's fault. Not even a little bit. He is driving in a dead straight line. The Sim RC is all over the place.
Agreed. Yeah, you saw no deviation from the Ferrari while the Aston Martin was bobbing all the way down, even before that little bit of contact, before he even got into the grass. So, yeah, I think Sim RC won't have much to complain about there. Maybe they'll complain a little bit more about that Visceral car, not learning that there are two pedals that you can use. Here, this is going to be a great look on board with the Visceral machine, as we'll see exactly what they saw.
Yeah, which unfortunately is not very much, and obviously they won't have reacted to the yellow flags too early. Let's see, so there is a car very clearly there, very clearly there, so they were still flat for quite a bit of that car being in the middle of the road, I will say that. They, like, for me, if there was a car backwards, you should be lifting off and then getting on the brakes a little bit to then work out, yes, sure, you're going to lose a little bit of time, but to get back on with it. But as I've said before, if you get a throttle trace from sim racing for every time there's a yellow flag out, I guarantee you will not see much lifting.
No, definitely not. But I think, again, the thing with Visceral is they've really done more damage to themselves by not lifting off the throttle, right? It's self-preservation in those sort of situations that sometimes you do need to keep your eye on. Now, Dyer McCormack on that left side of the screen, you can see he's got another 5-second time penalty. I'm not sure exactly where that one has come down from, but crucially, the Unicorns of Love are scored in front of Williams Esports right now. And what a turnaround to round number 1 when those two are fighting at the very front all the way to the end. They're 29th and 30th right now.
Yeah, they're going to be losing out a lot of points. I mean, to everyone ahead of them, sure, but also mostly to BS Competition, who were quite close when it came to the points coming into the top lot. Bearing in mind, again, as I said earlier in this broadcast, when it comes to BS Competition and the weight that they've had to get rid of this season, well, they've took 30 kilos in the first round and still were up in a decent spot. They took 30 kilos in this round and, well, at least at the moment, they're in a decent spot. It means they've only got 26 kilos left to take for the rest of the season, for the next 2 GT3 rounds that we've got. They've already cleared off most of those. A BS Competition becoming the favourites for the title.
I think it's going to all depend on how the... Yeah, I think the next round is going to really set us up, right? We'll reach the halfway mark of the championship, but more crucially, we'll also get the first spec race, in that the fact that, you know, all the teams and the drivers will be in identical machinery and with no BOP to really talk about, right? So now we're not thinking about working through the meta of this new competition. It's just a pure race, what these drivers have done for so many years, and I think after that we'll get a lot better of a sense for how the teams, the drivers have shaped themselves up for the second half of the season.
I was going to say, at least then by that point as well, half the season would have been completed. We've tried one of those cup races, we've tried 2 9-hour races, 1 6-hour race. We've got a bit more of a clearer picture as to where things stand, but even then I wouldn't even count out too many teams from emerging in 2023 as being a major player in the VCO and LFM. I mean, some of the teams will be stronger later on anyway in the season, just because of getting used to how the BOP was, maybe getting rid of most of that BOP. Maybe they might not fight for the championship, but some of them might fight for a race victory late on in the season, and that's going to be the important thing for some of these teams. Don't know which ones really. But then, you know, that I guess that's how this BOP was designed, that it's going to favour some of the teams kind of aiming for some tracks. Like we've seen today, there's quite a few teams out there on 0 kilograms out there today that are looking to target this race to get a decent result. Maybe a race win, maybe a podium, maybe a top 10. They're targeting this race for a decent result, whereas there are quite a few other teams that are playing the longer game that have come into it with 30 kilos, where they're targeting an okay result and an okay race, a clean race more so than anything else.
I do think we are going to see teams figuring out the competition a little bit more, just like we have seen with the Esports Racing League, right? So many teams have gotten a much better sense for how to build the rosters, to approach the races themselves, and to then strategize as we head into that best of 3 finals. We'll see a similar sort of a learning curve for this one, of course. With such a short championship, you know, 6 rounds, it's not short in terms of the months that it runs over, but there's not much actual time on track to score points. There's not going to be an opportunity so much that if you haven't figured out by the final round that you're still going to be in with a championship hope. But like you say, the opportunity to get some results and maybe to look forward to the next season of this FLExTREME, because remember, we've got 3 of these grids. The reception to this concept was fantastic, and it's an idea and a concept that will only get better as Niels Naujoks and the team at VCO, along with those at LFM, continue to evolve and iterate to make it better.
Yeah, like I say, it's all a learning platform for everyone, not just those that are taking part in the event, but those behind the scenes, as we had to do with the VCO Esports Racing League and Esports Racing World Cup, of course. And that format, it's all a learning curve for everyone involved. You know, whether it is those running the penalties, those running the series, those running the broadcasts, even, you know, behind the scenes. There's so many factors that need to be learnt from every single time we do this style of racing. And I mean, let's be honest, for Niels Naujoks, he's a busy man over a race weekend, because not only is he trying to help run things behind the scenes, nothing to do with the judiciary committee and anything like that, or any of that kind of stuff. Obviously, just to clarify that he's not going, oh, well, the 89's not going to get any penalties. He's nothing to do with any of that. But does also race, as well as manage these guys at the BS competition team. He's a busy man. And to say that they're running up in 8th position after being backwards on the first lap, trying to get past Vanka at the moment to get into 7th position. They're well inside the top 10. 12 seconds down from this is a string of cars for 4th, 5th and 6th. Now, yes, 30 seconds sounds crazy, but there's enough time to go and catch that.
Absolutely. I think that they still have the chance to get a good top 5 finish, and what a remarkable turnaround it will be. To your point, I do think that BS competition in terms of the BOP are looking very, very well positioned. The question will really end up being, how are they set up in those final couple of rounds of the championship? And I think we are also looking forward to 2023 when it comes to BS competition, as Arthur Camera has a big old slide on the entry in towards Ascari, because a team that already has plenty of talented drivers has just added a couple more. Lewis, as while they're not Assetto Corsa Competizione drivers, Ascari, Rene and Valtteri Alander have found a new home over at BS competition.
Yes, it's not a bad couple of drivers to throw into your remit. Two experienced drivers across the multitude, more so on Valtteri Alander when it comes to he's fast in everything. Or Sky Rene's fast in pretty much everything. I don't think you can throw much at Sky Rene. But then I always kind of like with BS competition having such a large contingent across all of your drivers, kind of want to see them experimenting more and sticking drivers all around the place when it comes to sim racing, and not just seeing them. I mean, we chatted obviously to BS competition last round. They had Jonas Raivio who's one of their R-Factor 2 specialists. No reason why, when you're a team like that, you can get Valtteri Alander and Sky Rene into the squad, 2 great drivers, and go, do you want to come and do some ACC? Do you want to try and come and learn something a bit different? And they go, yeah, sure, actually, do you know what? Why not? Why not give it a go? Because you've got experts now, well, as they do, as we know from BS competition, they've got experts on all the major platforms and across a whole variety of different categories on those platforms as well.
And we are starting to see some teams really starting to branch out. Most significantly, I think the Apex Racing team that you got to commentate on yesterday in the SimGrid VCO World Cup, in the special event that we had here on the Twitch channel of VCO Esports. Bit of a battle for 17th position, and it's going to see a car go around. I think it was the West Competition BMW that got spun around on the front end of that Get Closer Aston Martin.
Potentially, yeah, it might well have been, because obviously you can see Sure there in the background, the Get Closer Racing car that's obviously dropped back an awful lot of time. We'll see, yeah, it certainly was West Competition Racing that was sent around. So they might have a 5-second time penalty. I can probably say that maybe the Get Closer Racing car are getting closer to their own 5-second time penalty. Vermont, though, focused on catching the Triton car ahead of Mateusz Tuszkiewicz. So there could be a switch for position there. Also, a bit further down, you got the, well, a bit further up rather, you got the Brabham Esports car, Prendergast making his way past the Armamentario car that's going very slow there on the inside because they're letting the race leaders come through. I think it might have misjudged that ever so slightly, but Race Anywhere Sim Sports looking to put these guys a lap down.
Yeah, we check back in with your race leader momentarily as well, and what a performance has been from first Grantas Caracas and now Victor Nicolai, just carrying that momentum forward. They lead by 80 full seconds, Lewis, and we're only 3 hours and 20 minutes into this race. I mean, they are well and truly at the front, and they've taken advantage again of that Joker usage. I think you and I in qualifying were seeing 2 sides of that Joker. It's a one-time Joker that teams are allowed over the course of the season, of course, in these multi-stage qualifying sessions where you only get 1 attempt. The Joker allows you the chance to go back out there. Caracas was 14th at the middle part of qualifying 3, but used the Joker to go up to the very front, and what a decision that proved to be, because if he was in second, he may have been the one with big drama like Arnage has been having to deal with.
Yeah, honestly, the best usage of a Joker that we've seen. Absolutely. I mean, like I say, that's how you use it. They're now in position. I don't think there's any doubt that it was the right call. As we look at South, who's coming under pressure from Samir Abrami at the moment. Obviously, they've got one of the SMP Racing Esports cars between them. And I'm just going to confirm before I jump off for a sec. I think, Arjuna, the rain is going to get lighter. It's not going to stop anytime soon, certainly not for the next half hour or even an hour. But the rain is expected to ease up a touch as we continue on this race. So I think we might have to deal with some transitional period when it comes to the weather in the next hour and a bit. Is SMP making a bit of a mess of it? I think so.
Maybe. Yeah, it does look as though, again, I think you and I are both following Jardier's stream to see what the teams and drivers are seeing in terms of the weather. Yeah, 30 minutes from now, we will see the rain start to lighten on up. It never got as torrential as it did in our rival split at the start of the race for them. But it has been a very treacherous couple of hours, and the lightening of the rain may very well be what all the teams have been waiting for.
Certainly is. Well, Ewan O'Leary's going to jump in because, again, you're bored of my southern English voice. So now we get the northern side of England to jump in here onto the broadcast. Welcome back, Ewan.
Thanks very much. Not northern, by the way, but just northern. Midlands. But anyway, sorry people outside the UK who don't understand quite what we're on about.
Okay, I mean, even some people inside the UK struggle to understand what people in the UK will argue about. 5 hours and 18 minutes to go as Lewis McLeod will go off for an hour's rest before he jumps back into the commentary booth. Ewan, like we said, 30 minutes from now, we expect the rain to start softening in its intensity, and I do think that it will mean as we get ready to move forward, we've got some pit stops forthcoming shortly. But if the rain starts to lighten up in 30 minutes, we're going to be offset once again in the pit stop cycle.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, once again, I don't think this rain is showing any signs of actually fully stopping, and the dry tyres are not being wheeled out by any means at this stage in the race. However, it could well shake things up again. The way that the rain fell last time has meant, obviously, as Lewis explained a little bit earlier on, has meant that these guys are offset a little bit, but they are able to bring that back with the pit stops they currently have. So that's all fine, but it just depends when it stops raining. And even if we get onto the dry tyres once again, there's still a very long way to go, and plenty of chances to get back onto those dry tyres if indeed they need them.
I think that's the question, is if they are going to need them. Drive-through penalty has just come down to the Prime Firefly E-Racing 777 Mercedes. My suspicion is that is for that rejoin. Haven't got confirmation of it. Lewis was wondering where the punitive action was, and I think, well, you've just had it come down. And so that will likely drop them down outside of the top 10, maybe even outside of the top 15. And that might be the first drive-through penalty that we've had so far this race, Ewan. The question I guess I have is, we've got 5-second penalties, 10-second penalties. Is this drive-through potentially a penalty for cutting the course? Because Lewis had also mentioned that slightly earlier. If you go off the track 3 times and cut the course, it's an immediate penalty from the race control.
Maybe it is down to track limits then, because yeah, I haven't seen a drive-through penalty for any incident just yet, and I don't remember the 777 being involved in any incidents. However, well, the only thing I can think of is that rejoin in front of a Bentley, but that surely it didn't deserve a drive-through, so it might be due to track limits. I'm not entirely sure just for the moment. We'll get some confirmation on that, of course, but whatever it's for, it's going to set them back quite a long way. I'd expect them to drop down to at least 10th place, maybe even 11th, depending on whether Paul Simsport can get through there or not.
Yeah, that Aston Martin has been up inside of that top 10 fight through the course of the race. We check back in with the Symphony of Pistons BMW before we now grab a look at the RCI Bentley, that runs in 5th position. They've got the Aspar Esports Nissan with Mesa at the wheel for them, only 1.4 seconds back. The RCI Bentley has lost a little bit of ground through the course of the rain, has not suited it the most. We've also seen the struggles from the Gato Chain Ballast Esports 163, although a part of that's just related to the way that traffic has not been the friendliest to their car. 14th position though, it is the Grippax Engineering 69 Alu Gobi in front of Mateusz Tichkovic for the Triton Racing Ferrari. You've got Vermont for Arnage Competition trying to fight his way back forward as well. One thing that I've noticed, some of the sentiment from some of our viewers here, Ewan, is the fact that this FLExTREME concept is not just a lot of fun in terms of BOP, as the Triton Racing Ferrari slides on past the Grip Pack's Aston Martin, but the fact that we do get to see the likes of the Nissan and some of these other GT3 cars that a lot of the time in regular competition you may not get to see.
Yeah, I think we talked about that a little bit at Circuit of the Americas, where we had quite a few different manufacturers inside the top positions, and once again we're seeing 5 different manufacturers inside the top 6 here with the Aston Martin, with the Nissan on your screen right now being involved as well. It is really great to see, yeah, big fan of the idea to get more variety on the grid, because sometimes in series where it is normal where BOP is normal and the conditions for picking cars are more normal per se, then people tend to pick the same sorts of cars, and we don't want to see almost spec championships for these GT3s. Yeah, it's a great idea in terms of getting the variety on the grid for us, and you're seeing it here with 3 different manufacturers involved in a fight for 14th position. And by the way, I'm still not counting Arnold's competition now. If even second place at the end of this race, it's very, very close all the way up to second. I know the leaders have got a big lead, and they're not going to get there, I wouldn't imagine, but second place I think is still possible for this team.
Interesting. Well, we'll wait and see. I still think that a top 5 is definitely on the cards for the BS competition team. So if that's what we're seeing, maybe we could even see them fight their way forward. Got some replays to work your way through after what has been a quite chaotic 3.5 odd hours. It started, well, at the start, maybe unsurprisingly, before the green flag even dropped, with the Yassi 666 having technical issues, George Boothby then having to hand over to Jaroslav Honzik, but they were 4 laps down instantly. The drama, though, was to come. Turn 1, lap 1 at Monza. What were you going to expect? Valentin Barriere and the Brabham Esports Honda NSX just slight nudge into the back of the Ballas Esports Bentley. That set off a chain reaction with the BS competition car. Dyer McCormack in the Lamborghini for Williams Esports spun around Arnage Competition in their Lamborghini as well. That's why the car that was up in second in qualifying is having to fight its way back through the field. The onboard with Valentin Barriere will just show how innocuous a mistake it was, but the consequences that it would end up having were significant. Just look at the bumper cars being played as they worked through the Rettifilio for the very first time. 2-3 wide the norm as they then powered out of Curva Grande. With so many cars having damage, we saw a handful of them down to the pit lane at the end of the lap. Side by side with the Esports BMW as well as the Symphony of Pistons BMW, the RCI Bentley would try and slide its way up the inside, and ultimately it was going to end in tears for the Yeet Esports BMW as they tried to slide back onto the track. They tagged the nose of the Bentley and hard into the wall through the Lesmos for that number 30, the Yeet Esports number 43 machine. Here was a good look from up above as we get the sense of how much space the RCI Bentley was trying to leave. The answer, as little as possible. And it was pain on the part of the Esports car. Into turn 1 then, as the rain started to fall, plenty of drama. Visceral being tagged from behind by the Burst Esports Bentley, the 123 in partnership with FFS Racing, but really it was the dramas through the second part of the Rettifilio that were to become a bit of deja vu. You got offline, you tagged the curb, and instantly your car pendulumed around. Unfortunately, in this case, the 41 TF Racing car not clipped by SimRC as they tried to come on through. While we're watching these replays, by the way, there are some pit stops underway as we enter into that pit stop cycle of the race. Still wet weather tires required for all the contenders. And it was always about that wet weather drama. Lunges into the opening corner, a Mercedes deciding that it was better to use the runoff area. It was the 777 Prime Firefly e-racing machine, and then this rejoin was one that definitely caused a little bit of chaos in the camp of the Gatto-Chain Ballas Esports number 163. The run down into turn number 1, proved to be difficult for the Aspar Esports and Nissan as it decided to bounce over those sleeping policemen. They did it quite carefully though, in stark contrast to some others who had more drama there. Drama out of Ascari for the 333 virtual drivers by TX3 Porsche 911 as it spun itself around lazily but avoided running into the wall. That would have been a much worse stroke of luck. The rain has definitely, though, caused a lot of chaos over the course of the race. In the case of this virtual drivers by TX3 car, it wasn't the spin that was the main cause of the drama. It was after that, with the car then just shutting off and requiring a return to the pit lane. Out of pit lane as well, it was the Gato Chain Ballast Esports car that on cold tires showed just how treacherous getting onto the brakes could truly be. And then as they tried to work their way back around, the Low Fuel Motorsports Mercedes was a lap down but would get their way in front of them. Some more drama in towards turn number 1 as well, as sliding onto the brakes went the 121 Armenterio Honda NSX, another driver that was able to mount the curves without spinning his car around. But I think this was one of those that struggled to do so. The 888 SMP Racing Esports Ferrari did go around, and then a little bit of bumper cars with the Carbon SimSport car as well. It has very much been a couple of hours of just survival. One car not surviving, Igor Rodriguez. A technical issue would drop the Williams Esports Chill Blast car out of second position where they had run for the majority of the race. It was cruel and unusual punishment, and it was as innocuous as you could get, just unable to find the line with suspected monitor failure and into the wall. Rodriguez would find his car towed back to the pit lane and then dropping outside of the top 30 positions. The 41 TF Racing car, they're the ones showing how tricky the sleeping policeman can truly be if you shortcut that opening section of the lap. And then they had to find their way to the access road to be able to rejoin as well. Not the easiest situations for anybody, if we're being totally fair. And once again, this time it was the 85 Racing Point Ferrari that would run a little bit deep into the braking zone. SOP Esports, we saw them for a moment. They currently lead, by the way, with a cycle of pit stops working their way through. Valentin Barriere, the latest to have found just how tricky turn number 1 could be. And I mean, this rain has very much made it precarious for all.
Yeah, it certainly it certainly has. The highlights obviously showing that, yeah, there have been a lot of incidents so far in these races, particularly as the rain has fallen. Lots of people going off single car incidents, double car incidents, and all that kind of thing, which is a bit of shame, obviously, but expected when these conditions hit like this. This is the kind of awkward moment that can happen through the first chicane. A quick spin, half spin for the 163 Bentley there. But yeah, we've seen plenty of that going on so far. And this was the Arnage competition incident that we saw in towards turn number 1 as well, where Alexander Bromont just got too late on the brakes and it really, just basically hit around this Aston Martin here, the 69, I think it was. And yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't know if they ever got a penalty for that. I can't remember.
I think we're still waiting to see if that penalty is going to come down. A little bit more drama, and this one self-inflicted on the part of Sim RC as they battled with the Team Racing Point Ferrari down the run into the Parabolica. They came up into the line of the Ferrari. That spat them around. They were able to miss being hit by the Burst Esports Bentley, but the Visceral Aston Martin not so lucky. Significant damage on both their sides. We'll get another look at it from up above, and you'll see just how slippery that Sim RC car was before it even touched the grass.
Yeah, and then just drifted into the side of the Ferrari. A little bit silly from everyone, really. And especially silly from Visceral, who came flying in and then clattered into, and we're about to see it here, clattered into the Sim RC Aston Martin, seeing an opportunity, and then, realising that, yeah, that was not... to be fair, can't see an incident, still can't see it, and he's going to see it late, but, and then did hit, to be fair to him, did hit the brakes once he saw it, but, yeah, it didn't look great from the off-board cameras. Maybe he just couldn't see where he was going there, so I guess it's plausible.
So about 4 hours ready to come to a close in this 9 hours of Monza, the second round of VCO LFM FLExTREME. It is still Race Anywhere SimSport that lead. It is now Cody Pride that has taken over control of that bright green Lamborghini. They lead by almost 80 full seconds over the Symphony of Pistons BMW M4 that has Luke Southall still behind the wheel. Ren Velton Esports run in third in their Honda NSX, with the RCI Bentley now up into fourth. Aspar's Nissan completes the top five, with 5 different manufacturers filling those top 5 spots. Niels Naujoks in that BS competition car, by the way, is up now into the 6th spot as well. The recovery drives are starting to work their way further and further forward. For Niels Naujoks, the next target, a spot in the top 5.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, and these 2 Lamborghinis, by the way, who are also making their way through the field, I think we could well see them maybe even on the podium. Maybe that would be a stretch for both of them to get on the podium, but they're showing some really good pace even now, as is the overall race leader, of course, now Cody Pride at the wheel there. Gap's come down a little bit, but it's still 77 seconds between 1 and 2 right now, with still over 5 hours to go. So the Lamborghini looking very, very strong indeed. And a car that's dropped back, actually, was the 163 through that pit stop phase. Not entirely sure why, but they were running as high up as inside the top 5 earlier on in this race. But that Bentley, the RCI Bentley, has gone way down now.
We'll have to see exactly if we can track what has happened to them. Rain showing no signs of lightening up, at least just yet. Arnage Competition, a bit of contact, I think, with the Get Closer Aston Martin as they work through the opening corner, and it will lead to a spin around for Vincent Urbich in the 240. Not sure if that was really related to the contact or just the balance of the car, but whoa, that's another close moment on the rejoin with the Absolute Motorsport Atlas Sim Racing 88 Aston Martin, as Arnage Competition is going to drop down 2 positions to 18th spot. Here is the RCI Esports Bentley as they currently run in 5th, directly behind the Aspar Nissan. I
didn't mean the RCI Bentley, did I? I meant the Gotta Change Balance Esport one.
Yes.
Not RCI, sorry about that. But yeah, the 163 anyway dropped down quite a long way. This is the fight though for 4th place. I did think earlier actually that the Nissan was just struggling for a bit of speed in the wet weather, and I don't think these conditions particularly suit it. But they were at least able to get slowed down for turn 1 there, unlike the RCI Esports Bentley, which has to go across the chicane and will drop back behind the Nissan again here.
Going to get close as well to now being dropped into the path of Niels Naujoks, whose charge continues up through the field, as the number 89 is now within touching distance of that top 5 spot. 799's got to be careful as some lap traffic in the form of Yas Heat trying to get a lap back on them. It's going to now have to get on the anchors, because Niels Naujoks is indeed going to move to the inside through Lesmo 1, challenging to bring the Zebras back up into the top 5. Matushuka can do nothing about it. That Bentley has no grip in these rainy conditions right now, and the Zebras have managed to charge their way back forward into the top 5.
Yeah, I think RCI Esports have a little bit of a right there to be pretty displeased with Yas Heat for trying to make that move on them into the 2nd chicane. It didn't work out for them. They backed out of it, but the Bentley lost a lot of speed as a result, and so they had to slow down, and then the BS competition car just came through. I think Yas Heat didn't really have the right and the speed there to get involved quite with that fight in the way that they did. But BS Competition certainly won't be complaining, because they're up a position into 5th now, and it's been such a good recovery drive from them. To be fair, they could have even stuck with the Lamborghinis if they'd have had a better opening lap.
Cormac down on pit lane, by the way, as that Williams Esports car comes on down. We did get word that for the Balish Esports team, they did have a 30-second penalty to serve in their Bentley, which is why they have dropped down through the field to 14th position. Try and get confirmation on exactly why they got that penalty and give that bit of an update. As it runs right now, though, in that top 4, we do have 4 different manufacturers. The Bentley dropping behind Naujoks does mean it's not 5 in 5. So far, the mix of the BOP budgets have made it quite interesting. the very front of the field, as with 20 seconds to go until we hit 4 hours officially complete in this race. I mean, Ewan, we've got just, I think you and I were talking about this the last time we were together. We were thinking maybe by the end of the race, maybe 10 cars would be left on the lead lap. As it runs right now, just 6 cars are left on the lead lap.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a lot less than 10, I've got to be honest, because even the Circuit of the Americas race had, I think, 6 or 7 on the lead lap by the end. It really wasn't very many, despite the fact that was a dry race, it was a normal race, and obviously same distance at 9 hours. So, yeah, I think that this is going to have a lot less than that. There was a time, actually, where I thought it was just going to be the front 2 with Williams and Race Anywhere Simsport, and then Race Anywhere on their own, but they're being pegged back a little bit now as a result of this. To be fair, they're not that far from lapping these two in 5th and 6th place, and 4th as well with Messert, so I don't think you'll catch them in the background of these shots quite. They're still a few seconds away from that, but they're not that far away because they've lapped Kieran Prendergast in 7th.
Yeah, they are. He is definitely closing as Cody Pride in that number 55. And again, with a 80-odd second advantage, there's no real need. And it is actually good to probably see him not pushing the limits too much just yet. Of course, this rain expected to be drawing down in the next 10 to 30 minutes. Not expecting it to get dry, but we are expecting it to become a little bit easier for drivers to be able to manage the conditions of the race. You can look how treacherous it is, that virtual drivers by TX3 Porsche sliding back and forth into the braking zone before getting it back under control. Turn 1 has very much been one of our major problem areas over the course of this event. It's going to be a short turnaround in some ways for these drivers. When we go racing once again, they'll get a week or 2 off for the holidays, but we're racing once again on the 7th of January.
Yeah, very early restart for this series. We've only got 3 weeks until the next round already, but thankfully the period between these 2 races will hopefully be relaxing for all of the drivers, because for some of these guys, maybe for a lot of them, this could be their last race could be the last race of 2022, with it being so close to Christmas. There's not really another weekend in 2022 that's not covered by some sort of holiday, whether it be Christmas or New Year, which is over a weekend this year as well. So there may well be no more racing for some of these drivers before the end of 2022. So that will certainly help. A bit of time away, a bit of time off, but the work will begin very quickly for the next round. But of course, they don't quite know which circuit they'll be driving at just yet.
Yes, that's where you, the VCO community, will come in, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing that and how you will decide between the 2 tracks that are up for grabs in our 2 Cup Spec Series races that we are going to have in 2023. Here's Alex Smoliar on the back of the Griphax Engineering 69, which has now dropped down through the field and has got another 5-second penalty coming its way as well, after running up inside of the top 10 points during this race. Smoliar with a great run out of turn number 1 is going to blow past that 69. That Griphax Engineering car is really struggling right now. I wonder if Salvinen has got some damage that we can't really see the impacts of right now.
Sure, because if they did, then they would have repaired it at the last pit stop, which was very recently. So I'm not convinced that they do have damage, but maybe just struggling for pace out there right now. And clearly something is going wrong. Sim Arcia catching them as well right now outside the top 20. As you mentioned earlier on, they were inside the top 10. And so this is a real fall from where they were before. And they've got another 5-second penalty to their name as well. I think, well, I guess even more appropriate in these conditions. When it rains, it pours, and it certainly is pouring for them at the minute. Just nothing quite going their way.
Not at least for the time being. But still a long way to go in this one. Remember, we were talking about how BS Competition and the Arnage Competition cars could be fighting for potential podiums after their issues on the opening lap. What can you do to fight back from here? The Absolute Motorsport Asalith car side by side on the run in towards turn number 1, but it's Triton Racing that goes around in their Ferrari, as I believe that was the Nissan for the Queen's Design number 23 that had to take to the gravel in avoiding action. But Dominic Blyer in that number 10 find himself dropping from 13th to 19th. One mistake has cost him 6 positions.
Yeah, absolutely. And a bizarre one as well, considering that all happened down at turn 1. So a bit of a puzzling one. But another team, Triton Racing, who have done a really good job of kind of making up for lost time and getting through the order very efficiently so far in this race. It's been very strong from them indeed, a good effort from them, but a lot of it has just been undone there. With Dominic Blager now down in 19th position. So they'll be disappointed with that. Still plenty of time for them to make up that time again, but yeah, goodness, that's a lot of time lost and a lot of positions lost.
Here's the Renvelten Esports 171. The Honda NSX runs in 3rd position, 7.5 seconds behind Luke Southall in the number 100 car. We just got word as well that the race leaders have been asked to move aside by Brabham Esports. We think they're just that little bit faster at this point in time, as that 72 car will try and move forward in that 7th position after just going 1 lap down. But I guess it always is a little bit nicer to ask for the leader to let you pass than to force the issue, a la Esteban Ocon on Max Verstappen back in Brazil all those years ago. Do remember, if you're watching as well on twitch.tv/VCO Esports, enter HyperX into the chat to be able to participate in a drawing for a HyperX Cloud Flight wireless gaming headset over the course of this race. I mean, Ewan, when it comes to that, the etiquette from the lap down car, I quite like it. He's just politely said, we've let you go. Unfortunately, you're not faster than us, if you wouldn't mind. We like to go and try and close on those that we're fighting with.
I don't think the race leaders are going to pull over for them, though. So you know, it's going to be difficult for Brabham to get through, I think. And they might have to just sit there and wait for a little while. And by the way, I think you've done Ocon a bit dirty there by saying that. I didn't think he was nearly as much at fault for that.
Oh no, I don't think he's at fault. But again, I'm just pointing out that it's better to ask.
Yeah. Oh,
yes,
yeah.
no.
Okay.
And then you don't get physically assaulted after the fact as well, which does tend to be quite nice as well. I tell you what.
Sorry.
Well, I tell you what I will do here, Ewan. We haven't talked to a driver so far today, as far as I'm aware. We're going to talk to one that's been running at the front. It's been a quiet race for Victor Nicolai in the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car, and you're standing by with our race leaders.
Absolutely, Victor Nicolai, welcome to the commentary booth. Good to have you here. How has this race been for you so far? You've got a big lead of over a minute now. The conditions have changed a lot, but you guys seem to be coping with it very well. How are you free feeling at the front of the field?
Yeah, we were expecting a dry race in which the Lambo clearly is the best package out there. You have seen the pace also from Marnage and Williams, so clearly the Lambo is the fastest. Unfortunately, in these medium to heavy rain conditions, our setup is not really the best. We expected a dry race and we optimized for it. I think the difference was made actually in the qualifying session, where we chose to use the Joker lap in order to secure a better position on the grid, and the difference has been made mainly by staying out of trouble.
Yeah, certainly. We've seen a lot of incidents today, no doubt. I mean, you mentioned those wet weather conditions, they're staying with us for the moment. Do you expect those wet weather conditions to stay with us for the entirety of the race? We've got nearly 5 hours remaining. Is there hope among your drivers that maybe the wet weather will go away?
Well, the current forecast seems to indicate lower intensity of rain, which our car actually was good in those conditions. During the first wet stint, we were the fastest on track, and we certainly hope for that. It seems like the weather is very, very shy to change from these conditions, though.
It certainly does. And for the rest of this race, just how much more driving have you got to do today?
We haven't decided yet on who does which stints. The initial plan was not for me and Grantas to double stint the car. However, seeing as these conditions changed, we thought it's better for the driver that was already accustomed to the car and the conditions to stay behind the wheel. So we will closely monitor how the weather changes and decide from there.
Absolutely. Nearly 5 hours to go, but you're doing a great job so far. Victor, thanks very much for coming to join us. Yeah, we look forward to seeing you back out there very soon.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Victor Nicolai there from the Race Leaders Race Anywhere Sim Sport. Having a good day so far, but I guess surprised to learn that they didn't at least optimise a little bit for the wet weather. They've just gone all-out dry setup, and it's probably a good job they've got more than a minute's lead.
It goes back to, I think, that question and uncertainty around how much rain we were going to get, that we were kind of talking about at the start of the race, when we said, you know, 45% was the likelihood of rain. But what did that really mean in intensity, a frequency over the course of the event as well? And so we've had this several hour block now of constant rain, and forecasts, like Victor mentioned, indicate it will let up from here moving forward. And so 55 team thinks the race is going to swing back in their direction. Ewan, as well, as we move forward to 2023, the one thing that I think I am very excited about is, of course, with GT3 cars taking on increased prominence in global motorsports as we move forward to 2024. Next year, we get some new cars to join the party. Of course, a brand new Porsche 911 GT3 R based on that 992 generation 911 will be joining us. Already has been delivered to some teams in the US as they get ready for the 24 Hours of Daytona. Similarly, when it comes to a Ferrari, a brand new model, one that looks quite spectacular, one that they say is designed even more for the gentleman racer that competes in the GT3 category. And of course, Lamborghini Huracan to be updated to its second generation Evo. It's a class of car that continues to just get better and better after delighting fans around the world for now almost a full decade in global motorsport.
Yeah, certainly. It's been around for a good while now, GT3 racing, and it doesn't show any signs of going away. Still popular as ever. New cars to come onto the scene as well. Now, given the fact that they will be able to race at Le Mans now, and you know, kind of take out the big four 24-hour endurance races in one category. You can do Daytona, Spa, Nürburgring and Le Mans, all in the same car as the same team. Are we going to see one team, you know, try and take out all four in 1 year? It'd be really hard to do, but you know, it is possible now, or will be possible now, with Le Mans adding GT3s. I just don't see that being a long-term solution for them at Le Mans, though. I feel like that's kind of a decision they've taken because it's the best out of a bad situation, and they'd rather, and it's not going to be a thing for very long, unfortunately. So we'll try and enjoy the GT3s at Le Mans while we can, because I don't think it's going to last too long.
I think it is going to be interesting. They're calling it LMP3 Premium. I think the optional kits that GT3 cars can add when they go to Le Mans, but the fact that they're optional, I think, indicates that we're not going to see too many teams really end up using them. So very curious how that is, of course, going to end up playing itself out. So right around now is when we kind of expected the weather to start letting up. We haven't really seen it do so, at least just yet. However, I don't think we are going to see the end of the rain anytime soon, because even 30 minutes from now, there is continued rain projected in the course of this one. These drivers better be used to these conditions and these awkward visibilities. We've seen a couple of incidents, and basically solely down to running in the wake of the car in front of you and just being unable to spot some of your braking spots.
Yeah, it's really hard to see when you're driving and you've got the level of visibility that these guys have. It is exceptionally difficult. We see that with our competition down here in George Turn number 1 in the past. I don't know, it wasn't the 88 that they actually hit, was it? The car that's in front of them at the minute. It could have been, although I can't remember. I know I said it was the 69 Grip Paps car earlier, but I honestly can't remember who they hit. They certainly hit somebody in an Aston Martin, and it was black and white as well. But that doesn't help. That doesn't narrow it down between the two of them. but like you're seeing here, very late on the brakes on this competition, even having a look into the Della Roggia, and now with the exit, they should be able to get the 85 on the inside at Lesmo 1. And this Lamborghini is just so quick, showing that it's continuing to be fast in the wet weather.
Yeah, Lamborghini's looking very good here at Monza. While at the Circuit of the Americas, it was a little bit more close between the Porsche and the Lamborghini. Those were definitely two of the fastest cars, especially with the BOP choices that we had from the Unicorns of Love and Williams Esports. But very much for this race, we had Lamborghini 1 and 2 until the Williams Esports technical issue. And Arnage Competition will have thought that they could have made it a 1-2-3 if luck had turned in their favor. SOP Esports still runs second, by the way, with Southall behind the wheel and closing on your race leader. That gap down to 73.5 seconds. He enjoys a 7-second buffer back to Ibrahimi in that Renvelten Esports Honda NSX that runs with 24 kilos of ballast here today. Don't forget as well, you can head over to the pit wall, pitwall.live, to follow on with live timing and scoring across of all 3 of our splits. You're watching the cash split, the rival split, and the challenger split, already working closer and closer to the end of their races. Ewan, how time flies. We're only 15 minutes away from the halfway point of our race here.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been flying so far, and nearly halfway into this 9-hour race at Monza. So not much, well, I say not much time remaining. It's still a long time to go, really. But yeah, certainly a lot happened in the past as well for this race. But the interesting thing, I think, with this race is the fact that the first couple of moments, and particularly with the start of the race and the rain coming as well, it's put a lot of strong cars out of position, which means we've obviously spent a lot of time watching them come back through the field. Thinking of the likes now of Triton Racing in 19th. We've got Arnage Competition, they worked their way up to 16th. We had BS Competition making their way through, but what it's done is just allowed us to watch a lot of overtaking on a lot of battles. So the chaos at the start has given us something to watch throughout the 4.5 hours so far.
Yeah, it has kept us entertained, I think, in a way that Lewis and myself were just a little bit more worried about this race maybe turning into something a little bit more pedestrian at times, but it has been anything but pedestrian at this point, to say the very least. Cody Pride is not running the fastest lap times. Valentin Barriere and the rest of the Brabham Esports team have been able to clear themselves off your race leader, get their lap back, and will now try and set to work on building that buffer back up to those behind. As we move forward in this concept of VCO LFM FLExTREME, Ewan, as Lewis and I discussed earlier, it's a concept, of course, that will only get better as we tweak and evolve it. The thing, though, that I sit here and I kind of think about when it comes to at least the BOP side of things is there's not much that I really would want to change. I think the way that it puts the onus onto the teams, the way that the draft show played out as well, it's just been a lot of fun. And sometimes in sim racing, the serious business of sim racing, we don't have enough fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it is a bit too serious, but not that this is not a serious championship by any means. It certainly is, but yeah, it has certainly allowed for a kind of better situation with the BOP working in the way that it has. It's been very entertaining. It's, as we said before, it's allowed lots of different manufacturers to be chosen, and lots of different manufacturers up towards the front even now. At the front of the race, I think we've still got 5 different manufacturers inside the top 5, or is it 4 in the top 4? I think it's the second one. But yeah, it's very good indeed, and it's put very much the ball in the team's court. We have seen quite a lot of Aston Martins, though, to be fair, picked, as it wasn't given that much ballast to start with as a starting point, and then I think 8 teams have picked it, which has given it quite a lot in the end. So 72 has to be taken by the Aston Martins that have proved to be reasonably strong. I mean, this team, Get Closer Racing, were 3rd at Circuit in the Americas, so it's not a weak car by any means.
I think the Aston Martin was also a car just expected to be decent at every track. It's not a car that was expected to struggle at any one of the expected tracks, and therefore a quite tidy option, I think, for many to be thinking about. Of course, this composition not possible without the support of VCO's partners at Low Fuel Motorsports, and of course LFM have built up a fantastic community, not just focused here on Assetto Corsa Competizione, but of course earlier here in 2022, Low Fuel Motorsports are branching out and bringing competition, public competition to rFactor 2 as well. And I think that's the thing that I really enjoy about sim racing, is the community side of things. And LFM, Low Fuel Motorsports, have 70,000 sim racers in their community, no matter what platform they are racing on, no matter what car you're racing on, Ewan, at the end of the day, racers are racers.
Yeah, certainly are, and you can find one as well that you know, or a series, a championship that suits you and that you want to do. And so yeah, it's a big community, and spreading across all different kinds of platforms now. As I think we do a good job of highlighting at VCO as well, in terms of actually using multiple simulators through the same championship in some cases. So yeah, it's always good to see. But it does kind of create the arguments about which sim is best, and obviously the people who are loyal to their sim start getting their pitchforks out and so on, like Arjuna with iRacing, and they start slating the other sims for doing what they're doing.
Whoa.
Well, no, I know.
Libel and slander from Ewan O'Leary.
You're not bad for it, to be fair, but there certainly are people that that do almost see no issues with their preferred simulator, and all the issues with their not preferred simulator.
Yeah, and I think that's why I've been enjoying the Esports Racing League, is the fact that we get to branch out to some of these different platforms. Of course, the VCO Esports Racing League focuses on iRacing, Assetto Corsa Competizione, and rFactor 2. Those are the three platforms that will be competed on in the Esports Racing World Cup midway through February next year in person in Hamburg. But I made this crazy suggestion during one of our ERL events, as the Arnage competition machine is going to slide down the inside of the Absolute Motorsports car, but overcommits, won't get the move done, slots back into line, and no harm, no foul, basically. But I did make this crazy suggestion, Ewan, that instead of having 3 set simulators, we could have each of the ERL Cups be centered around a discipline of racing. Maybe we could do rally racing for one, oval racing for another, and then road racing for another. You could have all the different platforms represented, as Vincent Urbich finally will get the move done and slide past Buffet in that number 88 machine. But I just like this idea of sim racers not having to focus on, oh, this platform does this the best, and we'll just do what we want to do, which is go racing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a big argument, isn't it, really? But I do like the idea of kind of getting all the kind of disciplines together. And I think yeah, some championships will do a bit more of that, of getting more disciplines together in terms of, you know, oval racing and road racing and all of these different kind of things. But there's not really a championship that quite does all of those in one go. Mainly because I don't really know anybody who does all of them. There's not too many people who actually do oval racing and road racing well at the same time. I mean, Phil Krause is quite good, but
Bobby Zelensky, Mitchell de Jong.
Oh, Mitchell de Jong, certainly, yes. Yeah, definitely. But I mean, yeah, but there's not many. I mean, you could count the really good ones with your 2 hands, probably.
Yes.
Like
no.
Both.
I think one hand, if we're being totally honest. You throw Casey Kerwin into the mix there as well. Yeah, there are things that are similar enough, but yeah, we don't see anyone really competing at the top levels of both, even though, yeah, this is again showing my iRacing bias more than anything, but Zach Campbell, Kevin Ellis Jr. are both oval converts to road racing competition. Igor Ognorodnikov down the inside of the 777 Prime Firefly E-Racing Mercedes into the second chicane. Nicely done from the Hello YouTube team to work its way forward for the time being, and they've worked their way forward from the back of the field as well. If I remember correctly, eliminated in qualifying 2 was that 911 car, and so they started outside the top 25 and outside of the top 20, and have slowly worked their way forward in contention, you'd have to say, for a really good points finish here.
Yeah, top 8, it seems to be maybe the limit here. 8th place is 30 seconds behind Kieran Prendergast now in the Brabham Esports car, mainly because Brabham Esports are really quick at the moment. But even so, Ogre Undercover's done a good job to recover now and get up these positions inside the top 10. Because of this, though, I'm kind of surprised they qualified quite so far down. And they didn't have a fantastic time at the first round either. 15th in the standings now. They will have been roughly 15th after that race. Not entirely sure. Maybe 14th in the race. I don't really know. But, yeah, it's kind of the thing with this qualifying format, really. All 3 of your drivers need to be good at qualifying as well as good at racing. So it's it makes things difficult for some teams, because I know that I really sucked at qualifying, to be honest. But I can, you know, I can do decent race pace, or at least I can not crash, which is obviously not going to help in qualifying because it's only 1 lap.
I think that's a good point as well. I do like that it forces all drivers to head out there and, well, to be ready to head out there in qualifying, you know, assuming that you make it through all 3 stages of that group qualifying process, the knockout qualifying process. But yeah, a couple more drive-through penalties have come down. Did get confirmation that if it's a drive-through penalty, it is likely the automated penalty for cutting the track 3 times. And so that's what the West Competition Racing #1 car with Alexander behind the wheel is going to be staring down the barrel of now, as they have, I think, what might be their 4th penalty of the race so far. And again, it's I think something that we say way too often sometimes. You got to stay out of trouble. 4 penalties in 4.5 hours is not staying out of trouble.
No, it's certainly not. And that's, well, it takes a lot of recovering from, really. This is what we speak about, and this is what we mean by staying out of trouble. It's not only not getting involved in incident, but it also, it's not getting penalties. You need to avoid penalties as much as you possibly can. It's basically free time that you're giving away. And you know that you just sat there and you're giving free time to everybody else. So it's yeah, that is not staying out of trouble at all. But we've certainly seen a few teams in the wars today. But it's also what we talk about when we say, if we're mentioning you many times in endurance broadcast, you're maybe getting yourself too involved in the action, to be honest, because we're focused on the action. You don't really want to be involved in it all the time in endurance racing.
It's why it's good that the Race Anywhere SimSport number 55 has been mentioned so little today, other than when we've been praising the relentlessness of its speed. By the way, Niels Naujoks has gone and passed the Aspar Esports team number 21 in their Nissan GTR. So the BS Competition 89 car is now up into 4th position. Yes, he is 20 seconds back from Ibrahimi and that 3rd step on the podium. I don't think you can count out Niels Naujoks, though, Arthur Camera and Gregor Schill, based on the pace that they've shown so far today to recover back to 4th halfway through this 9-hour duel at Monza.
Yeah, absolutely. They're fastest of anyone inside the top 5 on that most recent lap. They've gotten through on that Nissan, the Aspar Nissan, not so long ago. And now they're closing in on the likes of Samir Ibrahimi and also Luke Sunnell as well. They're actually going to come up towards the line again here and be in the 54s again, 54.9. So he loses a tenth to Ibrahimi on that occasion, but does have a lot of work to do. Nearly 20 seconds of a margin up to 3rd place, but he does have a long time to actually close that margin in. And you'd maybe expect that that car would be able to close in on Rem Velten throughout the 4.5 hours remaining. With no disrespect to the others, you'd say that maybe BS Competition is slightly stronger.
At this point in time, I definitely would agree with that sentiment. Naujoks, one of the fastest cars on track right now, although last time a tenth quicker was Ibrahimi, as Naujoks navigated his way around a bit of this lapped traffic. I do love that colorful, pride-laden zebra as well. The great thing about the zebras is they make it very easy for us to pick them apart. You've of course got this machine, the next, the yellow and black car that sometimes we see. That's Sim RC. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what car it was before I interrupted myself. Not been a good easy day for Sim RC, and that's a very odd place to be parked on the inside of the exit of the second Lesmo.
Yeah, really awkward place to be, and you can't exactly see who's coming around the corner to get back going again there, but thankfully they have done now, Luca Road, and let's see, oh, there's suspension damage there, right hand down, no question, and you can see the front end damage there as well. They would have been hoping that it was just bodywork damage, just artificial, not artificial, sorry, what's the aesthetic damage, sorry, but no, there is internal damage there as well with the suspension. That car's going to have to come down pit lane and make an extra pit stop.
Heartbreaking then for SimRC, of course, not the first time they've had big damage after what happened to them on that run down to the Parabolica, where they bounced off that Team Racing Point car, stranded in the middle of the road, and then the Visceral Esports Aston Martin did come and give them a big old wallop as well. Magnani behind the wheel of the 163 Gato Chain Palace Esports car. Remember, they had that 30-second penalty that really did cause them to drop down the field after being up in the mix. We'll get back to that in a moment. Here's a look at the replay. They get pushed from behind, but they were a little bit slow through the apex, surely, there.
Yeah, it looked a little bit slow. I think that was Grip Hacks, by the way, who hit them. Or just got into the rear. It was Una Savalainen.
It's going to be another penalty for Salvalainen, potentially, then.
A real difficult second half of the race, or last few moments at least, for the 69 car that's down in outside the top 20 right now. This is on board, so there might have been a bit of before here. Well, it all looks normal so far.
Let's just see the speed here, because I'm more curious at the momentum that the 76 brings in. Let's see it here. I mean, he's a tad slow, but I wouldn't say he's abnormally slow by any means.
No, I think Savalainen is too quick, to be honest. Well, not too quick, but he dived in there too much as the car was slowing in front of him, and should have been more aware. That's going to be at least another 5-second penalty, maybe more, added on to that time penalty that he's currently got, as we've got the Arnage Competition Lamborghini once again applying pressure, once again trying to make moves.
Yeah, this is a car that's always been looking forward, and the next target is that Balish Esports car. I don't think that Magnani is going to be able to do too much, as Urbich will fire it down the inside into the Rogia. Grabs 14 spots for the number 240 pink, white and black machine. Next target up the road is going to be the Get Closer Racing Aston Martin that has Arndt behind the wheel. You can just see that Aston Martin rolling through the second of the Lesmos now. It's been a great charge so far from Arnage Competition, and they are very much still in the mix. So 4 hours and 27 odd minutes still left to go, and it's hard to really tell here, Ewan, but I do feel like the rain has lessened in intensity, and the forecast now is for dry conditions, or at least no rain, in 30 minutes time.
And that is a really awkward time to have no rain anymore, because they will have made a pit stop just before then, expecting the pit stops to come in first of all around lap 150. We're 8 laps away from that now with the race leader Coney Pride, so that's really awkward, and it's going to possibly push them into a 9-stop race here today, because of that being halfway through a stint. Although, just because it stops raining then doesn't mean they'll need dry tyres immediately, obviously. So there may be a bit of a lag there, and maybe they'll be able to stretch it out enough, but I'm doubtful. This could be a 9-stop race.
I do think we've got some potential intrigue there. I think it will take at least 30 minutes 45 for it to dry on out, as that's Fabien Piffet in the Absolute Motorsport Aston Martin blowing past the braking zone into turn number 1. He'll take that shortcut and run his way back out onto track now in 17th position. 30 minutes, 45 minutes to get the track dry enough potentially to switch over to slicks, given how long we've had this rainfall for as well. That shortcut, by the way, for Fabien Piffet, a little bit more hurtful than he would have thought, because that was his 3rd time shortcutting the track. He's got a drive-through penalty as a result.
Certainly has. Can't afford, even if you do give up the time, can't afford to, just do that all the time. You can't afford to cut across the track. So, yes, a drive-through penalty for Fabien Piffet, I'm afraid, and that's going to set him back by quite a distance in this race. I mean, it's quite congested in this area of the track, so he might even drop behind these two. if he's really unlucky. We'll wait and see on that, of course, but yeah, you really want to avoid that kind of thing. I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen too many penalties in the last few moments. It has calmed down a little bit, especially from the start of the race, where there really were a few dished out for the opening moments.
Yeah, we have, I think, now had 4 of these drive-through penalties for track limit infringement, so just keep an eye out. No matter where you are in the field, it's very much a threat to drivers who extend the track just that little bit more. Alex Smoliar on the back of Lukacek in the number 90 for Carbon Simsport as they work through Ascari. Smoliar's been a feisty old competitor here today, trying to bring the 888 back up into the mix, and as they head towards the braking zone at the Parabolica, it's going to try and set up the run here and use the draft. Meanwhile, Vincent Urbich continues to carve his way back forward, but here's that momentum. What will Alex Smoliar be able to do? The Aston Martin's been very quick in a straight line. Ferrari struggling a little bit more at the very top end.
Certainly has. I think it's less of a fact that the Ferrari's struggling, but more of a fact that the Aston Martin is so quick in a straight line. It is really, really quick, and so really difficult to overtake as well, as Lukacek dives into turn 1 and dives over that curb a little bit too much. Smoliar with a good exit, but he's going to have to go the long way around Curva Grande with a less powerful car, and so it's going to have to be a dive, a lunge into the Della Roggia.
Just doesn't seem to get that drive off the corner. It's going to be a pretty last minute lunge if he's going to try and get it done. Lukacek tries to cover the door and indeed will convince Smoliar that it's not worth getting through, at least for now. They've gained a position as well by courtesy of something else. Urbich sliding in front of that Get Closer Racing Aston Martin, who did not want to put up a fight, realizing that at 240 may very well be one of the faster cars in the class, and therefore maybe it will be a beneficial thing to follow him at this point in time. Also, I think concerned about the fact that Magnani, Matasia in the Palace Esports Bentley and then the Team Racing Point Ferrari are also lurking in the mix as well. In a couple of moments' time, Ewan O'Leary is going to be rejoined by Lewis McLeod, and I will take a step aside as it hits 1 a.m. local time here in Singapore. But I got to tell you, I am feeling enthused about what an exciting end to the race that we've got in store for us. Maybe not at the very pointy end of the field where Race Anywhere Simsport continue to dominate here at Monza, but Ewan, so many storylines throughout the rest of the field.
Yeah, there are, and so many battles throughout the rest of the field as well. Very, very exciting stuff so far, not least with Arnage Competition, who are battling their way forward and could well be inside the top 10 in an hour's time. I wouldn't put it past them at all. It's been very interesting indeed, even if the gap between 1 and 2 is now 75 seconds. You know, it's been an interesting race nevertheless, and a very dramatic one as well, as Felix Arndt gets a great exit off the Della Roggia chicane. Bit of a mistake from Vincent Urbich there, and so he drops back to 14th position.
Back and forth they'll go, and as long as they don't trip over each other like they do there, it's not too bad. That, though, is a little bit concerning, and now I'll sort it all out and head up towards the Ascari once more, where a lap or so ago, that 240 was able to slide its way forward into the 13th spot. Not going to be a repeat, at least this time around, in this gaggle of cars. Niels Naujoks, I've been tracking the lap times, by the way, between him and Ibrahimi in that Renvelten Esports Honda NSX, and the gap is holding pretty steady right now. Ibrahimi, I think, maybe realizing that Naujoks has brought the intensity up just a little bit more. The gap's held pretty steady at 19 full seconds.
Certainly has. Oh, contact! Arnage around, Arnage Competition around into Parabolica as they're hit by, was that Sim RC that hit them, or was it the 163? It could have been Sim RC, who, let's not forget, are at least a couple of laps down on those drivers now.
I think it was that Sim RC entry, but we'll have to look at a replay, I think, to figure that one out. The Racing Point 85 is going to now look forward to work past the Gato Chain Ballast Esports 163, but I said it earlier, it's at times been a very clumsy race here at Monza, and it started at the drop of the green flag with that run down into turn number 1. There's been a handful of moments like that, a handful of moments that have involved the Arnage competition car, to be fair. This time, no fault of Vincent Urbich or anyone behind the wheel of the 240. Unfortunately, they were going to have to recover their way back forward once again. 4 hours and 20 odd minutes still left to go then. I think it's time that we probably bring back in that Lewis McLeod guy, unfortunately, but I think to do so, it's time for me to step aside. And so, well, Lewis, I'll leave you in the very capable hands of the wonderful Ewan O'Leary.
Yeah, he's pretty capable. Yeah, he's all right. He's all right. So whilst me and Ewan have both been able to see one half of this World Cup final that's taken a bit of attention, our Julie can go off and watch the end of it. Whilst we focus on what's been an intriguing race thus far. 4 hours and 40 minutes complete, well past the halfway point. Well past, I mean 10 minutes. Past the halfway point now, and still the rain is coming down. But it does look to me, Ewan, as though it's lessened slightly over the last sort of 40 minutes.
Well, lessened, but not a little amount of rain falling even now. I'd still count this as pretty significant, really. It's not obviously torrential like it was earlier, but it is still pretty significant amounts of rainfall on the ground right now. So conditions very tricky. And as Arjuna mentioned, it is going to stop raining completely at some point in the near future, but not at a particularly ideal time. I think it could be time for dry tyres before, obviously we're going to get this next round of pit stops in pretty soon, and that's all going to be fine. It's not going to dry out before then. However, by the time we get around again for the next stops, I think it could be dry well before then.
Potentially, it depends exactly on when it's going to stop. Unfortunately, the only person that we can go check on is well, to be fair, you say that the rain's supposed to stop in the next 10 minutes.
Okay, well.
So, you know, that doesn't mean that it's going to be dry in 10 minutes, but that means that we are going to see the rain eventually dissipate and come to a close. I don't know. I think it might actually be in time for the pit stop. I'm just going to double check as to when.
Just about.
The
close.
At least with our race leaders again. Oh wow, that is so awkward. Our race leaders, I'm expecting to pit in around about 10 minutes time, which is around when we're expecting this rain to stop, which means you're going to have to come in, go out on wets and just accept what's tough.
I'm expecting them in on lap 153. They're currently starting lap 148. That's 5 laps away from the pitting lap, which is also taking them 10 minutes right now. So it's perfectly imperfect, if you like. It's perfect for us, but complete headache time for everybody on the pit wall. The interesting thing, I think, as well, is the fact that a couple of drivers inside the top 10 have an extra lap that could well benefit them. The number 100 in second has an extra lap. Now, it's not going to allow them to close a whole 77-second advantage to the leaders, but it could help them to gain a bit of time over those behind them. And also the 777, just inside the top 10 at this stage, has an extra lap to burn as well, because they came in a lap later than everybody else when the rain initially came out a good 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I know this goes back to what I've said earlier, and what really should be the case for quite a lot of these drivers out there, is you go as long as you can in a stint. Now, obviously there's 65 minutes, there's only so long that you can go, but you go until the last lap that you can to. You save enough fuel that you can get to that point. Because realistically, you never know. When conditions are changing, you're giving yourself as many options as is possible. You know, you're lowering the likelihood that you might have to come back in twice in a 10-minute window, because if you keep going that one lap longer, well, suddenly you're accounting for that 10-minute window that we're talking about. As Brabham Esports have a bit of a spin. Bit of a shame for them. They are running inside the top 10. Prendergast at the moment in 7th position. Hasn't lost any spots from it, but Kofanov probably will close in a decent amount of that 33-second gap between them. But still, it's a costly spin.
Yeah, half a minute between them, so Prendergast is not going to lose any positions as a result. But yeah, not ideal. Even so, this part of the order though has been really interesting and very exciting so far in this race, just outside the top 10, towards the lower part of the top 10. It's been very, very exciting indeed, and time again, Arnage Competition and Triton Racing work their way through the field. They have an incident, and then they have to do it all over again, and here's Dominic Blager and Vincent Urbich having to do exactly that right now, all over again. on, first of all, the 1-2-3 of Burst Esport. I think that is
Certainly is.
just up in front of them. It is indeed. They've had a real improvement on where they were earlier as well.
Yeah, I say Burst Esports have got a lot of experience. At least, again, less so from the brand, more so from the team that they've got and the drivers they've got here at ACC. So it kind of makes sense they're able to work their way through the order, at least to some degree. And Mike Nabel behind the wheel at the moment, 16th spot, but he's got the pressure of these two closing in. You're absolutely right. Vincent Airbrick and Dominic Blyer closing right in. And like you say, they've had to pass quite a lot of people on this Sunday afternoon. They've got probably quite a few more to pass in the very near future as the rain's coming to a close. There's some close battles on the grid. 16th, 17th, 18th, what we're looking at here. But then closing in for a bit of a fight, Kofanov, Ogoroknikov and Schubert also pretty tight. Of course, Schubert was one of the ones that set a drive-through penalty for believed track limits infringements. I think we're going to see quite a few of those, those track limits excursions, because there's quite a few places where you can do it. Obviously, turn one, skipping over at turn one, you can receive a warning for doing that a little bit too feistily when it comes to that. But also towards towards Ascari, you can pick one up. I'm pretty sure as well from running wide at the Parabolica, if you do it wrong, you might well pick one up from there. But I'm not sure. Not sure if you really would. Certainly not in these conditions. It'd be way too slippy out there.
Yeah, the paint out there would be you wouldn't head out there now. But I wouldn't. Yeah, I think it is possible to get one out on the outside line there. This is what happened to Kieran Prendergast, who was going in way too deep there from a long way out, I would argue. Just came in there with a bit too much speed, and I think he knew very quickly that was going around, but you just got to accept it really when you've done that.
Yeah, the only thing you can really do is accept that it is going to go round and stop steering a little bit, because you are going to just keep on the brakes and slow it down, because you're going to go straight on. But you probably would be able to stop it before it got into the gravel trap, and then we just have to bring it back onto the road. That's the only thing you can do, but realistically, it's not that crazy. So out of the pit lane comes West Competition Racing. A bit of a switch there. Can't see who it is who's behind the wheel, but it will be Jonkers, of course, the third, the Dutch driver, as a part of the team. Although, to be fair, if I've gone with calling Apostle Scottish, maybe we should call Jonkers Scottish as well. Why not? It's just a Scottish team now. Obviously, the Scotsman was behind the wheel in the previous stint. But coming into pit lane again at the awkward time, because it does look as though the rain has effectively stopped. Of course, windscreen wipers are done manually by the drivers, but I don't know about you.
Yeah.
No rain. Yeah, the rain's gone.
It's got really dry as well, really quite quickly, so it might have just dried out in time for these drivers to go for it. We're going to see some teams forced to pretty soon. The likes of the 163, the 121 are going to be in quite early. So is the 52. That's Paul Simsport. The 121 is very much up there. There you can see Kofanov in the 8th place. They'll be forced to come in quite early, as will the 89 of BS Competition as well. The 42, you can just see, where have they got to? Don't know where they are now, the 42 team.
They're 12th, aren't they?
Are they? Oh yeah, wow, I really did look at them and then just...
Old man eyes.
Old man eyes, yeah, dear me. They're 12, so they'll be forced into it early. It might be just slightly too early for them, but even so, like, they've still got... the highest placed of those is Dmitry Kofanov, and he's still got 3 laps when he gets to the line next, so I reckon he could be all right. I reckon everybody might get away with this.
Yeah, I think 2 or 3 laps, actually pretty decent. If you've got another 2 or 3 laps from this point, you're in a good spot to go straight on the slicks. Again, looking over at the old faithful Yaroslav Honzik on Gianni Stream, and looking, obviously you can see the tyre temperatures as to what's going on there at the moment, and those tyres are starting to overheat quite a bit. Obviously, they're on the wet tyres. Does not mean it's slick tyres just yet. You can see that there's quite a lot of moisture on the circuit. Coming through onto the start-finish straight, which will be a little bit awkward coming down into the first corner. We are not slicks yet, but it does mean we're probably pretty close. See ya to the Arnage competition as going past Mike Nabel, and then going for a spin and dropping back behind Dominic Blyer, and an embarrassing moment there, unfortunately, for Vincent Airbrick, losing out the single position to Dominic Blyer whilst trying to gain one on Mike Nabel. Easily done.
Yeah, and SMP Racing will gain on everybody as a result of that as well. Yeah, very interesting. These conditions very changeable, because you can still see patches of wet weather as well out on the road, especially off the racing line. It's going to be particularly wet. And that's partly why we saw the Arnage car going around for a spin on the traction there, as we see a dive from the RCI Bentley on the wrong line, of course, but with the wet tyres can pull it up just in time. And that'll be 5th place for the Bentley to give us 5 different manufacturers, 6 different... No, I'll stop talking about that because the McLaren is in the wall, and that's quite big damage for the 38.
Yeah, that's broken. You can see there with the steering input, probably about 45 degrees left hand down. From what I'm seeing here, when you pit the next couple of laps or so, it's got to be slicks. I know the start-finish straight looks a bit wet. I know probably slicks aren't ideal, but I can tell you that slicks will be ideal in probably about 5 or 10 minutes time, and the wets won't be. So your choices are go onto the slicks and maybe lose 3 or 4 seconds, maybe even slightly more for a couple of laps, and then gain that all back later on, or come in, go out on the wets, and then come in and go out on the dries, losing best part of 50 seconds when it comes to coming into the pit lane, coming into a stop, changing the tyres, and then going back out again. You're talking around the sort of the 45, 50 second loss. So yeah, you've got to come in on slicks. It means you've got to have a large amount of car control, which has been a problem. You can see people driving off of the racing line on the run up towards the Parabolica, again just trying to not just about keeping the tyres slightly cooler. It's only going to make a difference by the tiniest of margins. I'm also trying to dry that bit of the track, because you want the circuit to be now as dry as possible, because you know everyone's going to the slicks, you included.
Although driving offline is quite effective on ACC, so it just help cool the tyres quite well. That's the fault of the 137, and they didn't even make an attempt to not make that their fault. Barely lifted off there at all. That doesn't really make much sense, did it? But hopefully you got it.
Didn't make it an attempt to not make it their fault.
Well, they could see it happening in front of them. They could have lifted it off, but they decided no. Actually, I'm accelerating here, and there's not a lot you can do about it.
I get you.
And unfortunately, the McLaren is feeling the effects of that now with a trip down pit lane.
It's a slam dunk penalty, I can tell you that for free.
It was a slam dunk in the wall, I'm afraid.
Slam dunks for everyone.
Yes, and none of them positive, I'm afraid.
No.
So yeah, disappointing for them as the 911 now of Igor Ogorondikov into the pit lane, 1 lap early from. Oh no, sorry, that is on schedule for them. They're going to be at their limit now. They have to go on to dries, as you say, but it's going to be a really difficult stint for Ogorondikov, and surely they have to leave him in there.
Yeah, well, potentially. I'm not sure.
It'd be tricky.
It's going to be tricky for everyone. Yeah, there is that. Especially in these conditions, going this way, I definitely want to leave the driver that's in at the time. But I don't think it'll be as crazy difficult as it looks. I mean, look at how, yes, I know, because we've gone past a massive puddle there, but how much drier the start-finish looks already compared to the last lap we've just run on. It is drying up pretty quickly out there as Dominic Blythe just navigating some lap traffic in the 76 Sim RC machine, just getting past a touch there whilst trying to close down on those ahead. But obviously the ones he was battling with have been into the pit lane. Yes, tricky times here at Monza. I wonder if this is going to be the last rain that we see of the race, or whether we're going to see some more out there later on. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Indeed, as Niels Nurks comes in because he has to. He'll be at the limit of his stint now, and will be coming in for the dry tyres. But I think you're slightly underselling the conditions, if I'm honest. I know it doesn't look visually very tricky, but I feel like it will be when they get back out there again. Ogorondikov has gone back out now. And so we'll see how he gets on, but yeah, I think it's going to be quite difficult, really, for anybody.
My first ever stint in ACC in an endurance race was genuinely in conditions very, very similar to this around Barcelona, and obviously I've not driven in ACC as much as everyone else. To these on the grid. From what I found, I did not find these conditions that difficult. I don't think they're that crazy. This is slick tyres 100%, but you've got to drive within yourself. You can't just drive at 110%. You know, that's kind of a given. Vincent Airbrick's been given a drive-through penalty. That'll probably be for track limits excursions. We look at Dominic Blythe, who is 1 position ahead of the Arnage competition, as that McLaren goes off in the background. That'll be the Team Shazoo one. Race Anywhere Simsports into the pit lane and out of the pit lane. Cody Pride still in the car. This is on board with that Team Shizou car that was obviously off going through Ascari, was escorted off. I think they've done some of the damage repair because it wasn't turning 45 degrees left, but they've clearly not repaired everything because that car still looks toast.
It still looks pretty second-hand, I'm afraid, as we see a number of pit stops coming in once again. Everybody's deciding that this is the moment now. I mean, even Cody Pride there was into the pit lane, although, to be fair, that was on schedule for him as well, went as far as he could. So I think everybody's trying to maximise their wet tyre stint as much as they can. Everybody's going as far as they can, but there's no doubt about which tyres you're going to be going on to as you get into the pit lane here. We're seeing it, most of the pit stops starting to happen now. I think Ibrahimi was also into the pit lane there in the Honda. It's definitely time for the dry tyres to come out.
Yeah, and the wets, like I say, overheating massively at the moment, so they'll need to jump in and jump off of them because they're going to be unpleasant. Is probably the best way that you can really describe driving around Monza, because what you'll be dealing with is understeer into the corner and oversteer off of the corner if you're on wet tyres at the moment. Another replay to take a look at. Let's see what happened to the Team Shizou car. Obviously, more like just dealing with the damage. Are they trying to warm the tyres?
Sorry, I thought they were losing it there. I don't know if they're warming the tyres or whether they're just kind of feeling the car out, just to see what's happening with the steering. Well, clearly it's not all correct. They're really struggling.
Yes, there's a lot of damage on the car. I think they're on slicks, and I think they were trying to get some of the temperature back into the tyres. Because this is the thing, is that when you're going out in temperatures like this, you kind of want to overpressure the tyres, or at least have a slightly higher pressure than you would expect, because it's going to be quite cool and you want to keep some of that temperature and some of that pressure into the tyre. But it's not ideal. That's for sure. It might be a problem later on in the stint, and there's some more issues for the Team Shizou car. Clearly, very much struggling. And the other thing as well, if you're on slick tyres in these conditions, we've said before about dodging curbs in the wet. If you're on slick tyres, do not go anywhere near the curbs. You can just about handle a couple of them. Going into Ascari, that first one, I would avoid it. I'd take that very gingerly through Ascari.
Yeah, certainly. It's really, really difficult conditions for dry tyres. I think pretty much everybody's been in now. Even the likes of the 777, the 100. Although I'm not convinced the 100's been in yet. My timing screen's showing the gap to be 14 seconds. I don't know if that's true or not.
The 100, I think, technically has been into the pit lane. It would have reset the timer, but I don't think it's been a stop for the 100. There has been a stop on track, though, for the Team Shizou car. I thought my stream was frozen then. But no, they did come to a stop in the Team Shizou car. But yes, I think so. The 100's been back in. Sorry, I was thinking about the Arnage competition car, because they're normally the 100. Just going to say, by the way, the Challenger stream has gone down on Twitch. We're just trying to deal with the problem as to what exactly has gone on there. If you are a fan of the Challengers race, you're thinking about... I was getting into that. I was really enjoying that as they're approaching the final few hours. It is still on YouTube, so you can go to VCO Esports on YouTube. Give a little bit of a subscribe, because there's plenty of racing that happens on the VCO contingent just generally. So go and check that one out. But that will be where the Challenger stream is for the moment, if you're still trying to find it watching here on Twitch. Alberto Garcia then is on the attack, trying to get past the 799 RCI Esports car to get himself inside the top 5. Yeah,
that Nissan finding its feet a little bit more now. I think this car just feels a little bit more comfortable, a little bit stronger in the dry weather as opposed to the wet that we've had over those previous few moments. Although I've not driven it, I don't know. Garcia certainly seems to be doing well here at the moment, and applying all sorts of pressure to the 799 now. The only battle inside the top 5 just for the moment, as these pit stops have just shaken themselves out, and we're back under a more normal situation, really. We are still going to see 8 pit stops in this race, I would imagine, unless there is going to be a second section of weather intervention in this race.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I said this with how the rain is affected, with both when it started and when it stopped. it's been at the slightly convenient time of being around the hour, meaning we shouldn't actually have a problem with having to do an extra pit stop in the race. It should still be the 8 expected pit stops for most of the teams. Airbrick comes into the pit lane to serve his actual pit stop after serving a drive-through penalty a little bit early on, and there is the 14 going on the attack at the moment, trying to gain an extra couple of positions. Obviously, extra points in the championship with all the issues for Williams Esports, who are up in 15th, but they've not pitted yet, have they?
Well, they wouldn't have had to pit yet.
No, because of when they had their issue.
No. So they will drop down from there, but yeah. I mean, yeah.
They'll still be on wet tyres. Igor Rodriguez will still be on wet tyres.
They will be. I mean, they will also have slightly less fuel to put in at the very final stop as well, which should help them a little bit. But they won't be inside the top 15 by the end, I wouldn't have thought. Well, I suppose the Lamborghini is very quick. Maybe they will be. But we'll find out. Unicorns of Love, though, going to need every single point that they can get at this point. In this position right now, they're going to score less than 20 points. This will give them an extra 1 point. Still not 20 points, but it's at least something. They're down the inside of the 137. They are through, limiting the damage here today, which is exactly what they need to do. But they're going to fall further behind Williams. They're going to slip behind, get closer racing, BS competition. All the others in the top 5 beating them, apart from Yas Heat, of course, who are not last anymore.
No, they've again, Yas Heat have done great for 5 hours just to keep themselves occupied, keep themselves in this race, and just not losing hope, not losing sight that this is a long season, and just because they've had drama in this race does not mean that, for one, no one else is going to have drama, and that the drama's not done for the season. We do still have 4 crazy races coming up in the VCO LFM FLExTREME. We've got a lot on the horizon when it comes to this championship, including 2 6-hour races in equal machinery, everyone taking on the Cup cars, BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car, as well as the Porsche. I can never remember the distinction. What is the Porsche called in this one? Is it the 992 Porsche Cup?
Not a 911 Cup, is it? It might not be that. It might be that.
It's a Porsche.
It is a Porsche Cup car.
It's a Porsche. There you go. It's all the same. Yeah. Why do people call a Porsche a squashed Beetle, by the way?
I don't really know.
Because it's a stretched Beetle, isn't it? It's not smaller than a Beetle.
No, a squashed Beetle's what, a crash? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a stretched Beetle.
Yes.
Is a Porsche, which now we're going to have a few people getting. Well, actually, like, okay.
Whoa, Igor Rodrigov's in again here. Surely he didn't put wets on. I don't. They must have done then. They must have not taken the gamble, because we're absolutely right. They did pit 5 laps ago. They were one of the first. Because they were one of the first ones, they might have had to have gone for wets. Yes, they might have had to have gone for wets. Well, yeah, but the conditions weren't that bad at the time, and it was obvious which way the conditions were going. So it might have been a couple of laps of suffering. But I mean, they were only 1 lap earlier than BS competition, and look what they would. Look what they did with their tyres. So, yeah, that's if they've put wets on, that's they've really dropped the ball there, really.
Yeah, absolutely. These are, like I say, they're just about slick conditions. Well, they are definitely slicks now. But when they started, yes, they were pretty tough to go on slicks. And it would have been awkward, as Alberto Garcia is trying to turn this into a Formula Drift car at the moment, on the exit of the second Lesmo, on the exit of Ascari as well. Having a couple of sizable moments, a bit of a tank slapper there as he's trying to attack Laurent at the moment. That battle for 5th position, that only battle, like you said, to get inside that top 5, then real battle inside the top 10. There are plenty of battles up and down the order. Patil versus Gorka, the 85 versus the 7 also, just a 10th of a second separated then over the previous sector split. Mike Nobel versus Dominic Blyer, also incredibly close. That's before we even get to those that are even further down on the top 23. There are a whole multitude of a tight amount of battles here around Monza. To be fair, I was expecting this part of the race to be much calmer than it was. The weather's really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, but I also think the start of the race has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, really, or at least it's thrown the strong teams to the back. And so we've had a lot to watch in respect of those stronger teams making their way through the field. And it's been very entertaining to watch. And lap traffic now really playing its role as well. Still 37 cars on the grid right now. It's been about 4 hours, I think, since we've actually seen a retirement in this race. The 3 retirements earlier on coming very, very early on in this one. And now everybody's just willing to go through to the end to get those 100 participation points, of course. But it's leaving a lot of cars out on the road and a lot of traffic out there as well for these drivers to deal with. And at the moment, the Bentley and Nissan here in this battle for 5th position going to have to deal with it as Lorenzo and Garcia go out there again. These two have been doing probably the most driving of both of these teams.
Starting to see some harsh shadows being cast. That means the sun is out. That was quite a swift transition. Clouds have stepped aside for maybe a moment, and the sun is out to bring us in to the 4 hours left to go, to the 5th, 6th hour of this race. Got to say, when it comes to battles on this grid, there is one that we are going to see very, very soon, because Peter Brett, 2nd position, is coming under quite a lot of pressure from David McKell at the moment. So that 100 Symphony of Pistons machine starting to feel the pinch just a touch with that Red Welton car. There it is, just behind that Honda NSX that is closing in. And on the previous lap time, it was about a second faster, was the 171 closing. So that tells me that in a lap or two's time, that Honda NSX is definitely going to be battling for the race win. Race win, 2nd in the race. I know what I'm talking about. The race win is so far down the road, they've nearly lapped this group, by the way.
Well, I don't know about nearly lapped. The gap has held at about 1 minute 15 for a long time now. It did race out to 1 minute 15. Just after Williams Esports retired from the race, it actually got out to 1:20. But it's been pegged back ever so slightly. And as Victor Nicolai said, their car setup really wasn't set up for the wet weather conditions. So they didn't gain quite as much time there. But he said it's pretty clear to see that the Lamborghini is the strongest car when it's dry and things are all normal. So, there'll be ones to watch out for. Oh, and could we possibly see that car lap everybody? Because I don't think it is impossible at this stage.
No. Like I say, they're in a really good spot to kind of close out that. Where we're looking, I say nearly. Yes, of course you are right. That's been a bit pedantic. But as we see them exit the Parabolica, I will say our race leaders are coming into Ascari. So it's well over half a lap. Probably closing in on about 2/3 of a lap that the Race Anywhere Simsport car is ahead of this group. They've only got a third more to catch, and there's more than a third of the race left to go. So there's plenty of time for them to catch lap everyone. I don't think that's the goal. Although, to be fair, I would almost guarantee that is probably in the back of their minds, being like, ooh, we could lap everyone here. It is on the cards.
It would be nice, but they're a lot closer to that battle for 5th position here at the moment. That's what's going to be next on their list. Lorenzo and Garcia not too far away from one another, and they may well get the race leaders overall behind them pretty soon. There they are, just making their way out the first chicane, and I couldn't catch a glimpse of the green Lamborghini, I did see it on the green, yeah.
Yeah, it was going into
yes,
the first chicane. So you did catch a bit of a glimpse of our race leaders as we ride on board with the RCI Esports car. Garcia's not been able to find a way past the wreck at the moment. Not been able to have the overspeed versus that big bad Bentley, as we can ride on board with Martin Lorenzo. You can see how calm he looks, to be honest. No stress, no sweat, no nothing. Just running quite well, but doing great all day.
Yeah, very calm. This 799 has improved ever so slightly throughout the day as well, from being a kind of low top 10 team to a top 5 contender so far in this race. And speaking of improving teams, the number 100 as well has gone from a low end top 10 team to now battling on the podium positions. It's been a fantastic rise through the field for those guys as well, but they might just about be overtaken by the Honda, a well fancied car coming into this season. Of course, it had the most ballast as a baseline during the draft show. Quite a lot of teams picked it. 106 kilograms have to be used throughout the day. Red Welton certainly using some of that ballast right now with 24 kilograms on board. The minimum they can do in any one race is 16 kilograms. So now their minimum is about 22 kilograms, I think, if I've done the maths correctly.
They've taken. See, I've set up a spreadsheet, which I don't think you've consulted at all. I'm very offended, but I've set up a spreadsheet which tells me all of this, and they've used so far 22 and 24 thus far. Meaning they have 60 kilos left to the Rem-Welton Esports team, so it's going to be 30 and 30.
Yeah. So I was presuming that they
set that spreadsheet up for nothing.
Well, well, yeah, no, it is useful. I can't believe we didn't think of it earlier, actually. Really, especially me. I'm disappointed in myself, really. Oh dear, as that was a bit of a slide. Not a great exit out of Lesmo 2, and it's ruined his run all the way up towards Ascari.
Yeah, that was a bit of a moment, a hefty moment from the Rem-Welton Esports car of Devin McCall. So, gave it a good go, but yeah, you don't really want to be kicking it out too much. Like that, like I say, you can be burning out those tyres quite a significant amount as we go back to the RCI Esports versus Aspar battle. Well, Aspar are on quite a low amount of weight. Yeah, we're on 3 kilos this race. Although I will say they do only have 6 kilos left to use because the Nissan, obviously coming into it, only had 25 kilos to use. Through the entire season. They used 16 in the first round. They're just using 3 in this one. So if this is the kind of pace they've got through the rest of the season, hey, I mean, they could be in for a very solid result when it comes to the end of the championship. But again, I think quite a few teams are aiming for that, and it's very early doors to start deciding. I think at the moment the favourites for that the top spot, certainly the championship leaders coming out of this, will have switched around massively because it ain't going to be Williams Esports. I can tell you that for free.
It's going to be BS Competition, I would imagine, at this stage. The only team inside the top 5 to be inside the top 5 again. Are they the only team inside the top 10 to be inside the top 5 again? I think they are. SOP Esports Racing, actually, to be fair, the 100 have put in a good performance here to be second after their 10th, well, they're 10th in the standings at the minute. So the championship standings are not quite as obvious in terms of where they finished as they normally are in championships, because you do get points for qualifying in this series. You get 20 for being on pole, and then it filters down. You get 1 for being 15th. So if you make Q3, then you will get points for qualifying, and then it does make the maths pretty difficult. We're going to have a terrible time at Watkins Glen figuring out what the hell these points totals are, but we'll look forward to it.
Yeah, this is where it's like I say, we're just going to need a lot of assistance behind the scenes. Just hope and pray. Like you say, Williams Esports championship leader. They're now down in 24th position. Unicorns Love even further back than that. Get Closer Racing, that's the number 7. That's in 13th position. BS Competition, who are right up there. Going to be in position switch here as Mike DeBell's closed right in on Dominic Bly. Gets to the left-hand side on the run on the start-finish straight after a little bit of weaving from the Triton Racing man. There should be the move done from Burst Esports, although as they come into that braking zone, Triton Racing still holding firm in that braking zone. Burst going around the outside of the first part, around the outside of the second part goes Triton, position held by the number 10 that is 7th in the championship. Team Racing Point are also in 6th, and Welton Esports kind of missing them, actually, when it comes to them being in the top 10. They finished 8th, or they were in 8th position in the standings coming into this. Obviously running in 3rd, trying to take over 2nd. Ooh, wonder where they're going to be. Sympathy and Pistons, also, they were inside the top 10. They had a 12th place finish in the race, but they're in the top 10 in the standings. And like I say, they might be in a good spot.
Absolutely. There'll be a lot of maths being done behind the scenes, and there's a lot of things to shake out just yet, and a lot of points available as well. The winner of this championship is certainly going to have more than 1,000 points by the end, and possibly even 1,200.
Certainly going to have more than 1,000 points.
Certainly more than 1,000. Maybe even 1,200 for the overall winners. But with the guys that did well last time not doing well this time, maybe that's looking less likely now. Either way, that's kind of unimportant, I guess you would say. What I found interesting though in this battle between Triton and Burst is just what you can achieve when you give each other space in the first chicane. It's amazing. We've not seen too much. To be honest, this is not a particular gripe with this set of drivers or in any particular, but I mean, every single race series, from Formula 1 right down to your local whatever, at this chicane, they just never give each other space, and I can't understand why, because it is possible. And it's always a really annoying entry into the gravel or on that sausage curb for someone.
Yep.
Thankfully it didn't happen on that occasion. Let's hope for a clean one here again as they go side by side.
Yeah, we'll keep our fingers crossed. They put on a good display the previous lap, but this time they're not even going to go side by side with them because Dominic Blyer plays the longer game, lets him go through, breaks a little bit earlier, and Mike Nabel, who clearly isn't the largest fan of Christmas, if those are his decorations. The lights look all right, the emoji less so. He clearly, I don't know if that means that he loves Christmas or hates it, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe we'll ask him whether he likes Christmas or not. He's got the lights out, but yeah, he's managed to make up at least a position in the race, up to 14th spot. There is the Get Closer Racing car. Obviously, finished in 3rd position in the previous race, looking to try and get themselves at least towards the top 10. They've not had an easy run of things around Monza, but they are a very, very strong team. I have seen at least the grouping when they were doing primary racing in the McLaren, getting used to, or normally racing in the McLaren on ACC, but now seeing them in the Aston Martin. It's not a car they're completely unfamiliar with, but still, it's not really their favoured choice. 3 seconds clear of that battle that was between the Burst Esports and, of course, the Triton Racing team behind. Might close up onto this. Certainly seemed so in that sector because it came down about half a second in the second sector.
Yeah, seemed to be. I mean, Burst Esport, now they've been given that little bit of free space there, it seemed to be certainly a little bit quicker, but still a good few seconds between them. Interesting to see that the 100 has lost that second place now to Renvelten Esports. That's been a change for second position. David McHale getting through up into second place. Brett down to 3rd. Not sure quite how it happened, but plenty of two-car battles chopping and changing here at this stage. At least 4 inside the top 15.
Yeah, like I say, it's the chops and changes that you get in a race like this. Some of those moving up, some of those moving down. I don't think it'll be too much of a major. I don't know when David McCall got past Peter Brett, but I can't imagine it would have been a particularly hard move. If you were in that 100 at the moment that someone looks down the inside, it's kind of like lift out, play the long game. Don't take anything too large of a risk. And you're not giving the position up as if it was if it was in the final 10 minutes, then you'd be battling for it like crazy, because of course you would. But right now, there's still so long left to go in the race, and trying to push your luck with some of the moves, like what we saw with of course Dominic Blyer against Mike Nabel. He was like, oh, okay, fine. You tried once, and I fended you off. Second time, it's like, okay, we're just going to waste time, so off you go, and just kind of let them get on with it.
Yeah, it's probably the best idea at this stage. It's still early days, as you mentioned, still a whole 3 3/4 hours remaining in this race, but it has been very interesting. Nearly 6 hours gone. But that weather certainly helping us out. It almost looks like a different day entirely that we've just warped into now, because the sun's very much out, and it's going to get a lot warmer as well as this goes on. I was commenting about half an hour ago about the fact that it looked more like 11 p.m. than 11 a.m. because it was really dark and gloomy just as the rain was starting to clear up. But now conditions couldn't be more different, and the conditions, track conditions, lighting conditions, the changes between them have been quite wild today.
Yeah, extreme. How much it's switched on the weather. Like I say, we started out the first few hours of the race, first couple of hours, we were under quite a significant amount of overcast. Was checking in on some of those other splits, challenges of the rivals, thinking, right, challenges actually looks like a really nice day. Rivals looks like a horrible day on weather, and we've kind of had a bit of everything when it comes to it. And again, a reminder that you can check out those other. I don't know if the challenges split is back, but twitch.tv obviously / VCO Esports, you can go onto the command center and see what's going to happen. Everything we are being told is back up and running, so you can see those challenges and the rivals split with full commentary all the way through the races. And then we'll focus our attention on the cash split, and it's been a good race thus far in the first 5 minutes and 5 hours. I can't speak English now. Goodness me.
Absolutely.
I was going to stop speaking for a sec.
I wonder why. But yeah, it has been a long race for some, more than 5 hours gone, and it will have felt like about 50 hours to some, but for others, the end of the race is seeming a lot closer than they'd like at this stage. As we look at the battle for 5th position right now, Alberto Garcia still tucking in behind and waiting for a chance to get up into that top 5 position. Lorenk still in front, but hasn't really had to do much defending so far. Unlike Mikel, by the looks of things, this battle for second place is a lot more lively.
Yeah, it's a bit back on, a bit like a World Cup final. You just can't really pick up who's going to come out on top between these two. David Mikel and Peter Brett. Obviously, we missed where the switch happened before. We'll see if the Symphony of Pistons man will come back. It's right on board. Kind of has a look, then lifts out ever so slightly. Obviously, you don't really want to make a move coming down to the parabolic with a couple of snaps of oversteer on the exit of it. David Mikel might be a sitting duck by the time they come down into the braking zone at the first corner, back into the slipstream. But do you want to waste time fighting too hard now? The harder you fight, the more likely that Gregor Schill might rejoin this fight. 10 seconds back would be an incredible effort for the 89 if they can rejoin, or join, say rejoin. They were spun around at turn 1 and they're trying to fight their way back into it side by side for second position. Red Velton versus Symphony of Pistons as they depart the first chicane. It is advantage just by the tiniest margin to Red Velton. A touch of contact between the two. The inside line round curve, a grand day for Peter Brett and the Symphony of Pistons man. They want second position back. That is assured.
Certainly do, and they've got the outside line just for the moment into the De La Roggia. They're going to get squeezed by the Honda again, and they're going to have to tuck in here, maybe for the exit in towards Lesmo 1. They can't quite do it there. Peter Brett going to have to wait that little bit longer to try and get back through into second position, but perfect amount of space given between the two of them at the first chicane there. It was great driving from the both of them as Alberto Garcia tries to head down the inside again of the Bentley, but not quite able to into the second chicane. Again, this race really livening up as the race has gotten dry again. Some of those teams and drivers that are slightly faster in the dry are starting to overtake those who were a little bit better in the wet weather conditions.
Well, look at 11th position as well. I know obviously there's some larger gaps there at the moment, but look at how much that's going to... You got Bruden there, 11th spot. Then you've got Patil only 1.8 seconds back. A second back from that, you've got Gorka. Then you've got Mike Nobel. Then you've got Dominic Blyer. I'm not saying it's going to come fully back together because obviously Nobel got past Blyer recently, but there is potential to have a 5-way fight there, which you kind of sit there and you think about it for a second. After such a long time this race, 5 hours 20 minutes complete, you kind of sit there and think, hang on a sec, how are we, like, it's just crazy that you get onto all these super tight parts of the circuit with everyone. Even after 5 hours and 20 minutes, you kind of almost think that that's almost impossible. Surely after 5 hours and 20 minutes, we're all going to be separated massively. But, well, that's not how it's going to work in this championship. Whilst Peter Brett has another look down the inside, that car behind the 888 SMP Racing Esports car is not for position. And it's Tulloch who's down in 17th, but wants to get after his own race because Magnini not too far down the road from here, about 11 seconds. So he just wants to get on with it.
He's got a great view, though, of this second place battle. It's absolutely fantastic to sit on board and watch this one now into the De La Roggia. Late on the brakes there from the Honda, but maybe I just need to recalibrate my brain a little bit because these braking distances have shrunk massively going into these corners now. The dry weather conditions are upon us. There's so much more grip out there that it is surprising me. And I've got to say, I always used to struggle with this as a driver, not particularly going to the wet conditions in terms of actually calibrating yourself to slow down enough, but actually getting myself back up to pace again when all that extra grip is suddenly available to you. I've somewhat really struggled with, and it does take a bit of a brain recalibration when the conditions do dry out like this.
Yeah, but when you've got, like you say, when you've done it so many times, like these drivers, generally they have done quite a bit. Wet weather racing does happen quite a lot on ACC. They will have got used to those transitional periods. We see it quite a lot in endurance racing, generally on the platform. That I think quite a lot of them are quite good at it because they've just seen it so much. So in that sense, their ability to rewire their brain, like you say, refocus on the race, is actually not too bad. And they've got well up to speed with being able to make the switch time and time again. We'll have to wait and see, though, if we're going to see any more wet weather on the horizon again over the next half an hour. It is going to stay beautiful. I mean, it looks like a lovely day out there, doesn't it?
A bit jealous, really.
Yeah, same, because it's well, it's night time outside now, because obviously it's 5:40 and we're in the northern hemisphere.
It's past 4 o'clock and it's dark. Yes.
Oh.
Hit the dizzying heights of 4 degrees today at where I am, which is absolutely. I just about got my shorts out, actually.
Of course it did. It's supposed to be quite warm tomorrow. Of warm being 11 degrees. The next going to play golf with Cam. So roasted hot out there.
Roasted, dear me.
Going to be raining though.
But shame. Of course it is. But yeah, no, it looks like a comfortable kind of mid-20s day. Although sometimes, as I experienced yesterday, in a race at Laguna Seca, despite the fact it was California and looking very, very sunny indeed, it was only about 4 degrees because it is winter after all. So maybe it isn't that warm at all. I guess these things that you sort of have to worry about as a driver, but not all that much. As the 100 is all of a sudden in 6th place. What's happened to them?
Pardon?
The number 100 of Paul Brett has just dropped down massively there.
I was going to say, yeah, we obviously dropped back to this. I'm not sure what's happened to the 100 there. They must have had a spin or something.
Lost massive amounts of time, 20 seconds at least to the rest of them. Down in 6th place now, and I don't know why. I didn't see an incident at all between them and anybody else. So, that's a very puzzling one, but it's allowed Gregor Schill onto the podium for BS Competition.
Wow. And 6.4 seconds down the road. I'm going to say it. I would almost guarantee there's been an incident between those that were battling for 2nd and 3rd. So, like I say, we'll have to wind up the replay machine and go and take a look. But again, as we did cut back, by the way, to Tinker van der Velde, shows how impressive it was. Being told it was a pit stop, but if it's 20 seconds, it must have been a drive-through. Must have been a drive-through penalty. So there we go. It kind of makes sense for the 20 seconds. So the 100 Symphony of Pistons car has been in for a drive-through penalty. The same drive-through that, of course, Garbas has been given must have been for track limit excursions.
Yeah, must have been. There's only reasonable explanation for it in the end. So that has really set them back, I'm afraid, in the 100. Back to 6th now. Valentin Barrier not too far behind in the 72. And so there may be a fight there developing. There's certainly going to be one for 2nd again. Not obviously between the 100 and 171 now, but the 89 is going to be involved. Gregor Schill is so quick and he's making inroads really nicely.
And again, just to hammer it home once more, and I'm sure we will do time and time again, how impressive this driver's been from BS Competition, from all 3 of their drivers, being Gregor Schill, Arthur Camera and Niels Nyox. They have got 30 kilos on board that car. A whopping 30 kilos, the maximum ballast of 30 kilos. They're trying to get rid of it as early as they can through the season. But not only that is that impressive, the fact that they're running up in 3rd and trying to close down 2nd position in this race, which is, it's impressive in itself. But they were backwards nearly 6 hours ago, 5.5 hours ago. They were backwards at this very corner and at the back of the field. And yet they are still charging. They are going to take over the championship lead at the end of this if they continue on in this form, they continue on in this position, and they take a whole hefty amount of weight off of their shoulders and really slam it down on those that have had struggles today. The likes of Unicorns of Love, the likes of Yazzie, the likes of Williams Esports, despite the amazing recovery drive that Williams Esports have had and continue to have, it's still so impressive.
Certainly is. And very impressed indeed. 40th to 2nd. I think that is going to be their limit here today in terms of what they can achieve. With Race Anywhere SimSport absolutely executing on a race that they really needed to, because they, of course, have not taken any ballast today. And they really needed a strong result. I don't know if they were quite thinking this strong, or it was going to go this well, but they're certainly having a strong result. But yeah, Gregor Schill and BS Competition putting themselves in the driving seat for this championship now. And with that BMW round coming up as well, I would expect them to at least be up there for that, if not win it. And then after that race, they're in a really good place with, as you mentioned, the ballast situation they're in. That's looking strong for them. They'll be very pleased with these opening 2 rounds. But there's a big if. Of course, there's still 3.5 hours to go.
Yes, indeed. And again, another team that's trying to get rid of quite a lot of their weight at the moment was Williams Esports, who take 30 kilograms off from this race. They're also getting rid of most. They only have 17 left to go. So they actually have less than BS Competition left this championship. BS Competition have 26 kilos left as ballast in this car, as Mike LaBelle's going to get down the inside of Gorka with a big old send. Gorka's going to try and leave it in there, get closer racing, throw it back to the 2nd apex of that first chicane, and there's going to be a drag race up through Curva Grande that looks like it's going to favour the Burst Esports car. I think Gorka might be lifted out of this one just a touch, drop in behind, because I wouldn't suspect the Bentley's that much faster in a straight line than the Aston Martin.
No, I think the Aston Martin is still the fastest in straight line of the field, to be honest. I haven't seen any other cars really able to match it, or at least be faster than it so far in this race. It's been very impressive indeed. But Tom Gorka will get close to racing once again with a strong performance. Tom Gorka said to me that they just wanted to get rid of the ballast here today, but they still thought they could achieve a top 15, and well, that's exactly where they are at the minute, in the top 15 position, just about clinging on to that place. But I've got to say, I've been very impressed by Get Closer Racing in these first couple of rounds. Not a team I've heard particularly much of or about, but well, we certainly have now. Third place last time and top 15 again.
Yeah, you couldn't really move past them in that fantastic previous round of the season. Like I said, they're remnants of. I'm assuming they're still being run by Primary Racing. I don't really know as to how it actually works, the partnerships behind the scenes and all that. We do have a lot of those in sim racing, and it is incredibly hard to follow. But alas, they Get Closer Racing have been fantastic thus far this season. Like I say, trying to get rid of as much of the weight as possible here. Clear, like I say, there is no, at least from our point of view right now, there is no perfect way as to how to deal with the ballast, with how the balanced performance is going to work, with how you choose your BOP. There's no perfect way right now as to how to deal with it, because we're making our own. It's something so brand new that we don't know the right and wrong ways. We can take guesses right now. We've not seen it in practice through a full season. That's the joy of being a part of something like this, which is so different to how BOP has been done anywhere else before.
Yeah, this is what I thought about the ballast actually, is that will Watkins Glen affect you more having it being weighed down around that more twisty circuit than a circuit like this? You know, would Monza be a better place to take your ballast? Because it is so, or there's so little corners, I should say. Is that a better idea, or is it better to take it when there is loads of corners? I'm not entirely sure. And it will have taken a lot of testing from these teams to figure that kind of thing out. I
think it also depends on the car. Like that, some cars hold their ballast better than others in certain other scenarios. I don't really know. I don't know what the right and wrong way of doing it really is. Like I said, this is why the teams figure it out. You'll be that. Like I say, that I have no doubt in my mind that most of the teams, certainly the teams that are taking this championship very, very seriously, will have step back at the start of the season when they pick their car, and to start making a BOP plan for the season, they would have gone, right, what does 30 kilos do at this circuit? What does 30 kilos do at that circuit? What does 30 kilos do at that circuit? What does 30 kilos do at that circuit? So they can start building up in their mind, right, actually it's only going to cost us 2/10 a lap around here, so maybe we should just take maximum ballast, because 2/10, yes, it's big, but it's not crazy, and we can overcome that ever so slightly with that kind of methodology.
I would expect, just kind of thinking about it in my head, it would make sense in my head for it to affect you less at this circuit because there are less corners. I don't know if that makes any sense. But
yeah, but I think it affects you a lot in the straight line speed as well.
Does it weigh you down, I guess? Maybe.
Well, yes, it will weigh you down. That's the point of weight.
Well, as in...
that's
not... That sentence made more sense in my head than it did out loud, actually. As many of them do, actually. But yeah, I mean in a straight line.
Yes.
Anyway,
it will slow you down slightly on the straight line, more so from the exit of the corner. Right. Obviously, you'll be slightly slower going through the corner. You'll be slightly slower on the exit of the corner. Yeah, I mean, you'll theoretically be slower everywhere. I get why obviously you'll be slower through the corners as a larger percentage of the time lost compared to on the straights. But still, there is all of that to think about. But then, because this is so stop and start, you've got so many acceleration zones around here, and heavy braking zones. I don't know. These are things like that. There are pluses and minuses as to why you'd want to take it here versus Spa, and why you'd want to take it at Spa rather than here. There are pluses and minuses to doing it on all circuits.
Yeah, I'm just using Monza and Watkins Glen as the two examples because I think they're the most two different circuits on the out of the four that we're using the GT3s for. So that's why I use those two examples. But yeah, the bottom line is, from all of that discussion, is that it will have taken a lot more testing than a regular championship will have done. Where you get a baseline set up, you might do a few circuit-specific setup things with the likes of the wing angles and stuff like that. But this series, this championship, takes up a lot more of that kind of testing and that thinking about period than it would otherwise do. So it's a bit of a headache really for all the teams. And as you said before, it's never been done before. There's no right way to do it, or at least we don't know that there's a right way to do it just yet.
It's kind of, I'd say it's a headache, but it's a nice headache in a sense. Not that there ever is one in reality, but in this kind of scenario, I think it's kind of one of those things where it's like it's a challenge. It's something different. It's something that really kind of forces your Hansa team to think outside of the box, and that is, say, great. Three-way fight here then between the 42 Leopard Esports, David Patil and the Racing Point car that we've seen have or be involved with a couple of slightly larger crashes. It's definitely not their fault. And then Mike Nobel directly behind. Gorka and Blyan are a million miles behind in what could become a five-way scrap. Alberto Garcia, though, with a better launch out of the first chicane. Closing up towards the Roger, still not close enough. As you can see, all of the brake markers up to here have been detonated. And that is why you never, ever use things that are on circuit and shadows as brake markers, because things that are on circuit can yeah, exactly. Things that are on circuit can be destroyed, and shadows, well, they move.
Exactly, movable objects, you can't use them. Although that is technically what braking boards are for. Not all of the braking boards, of course. Some of them are off the ground, like these ones down here. If you use them,
yeah,
because they're not going to get hit by. Well, in theory, it would have to be spectacular.
Also, yeah, the thing is they will be indestructible in the game, so don't worry about that.
In the game, yeah.
Yeah, so that's absolutely fine. But yeah, you've got to pick stuff that you can see in all conditions, but that's outside of the actual racing track itself. That's the important bit. Unicorns of Love dropping back, Leonard Toki just past the Gatterchain Ballast Esports car. That car, by the way, the Gatterchain Ballast Esports one, has not taken any weight thus far this season. Just wanted to point that one out.
As a Bentley, you said?
Yes, 31 kilos.
Exactly. So they'll have to take some ballast in the final two races, but it's when you're one of those teams, like you're in a Bentley or a Nissan or the Lamborghini. Well, maybe less so the Lamborghini, but certainly the Bentley and the Nissan. You really don't. There's not much pressure on you in terms of ballast. There really isn't much pressure on you. You can afford to not take very much at all. So it's absolutely fine for them. But they maybe would have liked a couple of better results with their lack of ballast.
Yeah, like I say, when you're starting, I always kind of don't. I wouldn't want to start the season out like that, where you're not using any weight at the start of the season. I'd want to get the weight done early, because you're building yourself up for the second half of the season. Whereas what you're doing now is you're kind of putting the pressure on yourself now that you've got to respond now, right at the start of the season. And then when you go and put the weight on, and then suddenly you start like getting into the rhythm of the championship, and then you start putting in some of your better drives, you think, oh God, I wish I didn't have any weight for this. It's like, well,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Should have thought about that earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Should have thought about that well, by that point, 3 months ago. But,
I think, to be honest, sim racers are quite impulsive like that and think, I want the best car right now and I'm going to think about the consequences later. But to be fair, these teams have been very good at taking quite a lot of weight quite early in this season, which I wasn't expecting too much of. I was expecting a little bit more impulsiveness from some of the teams. And, I want to win COTA and I want to take the championship lead and all of this. And kind of thinking about the consequences later kind of way of thinking. But that's really not been the case from most of these teams. Obviously, there are some exceptions, but for most of the teams, they've decided, we're going to get 30 kilograms out of the way at COTA. We might do 30 kilograms again at Monza, and then go from there. It's been quite a methodical way of thinking about it, really, which doesn't always happen in sim racing.
Yeah, I don't want to say it this way, but I'm going to say it anyway. Let's be honest, sim racers, or racing drivers generally, not really the smartest bunch in the world. Like I say, they're very impulsive. I'm obviously joking. They're very smart. I'm going to receive some hate mail after this race. It's fine. But no, like you say, they're very much of the moment and not really looking objectively at the future. But like I say, when you got some of this, when you have to think objectively about the about what's to come, then it kind of changes the mindset. But it's a mindset that might actually affect you positively later on in your esports and sim racing career. So yeah, who knows? Here's the battle then for 4th position. Lorenz Garcia in that tight fight, of course, because the 100 dropped back after their drive-through penalty, and only 3.1 seconds BS Competition is behind David McCall.
Yeah, this battle has been going on for a good while now. I think the entirety of this didn't really, but once again, the Nissan just not able to make any impression, even with that mistake from Martin Lorenz. You're not expecting Alberto Garcia to be able to go through here into Ascari. It's a pretty difficult corner to make the move anyway, even with that mistake. And it's, as you said earlier, surprisingly difficult to overtake at Monza on ACC. It's
generally in sim racing.
Well, sim racing is. Although I do find that on iRacing, because the slipstream is so powerful, it's not that bad. But on ACC, R-Factor 2, yeah, it's pretty difficult on occasion.
Even in real life.
I don't even know why.
Even in real life, tell me the last actually good Monza Grand Prix in Formula 1, because everyone goes back to 2020, and I'm like, no, I'm sorry, that race. If you actually, the result, amazing. Same as 2021, the result, amazing. But it's like, with the race itself, was the race actually any good?
But here's my thing with really. good races. Part of it being a good race is the surprise of seeing someone you didn't expect to win.
Yeah. So, but when they're literally at the front and then no one can pass them, it's a very different aspect.
When you look at it objectively, it's not a very good race. But when you actually in the moment you're watching it live, it is exciting. So I'm going to disagree with you there.
They're both boring.
But that's not because of the track, of course. Anyway, Garcia down the inside here for 4th place. Give each other a nice bit of room here through the second chicane. Arjuna said that he can't do that earlier on this race, and they've just displayed that he can. If you have a little bit of respect for each other, then you can go side by side through the Della Roggia, but it didn't go Garcia's way that time.
Well, let's speak of the devil. Ewan can go and grab himself a breather. I'm
going to hide
for a little bit of time. Yeah, he's gone now. It's fine. We'll bring back in Arjuna, who's rested, relaxed, got himself ready after watching a thrilling end to some kickball.
I don't think I'm any of those words right now, to be completely fair. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm excited to see what the next 3 hours and 20 minutes has in store for us. I'm also, Ewan O'Leary trying to throw me under the bus. I never said you can't go side by side through the second chicane. I just said it's not always the wisest idea because of how the corner is actually profiled.
I'd agree. To actually go side by side through there, it's not super wise because you've got a stonking curb on the left, you've got a stonking curb on the right, and if you do go side by side there, 9 times out of 10, one of you is visiting the barrier. Well, it's not great.
You either try and go around the outside, in which case you get pinched onto the big curb, or you end up on the inside, in which case you're squeezed off into the gravel. It's one of those moves where it's just like, do I really want to go for it? Is it worth the risk? Last lap of the race, 100%.
Yeah, especially if you've got like big gaps to those behind. 100% go for it. Absolutely. No shadow of a doubt. But at this point in the race, no. It's just not worth it. There are better moves. But then again, this comes down to some cars having a bit more of trouble passing. Look at Garcia, for example, who's been trying to get past Lorenz at the moment, 4th and 5th position, unable to make a pass. If they have that opportunity to try and do something, like what we saw with that side-by-side through the Roggia, they can't pass them on a straight, so they've got to try something different. They've got to try going for a move like that, because they've got to make the most of the exit of the Roggia, and then through Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2, if their car is better in the corners, and try and pull away before they get to Ascari, nail Ascari, and hope they've got enough of a gap to keep them at bay, going down to the Parabolica and then down to the Turmoil.
It is quite interesting, though. I know, it's hard to really pull much weight from top speed numbers, but this is one thing that I do like that we can kind of pull up with pit wall. The Bentley and the Nissan, neither are totally fast in a top-end grunt, but I think that in some ways is what has allowed some of the other cars, their top-end speed, to defend a little bit more, as Burst Esports a little bit deep into the first chicane. They're going to come under fire from that Team Racing Point car from behind as they exit out of that first chicane. Of course, Mike Noble was trying to get close to the number 42 Leipert Esports Aston Martin that's climbed its way up through the field, but the Christmas lights for Mike Noble may be blinding him on that run into the turn 1.
Yeah, like I say, maybe I don't know. What do you think, by the message of putting that emoji? We'll discuss that in a second, because I think this might be the move for Alberto Garcia to the inside of the Rents, coming down in towards that first corner. Got the outside though on the exit again. Space given beautifully between the two of them, and there should be the advantage for the Aspar team. Got the inside all the way around Curva Grande. But I do think the RCI might just have a bit of an overlap on the braking zone coming down to the Roger. They've got Visceral Esports and Yaz Heat closing in. Obviously a couple of laps down on this pair. The defensive line being taken by Garcia is now taking over the lead of this battle for 4th position, heading into the Roger. The position is finally gained from that Nissan GTR. But yeah, do you think there's any code in the putting that emoji of all things in a little plushie of that into the middle of a bunch of Christmas lights? Do you think he doesn't like Christmas, or maybe they celebrate it differently in the Netherlands? I don't know.
I just admire that he's willing to put some personality into the background. We talked about, wanting drivers to print track maps and throw them up. We want to be able to talk about the drivers and their unique quirks. Are we going to nickname him the Grinch? Maybe I don't know. I mean, we can come up with something more clever than that. I was just, it's 2 a.m. I'm struggling to come up with nicknames.
No, it's more. I don't know what I'd give a nickname on, but it's more. See, there you go.
Right.
But it's more like the reason why I wouldn't say the Grinch is because I don't know if he likes Christmas or not.
No, I know.
I can't tell.
No, I agree. And again, 2 a.m. brain, it's not helping out when I'm trying to think of a clever, witty nickname. I was quite impressed by my pun earlier on today, to the point where it actually got you to comment on it.
What?
Oh boy, now I've totally forgotten what the pun is. But I said something intelligent, and then I smiled at myself after you laughed. Oh yes, it was having a crack.
Who are we?
Funny things.
Yeah, but who are we talking about? It was to do with someone who we were talking about. But yes, no,
right.
Absolutely no idea. All I know.
Too many names in this grid is the great thing. We got 40 teams, 3 drivers a team. That's 120 drivers just in this split alone.
Yes. See, thankfully our broadcast director is
Thank you,
with
Mike,
us, because he was saying about Grantus Caracas, and you were saying about giving it a crack, and it was terrible.
It was fantastic.
The biggest leap that you could really make. I mean, the R's not even in the right place.
I know, but it made me laugh. It made you laugh apparently as well.
I don't know about making me laugh. I don't know about that. Maybe embarrassed. Either way, battle for 2nd spot. Gregor Schill is there, and he is up into 2nd spot. We missed the change, and that is the 89 BS Competition taking over from Ren Velton by around about half a second. So there has been a switch pretty recently from for that battle for 2nd spot. BS Competition, I don't think it's going to get much better than 2nd, but I'm sure if you just said, well, what if you finish on the podium to them a good 5 hours ago, they've gone, yeah, okay, come on.
Yeah, Gregor Schill was posting on social media that the recovery drive was well and truly on, and it's been a sterling job from them. Get Closer Racing, banging doors with that Team Racing Point Ferrari on that run down into turn number 1. I think it was either Ewan or you that brought up this point with BS Competition. In both of the 2 races that we've had so far, they have used the maximum ballast possible to leave them with just 26 kilos to ration out over the remaining 2 GT3 races. They have set them up so well, knowing that the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup race is one where they are going to shine. A bit of traffic helping Gregor Schill to get the move done on the Rent Velton 171, but you take the moves as they come.
Yeah, it was Chiluk who was trying to get through, obviously SMP, one that's in 17th position, that was trying to get through some of that traffic that was ahead of them. Obviously they're quite a bit under pressure from the Hello YouTube team. I want to say like and subscribe, but that's a different championship. But they were trying to go for that, trying to get past the lap traffic, or traffic that was lapping them. Yeah, made a bit of a mess of that one. I don't think David McKellen will be particularly pleased. Whoa, that was a good save from Tom Gorka. Managed to just about keep it pointed the right way. We'll lose out of position to Dominic Blyer, who will come through, but thankfully it'll only be the single position loss, because that 333 car behind is certainly not for position. Virtual drivers by TX3. Here's Mike Nobel then, trying to get past Bruden, as we saw a little bit earlier. Gave it a good go, lost out some time, got back in the clutch of those behind, like Gorka, like Blyer, and now is back in for the fight. Round 8, I don't know, it's certainly not round 2. Savalainen receives a 10-second time penalty by the way, in the pit lane for the number 69 Grip Packs Engineering, whilst Mike Nobel is still able to get through. That is deep on the brakes from the Leopard Esports car.
I think I've lost track of the number of penalties that we've had handed down to that Grip Packs Engineering Aston Martin early in the race, up inside of the top 10. It's just not been a smooth ride for them, unfortunately. Sometimes you just need to keep your nose out of trouble. Burst Esports trying to jink to the inside, but the door's going to be slammed shut on them by Leopard Esports. Slammed shut again, squeezed all the way to the outside of the corner. Mike Nobel has to cut the second chicane, and well, I think he's going to be a little frustrated with that Leopard Esports defense.
Yeah, certainly, like I say, a bit of a feisty duel between these two. Don't need to get too feisty. There's still a good 3 hours and 10 minutes left to go of the second round of the championship, but sometimes you just got to get a little elbows out. You've got to give it a good shot. And whilst, by the way, we're speaking of having 3 hours and 10 minutes left to go, it's a bit of a reminder that we do have the rivals and challengers splits that will be coming into their final real phases in the race. I don't really know how long's left of them. I think it's probably about 2 hours or so left to go in their race. There's an hour and 53 left in the rivals split, and then probably about
hour 45.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, a bit less than the challengers. So closing in. Obviously, you can go and see all of that going through the command center on twitch.tv/VCO Esports. So go and catch up with some of those other races and see what's been going on, because whilst we've had a frantic time, they've also had a frantic time, and here comes a move.
Yeah, here comes that draft. Now switching back over to the inside for the Bentley. You can just see how it's been able to nose in front down that long main straightaway. And this time, the Leopard Esports Aston Martin can do nothing but tuck back into line and get onto the brakes. Dominic Blyer pops out of line. I think more trying to cover off the number 7 Get Closer Racing machine from behind as they worked through that first chicane, but no major drama for these drivers. Already, by the way, Gregor Schill has cleared out a 3-second advantage over Mikkel in that Renvelten Esports car. Again, just highlighting the speed that we've seen out of that BS competition machine. And then also do think, by the way, that we've had a bit of a swap around with Garcia managing to get back in front of that 799 RCI Esports Bentley. There's so much fighting that's been going on. We still got 3 hours left to go.
Yep, there is a fight for 21st position because the recovery drive is on for Williams Esports. Tinko van der Velde versus Bianchi as the switch coming that way. Let's see what happened to the Armamentario car. Trying to just get past the BMW there, and the move down to the inside looks pretty simple, realistically. And then a bit of a snap, and see you straight down the escape road.
He doesn't actually commit to the escape road, quite interestingly.
Right.
Elects to run himself over the grass and dirty up those tires just that little bit more. Still a question, by the way, in the Twitch chat, has everyone been lapped yet? No. 5 cars are left on the lead lap, though. The pace out of that 55 Race Anywhere Sim Sport car has been relentless. We did chat with Victor Nikolai while you were grabbing a bit of a break, Lewis, and the comment that he made that really intrigued me was that they knew their car was good in the dry. They knew their car was also quite good in the light to somewhat medium kind of rain. But the level to which the rain intensified at the very peak of it was a little bit heavier than they thought, and so they were struggling a little bit then. It was good to see, though, that they were able to bring the car back into their rhythm as the rain dried on out.
Yeah, but I'd say that's how you've got to go with it sometimes. You kind of keep yourself... Yeah, sure, you might not be in the perfect position, but keep yourself in kind of like the hunting for it. Kind of just keep it on the race circuit. We'll have a little bit of an interview. Speaking of interviews, and speaking of teams to have a chat to. Now, we did see the move a little bit earlier from Alberto Garcia. We do have Andre Mesa, who'll be joining us here. And Andre, talk to us. How's the race been going? Run up in 4th position at the moment. Been an incredible run so far from the Aspar Esports team.
Yeah, it's been great. Thanks. It's been an amazing race so far.
Now,
You're going, sorry.
No, I was going to say that I was going to speak about the wet weather and the switch there. How hard was that as a team?
Pretty hard, yeah. Pretty hectic. We've been talking all the time, yeah. And we decided to keep me in the car as long as it was raining, because I think even though Alberto is very, very fast, I was already used to the rain there. So I did 3 stints. Yeah, it was good. Very tricky. The Nissan wants to kill you sometimes, but good.
Did see some pretty sizable moments. Just from sliding it around. It's a tricky car to drive at the best of times, but seems to be a car that's working quite well around Monza. Was this always kind of like a focus coming into the season by picking the Nissan, that this was going to be a race that you were going to focus on trying to do well at?
Yeah, we knew this was going to be one of our strongest races with just 3 kilos of ballast. We struggle at Kota, but we already knew that. So I think my teammates decided to take as much ballast at Kota and just fly here as much as possible.
Is that the expectation then for the rest of the season? Because obviously you said you took 16 kilograms at Kota, taken 3 this round. You've got 6 kilograms left to go then in the Nissan. Are you going to split that 3 and 3? Is it kind of expected that you're going to go quite strong through the rest of the season?
I'm not sure just yet, but we'll probably split it, because 3 kilos is just almost nothing, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very little indeed. Is there another round in the season where you're kind of looking at it being like, that's the track that we want to win? Obviously, Spa, but at least in the GT3 side of things, Spa and Watkins Glen. You leaning more to?
Honestly, I have no idea how the Nissan can perform there. So I haven't got much experience with the car. I don't know really. Sorry.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed to see that in future. Cheers, Andre, for joining us, and we'll let you jump back to your squad.
No worries. Thank you. Bye.
There you go. Andre Mesa from the Aspar Racing Esports. A great drive thus far. Arjun, they've been absolutely incredible today, and looking to continue on that form.
I think the one thing that they're going to be a little bit regretful of is the way that the usage of the Joker has played itself out. Yeah. Obviously, the reason that they elected to burn the Joker was that this clearly was a round they had identified as one they wanted to score points, but the gamble to use the Joker did not pay off. They didn't advance out of the qualifying, second qualifying group, so started outside of the top 15, and while they've been able to fight their way forward, I mean, again, it's put them a little bit on the back foot for the rest of the campaign.
Yeah, like I say, they're in a bit of struggle town now when it comes to that. They can't make a mistake in qualifying, but like I said before, just because you've got that second lap, they've clearly got the pace around here. And I know we said it was a mistake using it, and I still maybe a mistake using it is probably the wrong way of putting it, clearly, because they've definitely got the pace around here, but it was just a mistake at how they used it. They didn't make the most of it. Yes, sure, they got out of Q1, but they never got out of Q2. They never took the big advantage of the pace that they had, and it's kind of learning from that and taking it and accepting that, to be honest, it's gone now, and now we just can't make a mistake in qualifying. If we do, to be fair, the pace looks all right. So out of the pit lane, Gregor Shields passed over the BS competition machine back to Arthur Camera, who drops down now to 7th position on the track, but we'll regain that after everyone comes down onto the pit lane, which should be fairly soon. Of course, the BS competition was pretty early into the pit lane, obviously on the last stop when it was the wet to dry switchover. Very much not a sign of any of that on the horizon now, is there?
No, absolutely not. And importantly for Gregor Schill and the rest of this BS competition team, the fact that they've come in a couple of minutes before the top of the hour won't really be concerning them, because of course we saw this in that first hour of the race, but these GT3 machines are able to go almost the full 65-minute stint length that these drivers are allotted. Of course, if you go over the 65 minutes, it's an instant penalty handed down by Assetto Corsa Competizione. So for Schill and company, they're not going to be having an extra pit stop. They will be a little worried that they'll be spending more time in pit lane, however, over the course of the rest of the race.
And I can promise you, if there is anyone sat there being like, oh, but do they definitely know that they're going to get to 65 minutes? Honestly, when you are in game, you cannot miss it. I always used to think that, being like, but what if you did? What if you weren't keeping too much attention and you missed it? I was like, no, there is a big counter that is literally just all like, by the way, you got 5 minutes left and it's red. It's like you literally just can't miss it. By default, it's on in Assetto Corsa Competizione. So it's why, to be honest, I've commentated on the platform a lot over the last 2 years. It is a penalty that I have seen very, very rarely applied. Very rarely. In fact, I cannot recall of any major snows. I've recalled people going over the, in this case, the maximum drive time, the 4 hours 20 maximum. I've seen people go over that, but I've not seen people going over the actual stint limit that often. It's happened like once or twice in the last 2 years I can remember.
And this is, as we see Dominic Byer and the Racing Point Ferrari down on pit lane, this is why I find it so interesting. I have so much less experience with Assetto Corsa Competizione than you, but when I got to be part of that SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa for just a couple of hours, I think we had that penalty 3 or 4 times. Now, Spa's a long lap as well, so if you're going to gamble, it's a lot easier for you to get caught as compared to a lap here, for example, at Monza. But I agree, it's something that should be so clear to all the drivers that it's not a penalty that we really expect to happen. We just more talk about it as the reality of there's no stints that are going to be longer than 65 minutes.
Well, I said my first time racing on ACC was around Barcelona. It was in the wet in a 12-hour race, and I remember seeing that timer, and then I was like doing whatever lap times I was doing. I can't even remember off the top of my head, but let's just say like around here it was a 1:40, and then you cross the line, and then you've got 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go. Well, it's like, well, there you go. You know you can go for that extra lap. You just can't have a spin, can't have a slide. You just got to get on with it. Just finish a lap time, get into the pit lane. And like I've said before, it is pit exit to pit entry. So your timer will start when you leave the pit lane, and it will stop when you enter the pit lane. So it's not about when you come into your box. It's not about when you come to a stop and go onto the jacks or any of those kind of things where you actually think, oh, it might be a little bit harder to calculate. No, it's about as easy as it gets, about as forgiving as it gets with some of those systems. So Arthur Cameron will go back up into second position because Mikel, Garcia and Lorenz are all into the pit lane. Grantas Caracas has gone back behind the wheel of the Race Anywhere SimSports car at the front of the field after completing yet more laps, literally miles away from everyone else.
And he'll be doing that, I would assume, for the next 3 or so hours as well. Caracas, I think, very much the fastest driver in that number 55. Victor Nicolai did show similar speed as well. This most recent stint from Cody Pry, a little bit more tentative, recognizing the race situation, but at the same time, the gap has grown to over about 90 full seconds to that BS competition car. We now watch as the green and gold of Brabham Esports works through the first chicane. Now, this is a car that had to ask the race leader to let them by because they went a lap down but thought they were faster than the leader, and well, unfortunately it hasn't played out exactly like that. A couple of hours on, they are now officially 1 lap down and find themselves trying to fight with the likes of that Get Closer Racing Aston Martin, who have come down to the pit lane this most recent lap by.
No, but I will say, when you look at all the issues that Brabham Esports have had, they've had a fair few. Obviously, they received a penalty on the very start of the race after a little bit of contact. They've had a couple of ups and downs, a couple of spins, a couple of slides, a couple of everything, really, but still running up inside that top 10. And of course, remember that they've not got any major points onto the board after issues at the previous round of the season at the Circuit of the Americas. I'd say so far it's been a solid drive. I mean, to be fair, anyone who's finishing in the top 10 of the championship like this in a 9-hour race, you're doing a solid drive. Tico Manavalda will go up inside the top 5, but don't go, oh my God, what a recovery drive from Williams Esports. They're having a great recovery drive after their technical issues for Igor Rodriguez, but it's not quite as incredible as that. They are way off strategy with everyone else, and we'll expect they're in, I can't even remember when. I think it's probably about 20 minutes from now, if memory serves. But they'll be back into the pit lane anyway between everyone else's next pit stop.
Yeah. I just want to highlight a comment that I'm seeing in the Twitch chat about the 0 kilogram ballast that Race Anywhere SimSport brought into this event, and a couple of people kind of pointing out that they're going to pay the price for this in the later rounds of the championship. I'll just remind everyone that Williams Esports took just 10 kilograms of ballast in our opening round at the Circuit of the Americas. Race Anywhere SimSport elected to take 30 kilograms of ballast in order to try and get some of that punishment out as early as possible. With how things have played out, with Williams taking the full 30 kilograms of ballast this time around, yes, Williams only have 17 kilograms of ballast to work through the next 2 races. Race Anywhere SimSport have 27 kilograms of ballast to work through the next 2 races. A couple of the teams and drivers have given us the indication, Lewis, that every 10 kilograms of weight is around a 1/10.5 of a second per lap time. So I don't really think that is as correct as some of the viewers maybe think. I think Race Anywhere SimSport came into this one saying, okay, this is a race we think we can win. We took 30 kilograms last time, let's take 0 this time and try and get to the front.
And actually, to be honest, 27 kilos is only 1 kilo more than what BS Competition have to take for the rest of the season. So you know, there's that open as the Racing Point car skips over ahead of their counterpart, which looks almost exactly the same, but definitely isn't the same car, because TF Racing are going to come through. Get Closer Racing are going to try and make their way past as well. Tobias trying to get past Mattea. Porius, who focused on there in the number 42 Leopard Esports car, directly behind. The TF Racing car, I don't believe, is a part of this fight, as whoa, see ya goes the Leopard Esports machine right in the path of Triton.
Yeah, that's a pretty
Sketchy
terrible rejoin. Yeah, that's suboptimal, but that's good reactions there from at Triton Ferrari to be able to slow it down in time. A change of underwear required in the next cycle of pit stops.
Yeah, Voitania behind the wheel of that one again, a part of this fight that we were looking at here. So that was a position gained for Voitania, but or it might have been. No, it was. But still, I think we'd probably sit there and be like, well, if that could not happen again, that'd be great. They've got to worry about the Ballast Esports car that is also up there, giving them a little bit of company that will want to make its way past and just get a bit further down the road. What position is the Ballast Esports car in anyway? Is that the one that's in 18th? It is, isn't it?
Yes, 18th now, 19th on my timing screen. That's why I got a little bit confused. There's the look at the replay. It's just the choice of lines when rejoining that was questionable. Yeah, you could have taken a much shallower approach to rejoin the track than that one. And again, good heads-up driving from all to avoid any sort of drama. Here comes the Racing Point car, though, jinking to the outside on that run to turn 1.
Yeah, Mattea getting around the outside of Tobias Scher. Almost contact between the two of them, but that's fine. If there was contact, the reason why we know there wasn't a contact, because if there was contact, trust me, Scher would be round right now. That rear left is so unloaded at that point that you could effectively just breathe on it and it'll spin. But alas, that's not the case. So there wasn't too much contact with Max Voitania. Another car with VR. Got a few out there. Is it Maciej Malinowski? I think he's another one that uses VR along with Voitania. Obviously, we saw Eleonora Rose using VR. So, seeing more and more people using it, to be quite honest, when it comes to racing. I'm still more of a I'd go with triple screens kind of guy, but it is becoming more of a prevalent feature in the world of sim racing, where we're seeing more and more people racing almost every single day using VR. I think we can all kind of accept that eventually, probably most people will be using VR to race with. Certainly in this kind of format. But right now, I think the technology is a bit heavy and a bit hot for an endurance race. What about you?
Yeah, the other major thing to kind of think about when it comes to virtual reality is we haven't really seen a huge generational jump even since like the initial launch of the initial Oculus Rifts. You've got a couple of headsets coming along now which are more targeted to regular consumer applications rather than gaming, but I think what we do tend to see is, especially in some of the shorter competitions like Rallycross, Dirt Oval, a lot of those guys use the virtual reality because they don't have to worry about getting too hot over the long races. They don't have to worry about extra information that some of these endurance races rely on, fuel numbers, etc., that they can track the course of the races. In these longer endurance races, we're starting to see it happen a little bit more, and I do enjoy it. I've raced in virtual reality. I've also competed on a screen. Virtual reality is great for being able to actually be able to look alongside and judge the distances a little bit better. But there are always compromises that you're going to have, and different people have different preferences at the end of the day, Lewis. I would love to jump back into virtual reality. I just need something that's a little bit more high-tech, if I could be honest.
Yeah, and also you got to remember how much more power it takes out of the computer. You need to have a pretty beefy PC to give that one a go. Darren McCormack's straight down the inside to grab a position, and does manage to hit both apexes there. Lovely. Darren McCormack up into 19th position as the recovery drive for the number 5 Williams Esports car continues. No, I'm with you. I think, like I say, you need a bit of a generational shift, which will come with time. Obviously, VR tech is still moderately new, but alas, that's just how it goes. The thing is it's been said time and time again when it comes to the general peripherals that we use, with wheels, pedals, etc., that sim racing, unlike any other esports, is the closest to its sport counterpart, right? Anyone who's playing FIFA or Madden or anything like that, if there's, going to the esports competitions, those, you aren't going to be good at football because you're good at FIFA. You might understand the tactical play, and even then I'd argue probably not, but you're not going to be good at football by playing FIFA. That's not how it goes. But you could theoretically get good at driving through sim racing, because you're doing very similar things. Obviously, the major factor is G-forces, and fair enough, that's something that we really can't get over. Certainly not for now, anyway. But again, like having that more immersion, that more part of the car, that ability to actually, as you're looking around, you get more of a reference as to how large the car is, and you really know where the front of the car is. When you're obviously from the screen, you kind of get a good idea of it. But there is something about when you're kind of in the car. You just know where the front of the car is just from what you can see.
And it is why I kind of wonder for real-world drivers who come over to the sim to, learn tracks and whatnot, and to just dial in for real-world weekends, why don't see them use virtual reality a little bit more? You even look at the full simulators that these teams run, whether it's a Formula One team in-house or even in IndyCar, for example, where Honda and Chevrolet are the ones that actually run the simulators. None of them are in virtual reality, at least just yet. I will say, though, if there is any manufacturer who is listening that wants to give me a crack at their simulator rig, sign me up. I'll book my own ticket.
Yeah, too right. I'd love to.
You'll join in?
Yeah, why not? No, absolutely. Let's
get BMW. Let's get. They let Jimmy come and have a crack.
I was going to say, was a $100,000 simulator. I'll have a go on that one. I mean, this is the thing is that every month I have to go past Brackley, so Merc.
There you go.
Although I do remember hearing a story, and I'm not going to say who it was, but anyone who remembers back to the world's fastest game, the first world's fastest gamer.
Yes.
And there were. I can't remember this. I think it was when there was actually 3 finalists, like right at the end of it. There ended up being 3 finalists before Rudy Van Buren obviously won. I was chatting to one of them, again, not going to name, and they were telling me about some of the stuff between them and some of the other drivers. And he was like, when you get into a proper simulator like that, it is unlike anything you've ever been in. So much so that the pace differential that between these 3 had been no more than a tenth or 2 of a second, ended up going into the seconds. Like 3-4 seconds difference per lap, purely based on the fact of how wildly different to your expectations it is. It is not the same beast as to what you're used to driving in this.
Sounds like I need to go experience that myself so I can judge and report on it. Sorry?
You're probably too tall, mate.
Ooh, that's a good point, actually.
Rudy, I think it was Rudy Van Buren. He was concerned that he wouldn't fit into the rig, not out of mass, but out of height, because I think he is.
Right. Yes.
I think he's 6'6", 6'7", something like that. So you might be all right.
Well, so if he can fit, then I'm probably all right. I've got hope.
You'll be right. I don't have to worry about any of that. I'm 5'11". I'm bang average, mate. Absolutely fine. Got no problems with that. Ewan O'Leary will definitely fit because he is very short. He can't say anything about it now. He probably isn't listening, so it's fine. Graz Caracas then putting another one a lap down. That is the 799 RCI Esports car, which means that the Race Anywhere Simsports team have lapped everyone up to the podium. They're only 7 seconds behind Burnt, and they're only 11 seconds more than that, so 18 in total, up to 20 in total roughly, up to Arthur Camera. Can this car lap every single person on this field? How amazing is that?
You can't put it past them right now, can you? I mean, it's just been a trouble-free run in a day that's had so much trouble for so many of the contenders as well. Staying out of trouble is something that we talk about all the time, no matter what type of race that Lewis, you and I are talking about. This has been a race where staying out of trouble has been very, very difficult, especially picking your way through the traffic. The 55's been patient, they've waited for their opportunities, and the 90-second margin speaks to the confidence they had coming in today.
I've seen some dominant drives in my career in sim racing when it comes to endurance races. This is something that you would have seen quite a bit. Even in the highest level of competition, you would have seen this quite a lot, let's say 5 to 8 years ago, right? Because the differential between the front and the back was actually quite large. Even in the highest level, was actually quite large. This is not something that you would see as a typical normality in these days, in this era of sim racing, because the front and the back are separated by nothing. I was actually, again, having a chat in the broadcast I was doing yesterday about the incredible thing with sim racing. Jack Keithley was the one that made this post on Facebook a few days ago about how he took a screenshot from a result from Formula Sim Racing, one of the highest level of open wheel competition in sim racing, and it certainly was at this point, back in 2012. And he took a photograph, and the podium was Bonner House, was Jeffrey Rietveld, and was Jack Keithley. And I sat there, I was like looking at it, being like, I commentate on these three pretty regularly at the front of major competitions 10 years after that. Now, that tells me that quite a lot of people that were at the front of sim racing 10 years ago are still at the front of sim racing now. The difference is that more and more people have come into the world of sim racing that are brutally fast, meaning the front of sim racing, it's probably not much faster than it was 10 years ago. It's just there's so many people that can get to that speed.
Yes, no, absolutely. The reality is, if you know how to go fast, it's not that you don't lose that ability. It's just about the adaptability of, as the cars change, as you maybe move across different eras of competition. For example, over in iRacing, right? You started with the open wheelers, then you went over to GT cars and endurance racing for a handful of years, and now it's been focused on the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. So 3 distinct generations of top-level competition, and I always find it quite remarkable the longevity that some people have, because fundamentally, sim racing is a young man's game, primarily just because you have more time to invest in practicing.
Yeah, and then you see Niels Niox, you think, oh, he's pretty quick. How old is he? We won't talk about that, though. It's fine. We'll just move on from that topic very swiftly. Because
you were getting into trouble right there.
Look, I'm just saying he. Oh no, there's no good way of putting that. So we'll move. We'll just move on.
Well, hey, I'll help out. Niels Niox is actually one of the craziest stories, I think, in sim racing. A man who was getting ready to complete an advanced graduate degree that would lead him into a very interesting career, says, you know what? No. In my mid-30s, it's time for me to pursue my passion. He dives into the world of sim racing as that Hello YouTube team Bentley slides its way through Ascari, but commits to sim racing. He's not a full-time driver. This notion of a full-time sim racer does not mean they are full-time competitors. Neil spends a lot of his time working behind the scenes, working on projects like VCO, LFM, FLExTREME, and he makes a living by being invested in the sim racing world, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, like I say, it's that there are more and more jobs coming into racing. This is the whole thing. We've said this before, and I've had to correct some people that have come in from the real world of motorsport, as we'll see. I was going to say Dara McCormack, but it certainly isn't. Losing a position to RCI, losing a bit of track position to RCI is the Hello YouTube team, sold the top at the moment. But this whole idea of a pro sim racer, right? Of someone who makes a living from the world of sim racing. I promise you, it is a much smaller percentage than you think. It's not. People come into the world of sim racing. If you're coming into the world of sim racing and expecting to make a living off of it, probably the wrong thing to do. It is brutal. That's like setting up a YouTube channel and being like, oh, I'm definitely going to make a living off of this in a year's time. right? It's just, it depends on so many factors, being in the right place at the right time, having the right skill set in the right car, in the right championship that has the right prize money, in the right team that will pay you for it. There are so many factors that there really aren't that many people that are actually getting a full-time living for the World Series. But I will say, it is certainly a lot more now than it was even 3 years ago. Even a year ago, really. It's a lot more now. And it's one of those things that's growing and growing and growing. And being one of those first to kind of make that kind of step, like Neil Dykes, to have made that big jump, right? To have gone, oh, actually, no, this whole this whole life stuff is just going really, really well. We're going to just focus on this for now. To take such a large leap is incredible.
So I think the one thing that it comes with the quote-unquote full-time sim racers, those actually who can focus their times on competition, for the most part, it's those involved in the F1 esports scene. There are a handful outside of that as well. I don't want to name names and get myself into trouble for knowing details about contracts, but if you want to learn more about this topic, VCO Send It, the print magazine for the digital world, the second edition. Oh, you knew I was setting this one up. The second edition is right on the horizon. I got told December of 2022, so maybe it's January or 2023 now, but I have an article about this. I talked to Niels, I talked to a handful of other drivers, and really delved into this topic because I think it's, as we talk about sim racing taking that next step, it's about getting drivers who can just focus on the driving.
Yeah, and not worry too much about everything else. The thing is to actually mentally pay yourself enough to drive, because you kind of think, okay, right, let's say, for example, you are a part of a major team and you go, right, we're going to prepare for this esports event, and we're going to do 40 hours a week preparing for it, right? 8 hours a day. You know, let's say, for example, you just do it as a 9 to 5 job, right? Where it's like, I'm going to practice from 9 till 5, 9 till 5, 9 till 5. That sounds great, it's probably not going to work, because just putting time into it isn't necessarily the best method. And this is why the best esports drivers are the best esports drivers, because yes, they put a lot of time into it, but it's about putting the right time into the right place. Not just going, oh, I'm going to take this car and I'm going to drive it around the circuit, and then in 10 hours I'm going to be much faster around the circuit. Like, yeah, you probably will be, but you won't be as fast as you could have been.
It's all about effective practice, right? There's also this point where you just practice too much. I know some people might not like me talking about Gran Turismo, but there's a very competitive scene on Gran Turismo as well. And I was talking with some of those drivers, and they basically just grind in the afternoon and evening. Once they finish work or school, whatever it may be, they jump online and they just go through lobby after lobby after lobby. But there was a common refrain amongst the drivers that I talked to, whether it was 2 or 4 hours, they all knew what the maximum amount of time that they could practice for and get actual gains from it instead of slipping backwards. And it's where the bigger teams also have the ability to help, right, Lewis? We talk about engineers, spotters, strategists in the background, but it's also about coaching drivers in order to be able to develop in the right way and to grow in the right way as well.
Oh, well, I remember, like, again, when it came to my practice, when I was actually not terrible at the World Sim Racing, I had, especially when I was kind of battling towards the top against some bigger drivers, and yes, I have battled with some bigger drivers. I know you and O'Leary were shocked by it, but no, I have battled some big drivers in the World Sim Racing. I had a pretty strict practice regime, more so to not over practice, because over practicing is actually really bad for you. Like, it can put you in a bad spot in the race, because for so many reasons. Number one, you can apply too much pressure to yourself, and number two, you don't react to what the car does, because I always say this, the amount of times I hear from sim racers, oh, but that never happened in practice. I'm kind of like, well, you either practiced too much or you've done the wrong practice then, because, like, if it didn't happen in practice, it was like, why didn't it happen in practice? Because you were doing the same thing over and over again in practice, that you weren't actually ready to react to the car maybe stepping out, like what we've just seen there from Chipak. If you never done that in practice, then yeah, you would know, and then you're always expecting the car to behave the same way. But for me, it was always before a race. It was always between 1 hour and 2 hours of practice before the qualifying session or the race or the event itself begins. No more, no less. If you have less than an hour, then you're probably not prepared for qualifying. But if you have more than 2 hours, if you go for like, oh, the race starts at 7 o'clock, so I'm going to get on at like 4:30 and start practicing. By the time you get to the qualifying, you've already actually passed your peak of practice. At least that's what I found with me. You have to find out what it is for yourself. And then you end up actually going slower than what you were. You need to time that peak to be just right. And you need to give yourself breaks even in that 2-hour period. And it was always the night before, it was 50 laps, or what was effectively an hour and a half before, like pretty much just before you go to bed, because you would be surprised how much mental wiring your brain will do when you've done some practice and then gone to sleep. Because your brain will start, whilst you're asleep, whilst you're not doing anything, your brain's already working through it. It's already getting yourself prepared that the next time you come into the car, you're already more and more ready for what happens. It's very, very interesting, the sports psychology side of it, which is a huge part of sim racing, becoming bigger and bigger.
Yeah, mental preparation as well, mental coaching and all of that. It also goes hand in hand, right, with, we mentioned that sim racing is a young man's game just because you can invest so much time in practice, but it also means that for these organizations, for these teams, they need structures to support drivers are still growing as emotionally as people as well, and we see certain teams develop academies now as well, which I think is a really interesting program to take raw talent, give them exposure to what a major sim racing team looks like behind the scenes, give them the opportunity to practice with the drivers, to be part of setup development. And in the case of the Apex Racing team, for example, with the relaunch of the Apex Racing Academy at the start, I think, of earlier this year, it's already led to, I think, 4 drivers being promoted from the academy to the main team.
Yeah, and to be fair, obviously quite a lot of teams have their own versions of an academy, or even if it's just a part of the team when it comes to, you want to keep your drivers in-house because you want to train them and learn them. A great example of someone who is on this very grid is Dara McCormack. I mean, I've said it before with Dara, if you compare him to where he was, a year and a half ago, where he was a good driver, a solid driver, a fast driver, but was pretty crash happy and was certainly not the fastest driver. And I remember, like I said before, I think yesterday, commentating on him in a race around the 24 hours of the Nürburgring Grand Prix last year, which he would have been 16, so it probably would have been in the middle of last year. And they were running in the top 5. I was like, "God, this is a future guy to keep an eye on." And it's that supportive network behind the scenes, the team that you've grown to know and grown to respect and enjoy being around, that he's been a part of for quite a while in Williams Esports, that have trained him and taught him and made him the driver that he is now. And look at how fast Dara McCormack is arguably the fastest driver on this platform, right? That is incredible. Again, arguably, there are quite a few drivers that are very, very fast that might say, well, actually, it might be me. You're like, yeah, fair enough, it might be. That's why we say arguable. But Dara McCormack is certainly in the conversation when it comes to fastest drivers on the platform because of that work behind the scenes that the team has done.
You want to know the scariest thing about Dara McCormack? Until about 2 years ago, the entirety of his racing experience was on Forza Motorsport with a controller. Yep. He has had to go through this fast rise through the sim racing world while learning to use a wheel and pedals. And when I talked to him on the VCO Esports studio, Lewis, he was pretty clear that was a major transition. Forza is known for being the best game to play with a controller, but then when you get into this world of wheels and pedals, there's a lot to get used to.
When I started sim racing, I was on a controller. I know a few people that do race even quite high up in sim racing, still a controller even these days. You kind of think, that's crazy. Trust me, it's not something you want to be doing. You want to be racing on a wheel and pedals, that is for sure, especially when it comes to these more advanced simulators these days. You'd have got away with it back in the days of R-Factor 1, and even to some degree Assetto Corsa. When you want to race at the front on these kind of simulators, you need to be on some decent, or at least moderate. It doesn't have to be expensive or anything. You just stuff to make a start. You don't really want to be doing it on a controller. But for a lot of these teams, a lot of these drivers, when they start sim racing on a controller, and I know because I've been through this as well, you get quick on a controller and you get to a decent speed on a controller, and then you don't want to move off of a controller because you know that transition off of a controller onto a wheel, you will be slower, right? Just because you've sat down on it and it's like, well, this is what everyone else is using, you're not going to be. You have to accept that at least at a bare minimum. For 2 weeks, even for some people longer, it might have been close to 2 months for me that I guaranteed that I could have raced faster on a controller than I could on a wheel. that I had to just learn using the wheel, and it's tough. It's a very difficult transition, and then when you account for a different platform as well, yeah, I mean that's it's about as big of a leap as you can make.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be interesting how he progresses from here, right? Does he explore some other platforms? Does he focus on just these GT3 cars? Because if that's his main focus, there's plenty of competition here on Assetto Corsa Competizione, especially looking forward to 2023, that he'll be able to focus his attention on. Speaking of Darren McCormack, by the way, he's in 19th position after that Williams Esports car was down outside of the top 30 after the technical issue. They're doing what they can. Unfortunately, the best that they're really hoping for, I think, here is maybe a top 15.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, if they can get a top 15 from a recovery, as recovery drives go, take it every single day of the week. I mean, it just shows, again, that resilience and that mentality. Yes, I know they'll be disappointed because they were running in a brilliant second spot earlier, but technical issues happen. Darren McCormack knows that. I think he brought that up earlier. He's well aware as to what a technical issue is. You take them on the chin and move forward. They've got great, strong mentality, and showing that that's how it needs to be for a lot of teams out there. They just need to keep going. I've brought them up a few times before this broadcast. Yaz Heat, Unicorns of Love, the mentality they've had to just keep going, keep in the race. There are so many others in this race that have just had that esports mentality, or the endurance mentality of just get to the end of the race. There are only 2.5 hours left to go. Speaking of, by the way, other races and time left to go, again, brought up the fact that we've got rivals and challengers. I believe they are approaching their final hour of racing left to go. The challengers have just crossed over, I believe, their final hour, or into their final hour, and the rivals split are about 13 minutes away from crossing over that hour. So we're in those final moments for the other races, and those final dicey battles up towards the checkered flag.
And of course, we'll get to see the finishes to those races here on this main feed on the VCO channel. So, of course, looking forward to seeing how our two other fields finish up their race. Remember, we had monumental rain in that rival split for basically the entirety of the first half of the race. Stark contrast to the challenger split, which has been dry as a bone as they head into the final hour.
Yep, same as where we've been up and down when it comes to the weather, and it's certainly a beautiful day here in Monza. This is the challengers split at the moment. You can see hour and 4 minutes left to go. It's beautiful, what clearly looks like a summer's afternoon here at Monza. It's absolutely delightful out there. Challengers split well and truly approaching its end, as is the rival split. Like I said before, not very long left to go in either of those races, and what's been a very long day for a whole host of drivers, not just here in the cash split, where, like you said before, you've got close to 120 drivers roughly just in the cash split alone, and then challengers and rivals dealing with an extra, certainly well over 100, probably closer to 200 between the two of them, drivers that are battling through what is effectively the same race.
Yeah, and I think initially when Niels Naujoks came together with this concept, he did all his mad science work with the assumption that he'd have just the single field of cars to work with, but the reception to the ideas was so strong that from one split we went to 3 splits, and while there's live race control in this cash split, there is post-race control for the rivals and the challenger splits, so by no means can they get away with the drama. The ideal situation would be that the cash split is not too busy, and so our stewards are freed up to go and focus on the rivals and challengers races. I don't believe that was the case here today, though.
No, I think they've been quite busy, certainly in the opening stages with this race, the cash. I think things have calmed down just a touch, but you don't really want to be. I think you either want race control there through the entirety of the race, the rivals and challengers, or you kind of don't want them there at all. That 50-50 of like jumping in and jumping out, it's fine only if it works, if you're going back to review some incidents from earlier on, and then you're kind of carrying that through to the end of the race, because then it's consistent from start to finish. Jumping in and jumping out can be a very dangerous game, and obviously I don't think anyone is really expecting there to be live race control for rivals and challengers all the way through the entirety, because it's kind of like to have that many people just sat by, watching, waiting, and picking up on everything and doing everything fairly at the same kind of speed when there's three consecutive or concurrent, again, we've done that same thing, three concurrent races happening at exactly the same time. It's a lot of work, especially when people are as as elbows out as we had earlier on.
Yeah, it's calmed down a little bit since then, although our race control team has been quite busy. So has the automated race control as well, giving out those drive-through penalties for track limits infringements. If you go past track limits 4 times, you get a drive-through penalty. I did also see at least one drive-through penalty for the stint timer. So it shouldn't be something that is a frequent thing, but somehow teams still find a way to fall afoul of it as we check back in with your race leader. I don't actually know. I've got to go and figure that one out now.
Okay, right. So our team's going to figure that out so that we can throw them straight under the bus. Because it's an unacceptable mistake. I'm sorry, but like you literally cannot miss it. Back though with the cash grid, you can see Grantas Caracas leading the way just ahead of the Yaz Heat car that's many laps down, but still going ahead and enjoying the race. We've just come forward, we're on lap 207 for our leaders. They're on lap 202 in the Yaz Heat car. So now we've just gone 5 laps down in this race, but still positivity. Ewan O'Leary was talking about it earlier, how like it must make a sizable difference doing a race like this and struggling through the hardships. But then you've got a stream of people, you know, like 1K. I don't know how many people are watching Yaroslav Honzik stream at the moment. We'll check that in a moment, just because a bit better, isn't it? It's just over 1,000 people. I did see it about 1,500 earlier. You got a lot of people in chat to keep you company through your struggles, and I think that's where you set a good example to those watching, being like, it's fine, we're going to stay positive and we're just going to keep going and just have a bit of a laugh with it. Meanwhile, the example that I'd set would be effing and jeffing, and then smashing the Alt F4 faster than you could imagine to go and watch the World Cup match. But they've got better mentality than me.
Yes, no, they did.
Not hard.
Yeah, I was going to say all of these drivers should hopefully have a stronger mentality than us up here in the commentary booth. They say those that cannot do teach. What does that say about those that are forced to sit in the commentary booth?
Well, yeah, it's nothing positive.
It's not great. No, unfortunately, it's not great. We are good at waffling and filling time, sometimes needed in these endurance races. Ooh, as that's the Heat car that's going to slide all the way through the braking zone, does a full 360 no-scope, and will rejoin the track with only ego hurt there for Statsenko in that 666.
Yeah, not great. Again, suboptimal. The old classic. Like I say, just a bit of pride damaged there. So yeah, is what it is. As we'll keep our eyes focused on Grantas Caracas. Dara McCormack's closing in on the next car, being the Hello YouTube car of Soldatov. A lot of gaps have grown within that group. Aporius and Matea aren't too far away, as well as Lugobi and Macri pretty close. About 1.5 seconds between the two. But I think every now and then we do need to give a little bit of broadcast time to our race leaders who've been so far ahead of everyone else. It's been, like I say, it's been very, very impressive.
Been absolutely dominant at the very front of the field. That margin up to 96 seconds over Arthur Camera in that BS competition car that's done such a great job to put itself back up into the mix after its turn 1 lap 1 shenanigans. Again, if you'd thought they would be spun around and back on the podium halfway through this one, they would have definitely asked, what sort of race had you witnessed? Speaking, of course, of your race leaders as well, they're not far away from getting set to lap that 171 Renvelten Esports car to the point at which only the BS competition car will be left on the lead lap.
Yep, the car that was backwards on lap 1 will be the last one to be lapped. They're only 10 seconds down the road. Drive-through penalty out for Henrik Gamble in the 977 Kramer Racing Esports. I didn't even really speak of them. They were having a bad day earlier on, and they've done a great job to move their way forward. And yeah, like I say, it's I think this is the thing. I think anyone, genuinely, or maybe you could minus 3 or 4 cars out of that, has had a particularly clean run or an easy run through this race. Caracas and the Racing Esports car, they are on the list. But maybe the Red Mountain Esports car have had a pretty calm run, same as with RCI. They've done smooth. Aspar have had to come through after a poor qualifying, Symphony Piston have had a pretty smooth day, but then pretty much everyone behind, you're like, well, okay, right, I can think of at least 3 issues for almost everyone behind that. It's just madness.
Yeah, whether it's 3 penalties for each car or, various shenanigans that have gone on without a shadow of a doubt. This has definitely been a very, very chaotic race, and sometimes Monza does bring that to the forefront as well, right? We talk about it being a quote-unquote relatively simple track to drive by yourself. It's a very difficult track to actually race around with traffic as well, so I think overall, especially for the likes of Caracas, using that Joker to put himself at the front, crucial to be able then to have that trouble-free race. And I think as we move forward into the next year and we go to some tracks that are going to challenge the teams just as much as this, they will definitely be thinking that, right, we've seen just how crazy it can be. Let's try and keep our nose out of trouble.
Yeah, and that seems like it's the name of the game in this. Again, there was a championship that I did. It was one of the first few that I did on ACC. It actually was won by George Boothby back in the end. This was pretty early in 2021. It was the best of British, when the British GT DLC came out for ACC. And it was only a 5-race championship, slightly different lengths, more about an hour and 20, roughly. And I remember George Boothby won it by only being on the podium in 3 races. And by only being on the podium, I mean the other 2 races were pretty bad. The SimGrid VCO World Cup last year, again, it was only 5 races, and yet it was up and down from all of the teams. There was 5 different winners across all of that, because the most important thing is that if you're just finishing in the top 5, top 10 consistently, in a champion list, I promise you that will be good enough to at least throw you into contention, purely based on the fact of you're just keeping out of trouble. You're just not getting involved in any of the major trouble and just keeping your nose clean. It's so important in a race. There's half a second, by the way, between McCormack and Soldatov, whilst we can see the Arnage competition car that still holds the fastest lap of the race. I don't think that's going to be changing because temperatures obviously would have been increased from the start of the race. But McCormack and Soldatov, very, very close. I suspect there'll be a move pretty soon. Same from Pitkick and Matea. Some tight battles.
Yeah, no, definitely, and might not be at the front of the field, but by no means are we being treated to a procession to the end of this race, and I still do think that we're going to get a little bit more drama to the end, not necessarily because of cars making mistakes, but you notice that 977 Kramer Racing Esports Porsche 911, another one with a drive-through penalty, this time again for track limits. I think counts now to double digits in terms of those who have pushed the limits of the track and been dinged by the race control. Just got word in the ears that with an hour and 2 minutes left to go, it's spitting once again for the rival split.
Yeah, certainly is, and we've got some overcast coming in for the for our split fairly soon. Doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be rain on the horizon, but could potentially have something as they enter their final hour of the race. I think there's been the entry into pit lane, by the way, by Henrik Gamble, focusing on our own race. And I think Dara McCormack has potentially made that move. So we might have missed that one for Williams Esports working its way up. A couple of other moves again, some pretty close fights on our race in the cash split. And there is Dara McCormack ahead of Sholomov. So has made up that spot.
Yeah, has indeed. Lamborghini looking pretty good, all things considered, after what's, I'm sure, been a much more physical last couple of hours than they would have necessarily intended. The Get Closer Racing Aston Martin only about 6/10, 7/10 clear of that prime Firefly E-Racing 777. You were wondering, by the way, about the penalties for the rejoin. I do believe, by the way, just to calm your mind, Lewis, that the 777 did indeed get the penalty. It was just, unfortunately, while we were having a bit of a break.
Yeah, I think it, because I did see them getting a drive-through. I think it might have, though, been a drive-through for track limit excursions. This is how Dara
had another penalty.
Oh, maybe it did. This is how Dara McCormack made its way past the Hello YouTube move. Nice little one down into the Parabolica. Dara McCormack moving up yet another spot, and it certainly won't be the last move that we see from the Williams Esports machine as we head back. Tobias Schur boosting pretty close. I think Pitkick and Matea are close, 14th position as well, between that 163 GT3 Ballast Esports car, trying to keep the 85 at bay. We're back with the Racing Point machine, and you can see behind even that, second place in this race. Might be losing out a little bit of time. Of course, BS Competition keeping quite close for company, thinking, all right, there's blue flags for you. If you could get out of my way at some point soon, that'd be great.
Yeah, they're not going to force the issue, I think, at this point. They know exactly what a fight back they've already had through this race. Racing Point 85 has definitely been through the wars here today. They're on the back of a car that, after a stop and hold of a 30-second penalty, went from being up inside the top 5 to outside of the top 10. And the Gato Chain Ballast Esports car, again, I think it's significant that we should talk about the fact that, yes, they only had 31 kilograms of budget to work through 4 races, but with 2 of those races done, they have still not used a single kilogram of their budget. They will have 31 kilograms to use in the final 2 rounds in this GT3 car.
Yeah, which is not crazy, because obviously the Bentley didn't have too much ballast. Get it?
Yes.
Because ballast.
Ballast for Ballast Esports. I
Nice.
like it.
But they didn't have too much in the car by picking the Bentley. That's fair enough. That's the choice they made. But still, I would have recommended, like, when speaking to like the Aspar team, they were like, well, 3 kilos makes no difference. So if you got 31, for me, would it not have made more sense to at least go, oh, we don't want to take any weight for it? It's like, oh, should I just stick 5 down? Just stick 5, 6 down, 7, yeah, whatever. Just stick a few down. It's going to cost you half a tenth a lap. Stick it down. It's fine. It's not going to make that much of a difference into your race, but you're getting rid of it so that when you get to the second half of the season, you've got, oh, well, hang on, we've got 20 left. So, well, 10 and 10, done. Right? Like, no worries. It's just 10th of a second a lap. Like, those are the kind of bits where it's kind of like, yeah, rather than leaving it all to the last bit. It's like doing, I say this is how my college experience was. You're getting there to doing all your homework, and you kind of go, I'll do it later. No point in procrastinating, but still, like, you've got nothing else to do. I'd rather sit down and watch the same show on Netflix that I've watched 8 times. Reruns of Brooklyn Nine-Nine are on E4. And it's like, no, just don't procrastinate. Just get on with it. Just get going. But you always leave it to the last minute. That's kind of how Ballast Esports is treating the weight on this one.
I like how you're talking about Brooklyn Nine-Nine on E4. Like, everyone's going to know what you're talking about here, Lewis.
It's a TV channel and it's a TV show. I mean, I said
there we go.
Could have just said Friends or something, but
to be fair, hopefully a lot of people know about Brooklyn Nine-Nine because it is a fantastic
show.
It is a fantastic TV show. I had a point. I had a point that I was going to make regarding the Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but just want to apologize if you heard a loud noise in the background. Some technical things going on behind the scenes, but of course that Racing Point Ferrari is actually losing track now of that Ballast Esports 163 as they round themselves through the Parabolica. Yeah, just Mike Yao with his soundboard, just trying to keep everyone well awake heading into the final 2.25 hours of this race. But no, obviously it's just some of the stuff that happens in game every now and then. Just terrifying. Like I said, I've had to deal with that a couple of times myself when it comes to driving around in sim racing. There's always the cone noises in RFAX 2, which can be incredibly loud, and they are not location based, meaning if someone hits a cone on the other side of the circuit, you can still hear it. That stuff will wake you up in the middle of a race, I can promise you that. Wojtania then in the Triton racing car with Zholobov directly behind. The battle between these two, SMP versus Triton. It's very, very close indeed. It is very close, and that SMP car has had to very much charge its way up through the field. Triton's been involved in the wars, but haven't had to fight back the same way that the 888 has had to do so, and it's been quite impressive, of course, to see them after significant damage on the opening lap. We can say that for so many of the teams, to be completely fair, including the Arnage Composition 240, Lewis. Sorry to divert our attention away very briefly here, but of course, after they started on the outside of the front row, dinged by McCormack and spun around in the sequence at the start of the race. They got a 30-second penalty as a result of a very unsafe rejoin that they attempted, but even though they've had plenty more trials and tribulations since then, they have had consistent speed. I'll be a little bit frustrated, I think, in some ways to be down in 20th, but it bodes quite well for them looking forward, because I think it's fair to say the Circuit of the Americas was not the kindest to them.
No, obviously they had 30 kilos on for Circuit of the Americas. They have none on for this round. Do the 240. I know someone might be thinking, hang on, didn't they say that about Race Anywhere Sims? So yes, we did, because it's the same. But our nice competition, they targeted this round to do well. Unfortunately, it's just it's not gone their way. That's sometimes how it works. That's unfortunately sim racing, same as with motorsport. It's not fair. And it's tough. That's just how it goes sometimes. And like I said, they'll just come through this. They'll think, right, okay, how do we use the rest of our weight? We've got 27 kilos left to go for the rest of the season. How and where do we use it? And what round can we focus on attacking next? Got to say, they had an impressive run in qualifying to grab that second spot, and they'll be frustrated with how this race has gone. But our nice competition are one of the teams that battle across all of the major sim racing platforms in sim racing, and they do very well in quite a lot of them. As we'll see, an attempt to move from Voitania to try, or from Zholobov rather, to try and get past Voitania, but is unable to do so. But this time he might do it inside of the first. Lesmo, he sent in Oleg Zholobov with a big move on the brakes. Obviously countered that exit beautifully on the exit of the Rogier to the inside of the first Lesmo, and the position is done. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, fantastic move there, and showing just how you can get it done through that first Lesmo without too much trouble. Statsenko in that 666 going to give a shot to the back of the Triton racing car and urge him forward to maybe try and reclaim that position. Of course, we did see the spin out of Statsenko through turn number 1 about 20 odd minutes ago, and now it's a half spin. I don't know how that Triton racing car didn't slide out of control. Fantastic car control.
Yeah, and Statsenko was sat there watching it being, I mean, it's so bright. We've all had it, where you've gone, you see a car sliding off to the left like that, you've gone to the right, and then they've overcorrected it, and yep, straight into your path. Thankfully, that didn't happen on that occasion. Statsenko was able to come through quite cleanly. Gratis Caracas sticks another one on the virtual drivers by TX3. Racing Points up next to stick another one on, and still Arthur Camera only a little bit down the road. I say a little bit. It's really being caught by Gratis Caracas. What if we can see him just a little bit in the distant background going through? Not yet. Not yet. Oh, there they are, just in the foreground. Just saw them come through. Very little time then between Gratis Caracas and Arthur Camera to put the entire field a lap down.
I think it's probably only about 7 or 8 seconds at most. Yeah, if that, it's really close. The unnerviness, by the way, for Triton Racing started early in Ascari. Had already clipped one of the sleeping policemen. Did so through the final part of the exit as well, but amazing car control. That's one of those things where the car's sideways and you're just hoping to the racing gods that it's back pointed in the right direction, and great job. I can't emphasize that enough.
I'm not sure how much the legendary 2-foot hack save works in ACC, but if that was it, then good. Do you know about the 2-foot hack save?
Well, yes, but I've heard it called some other names as well. The name that I've heard it most frequently referred to, since I'm, of course, in the world of iRacing, is the Malone Shuffle, named after Matt Malone.
Yeah, right. Obviously, what we're talking about here is where you press the brake pedal and the throttle pedal down as hard as you can to 100% at the same time, and generally it stops a spin. I'm not sure if that is exactly what he did there, but he's losing out more time because he's had a bit more of an issue. Darren McCormack's come through because Voitania has had more of an issue going through Ascari. The problem with it, it's such a high commitment corner that once you've had one mistake going through it, the next time you go through it, you can't just go, I'll just take it a bit easier next lap. You've got to commit going through it. The easier you go, the harder it becomes.
And if you've gotten your tires a little bit overheated as well, it sometimes can take a while for them to cool back down, especially if you don't work with the tires and help them out over that subsequent lap. So maybe just on that previous lap, pushing the limits a little bit too far. Tires not where they needed to be on the subsequent lap. And we're going to get a look at exactly what happened here. McCormack in that Lamborghini behind. Again, clatters over those sausage curbs on the first part. And it's not deja vu, to be fair, but Well, he did have to get on the brakes there to avoid running himself through the gravel into the wall.
Yeah, again, just trying to take too much of the curb going through Ascari on the first and the third part of it. You can see, by the way, some teams, like a Lou Gobby in the Grip Hacks engineering car, a couple of others ones up inside the top 20 as well, have begun the pit lane sequence. Now, what this is significant for is this is the penultimate pit lane sequence. There is a Lou Gobby. She's in the pit lane and servicing the car for the second last time in this race, they hope anyway, as they'll all be approaching. Oh, actually, no, I'm going to cancel everything I've just said. I don't know if you're watching Yaroslav Hon's Extreme. There's 2 hours and 7 minutes left to go.
Is it going to rain?
Yes, it is. Half an hour, and it looks heavy. We've got more rain on the horizon here in the second round of the VCO LFM FLExTREME Championship. We are in for a crazy end to this race.
Well, and crucially, it's going to come halfway through a fuel window. It's not going to come at a time when anyone is going to be able to dive on in when they were scheduled to do so. This is going to be an extra unscheduled stop that will turn the race on its head once again, with rain set to usher us closer to the checkered flag.
Whoa, we are in. To be fair, this is exactly what teams, like, to be fair, BS Competition probably didn't want to see it because they're in a good spot. Racing with Simsport definitely didn't want to see it. But then there are teams that are sort of in the top 20, at the back end of the top 20. Dara McCormack, the Williams Esports. I know the Lambo might not be that great, certainly not with that kind of weight on in the wet. But still, it's that opportunity to get the tyre switch done right, to move up potentially even to a much better spot. It's that chance for drama, that chance for mistakes once again through the first corner that some of these teams were hoping for, so that they can gain back some of those places. So yes, indeed. Did wonder when we saw the rain coming in, of course, in one of the other splits, we were kind of hoping that maybe there might be something on the horizon for us. And then, yes, we've got it with what will be potentially around about an hour and 40 minutes left to go. It's going to be a suspicious amount of rain that might well last until the checkered flag. I suspect it will.
Yeah, I think that's the thing based on what we had earlier, right? Where once the rain came in, it sat for 2 or 3 odd hours before it disappeared pretty quickly as well. Now we're going to have to see exactly how these teams and drivers are going to play it out with the strategy. Do they know that the rain is coming? Are they going to try and do something slightly shorter in the pit stops that we're about to head into? Plenty now for the strategists to be thinking about. You definitely don't want to be gambling if you're Caracas and Kammerer. Question would be, if you're Dara McCormack, do you think about trying something different?
I'd think about taking slightly half a tank of fuel and seeing how much time, because they've got like when they're doing the pit stop, they've got or when they're setting it up, they've got an estimated pit stop time, like how long it's going to take, and it's live there, and they can adjust it and they'll see exactly how long it's going to take them. And so they can work out exactly whether, if we only took half a tank and didn't take tyres, how would we fare? And then obviously adjusting that for them when they come in and take the wets, and kind of playing around that, they can really understand exactly how they're going to do it. And that's probably the way that I would lean, is not taking tyres and just doing a fuel stop now to try and get your way up to the wet weather. Yes, you're going to lose a little bit of time by being a bit slow, but you should gain quite a bit of time by just not taking the tyres.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that is a gamble that teams are going to be thinking about. Not trying to dismiss the fact that it is a big gamble. We usually, of course, do talk about teams and drivers pushing these tires hard enough that they want to be changing them after every single stint, but it's the opportunity to get some very, very crucial points onto the board to close out the year here. Focused in on this Liper Esports car that runs down in the 12th position, trying to hunt down the Get Closer Racing Aston Martin that is about 7 seconds down the road.
That said, you know what I'm saying about not changing tyres or not changing tyres and all that kind of, like, I would want to switch. A lot of teams will be switching drivers, right, for the final 2 hours of the race, which I think is a good thing, because obviously you want to switch drivers so that they're in the car for the wet, for that transition period. But now I'm kind of like, ooh, maybe you don't want that. Maybe you kind of want to leave your driver in now, and so then they can keep the tyres and then do the switch driver-wise and tyre-wise. Oh, there's so much to think about for these teams right now. for rain, which is probably estimated to be about 20 to 25 minutes. I didn't see exactly when it ticked over to half an hour's time. And the way it works in ACC is generally when you see that switch over on the time, when it says it's going to rain in half an hour, it's going to rain in half an hour. Not 5 minutes before, not 5 minutes after, not around that time, and it might not rain, might heavily. No, it is going to rain in 30 minutes time. So when it ticks over to 10 minutes left to go, I'll try and ping you a message, or maybe even scream at the top of my voice, and we'll see. But certainly between 10 and 30 minutes, we are going to see some rain come down here at Monza.
I think the fact that it's beyond 10 minutes, though, does mean that everyone knows they have to come in. Yeah, it's going to be post-pit stop at this point in time as, the Absolute Motorsports team. Another disconnection reported in that 88 car. It's not been an easy day for them, even outside of the technical issues. They've been bullied by some of their competitors at times, and their competitors have earned some penalties as a result of that one. But unfortunately, the 88 machine unlikely to finish inside of the top 20 now.
Yeah, big time. I say massive shame for them. They'll drop right the way down the order. But yeah, that's it. Sometimes you just have those races where everything's against you, whether it is the competitors, whether it is your own computer, your own connections, like everything. There's just, you just sometimes get those days. And yeah, this is one of them. You've got to take them on the chin and move forward, focusing on the rest of the season. All I know is the next 2 hours are going to be super frantic. And I say I don't know which side of the team, which side of it any of these teams are on, but I do know that quite a lot of this grid will be rubbing their hands together, very excited about what they're going to see over the next 2 hours. And there is probably a smaller contingent, but still a decent amount of them that will be sat there being like, oh, we're not looking forward to this. This is going to be a tough couple of hours.
I think overall, no matter where you are, it is going to be a tough couple of hours. The question is, do you look at it as an opportunity to make something happen, or is it an opportunity for a mistake to come in and ruin your race? It's about being not too pessimistic and cautious while not being over-optimistic and aggressive. It's a very careful balance that you've got to strike, and the word from the challenger split, so that's the second split that we have, excuse me, that's the rival split that we've got, they're going to have crazy heavy rain for the last 15 minutes. Very similar to what we saw with them at the start with the almost monsoon level rain. Is there a chance that we get to that here in the cash split?
I think so. Bearing in mind it's going from sunny, cloudy to rain. Like the rain where it's a cloud with 2 dashes below it. It's going to that pretty much instantly. I think, yes, we might be in for some pretty heavy rain. But I'm going to step out. You know, there he's going to jump back in for the final couple of hours. You've got 1 more hour to deal with that Arjuna bloke, and he'll be off. Have fun.
Don't have to deal with Lewis anymore. Oh, it's fantastic.
For an hour?
Go away. Ewan, we've got the drama now to the end. You're going to see the rain come in, and you're going to see how it changes the course of the race. Oh boy, it's a tense time up and down the pit wall.
It's a very tense time, and as you mentioned previously, it's not quite like how it was before. The rain period and the drying period earlier on in the race came at ideal times for these pit stops and for these teams, but this period of rain that's set to come looks like it's going to come right in the middle of a stint on fuel, so that's going to be really awkward. But I quite like Lewis's idea of skipping tyres at this pit stop to the next stage, to the next wet weather period, and then changing the tyres there. I don't think that's a bad call, but then again, I don't know how bad these tyres get after more than an hour.
I think it will be the question of how much do you want to risk. And of course, there are plenty of those who will look to take advantage of this next phase and to try and sweep their way on forward again. Like Lewis did mention, we will give you around a 10-minute warning for when we expect this rain to be coming on in. And it is indicated to be somewhat significant rain as well. How will those teams and drivers adapt? Of course, the one thing that you talked about with Victor Nicolai, Ewan, was the fact that they had built a car in that Race Anywhere SimSport number 55 that was good in the dry, good in low to medium-ish rain, but after that it started to struggle a little bit more. They can't do much to change that now.
No, they can't do anything to change that now, but I don't think that's going to really play much of a role in this race. It's not going to affect this race very much at all. I mean, the only thing it might affect is the fact that they might not win by a lap on the whole field, but they won't be too bothered about that, as for some reason, Pulse Simsport and that Ferrari there seem to be a bit tangled at the first chicane.
Yeah, they do seem to be so. Again, handful of cars in pit lane, including your race leader Grantis Caracas, excuse me, who will bring that 55 into the box and likely not to have any sort of a different strategy other than get some tires and fuel into that car. Grab a look at this replay though, and it was off of pit lane, and that quite precarious merge at times with the TF Racing Ferrari. As they headed down into the braking zone, the Aston Martin, already with a full head of steam, tried to go around the outside. One bit of contact, two bits of contact, well, and then it was that Pulse Simsport Aston Martin that came across the scene of the accident to have a little bit more contact.
Yeah, there was. Not ideal at all. There's a few more drivers come down pit lane now. It very much is the time for it. The 21 in after 222 laps, so there's the 72. That is after a good 35 laps for the 72, and only 34 for the Nissan, but not too much of a concern. Speaking of Nissans, this is the other one, the 23, that has very much recovered well from the starting position and the positions a little bit earlier on in the race. Well outside the top 30 earlier, but now in 26th.
Yeah, the Queen's Design Nissan had actually used all of its BOP budget in our opening round at the Circuit of the Americas. It means they have no budget to deal with in the remaining rounds of the season. Makes their life a little bit easier. That car, though, a little bit of a handful through the first of the Lesmos, and Statsenko in that Yas heat machine will slide on through in what has been a quite impressive drive from them. Remember, they were already 4 laps down basically by the time the race started. They worked their way forward into 34th position, basically all that they really could have hoped for. And at times, that Yas heat machine has been the fastest car on the track.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's been a real disappointment for them in some ways, because it's just a case of what could have been for them today. But they are now ahead of a couple of drivers actually on the road, actually legitimately in the order. I know we're in pit stops right now, but they have gained positions from where they were previously. They were about 39th after their incident straight off the start of the race, and a few laps down. They're now up to 34th in the order, so it is a bit of an improvement. But even so, it's not the day that they were hoping for, and they'll be looking to bounce back at the next race. They'll be looking to park that Honda because we're not using the GT3s in a few weeks' time. They'll be looking to park that Honda and just forget about it for a few weeks.
Yep, that's for sure. They get to focus in on our spec races. One of them coming up on the 7th of January, a 6-hour event. Word in terms of the rain, it's expected with around 1 hour and 43 minutes to go, so around 11 minutes from now. Get Closer Racing Aston Martin heads its way down on towards the pit lane, but of course, as we mentioned, an hour and 43 minutes was always going to be a little bit awkward in terms of the strategy. Most of the cars have already finished, I believe, their cycle of pit stops. We just wait for a handful more to dive their way on in, including the likes of Darren McCormack in that Williams Esports number 5 Lamborghini. But there you see for that Get Closer Racing car, the gamble was well and truly on display, Ewan. A very short stop and no tires being taken.
Yeah, that seems to suggest no tyres, indeed. So, yeah, interesting calls being made by these teams now. But I think it's the right one to make with the rain so close to us now. So, so few minutes until we actually get that rain again. And you'd expect, with so little time remaining in this race, that this rain is going to start to fall. It's going to get wet, and I don't think it's going to dry again before the end of the race. However, I suspected that might be the case when we had our first rain period, and it really dried out very quickly. So it could be a real quick shower that just blows over.
That is a real possibility as well. We're not sure how long this rain is going to be, how intense it's going to be as well. Plenty of unknowns heading into this next 10 minutes of the race. The Brabham Esports car has got plenty of company right now. It's got the 121 as well as the number 5 directly behind it as they ramp out of the second Lesmos and begin the climb up towards Ascari. Will we see a bit of a move out of Darren McCormack to try and work his way forward past Kolosov in the Armentiario Honda NSX? It is the Armentiario car that actually looked to try and get past Brab, and McCormack, wise to it, was able to slow down before running into the back of that Honda NSX. But with the look on the face of McCormack, it's a look of focus, and steely focus at that.
Yeah, we've seen the Lamborghini be really, really strong so far today for Williams Esports. And of course, Race Anywhere Sim Sport, they get very close to the back of the Honda, just up in front, but they need to make use of these dry conditions now. The Lamborghini's advantage does fade away slightly in the wet weather conditions, as we saw earlier. It evens out a little bit, but while we've got the dry weather, they need to use it. They've got the added straight line speed, better top end speed here for the Lamborghini, but the slipstream being given to the Honda, where it was for a brief amount of time. Now McCormack will dive on the brakes and should have this move done now through the first chicane.
Was assisted there as the Armentiario car didn't want to fight that one too hard. Arnage competition in their Lamborghini 240 also down onto the pit lane for their cycle of pit stops, as McCormack will now work on the green and gold next target up the road in front of him. Caracas still leads by 105 seconds as the Armentiario car a little bit deep, and McCormack has to release the brake pressure in order to avoid being rear-ended there. 105 seconds the margin at the front. It's only about 2 or 3 seconds away from Caracas lapping the entirety of the field.
Yeah, and because the 89 pits early, did indeed have a lap on the field briefly there for a few moments during that pit cycle. So we'll see what is going to. We'll see if they can manage it, because I'm not entirely convinced with the Lamborghini's pace, particularly that Lamborghini's pace in the wet weather. I'm not sure whether BS Competition won't overtake them again, but we'll find out a little bit later. Darren McCormack certainly, though, going to do some overtaking here. Very, very quick in the Williams Esports car. They have recovered well after their incident and problem for Igor Rodriguez earlier on. Back into 7th place now, but they're beginning to reach their limit, really, as to where they're going to manage to get.
McCormack, I think, coming into pit lane this time by, and indeed, yes, heads off to the right-hand side. 7 minutes short of being able to make it to that expected arrival of the rain. McCormack will find his box and, I suspect, make it a pretty snappy service here in that Williams Esports number 5. There's Regan Mitchell, though, in towards turn number 1. Now with a little less pressure behind him, because Kolosov in that 121 has now also been passed by the Burst Esports and FFS collaboration in the 123 Bentley Continental GT3 car that has had a bit of struggles all the way through this VCO LFM FLExTREME, but with a 31 kilogram budget, only has 15 kilos to use in the next 2 rounds of the championship, so they set them up quite nicely for that collaboration to maybe take a couple of steps further forward. There are big gaps at this point through the top 10. That's not to say that, like we're watching this fight right now, there aren't little battle packs that still have grouped together. The question will be, in terms of once we head down into the pit lane with expected rain, are we going to see any differences there? We, of course, mentioned that the car setups and the car balances do change quite drastically in the rain, and the Bentleys were really struggling in that extended rain shower earlier, Ewan.
Well, yeah, I think as a whole as well, Burst Esport were struggling earlier on in this race, languishing well down the order, but now they're inside the top 10, pressuring the Brabham Esports Honda in towards Parabolica. Not quite able to go through there, and didn't really do that quite right to get the run. It's a tight line on the exit, which should give them the run, but Mitchell will still be able to defend the inside line going in towards the Rettifilio now, but the Bentley just not really having the legs. It will finally just maybe edge alongside, but it's not convincing here. Outside line for the Burst Esport car, pushed onto the grass, and they're going to go sailing off. You could see that one coming. Across the curbs they go, and they might even lose out to the 121 as well.
Got to be careful, that will count as one of the shortcuts that adds up to potentially give you a drive-through penalty, and that Burst Esports car might actually even just let past Kolosov here on that run down into the Rogia. See what the damage in terms of the tires is going to be. Great view on board with him as well. You see the 49-inch ultra-wide. We've seen some virtual reality. We've seen some triple screens. We've seen the gamut of sim racing setups.
We have seen plenty of them, yeah. We've even seen kind of Gregor Schill's stacked monitor kind of situation going on, which is an interesting one. But yeah, we have seen that the whole setup. I don't know if we've actually had VR yet. Is that have we seen that? I don't think so.
Yeah, no, we've seen a couple.
Oh, we have. Oh, I must have not been paying attention at that point. It's quite likely. But yeah, at the moment, Burst Esports back into 8th place again, and they'll try. I'd imagine they'll try and get into turn number 1, hopefully more successfully this time.
Just a tad more successfully. It's a great run out of Ascari for them as well. That Bentley Grunt towing them down on the run to the final corner. And even though he's had a look to the inside, he's not really going to shape to make that happen. More just trying to sow the seed of doubt in the mind of Regan Mitchell as they get onto the loud pedal. 3 minutes away from the rain. Can the Burst Esports car find its way forward now? Mitchell will force it again to go the long way around. But Kundachioglu will try and make sure he's not squeezed onto the grass the second time around. In fact, he's not even going to really force the issue here. Releases the pressure on the run down into the braking zone and might even try to get the run into the Roger. Not likely to happen, at least just yet. It is closing, by the way, for the final step on the podium. The 171 Renvelton Esports car is now being pushed. The RCI Esports Bentley is coming on strong, but once again, I go to the point that Bentley was struggling through the course of the rain. What's going to happen as we build to this next shower in 2 minutes' time?
Yeah, it's questions that remain to be answered, really. It's difficult to answer them as of right now. Difficult to say quite what's going to happen because it's a whole different set of circumstances, really. This field is very much changed since the last time we had rain out there on the circuit. So a lot of things will have changed in that respect. They'll be hoping, of course, that the Bentleys will be able to cope a bit better with the rainfall that we have previously seen. Because to be fair, the 911 Bentley for Simware.pro, well, it's not Simware.pro, is it? But it's their drivers anyway.
Oh boy. Sorry, Ewan. I'm going to cut you off here because I've noticed it in the Twitch chat. I've noticed it on Yardier's stream as well. The forecast has changed. It is going to be proper heavy rain in about 30 minutes time. It's going to start light. It will intensify from there. It's going to be torrential here at the Temple of Speed. The Burst Esports car once again through the Parabolica trying to set the move up as they run themselves down in towards the Reto Filio. Again, Mitchell covers to the inside. Kundachioglu will see what overlap he has and then decide which way to commit. Behind him, that 121 closing as well and putting a little bit more pressure onto them. No move again forthcoming, but with heavy rain now on the horizon, there's a lot more treachery, and I think for those that elected to not take tires, Ewan, that's a gamble that will pay off.
Yeah, I think it was a gamble worth taking, because well, you wouldn't do it normally, of course. You'd take tires every time. You've just not got that much time to actually lose the amount of time that you normally would, as once again Burst Esports under pressure here from the 121, and they're going to be overtaken by Kolosov there, so they go backwards another time here, trying to go through on Brabham. They end up being overtaken themselves after being in that Honda sandwich, I know, but down to 9th place for the moment, and they're going to have to refine themselves a little bit here in this race, really, but I'd imagine they will wait for the rain now.
Yeah, and I just wonder if we'll see cars in this time by. Remember, if it's anything like it was in that first shower, it went from dry to raining in the blink of an eye. It was as though a switch was flipped and the heavens had opened. So with 27 seconds left to go, there is the rain. It has started. It will run until the checkered flag. We anticipate. How risky are drivers going to take it? Will they dive to the pit lane now? Already the windshield wipers working in overtime here, Ewan. Oh, these are the nervy moments until you can get down to the pit lane.
Yeah, I think it's going to be too early on this lap for these three, but Burst Esport have gone for it anyway. Burst Esport in the pit lane anyway. The Bentley not willing to be out there for any longer than necessary on the dry tyres. That's the number 7 in the background also. Forget Closer Racing, who are going to be into the pit lane right here. And the Bentley just went wide at Ascari. Clearly, these conditions already taking effect.
I don't know if it was really the conditions or maybe just pushing it a little bit too much, but of course that 799 one that we know is going to be a little bit more of a struggle bus here in the next 90 plus minutes. The RCI Esports car, after its mistake, straight down to the pit lane along with a handful of others. Burst Esports may lose any advantage by pitting early. They slid through their box and lost a couple of seconds trying to navigate their way back in to begin the cycle of service. It's a busy pit lane, though. It doesn't look like many are electing to gamble and stay out there at this point in time. They're all rolling in for those wet tires to clear the path for the rain.
Absolutely, it's a smart call. There's no point in risking it, especially for Race Anywhere Simsport. And I'm surprised they didn't come in last time around, because they are the team in the field that needs to take the least amount of risks in this field. There you can see BS Competition just behind them. This Lamborghini has got a lap's lead. I'm not sure they'll hold on to it over the final 100 minutes with the amount of rain that's going to come down. But you never know. It's, yeah, absolutely fascinating to see. And we've got, action everywhere at the minute, but it's just about coping with these conditions now, coping with these next few moments, getting used to the conditions. You can't imagine that people have been are going to swap drivers at this stage in the race. Everybody who's in now might well take the checkered flag.
Yeah, I do think that's the right call. If you're going to make a switch, it might have to be here when you change those tires as well. Here comes the Armentario 121. It look as though Brabham Esports and Regan Mitchell still electing to stay out there on track, not thinking it's wet enough to shed the slicks just yet. We're getting the word that it may be because of the drive time as well, but we'll get answers in just a handful of moments time. Caracas, you wonder if he's going to have to come in this time and minimize the risk, and he does indeed file his way on in, followed in by Arthur Camara, who is officially one lap down as we head into the rain.
It certainly is, and now they'll be getting onto those wet weather tyres, of course. We've seen the Nissan now up to third position here in this race. The 100 not quite able to get on terms with them just for the moment. The 171 quite a long way behind as well. These gaps really have extended over the last few moments inside the top 5 as a result of these pit stops. Let's see though whether the Nissan can actually jump over the BS Competition car here. Did the BMW team leave it that one lap too late?
Have to wait and see for that symphony of pistons car. Ibrahimi as well behind, you'd assume. I think has to come in this time around. Again, the rain is only going to get heavier from here. The heavier rain anticipated to come in about 10 minutes time. There go your race leaders off of pit lane. They're not battling, they are now separated by one full lap. It's Victor Nikolai that takes over the control of the race-leading number 55. He talked about the difficulty of changing conditions with how they've built their car. He'll be the man to rise to the challenge and bring it to the checkered flag.
Certainly will, and I'm surprised about that, really. Maybe Grantas Caracas had to get out, as you say, but even so, surprised about that. Victor Nikolai going to be taking it to the flag, though, over this last 100 minutes. Not sure they're going to be able to hold on to this advantage over BS Competition to win by a lap, but they've certainly got a very big margin of breathing space here as the final few drivers make their way down pit lane for more wet tyres. The Nissan leaving pit lane now, I believe, behind the 171 and the 799 all in one go. Yeah, pretty comfortably in 5th place here for Andres Messer now, who gets at the wheel of the Nissan.
As a bit of a slide behind for another one of the Nissans. That was the Queen's Design number 23 that bumped its way over the curb. Regan Mitchell in that Brabham Esports car does come in this time by to shed the slick tires and work his way over onto those wets. So I think at this point the entirety of the field has indeed been able to swap themselves over onto the tires. There's Valentin Barriere rolling now behind the wheel of the green and gold machine. In terms of little groups to watch, 12th and 13th, Igor Rodriguez back behind the wheel for Williams Esports. He's fighting with the number 42 Lippert Esports Aston Martin. There's a couple more gaggles a little bit further behind. There are the duo through the Parabolica, struggling for traction in these slippery conditions.
Yeah, these Lamborghinis, well, all of them struggling for traction really, but Williams Esports, great recovery so far. 12th place now, with Lippert Esports just in behind them, with a remarkably similar livery to SimRC, I've got to be honest, as that is on the 1-2-1 going around from inside the top 10. They're going to drop outside the top 10 as a result of this. And Igor Rodriguez even is going to go through on them. That's a really costly mistake from Kolosov, who drops the 13th.
And again, that second part of the chicane caught so many out in that first shower of rain. It's caught 2 out in about 30 seconds. This time it's Soldatov in the Hello YouTube 911 Bentley Continental GT3. Watch for the Reto Filio to catch many more outs as we work closer and closer to the end of this race. They're basically just trying to tippy-toe their way around the track right now, feeling where the grip is going to be, of course, with the line somewhat changing as we work into these slightly rainier conditions. Igor Rodriguez, if he can hold on to 11th in that Williams Esports car, what a turnaround it would have been since Rodriguez's technical issue that dropped him down to 30th. More carnage as Aspar now from 5th position spin it at turn number 1. They don't drop any positions, crucially. It will bring them a little bit closer though to the Symphony of Pistons 100, with has Luke Southall now behind the wheel.
Yeah, very, very interesting times and difficult times for everybody now as they struggle with the conditions. Rodriguez particularly fights with the Williams Lamborghini just off of Ascari, and it looks like Lippert Esports are going to be able to take 11th place. We've barely talked about the 42 all day. They've been knocking on the door of a top 10, and maybe now this is their chance as Rodriguez really struggles. For Williams, even Kolosov might fancy his chances of getting back to 12th.
Big slide through the final stages of the Parabolica in that Williams Esports car. Let's pick apart some of what's happened in towards the Reto Filio, starting with that Hello YouTube Bentley 911. Was already all sorts of deep into the corner, and in trying to take the shortcut, that's how things got turned around, unfortunately for him. One of 3 different cars to spin on the same lap at that opening complex of corners. It is close for the 3rd step on the podium, by the way. Ibrahimi behind the wheel of the Rentvelten Esports Honda NSX does have to worry about the RCI Esports Bentley behind them. That gap holding at about 2 seconds right now. Here's what happened though, Ewan, to that 121 NSX.
Oh dear, that was going wrong from a very... came to a complete stop. Don't know why. And then Span trying to get going again here from low speed. It really is difficult to get these cars going, even with traction control. And Kolosov found that out, but I have no idea why he came to a stop there in the middle of the corner. Just maybe does that avoid the actual penalty that you get if you come to a complete stop? Does it avoid the penalty? I don't know, but certainly lost him a lot of time.
Did indeed lose him a whole bunch of time. Grab another look at this time what happened to that Brabham Esports car, and it's again just misjudging the initial braking zone, trying to work through, and then just losing a whole bunch of time. Don't think that will be the last time we see something like that here today. Through Ascari then, it's Igor Rodriguez in front now of Kolosov, as they both try and hunt back down that Lippert Esports number 42 machine. Of course, these little mistakes that you make at the start of your stint, Ewan, they do put you in a little bit of discomfort and feeling like you just haven't got to grips with the conditions just yet. Look at the 121 still searching for the grip through the Parabolica.
Yes, certainly. It's never a great place to get your stint off to start with. It's, yeah, just not ideal, really. So it takes a lot of getting used to, though, these conditions, and so getting off to that good start is very difficult. As Kolosov goes down towards turn 1 here, Rodriguez still in front and will remain in front. Oh, they both go wide, they both go over the corner. Kolosov again comes to a complete stop.
the more these drivers cut that turn one as well, the more likely they are to get that drive-through penalty, which is automated in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Just got to back up that braking zone just a little bit more, maybe play with the brake bias if they're struggling with the balance of the car heading into these crucial braking zones as well. Don't forget, by the way, in a handful of moments' time, we're going to go silent for a couple of minutes as you watch the conclusion of the Challenger split, and then a couple of moments after that race comes to a close, we'll lead you into the final moments of the rival split, where it is pouring down with rain. And because it came at a time where half the field was on wet and half the field was on dry, with 30 minutes to go, there are plenty of cars off the pace. It is well and truly chaotic across of our 3 races here at the Temple of Speed. And Ewan, I mean, we said that this is not a difficult track in terms of driving by yourself, but you throw in the changeable conditions, you throw in all the different cars on the track. It's been a very difficult race to manage up and down through the field.
It really has, and all of these different variables have made it a very difficult race for quite a lot of these teams and drivers. So, yeah, it's, I know earlier on in the dry, on your own, Monza is not a particularly difficult circuit to drive around, I would argue anyway. But when you add all these variables in of so many cars and the wet weather, the 9 hours, then things do start to go wrong and can start to go wrong for you at some stage, and they certainly have with the weather here. Number of incidents we've seen in these last few moments because of the weather, and so it was, well, that's only going to continue through the last 90 minutes. It's just about coping with this, really, rather than any battles. As you can see, it's either the top 10, top 20, not really any battles at the moment because everybody's just surviving.
Getting heavier as well. Don't forget that the rain is only going to get more torrential. Still, maybe at most 10 minutes away before it does start to pour down a little bit more. And we're getting the indications that it's going to be constant for at least another 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. Here's Niels Naujoks again. What a remarkable recovery drive it's been for the BS competition machine. Spun around in towards turn number 1 on the opening lap of the race. They fought their way back and fought their way back to second, and they've done it by really just pushing lap after lap after lap. And whether it was Naujoks, whether it was Camera, or whether it was Gregor Schill, all 3 have been willing to put some moves on the rest of the field.
They certainly have, and especially Camera there to be spun around at turn number 1, recover in the way that he did, make up the positions in the way that he did in the opening moments, and then continue to get back in the car a little bit later on in the race and do the business as well. Especially good job from him, but all of them have really limited the damage here. Everyone inside the top 5 has had some sort of problem here today. BS Competition, though, had their problem earliest, of course, which does help, but also they've dealt with it and coped with it the best out of those that finished in the top 5 last time. Of course, there's some new contenders that we're going to have to contend with now in this championship, and we'll obviously have more updates on that at the next round when the championship standings are all worked out. But for now, I'm pretty confident in saying that BS Competition would be championship leaders if things stayed as they are, for what that's worth at this stage in the season. It does show their intent in this season, though, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with the weight they've already taken on, and also the BMW race coming up.
Yeah, I think next year we're going to have so much excitement around our 4 races still left in this championship, and of course 2 of them being 6-hour races, 2 of them being 9-hour races. Plenty of new challenges for the teams, for the drivers to figure out as well. Fabian Piffet in that Absolute Motorsport Assetto car has had a bit of a tough day. Multiple disconnections, multiple incidents, often no fault of their own, and they find themselves somewhat separated from the rest of the field. Like we mentioned, it is time to bring one of our 3 races to a close. Still 90 minutes to go in the cash split, but the Challenger split is coming to an end. Let's head over to our commentators, Dean Hopton and Austin Belke, for the final moments of their race.
I was just getting something from race control. Couldn't quite hear the message. Could you get that one? Yeah.
Hold for a second. Okay, if you're just now joining us, this is the Challenger split. We've got 3 minutes left in the race here. The leader, the 889 car, qualifying on pole. They've been dominating the race since the beginning. This is the time for the recap, right?
Absolutely. And guess what? You don't need umbrellas here in Italy.
Yeah,
for the
not been raining
Challenger
for us
split.
today.
We've had beautiful sunshine.
It's been dominant all day. They've been leading pretty much every lap with solid 148s. Since basically the last 20 minutes, they've decided to check their pace a little bit, go a little bit more reserve, would you say, Dean?
Absolutely, yeah. It's been very, very great, clean racing, just next level racing, and they get the HyperX gear on, and they've dominated this race essentially, covered it off. Closest the battle between P1 and P2 got down to about 30 seconds. P2 at the time was 98 car. 22 slipped in there between and stole the P2 position away from the alternative strategy. Any other recap you want to give us?
Yeah, they've hit about half an hour into the race to set themselves kind of off strategy, so it was really hard to determine where they were, and they've been continuing to swap fast laps with the leader. They put down a lot of really good, clean, consistent 148s. They had a little bit of problem where they had to pit just a little bit early, where they incurred some damage. There was a little bit of a kerfluffle between some lap cars as they were coming back up through the field to lap them, and boy, you gotta wonder what would have happened if we didn't have that earlier on in the goings for them. You can still see a little bit of a hood separation between the rest of the front fascia and the fenders up at the front of the car, but regardless, they're going to still come home with a P2 if everything stands the way it is. They're going to be really close to running out of fuel, though. I mean, they're going to finish this thing off with an hour and 4 minutes on one tank of fuel. That's just about been the longest we've seen anyone stay out there on fuel.
Has been exactly. I don't think it'd be pushed to 105 on one stint. But now
it's really just going to depend where the leader is and when they cross the line as the checkered flag flies.
Yeah, thank you everybody in the chat. Shout out some HyperX, of course, as this one will be wrapping up. 8 hours and 58 minutes have surpassed us for round 2, because the Temple of Speed has produced a lot of speed. Very great racing that we've had here in the Challenger split.
It's been a phenomenal drive. It's been, clean for us. Most of the way we've had a little bit of some, argy-barginess, some kerfluffles all the way up and down through the field. But thankfully for us and these drivers, it's been a bone-dry race. Not as much rain for us. None, in fact. So 889 continues to dominate. Their closest competition is to the tune about 77 seconds behind.
Yeah, that's narrowing it down now, of course, but no time on their side to do anything about it. I don't think that the 889 Cup would be.
This should be the white flag lap for these drivers. They should come across to get the checkered flag this next time by. And boy, if you're Milana, any of the teammates in that 888 machine, absolute hats off. Great job on you, because that 889 has just been the class of the field all day long. They've continued to do a phenomenal job, qualified on pole. They really haven't made a single mistake all day. They've backed off when they needed to. They made high percentage moves the entire time, really just kind of reading the track, reading the different areas, the kind of attitude to the cars around them, and just adjusting themselves based on that.
A perfect run from the Legion of Racers. They finished second in the first round in the Coda, and now they've replaced that too with a nice 1 on top of the podium, which is one of the best podiums you'll ever find in motor racing, as they're going to be shaking the champagne to the Tifosi audience.
Yeah, Dylan Tan qualified the car on pole. Moreno Pratama brought ahead and bring them home a good 3-hour stint in the middle, and then they handed the car over to Andika Rama Milana. He's going to cross the start-finish line here, coming out of the parabolic, and take the checkered flag here in the VCO LFM. FLExTREME, 9 hours of Monza GT3 race here in the Challenger split. Hats off to those guys. A phenomenal drive all day.
That'll be a hats off as well too for us in the casting, as we'll be getting ready to go over to the rival. Brilliant job there, of course. Check the Discord out, and you can watch all these streams back later on. It's been a pleasure.
Now hand it over to the rival split. Yep.
Absolutely. And thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in.
Yeah, on behalf of myself, Austin Melky, my co-commentator, Dean Hopton, and our director, Jack Maloney, thank you so much. We're going to hand it over to them now.
A nice dry race for our Challenger split, now officially wrapped up. Legions of racers coming out on top. We head back though to the cash split and to the rain that has started to get heavier and heavier and heavier. The indication is that in 30 minutes time, the rain will lessen in intensity. But for the next 30 minutes, Ewan, the drivers will be hoping that they can survive and not slide their way off the track.
Well, I don't know if they'll be hoping it will dry up at some point towards the end of this race, or whether they're going to hope it stays wet at this point, because another period of dry, if it doesn't fit with the pit stops quite as well, then they might be pretty unhappy about it. Of course, they've already made 8 stops in this race. They only wanted to make 8. And we'll see if they have to make 9, maybe 10. We'll have to see if it dries out, when it dries out, if indeed that happens.
Well, one more race getting ready to wrap itself up. Let's head on over to a equally soaked Monza as the rival split wraps up. Your commentators, Adam Weller and Ryan Walker.
We're into the final salvo of this race for the rivals split, and we are in the pouring rain once again here. Stalder leads the way. It's the 77 BMW M4 GT3 that leads the field right now. The Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg car made a great decision to stay on the dry tyres. Yes, you heard me, a great decision to stay on the dry tyres, as we had a spit of rain about an hour from the flag. We're now into the final 5 minutes though. There has been a deluge. Obviously, everyone has gone onto the wet tyres, and what we have now is really the world's most slow chess match in GT3 cars between everybody trying to stay on the circuit. It's Stalder in the lead for the Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg crew. You've got Sasha Glatter in second place in the Venari Racing Lexus. This was the car that led for most of the early stages of the race. They fell off form in the final 3 hours, but with everything that's happened in the rain, they find themselves in second and within 30 seconds. And Scherer 11.9 seconds back in third place. 3 cars still fighting for the lead.
Yep, and as we were just looking at Sasha Glatter there, it's someone behind there went terribly wide there in the turn 1 and 2 on the wet. So yeah, these weather conditions and also the track conditions and fully damp means most of the drivers are having terrible trouble. And as we saw earlier, not too long ago, Adam, the leader Stalder almost had a big incident into the wall, but done enough to get it slowed down.
Yeah, you've got this interesting scrap between the two Mercedes as well, with Stroher in the 991 car just 4 seconds up the road from Fleety in the 71 machine. That's the cracked racing car that also led a portion of the early stages of this race. You got battles up and down the order right now. That's Manole losing out to Voss there for 15th and 16th place. So the Alex Cascatau Digital Motorsport 120 Aston Martin, a car that's been very much in battle throughout the race, whether it's wet or dry, is now down to 16th place. And I say wet or dry, we've probably had 5 or 6 showers over the course of this race so far, and we've had hundreds of instances of aquaplaning, and that's just the most recent of them there, as Manole just struggles to get the car stopped into the Ascari chicane. Alejandro Aviles there running in 19th place. He's got Juan Pablo Ordonez for company just behind him. We saw Aviles get punted into a spin there at the second chicane, the Variante della Roggia, just a few moments ago. He's fighting to try and stay in 19th place. We've got a scrap on for 5th as well, as Kevin Chartier has moved up into 5th place in the 368 Honda. That car is just 1.1 seconds clear of Pochopien in the 467 Aston Martin. Those two separated by less than 2 seconds right now, and it's also close as Prepelita tries to find his way past Luca Weininger. Weininger, who worked so hard along with the side-by-side team to get into the top 10. He's in 9th place. He's not going to want to give that one up without a fight.
Absolutely not, and Weininger doing a good job trying to hold off the car behind, but it looks like someone else has had an issue. It's Andrea Manoli having an issue, but aquaplaning looked like caught him out. But again, Weininger's under huge pressure coming across the line, and that BMW getting on the power on the exit of the final corner in these conditions, it just seems to be able to get that power down just that much better.
Yeah, no, it definitely looks as though the BMW has good traction in the wet conditions coming out of mid-speed corners like Parabolica. Stalder then on lap 279 of the race. We are finally rapidly approaching the final minute. And I say finally on behalf of everyone out on circuit, because this last hour has been treacherous going. However, I think Stalder is going to have to negotiate one more lap of the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza, because we have 45 seconds left to go. We are, I think, going to get a perfect 280 laps, unless... Does that look to me like he's slowing in an attempt to try and cross the line on this lap? It did look like he was slowing, but he's obviously not going to wait that long. In fact, he can't wait that long to try and do that. So I think that Manuel Stalder is going to continue, but he's going to do so at an absolute snail's pace in an effort to secure and ensure this victory over Sasha Glatter and the Lexus crew behind. It has been a traumatic in certain instances motor race, with the sheer ferocity and frequency of showers that we've had during this race. The Venari racing car of Sasha Glatter for so many hours of this race, certainly for most of the first 3 hours of this race, was our race leading car. In fact, I think it was more like the first 6 that this car was our most frequent race leader, depending on the pit lane cycle. Nils Schroer is doing a very good job of actually closing in on Glatter at the moment, but I think it is slightly too little too late. He's got back markers behind him. He's also got Fleety 5.8 seconds behind him. I think Schroer and the Garage 991 boys have done just enough, touch all of the wood, to secure the overall podium in this race. However, for Stalder in the 77 car, he's just got to cruise it home now. He is making his way through the middle sector towards the closing salvo of this lap. Manuel Stalder for Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg. They're just a few corners away, but nothing's guaranteed in these conditions, right, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing's sealed until you get to that finish line and the checkered flag, and especially in these conditions, anything could go wrong in this last lap, and it's happened in real life. Especially with I can't remember what year it was, when Toyota came close to winning Le Mans, and all of a sudden their car broke down. But in these conditions, I think just watching Stalder in the 77, he's just absolutely tiptoeing it around, trying not to do anything silly, just try and get round as safe as possible, and he'll be on to take the victory.
Just one corner remains, and it is the almighty Parabolica. Manuel Stalder has done this 279 laps before. This is lap 280. It's the most important run through Parabolica, and he has made absolutely no errors. Manuel Stalder had a few heart-in-mouth moments in the final hour, but Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg Racing take the win. The 77 BMW has endured 9 hours of Monza, and the reward is a race victory. And off at the very back there, it's Nils Schroer. That's third place. Surely not in the last lap. Yes, Fleety has gone past. The podium will change at the very end. It's Glatter who takes second place for the Venari Racing. The 27 crew have done enough to secure second place, but in the very final braking zone of the last lap, Sam Fleety and Cracked Racing have secured a podium. Nils Schroer will not be able to sleep tonight. The Garage 991 crew worked so hard. They were so quick today.
Well, drama at the end, with the podium being lost on the final lap with torrential rain. Are we in for a repeat here in the cash split with under 75 minutes to go? Thank you to our commentary teams, Dean Hopton, Austin Belkey on the Challengers broadcast. For the rivals, Adam Weller and Ryan Walker. A long 9 hours for each of them. We focus in though, back with the cash split with plenty of battles to be working our way through. We start with Alexander Vermont in the Arnage Competition 240. It looks like they're trundling around the Lesmos, but there is just that much water on the track. There is that little grip available to the tires as Vermont tries to hunt down the Prime Firefly E-Racing 777. He's going to have to do so very, very tentatively. As Ewan O'Leary tries to figure out whether he can talk or not, we'll go and talk about some of the other battles that we're still tracking here on this cash split grid. Of course, we did mention before the rain started to fall that Ibrahimi in the 171 Renvelten Esports Honda NSX was trying to hold off the challenge from the RCI Esports Bentley. We did also mention the Bentley struggling a little bit more with the earlier shower of rain, and Ewan, that's repeated itself out now. The 2-second gap that used to be there has almost doubled to over 4 seconds.
Yes, certainly. It's oh, I can talk now. Lovely.
There we go.
That's nice, isn't it? Yeah, I was just saying, it looks really, the weather conditions, by the way, just look really horrific out there at the moment, and I'm sure they're not enjoyable, as we're going to look at a Yasheet moment here. Oh, sorry, that's not Yasheet. It's the 171. Are they going to go for a spin? Oh no, they managed to control it out of there. But yeah, lots of chops and changes at the moment in terms of the gaps, in terms of some of the positions as well, because these conditions are affecting some drivers more than others.
In terms of that Renvelten car as well, he has a 4-second advantage to the RCI Bentley in 4th, despite that little mistake. So Bentley really struggling in these conditions. We'll be hoping that, as expected, the rain is going to dry off. Although, having said that, now new weather reports that are coming in indicate that in 10 minutes the rain is only going to intensify further from here. Here's what happened, by the way, with Alexander Vermont down at the Retofilio. Not the first time, not the last time. We're going to see someone slide a little bit deep, overcommit in the braking zone, and aquaplane their way on forward. Vermont now back again behind the 777 as Foyan Bauer in the Visceral Esports Aston Martin has a little bit of an issue through the Lesmos. Was running down in the 24th position. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll have lost too many places, because the next car down the road was Bastian Richter in the Unicorns of Love car. Almost 30 seconds, though, off the pace.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love have had a very difficult day, and they were expecting to, given the 30 kilograms of ballast that they've taken on here today. But after their incident issue earlier on, they've not really been able to recover from it very well. Started from in the mid-pack, and that's where their issues stem from, I suppose, as Vissel just went for a spin through there. These conditions are so tricky, hence why we're seeing so many of these top-level drivers getting it wrong, because it is just so easy for things to go slightly wrong here. Really tricky conditions for everyone.
Yeah, they're all having to deal with it, though. That is the case. Still as it runs right now, Victor Nicolai for the Race Anywhere Simsport number 55 leads by a full lap over Niels Naujoks in the BS competition number 89 machine, although Naujoks is knocking on the door of getting his lap back. These heavier rain conditions not suiting your race leaders as much as they seem to be fitting the BMW M2 GT3 that currently runs in that second spot. We do have 5 manufacturers once again in the top 5. It's a Lamborghini that leads from BMW, Honda, Bentley and Nissan. Here's a look at what happened to the 72 of Valentin Barrier. Running up inside of the top 10. Not much visibility into the first of the Lesmos. The Queen design Nissan slides wide as the rear end tries to step around on it. And Valentin Barrier has to squeeze his way on through with just the narrowest of margins there.
Yeah, I thought that we had all the look of an incident and a penalty, maybe for Bradbury Esports there, but they managed to not get involved there at all, and so they'll get away with that, and they'll get through. But a lot of sketchy moments coming up for these drivers as Gert Fischer tries to get through on Felix Arndt down towards the first couple of corners now, and all Aston Martin battle, a battle for to be the best placed Aston Martin in the entirety of the race, but no move down in towards turn 1. Fisher going to have to wait. I guess he's got quite a fitting last name for these conditions.
Yes, very much a fish in water.
It is, yeah. Get your rod out, catch a few, I don't know what they're called, fish, but I'm not very good at fishing.
Clearly. So you got 3 Aston Martins, 9th, 10th and 11th. In terms of their BOP ballast that they're carrying, the Get Closer racing car using 30 kilograms of the ballast. Behind them you had the 52 Pulse Simsport car only using 10 kilograms of the ballast, and meanwhile the Leipzig Esports car, that number 42, 14 kilograms of ballast, electing to make things a little bit more difficult in terms of the math. In towards the Reto Filio, Prime Firefly E-Racing sliding on past the 911 of Soldatov as the Hello YouTube team loses not one but two positions through that opening corner. Vermont able to slide his way through as well. And again, I'll go back to it. The Bentley's just not looking well suited to these torrential rain conditions. It's a very tentative car as the 777 aquaplanes its way around through Curva Grande. You can now tell just how dangerous the track truly is. Standing water catches out Luca Schubert.
You could see by the way he was drifting wide there, he knew that that car was trying to step out on him, and he was trying to alleviate those problems as he went around the Curva Grande, but in the end he just couldn't do it any longer, and just aquaplanes off, goes around for at least 2 pirouettes, and he's really lost time as a result of that. There he is picking up the pieces, and Triton Racing might be able to spell an 18th place. I believe he might have just gone off the road again there at the De La Rogia. Really struggling in these conditions, that they do look, well, I don't know if I'm just misremembering the conditions from before, but it does look worse.
Oh no, it looks torrential. It is much worse right now. That heavy rain has started to arrive. That RCI Bentley at 1.2 seconds off third position, now almost 9 seconds off third position. Bentleys have to survive for 10 more minutes or so before the rain starts to ease its way on up. Victor Nicolai, one driver, not too concerned about how the conditions are looking, still has a good healthy buffer to Niels Naujoks, who runs behind him 1 lap down as he works lap 248 of this race. The RCI Esports car has to let Yas Heat slide its way on through as well. Despite the fact that car is in 4th, lap traffic is sailing on by.
Yeah, and this Bentley is really struggling to set sail at the moment in these conditions, because it's just not suited at all. Around the Curva Grande, I'm not even sure they're going to be fully flat out around there anymore in the Bentley. Certainly won't be in that 777 Mercedes next time they attempt to go around. It's a really difficult corner now. Luckily, the 21 Nissan won't be too much stronger in these conditions, and it's a long way back, more than half a minute back from this 799. They might be able to nurse this car home to a 4th place finish.
This is what weather can do in racing, can throw challenges to the drivers that they have to adapt and to overcome on the fly. For Martin Lorenz, at this point, it is very much damage limitation, you would assume, and bleeding as little time as possible back to that Aspar Esports Nissan that is trying to close its way on up. 1 hour and 5 minutes left to go. Battle through the Parabolica as the Get Closer Racing Aston Martin loses out to 9th position as Pulse Simsport and Gert Fischer able to slide on through, but can't find the line around the outside to challenge back on the run down into the Reto Filio. You'll think about switching back to the inside, but of course, discretion, the better part of valor, you'd have to think at this point in the race. Even though the rain has gotten heavier, Ewan, one thing I'm surprised at, we're not seeing as many mistakes at that first chicane anymore.
Not anymore. Now that the drivers have found their breaking point, they've found their rhythm in these conditions. They've kind of found their place, and they're doing a lot better now. But it's just a case of getting used to the conditions, really. Now that that has happened, it's a little bit easier to get slowed down for turn number 1, as you're seeing here. Now we can have proper battles in towards turn number 1 as the 121 Honda of Konosov gets through on David Patil. Up into 13th position for that Honda right now around Curva Grande. You can see the way they actually have to think about this corner now in the wet weather, because obviously the rear end may well just step out on you, but for most of these cars it is still absolutely fine as Patil heads it down the inside. That might be too late on the brakes. It is, and he's going to have to go across the corner.
Does leave enough space though for that 121 to hold on to that position around the outside, so they're able to get through that moment without too much more drama. Still looking at the potential for some fights up inside of your top 10. 3 second splits the 123 Bentley. That is the Burst Esports Bentley Continental in collaboration with FFS Racing. Valentin Barrier trying to hunt them down. There are some concerns, though, in the camp of Brabham Esports as to exactly how their drive time may play out at the end of this race. They're hoping not to fall afoul of that one, but only time will tell when we reach the checkered flag, once we get those results, exactly how things have played out for them. Might see a move here, though, coming down into the Parabolica. Pertil shaping up to the outside.
And I think if they sorted themselves out here, they could both challenge Igor Rodriguez, who's struggling. Outside line for Pertil, as yellow flag in front of them. Oh dear, Rodriguez nearly goes straight to the side of Ibrahimi, who's got off the road there in the Honda. Rodriguez has to slow down, and he might lose 2 places.
Whoa, bit of a nervy moment there. Rodriguez will slide backwards. Now, does Ibrahimi still hold on to third? No, he does not. The RCI Bentley has grabbed the final step on the podium, at least provisionally for now. Of course, that car struggling majorly into the braking zone. The 121 just about able to slow it down in time. Kolosov in front of the Team Racing Point entry as they played some bumper cars through there. Oh, I don't know how he slowed it down in time. I have a feeling he doesn't know how he slowed it down in time.
I don't think he meant to do that, really. He wasn't trying to make a move, I don't think, Kolosov, but just got on the brakes too late and found himself there. Pertil gets more speed towards the second chicane for the second lap in a row, but once again he brakes too late. Oh, he's just about put it up this time instead, and he will get to 12th position. Kolosov demoted, and Rodriguez will be really disappointed because that Honda's rejoined effectively. But the 171 there has effectively meant that the at number 5 of Williams Esports lost 2 positions there.
See if he's going to be able to fight this one back. He's also got to watch in the rearview mirrors as Zholobov in the S&P Racing 888 lurks large and looks to work his way forward as well. Update on that fight for third, by the way. It is the RCI Bentley that currently does hold that third spot. Ibrahimi still trying to get back into his racing rhythm. About 1.5 seconds back and looking to try and close that gap. George Boothby's in the midst of that. The RCI Bentley directly behind him as they funnel through Ascari. And then you can see a little bit of separation back to Ibrahimi in his Renvelten Honda NSX that carries 24 kilos of ballast here today. We'll check, of course, in back with Igor Rodriguez because that Ferrari that lurks behind the RCI Bentley is the next car that Rodriguez is going to be worried about.
Yeah, it certainly is. And yeah, there's all sorts going on here. So the battle for third is not part of it. George Boothby goes through, and for some reason, in comes the Williams Esports car of Igor Rodriguez. Now, I wonder if they're back timing this and making their final pit stop right now to maybe get Rodriguez out the car. Maybe he's not comfortable in these conditions.
Maybe they also think that it is going to be guaranteed rain or damp conditions to the checkered flag. So I get the sense that maybe this is also just them realizing, let's make our final stop now and let's get it over and done with. Matthias Tichkovic in the Triton Racing Ferrari trying to close down on that prime Firefly E-Racing Mercedes up the road. And of course I want to bring our attention back towards that fight for third as well, because the RCI Bentley, despite me trying to say that it's struggling in the rain, Ewan, is pulling away from Ibrahimi. That gap now almost 4 full seconds.
Well, it's about to come down because the Ferrari's down the inside here. That's all above of the AAA S&P Racing team. Difficult manoeuvre to make at Lesmo 1 in these conditions. The Bentley lifts off on the way in, allowing that car through, and now he's got Ibrahimi right behind him. That number 171 going to be looking to get its podium back, but he absolutely can't see anything.
It is torrential conditions here at the Temple of Speed with 60 minutes left to go. It's time for me to step aside for the final time today. I will leave you in the very capable voices of Lewis McLeod and Ewan O'Leary as we head into the closing stages of the 9 Hours of Monza, the second round of VCO LFM FLExTREME.
Yeah, cheers, Arjuna. This looks like it's been an incredible turn of events in this race. I have not seen rain heavier on ACC than what we're seeing here today at Monza, whether it's between us here in the cash split, in the rivals, or the challenges. It's been absolutely extreme when it comes to that weather. And as much as it is showing signs of slowing down, it's not showing signs of stopping, and that is going to cause quite a few big bits of drama as this race continues.
Certainly will. It's been tricky enough so far, and to think we've got another hour of it coming is quite unbelievable, really. So we're in for quite some show here. Into the first chicane again. on board with Ibrahim, but we just can't see anything. You know, he's in the wake of 5 cars right now. The spray being kicked up in front of him. It's so difficult to tell quite what's going on.
Yeah, like I say, you would not want to be in the car right now. I mean, some people would, but a lot of people don't. That's why you see quite a few instances of those driving into the rear end of someone in these kind of conditions. It's so tricky to find out where they are. And you even get, did you see that? A bit of a slide on the exit of Curva Grande. That is how wet this circuit is right now, as they'll navigate their way through the Rogier. Again, the tight battle for 3rd position. RCI have done an incredible job today, but the Bentley has become the Boatley, the one that everyone really remembers it as. And then a big struggle with them and that Honda NSX behind. It's going to be a tough fight for them, but the longer they can hang on, the better, because the rain is going to slow down ever so slightly.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm not entirely convinced that these conditions are entirely unfavourable to the Bentley. While it doesn't look particularly strong, and earlier we did see Laurent losing a bit of time, I'm not entirely convinced it's terrible condition or terrible for the Bentley for it to be raining. Obviously, they'd like it to stop, I think, but it's not terrible either. They're holding their own right now, so I think they're just going to try and hold on from here on in, regardless of the conditions. And who knows how they're going to change. I mean, these drivers can't be too far away from making another pit stop. Be about another 20 minutes maybe before the final drivers make their stops here for the what should be the last time today, but you never know.
You are absolutely right. Last pit stop for Victor Nicolai was 42 minutes ago. So, yes, you're talking of around about 20 minutes' time. Question is whether they switch tyres. I think everyone, I kind of like what Williams Esports have done. They've come in a little bit earlier. They've got off the tyres. They've got onto some brand new, fresh, wet tyres just to help in these conditions. Maybe repressured them to get ready for later on in the race. Because that's the thing, is that right now, who knows what pressures everyone's on. I doubt many people are on the correct pressures for these conditions because it is so heavy. You're kind of, everyone's making do with something. Maybe they're overpressured, maybe they're underpressured, maybe their tyres too hot, too cold, maybe the car's not matching well to the conditions. There's so many factors in there that will be working for you and against you versus those that you're battling with, that you're probably never going to get it 110% right, but sometimes coming in, adjusting it and getting it to maybe 90-95% might be good enough to get you a decent result.
Yeah, and I think Rodriguez just needed those new tyres, really, maybe new pressures, and needed a new lease of life, really, in this race, because he was really struggling. I know the fact that he got overtaken by 2 cars in 1 lap wasn't his fault at all, really, but he certainly did need that little bit need to be revitalised a little bit, and hopefully he has been down there in 20th position. At the moment, seems to be holding his own decently in the Lamborghini, but let's not forget that that car not particularly favourable for these conditions either. We've seen that from the race leaders. Victor Nicolai doing a decent job out there in the lead right now, as the conditions do just dry up slightly, or the rain lessens. The Lamborghini enjoying it a little bit more, but it's still not ideal for wet weather.
It's nothing, like I said, it's not going to be ideal for anyone when you're dealing with conditions as tricky as this. Like we say, it's going to come down ever so slightly. We're looking at Parker. Right now, James Parker, he's got a little bit of a gap back to Valentin Barriere. Not the first car coming through, but that second car, the green and gold recognisable colours of Brabham Esports, closing in on the Burst Esports car that's done a great job to work its way up inside the top 10. I know, again, they're backing from FFS Racing, who are well experienced on the platform. They're more used to racing in Aston Martins, got to be said. Less so the Bentleys. You see them in the Bentleys the odd time. More Aston based. Doing a great job. As our race leader, well, as much as this is dramatic more for the fact that they're backwards, our race leader has gone backwards at the Lesmo. They might not beat everyone by a lap.
Well, I
still think they are.
That's about the only thing they're going to be denied, I think, here. But yes, that is big drama. Victor Nicolai around at Lesmo 1, and well, he won't want any more of that. These are really nervy times now for the long-time race leaders. I don't actually know if there's been any laps at all that they haven't led, other than through pit stop phases. It looked like it was completely on their own. Big slide all the way through. Victor Nicolai all the way around. He'll pick himself up, dust himself down, but that's not what he wants.
Yeah, there was the BS competition car coming through. Like I say, they can take all the time with it. He did get beached a little bit on the curb. I'm sure there would have been as you're sliding off there might have been a, oh no, and then when you get beached, you're like, oh no, oh no, and then you get off it, you think, oh, actually, no, it's fine.
All a laugh.
Yeah, if there is a time to spin and a time to be slightly less than perfect, then sure, when you're a lap ahead of the entire field, you have your position where, you can be that slight bit of imperfect. I think they should still take that. It's been an impressive day thus far, but I think that might have been the little wake up call they might need, because let's be honest, the big enemy, not only in conditions like this but in races like this, when you've got leads like that, is complacency. That is the enemy.
Yeah, it's very important that you keep focused at this stage. Only 53 minutes ago. You don't want all your hard work so far in the day to all go up in smoke. So it's pressure on for everybody. Certainly pressure on here for Martin Laurent, as we're seeing in the battle for the podium right now. Ibrahimi right behind him. We've also got Burst Esports up there in 7th place now. Valentin Barrier, though, putting a bit of pressure onto them in the 72 Honda. We just caught a brief glimpse of that a couple of moments ago. So there's plenty of battles to watch towards the end of this race. We've been entertained like this throughout the entirety of the 8 hours so far, and I'm sure it will continue for the final moments here. We've very rarely have we been stuck without any battles on the day.
Yeah, it's been one of those races where it's just been constant. There's been the odd 20-minute period where not much is going on, but then normally everything kind of kicks off, like kicking off the rear end of this Symphony of Pistons car. SOP on a bit of a moment on the exit of the first corner, but it's not going to worry him too much. That's the gap between Southall and Parker, an incredible gap. Bit of lap traffic ahead has maybe opened up the opportunity for Samira Brahimi to do something about the RCI Esports car, but it does seem as though that Bentley is just fast enough in the straights to keep the Honda NSX at bay, regardless of the speed differential between the two. Lap traffic just ahead of them, though, that one being the Yazzie car of George Boothby, sat there right in front of them, maybe slowing down the RCI Esports car, although, to be fair, if George Boothby's slowing down in conditions like this, you're doing something well. I'm not so sure if there's going to be an opportunity for Brahimi without a mistake or a dicey bit of lap traffic for that RCI Esports car of Lorraine.
I'm not really sure. It could well present itself to him, but you're right, it's just difficult to get really close in these wet weather conditions. We were talking earlier about how it's actually quite hard to overtake around this circuit. It's not as easy to expect anyway, and it's even harder in the wet weather conditions. You can't quite get as close, and you can't see where you're going for the most part either. That doesn't help. So it could be a bit of a long and difficult end to this stint here for Ibrahimi. Oh my word, I'm not sure if he was just weaving around to get in the mirrors of the Bentley there, or just actually losing it on the brakes, but he really wiggled into turn 1 there.
Yeah, you will see a couple of those wiggles. Again, when you're doing that, you're exceeding the brake capacity of the car, which can afford you a couple of problems. The ABS will kick in, maybe a little bit more than you want, and then, like you say, you're on a one-way trip to the rear end of the car ahead. Again, this will be this will be the highest place fight that we see this race for until the end of it, because Niels Nyox miles away, Victor Nicolai even further away in that fight. There are still plenty of other fights that we'll be able to keep our eye on, rather than just this one. Obviously, we've got that fight, 7th and 8th, James Parker versus Valentin Barrier. Another one that's getting quite close, Schubert versus Mateusz Tushkovic, closing in. Same with Igor Rodriguez, has been closing in bit by bit to Jesse Kalpanen in the Grip Packs engineering car to get up into 19th position. And again, there is a final pit stop waiting for quite a lot of these teams. Is this one going to be close enough, though, for Samira Brahimi up into Ascari? You've got to say no. It would be seriously unwise to give it a go with a big lunge down into it. You can ride on board and see how big that Bentley is right ahead of the Honda NSX we ride on board with, and how little of it you can really see in the spray. Yeah, absolutely can't see anything here. It's I'm amazed that these drivers are still able to go quite so quickly with the amount of spray and just how difficult it is to see. I mean, you can see your reference points on the left-hand side, and you can see the right-hand side as well, but you can't really see what's ahead of you at this point. You're almost needing to get as close as possible to the Bentley in front so that you can follow them through the circuit. You can almost not see anything at all. As I mentioned earlier on, thankfully it's not going to get dark in this race. It's a circuit in the Americas. That really would make it very difficult to see anything at all with these conditions and darkness as well.
Thankfully, it's middle of the afternoon as we draw to a close here this evening. So it's visibility is all right, but spray kicking things up. That was a bit wide for the Bentley.
Yeah, that was too deep in. You can kind of see it just by the line they were taking. Still very calm. Martin Lorenz looking backwards towards Samira Brahimi. Getting a better drive off the corner, going around Curva Grande, and RCI start to pull out a little bit of a gap on Rem Velton, but that does not mean it is not. It is sorted on the run up towards the Rogier. Still an opportunity for that Honda NSX to come through, but that was really quite close to an opportunity. You see how close to the rear end he was getting, though. I don't typically see GT3s getting that close coming through the Rogier without having some issues, and like you say, incredibly close. Not the only NSX that's getting quite close to a Bentley, though, because the gap between Valentin Barriere and James Parker is under a second now. There is James Parker for Burst Esports, and you'll see just behind, again, black and gold closing in, keeping it around a second. It's gone back out, just over it, but Valentin Barriere has, make no mistake, been closing in.
Yeah, another Honda closing on another Bentley, which has been the story of the rain period so far. The Bentley's just struggling a little bit at 4 pace, as we saw a little bit earlier on, but they are quick in the dry. That has allowed them to battle for a podium position, allowed them to get 2 inside the top 10. So it is looking good, but still a few moments left to hold out and hold on for here. I do believe, by the way, these two are going to have to pass a couple of lap cars in the near future. I know that George Boopy just up in front isn't going to get in their way particularly.
Whoa.
Oh, as Ibrahim gets so close to the back of the Bentley and then has to save his own car through Parabolica, and that gap's going to really extend now.
Yeah, that was, again, a wake-up call for Samira Brahimi, managing to catch it and get back going again without any major issues. James Parker also having one, coming through the first of the Lesmos as well. Tight fight between Kolosov and Alexandra Vermont as well. It's all kicking off in the final moments of this race. There is Vermont closing in on Kolosov. Of course, the Armamentario car versus Arnage competition as they head down into the first chicane. Quite a few battles just beginning to erupt as we expect, heading in to not only the final portion of this race but that final pit stop. We're expecting Victor Nikolai and Niels Nyox and most of the contingent to be into the pit lane in the next around 10 minutes time. They'll all come in for what will be their final stop. Only one car, we believe, maybe a couple, have completed their final pit stop of the race, that being Williams Esports. There's the move from Vermont straight down the inside. That was aggressive.
I don't think he really intended to do that, but he found himself on the inside line. He found himself braking later, and all of a sudden he's found himself in 14th position. So, well, he won't be displeased that he's managed that, but I don't think that was his intention into the De La Rogia there. And Kolosov would have been a bit surprised as well, but Vermont and that Lamborghini has had a lot more pace all day long on our competition with multiple issues, as we saw on lap 1, and they got a drive-through as well at some point along the way. They'll be wondering what could have been today. They could have easily had a top 10, probably had a podium as well, really.
Yeah, but then again, like I say, I think a lot of teams will be sitting back thinking about the what could have been. That's the nature of racing. You can't help it. Sometimes it's good to ignore that. Sometimes it's good to take it in. Like I say, it's not an easy one. Here comes the move potentially for Valentin Barriere, but still not able to get past James Parker in the same way that we just saw Vermont give it a go. When I was chatting to, on the last round of the round before, the more virtual, and we're talking to Martin Haven about racing mentality, and it's the same with quite a lot of sports, which is to, if you want a positive mentality, learn from the mistakes, right? Fair enough. But from a race, to keep your mentality positive, just take 3 things. Just 3 things that you did right. Maybe it was a good lap, maybe it was a good pit lane entry, a good overtake, something like that. Just take 3 things from every race, bank them, and forget about everything else, which is easier said than done. But that's the kind of thing where you're thinking, you're starting to think of those positive things, those positive mentality moments that you've had through the race, rather than constantly thinking of the negatives and the what could have beens. That's sometimes an important mentality switch as Mesa comes into the pit lane.
Yeah, very much a difficult thing to execute, though. Actually, forgetting about those things that you've done wrong, especially if you feel as if when you're a driver you've made a glaring, obvious error that you're really disappointed in yourself in. Then it's especially difficult, as that is a bit of an error from James Parker. Valentin Barriere going to head down the inside there, and I thought the Honda was going to be able to get through anyway, but it was almost made easier there. Wasn't quite able to get the whole way through, but might have another go into turn 1 now.
Yeah, although to be fair, the drive off seems pretty decent from the Burst Esports man. James Boyle, a bit of a wobble. I think he took his eyes off the road just as such there. And then looks back into his mirrors to see, yep, that car's very close. Scrambling on the brakes once again. We see that quite a lot from the Honda NSX contingent. They're about to go and lap down on Niels Nyox as well, who is closing in BS competition behind. But that was a poor exit from Parker, and this could be the opportunity for Valentin Barrier to get around the outside of Curva Grande, but all importantly, whoa, as he drives into the rear end of Parker, Valentin Barrier not knowing where the front of the car is, and that is a Slimity slam dunk penalty.
You would imagine so. That was a really big misjudgment from Barrier there, who's sent James Parker off to the gravel. And losing 4 or 5 seconds as a result as well. They won't be under pressure, particularly from those behind, because they do have a big margin, but that was a bit of a mistake there from the 72, and one that they may pay the price for in the stewards' room, you would imagine so anyway.
Yeah, they definitely will. There's no doubt in my mind that that'll get a 5-second, probably a 5-second time penalty for Valentin Barrier. It doesn't mean that they can't overcome it. They might actually pull away. It's why you might not see them give that one back as a tactical move to try and pull out a 5-second gap, maybe even a 10-second gap, and deal with it later on. It'll probably be a post-race penalty. Yes, they will make one more pit stop, but that time will probably the penalty will probably take all the 5 or 10 minutes to come through. That said, race control are particularly busy at the moment, so maybe it will be a swifter process to dish out something. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see on that one. But well, I mean, there was one person at fault, and it wasn't Parker. It's just how it goes. It's so easy to misjudge it. I know you've got like a little radar as well, which can tell you a little bit as to where the car is. But sometimes reading that with 110% accuracy, especially for quite a lot of people that are still on single screens, misjudging that driving back onto the line, very easy to do. But you're talking about like thousands of seconds trying to gauge it. We'll see it once again on board with Valentin Barrier. You can see the drive off the corner much better than the Burst Esports machine. Gets to the outside going around Curva Grande, tries to drop back in line and completely misjudges it.
Well, it's a small bit of contact, and it's hard to judge as well when you're going around the Curva Grande there, because obviously it's not as easy as just going side by side on a straight where things obviously stay the same, and it is very easy to judge where the other car is and where they're going. Around the Curva Grande it's a bit more difficult, and you've got more variables to factor in there, and just an easy misjudgment to make from Barrier there, but unfortunately has made it, and I agree, a 5-second penalty would probably be enough for him there. But well, I was thinking as he said that, actually, we've not seen any time penalties for anyone for a good while now. It's been clean in terms of car-on-car incidents. It's been a little while since we've seen any, really.
Maybe race controllers from... I don't want to say either way, just in case anyone's watching, or will plan on watching it later, but maybe they're from a certain country, and they're enjoying their evening, and they've completely forgotten about this race. So, who knows? Of course, I'm alluding to the World Cup there, but we'll have to wait. I don't think any of them... I don't know. Anyway, we're going to move on before I do spoil it for anyone. If anyone hasn't watched it. Vermont, we're our focus here again. Second position they started in, rising up the order. Some aggressive moves, getting past Kolosov recently. Matej Tuskovic, once again, around about a second off the rear end of Schubert behind. Samira Brahimi's dropped off the rear end of Laurent a little bit as the rain has definitely slowed down. And there is Konstantin Romanenko for the Ganachain Ballas Esports, trying to get past the Queen's Design. Of course, Nissan GTR. April Carlsvad behind the wheel. Side by side is going to take them out of the Rogier up towards the first of the Lesmo. And you've got to remember with Konstantin Romanenko, who's trying to grab 28th position here, absolutely right that they were running in second position early on in the race after some issues early on for others. And even up, was it even up until the point where Igor Rodriguez had this problem?
I think so.
It was, yeah, because that's what promoted him up into second.
Maybe, yeah. I actually don't remember them being in second. I remember them being in the podium places, but I don't remember them second particularly. But yeah, they certainly were doing better than.
They weren't there long, to be fair.
Well, they weren't down here in 28th. I'll tell you that's certainly true. Disappointing for them by the end for Ballas. Remember, I was talking about them mainly because they haven't taken any ballast yet. I think that's the same team.
Yes.
I haven't taken any. Yeah, it is. Yeah, so.
Ballast, no ballast.
Ballast, yeah, that's why I remembered it, because of your pun that was really bad, but also quite good because of that bad aspect. Anyway,
it was better than Arjuna's.
I can't remember our shooters.
Caracas is going to have a crack at this move. That's terrible.
Yeah, that is really bad, but it was actually so bad I forgot it. So that's when you know.
We don't normally get any of these puns or anything out of you and O'Leary. I did have to really stretch to get something out of you the other day, and I can't remember what it was.
No,
it was to do with someone's name.
Oh, someone's name. Yeah, I can't remember who it was.
What it was.
My memory is really leaky. I can't remember. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, it was something really bad. As speaking of the race leaders, by the way, Victor Nicolai just putting another lap on Felix Arndt there, number 7. Third place for them in the first race. It looks like it might be another top 10 for Get Closer Racing.
Yeah, which, like I say, if you can finish in the top 10 every round of the season, then you'll be a happy team. How many kilos of Get Closer Racing stuck as we see James Parker into the pit lane? Get Closer Racing have used 12 in the first round and 30 in this round. They have 42 kilos left to go. I don't think that's bad at all. They've been going well, and they're showing some decent speed. But I also 42. They've used 42. They've got 30 kilos left.
I was going to say. Yeah, 30 kilograms.
The spreadsheet's set up so that I don't even have to think about it and do the math, and yet still I mess it up.
And you, I remember this in the last FLExTREME race that you actually, instead of doing maths in your head, you decided to get the calculator out, but it didn't matter because you couldn't read the calculator either. So
yeah, sounds about right.
That was, you don't remember it, do you? But
no.
No. I was watching the end of the race again just to because I missed it last time. I had to go back and watch the last hour and a bit. Yeah, you had a great fun with the calculator. But great trouble as well with the calculator as well.
Oh, so to be fair, that sounds about me. That's why I don't typically use calculators. To be fair, most of the time it's just a spreadsheet. Which, you know me, I do love myself a good spreadsheet.
But they are useful. So,
did you even open the spreadsheet that I sent you?
Not for this, no.
Oh, acceptable.
It's going to become useful though, isn't it?
It is useful now. I don't know about becoming useful. It is useful now.
But it's going to be more useful a bit as the season goes on.
Oh dear!
I didn't say it wasn't.
Clip around the air roll. Oh dear. Well, final pit stop. Yeah, right. Final pit stops are underway for quite a lot of these teams. Samira Brahimi, obviously being one of those that is into the pit lane. Kolosov, Tuskovic, Schubert, Lukashek, all into the pit lane, as well as Niels Nyox into the pit lane for BS competition. James Parker's already completed his final pit stop in this race. Drops down from 7th to 10th, and obviously will head back up a few of those spots as the rain has fully slowed down. Are we expecting much more when it comes to the rain slowing down? The answer is yes. The rain should stop, get this, in less than 10 minutes time.
Oh goodness me. Well, I really don't know what to think now, because I thought it was going to stay at least a little bit wet till the very end of the race, but it is going to get dry, and we are going to see a bit of a debate now as to whether it's actually worth coming in for dry tyres. I think it is going to get dry early enough so that everyone will come in for dry tyres, but it's going to be a quick tyre change and then back out again for a real dash to the finish at the end of our second rain period of the day. It's making Williams Esports' decision to come in earlier on for some new wets a really, really good idea, because, well, I say that, but some of them coming in right now might well just put fuel in.
No, yeah, but I think the wet tyres, especially considering that they would be over an hour old, and then you're expecting them to go around on dry conditions. I don't think that's the call.
No, not to the end, but just to it dries up again. Just come in for a little bit of fuel, and then till it dries up again, then put dries on, but not a second set of wets is what I mean.
Yeah. Which, I get that logic. But the thing is Igor Rodriguez was in what position before he came in the pit lane? 15th? He's in 15th now.
Yeah.
So effectively, they're plus minus back to their original position, which means they've not actually lost anything versus where they were. So I think as a gamble goes, I think that's pretty well. Because obviously when you take a risk like that, you're always weighing up the position that you're in before you make the gamble versus the position you're in after the gamble. It's not going like, oh, we're taking this gamble because we're going to win the race. It's like, no, it's just what you're in versus what you're going to get. I mean, they're already moving up because Kauppinen being in the pit lane, they're up above where they were. So we'll have to wait and see. A few teams that could basically do what they want when it comes to some gambles, like George Boothby in the 666, just come out of the pit lane on some more wet tyres, although, again, maybe there wouldn't have been a switch on tyres for them. Again, trying to play into some slick tyres. Definitely, if it's going to stop raining, which it should do in the next... Oh! Ren Welton! That was Ren Welton that was having an issue. What happened to the Ren Welton car there that was having a problem going on the exit of the Parabolica? There is Samir Abrami, who's had a massive problem.
He's having a terrible time as well. Just look at how far he is behind the 799. He's back in again. He's got damage. Surely there's damage on this Honda.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to pull into his pit box. He's going to repair the damage, but it's going to be no top 10 for Ren Welton after challenging for a podium not so long ago. Their previous pit stop to this one, by the way, was a bit longer than it should have been, and they came out a long way behind the RCR Bentley.
Oh, that's such a shame. Do you think they accidentally switched onto slicks? Surely not. We didn't see any of their lap. So, and to be fair, if you had gone to slicks in these weathers, I think you would have gone much earlier than the Parabolica.
Yes.
So yeah, I don't know what's happened there. And a stop and go 30 has been gifted joyously to Manos Gerardis. TF Racing receiving a stop and go 30. That's typically for speeding in the pit lane. Is normally where you would get a stop and go 30. So clearly someone has been pushing it a little bit too hard on pit entry, and Manos Gerardis paying the price.
He certainly is. That trip down pit lane now, goodness me, that's close between a couple of Ferraris. Did see the SMP racing car recovering, by the way, from an incident at the Retrofilio on that last lap. So not sure what happened to the Triple A. Whoa!
Oh, Samir Abrami as well.
Yes, yeah. Oh, sorry, the SMP. The reason why I stopped mid-sentence there because SMP flew into the wall there on a straight, and I don't know quite why. But
what is happening?
Abrami's going to have to go back in the pit lane.
What? Sorry, what is happening? I feel like this race is being bookended by two very different sides. Through the middle of the race, we've seen some absolute quality. Towards the end, we're seeing some very, very odd bits of driving. But yes, you're absolutely right. A big moment there for Tillich. He will have to return to pit lane, but as will Samir Abrami and Manos Gerardis for speeding in the pit lane. That explains why Samir Abrami came to basically a complete stop, thinking, oh no, just sped in pit lane. And unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about that. So yes, a slam dunk stop and go 30 handed out automatically by the in-game system once you've left pit lane. There was Tushkovic getting past Zampedri and gaining the position on the Racing Point car up there into 15th position. And with the time ticking down in the race and the rain expected to stop in the next 5 or 6 minutes, what does the next 31 have in store other than drama?
Well, not a lot more than that, I don't think.
No,
really,
it's just drama city.
It is at the minute. Yeah, really disappointing for Abrami. Quite disappointing for the AAA as well. I'm not sure how Tillich managed to get into the wall on a straight there at all, but he was almost side by side as well with one of the Hondas. I'm convinced it was very strange. This is Ibrahimi leaving the pit lane, and this is the first time he's left pit lane, and he must be on slicks.
No, I think they are on slicks.
Yeah, they must be. Look at the way that car's squirming around.
Yeah, they're on. They've gone onto slicks. They've made a huge mistake. They have gone onto slick tyres. Well, now it all makes sense, because I did think it was tracking straight when it was coming into pit lane.
Surely that was an accident. Surely they didn't. That was risk of the century if that was planned, and it's not paid off. Clearly, oh my goodness me, into the gravel, which thankfully has prevented them from having an accident on that occasion. But I mean, I think this has got to be a pure mistake from somebody. Just somebody clicking the wrong buttons and accidentally selecting dry tyres. Surely they didn't believe that this was going to work.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that that's a mistake. You wouldn't have made that as a strategy call. Not with this much experience on the platform. There is no way that Ren Welton would have gone, oh, actually, do you know what? Meanwhile, going straight on was Gerardis. Oh, my goodness me. What a move from Marc Guina. Straight around the outside after a mistake from Valentin Barriere. That has got to be up there with move of the race. What bravery!
Fantastic, a great move from Leipert, who have really come to the fore towards the end of this race, and still the AAA still having a terrible time.
Has he got damage?
Has he got damage, or is he on dries as well?
I was going to say, is he on slicks? He lost it on the middle of a straight. It looks like a significant amount of damage, but he's just been into pit lane.
Exactly. Unless he's hit the wall again. Oh, he's got so much damage, he can't even get around the Curva Grande. Look at this. Full lock. And the cars behind don't know where to go. Unicorns have lowered it in the grass. This race has gone off.
Yeah, this is what happened earlier on to Ren Bolton coming down into the final corner. Obviously, slick tyres on, coming down to the parabolic. They've done well to get to this point, to be fair.
Me.
And it's such a slow and lazy spin into the barrier. No wonder they couldn't get it stopped. Samir Brahimi, no wonder he couldn't get it stopped coming into the pit lane. And that's why he was speeding in the pit lane. But yeah, critical error as we go back to Tulloch with the Pulse Sim Sport car going, no, my goodness me! Oh, he nearly just cleaned out the Aston Martin there as he's just trying to get around the circuit. My life flashed before my eyes there. I thought Tulloch was absolutely clearing that Aston off the road.
I think he is on wet tyres here, but he does definitely have damage as we tour around the Curva Grande there. Oh my goodness, he's into the wall on the straight. And this Nissan needs to watch out, and they certainly do. That's the 23, by the way, the 23 Nissan. Braking, actually using the brakes upon seeing an incident, which is a rarity.
Unlike anything in sim racing.
Yeah. But it's good to see for once. And that was the race leaders also going through there, negotiating that. Tulloch having a terrible time here.
Yeah, I feel bad. From, like I say, when you got that down, I don't know what caused it. Because obviously we saw the enormous crash here, but then oh my goodness me, not in front of everyone. Oh, that's scary. Drive-through penalty handed out to the 76 as well as Tulloch comes to a stop on the track, allowing pretty much everyone else to come through. Painful moments for the SMP Racing Esports team as they try and get its way back into the pit lane. I know this looks like amateur hour because of how Tulloch's been driving, but trust me, that car is destroyed, absolutely destroyed, and we'll see now as to why.
Well, this is a little bit, so this is earlier on. I think they're on dries at this point. This is before they came in on the previous occasion. So they're out of Scari here. This is all fine, it's all fine. Oh, no, it's not. No, they've got it under control now. And then they're going to hit a puddle, and they're going to lose it. They're on dry. Oh, my goodness. There's a little indent there in the wall just for the marshals. A marshal's post, and they've absolutely slammed into that at a really nasty angle, and that's where all the damage has come from. I think they've just not repaired it all maybe at the stop.
Yeah, that was full on Scott McLaughlin, Craig Lowndes almost back in 2017, 16?
Oh, 5 years, get out.
17, obviously Newcastle, the season finale of that season. What do you mean that was hurtful?
Because it's a long time ago, and it feels like yesterday.
Okay.
Or I remember it like I watched it yesterday.
All right, mate. Long time ago.
Do you not remember it well? No.
Yeah, I do very well because I remember I'm a big Scott McLaughlin fan.
Well, I know that. Yeah. And he hadn't won one at the time, had he?
Exactly.
So, especially painful.
And going for his first, and unfortunately, it wasn't to be. A look to the inside from Kolosov, trying to get past some lap traffic in the virtual dials by TX3 car because Mateusz Tuszkiewicz is straight over the rear end, and Armentario's under a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, and not a nice place to be either. They'd really rather this 333 Porsche got out of the way now, but obviously they've got a right to be there as well. Blue Flag's working a little bit differently in GT3 racing as they do in Formula 1, for example. So you've got to try and work your own way through. Try and make your own move here. And Kolosov should be able to do that now, but it is into Ascari. Not an easy place to go through, and he is going to have to wait that little bit longer. I believe this is Kolosov a little bit earlier on in the race. What's happened to him here into the first chicane? Just going across the corner, yeah. Almost put off by the driver exiting the pit lane there.
No spin, though. That's good. No spin on the exit of the corner. So both been able to navigate the 333. I don't know if your eyes are deceiving you at all, but there is no rain at the moment. The rain has stopped, and there is the send to the inside from Mateusz Tuszkiewicz. So he does manage to get past Kolosov, and so there is the position made up from the Triton Racing team. But the rain has stopped. This is at an awkward time. 24 minutes left to go in this 9-hour race here at Monza. the opportunities are slipping through the fingers of quite a few of these teams as to what position they're going to finish in. 13th, the battle we're looking at now. 7th, an extremely tight fight between the 52 and the 7. So Get Closer Racing looking to be the number 7 that finishes in 7th place.
Yeah, it's another battle inside the top 10 towards these final moments of this race, but are we just too close to the end now to see the 6 come out once more? I don't think we are. We could well see somebody or some drivers into the pit lane. Oh my goodness me! The triple free goes across the corner, and well, I think they've crashed their own car there to try and avoid crashing into the 2 in front, which is quite selfless really, but did look a little bit odd.
Yeah, it's certainly bizarre. There was Pulse Simsport under pressure from Get Closer Racing, and there is Virtual Drives by TX3 rejoining the circuit behind the Prime Firefly car at the moment, which is obviously way ahead of them, but still, just rejoining. Actually, is it way ahead of them? No.
Yeah,
it is, because it's the one that's up in 16th, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And that Porsche is the last running car at the moment in 35th. More than a lap now behind the next car, which is the 76 Simar C Aston Martin.
Oh, it's not even the Yas Heat. My goodness, they've done well to work their way up past a few.
Yeah, Yas Heat have done a very good job here. They're now up in 31st as things stand, so they've gained 9 positions from when they went off all that time ago, and they're only 3 seconds behind Wouter Billen in the 137.
Well, that would have been very scary for Tuskovic, who would have just been driving into the corner and suddenly a Porsche out of absolutely nowhere, sideways in front of him, sliding off to the left. Like you say, very scary moment indeed, but sometimes those are just how it goes. Back with Vladislav Kolosov, who's trying to catch Tuskovic, now with a significant lack of virtual drivers by TX3 Porsche. This is on board with Tuskovic, and so you'll just see, just casually, just going to hit that apex and go, whoa, where did he come from, mate? Like that, yeah, that. I don't want to say what they probably would have said, but it ain't right for this broadcast.
No, certainly not. Goodness me, that's got to be scary. I mean, it's better than the triple free, having a bowling session or something with those two, and clattering into them both while they're the last running car. So very selfless of them, as Alexander Vlomov gets himself down the inside of Ascari and up inside the top 10 for the first time in a while. The Honours competition car finally back inside the top 10 for the first time since about lap 1.
Yeah, for the first time in 8 hours and 40 minutes. They are back inside the top 10. They have had a very long day after starting it from the front row, starting from 2nd position this race, working their way up bit by bit, and suddenly they find themselves inside the top 10, fastest lap in hand, and an awful lot of positions gained through the race. A super performance from the Arnage competition team, and another one of those great recovery drives, of which we have so many in this race. Pulse versus the Get Closer Racing team. The battle for 7th position. A tight one indeed. Samira Brahimi, after all of those problems, after taking the slick tyres, is trying to get his way past Zimpedri to get inside that top 20. And to be fair, Soldatov in that Hello YouTube car just coming through the foregrounder shot there is also in his eyes to potentially pass.
I think the 911's going to get away, to be fair. They've been very strong all day long. Despite the fact they're in a Bentley, it's drying out right now, and they should be able to get away from the 2 of them, although maybe not a Brahimi, who is going to really want to charge up through the field as much as he can now, make amends for his mistakes in the last couple of moments. Now up to 20th place at the very least. Still 20 minutes to go. Nearly 9 hours of racing done, but still plenty of battles to be watching. So many battles.
Yeah, I don't think Soldatov is going to be able to pull away from Ibrahim at quite the same speed as he would have done from Zimpedri. Ada also into the pit lane in the Kramer Racing Esports team for their final stop in this race, and so that'll gain them an extra couple of positions in that battle that we were looking at a little bit earlier. Again, back to this battle for 7th place. No battles further up from this. Everyone's spread out quite nicely and evenly up ahead, with the exception of that enormous gap between 1st and 2nd, where there is a huge. This one in the lone fight inside the top 10 for a month, by the way. Got past Valentin Barrier and went, all right, see you, mate. Pulled away by over 2.5 seconds, and I think the Brabham Esports car might have a problem soon, because I do believe that Igor Rodriguez is closing in, and that dry line is getting Very, very big indeed. Vermont down the inside of some lapped traffic just to work his way past. There he is. Again, speeding away. This is, like I say, this is actually a really annoying time for the drivers and teams. For us, it's great. For the drivers and teams, for it to be drying up this much. Because I believe in 18 minutes' time, this track will be dry. Right? Dry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So what do? For me, I am pitting in the next, genuinely, I'm pitting in the next 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah.
Maybe even earlier than that. Maybe this lap. I'm getting ready to come to the pit lane, go on slicks.
You need to do it early enough so that you've got time to make up for that pit stop.
Exactly.
On those who are going to stay out there on the wets, because there will be some that stay out there. It's dried out a little bit later than I thought, actually. The first drying period was so quick that it really surprised me. I thought we were going to be bone dry by this point, really. But that's not happened. And so, yeah, the 6 may be brought out again. I don't think Ibrahim is going to be particularly enthused about going back onto the slick tyres. I think he might be one of those who stays out on the wets, to be honest. But Igor Rodriguez certainly was catching Valentin Barrier, and he's certainly looking at going through now. I've no idea why Barrier's struggling so much, but he certainly is. And, well, he's outside the top 10 now, going to be 12th soon.
Yeah, there's been some big struggles recently for a car that was looking almost guaranteed for a top 10 through quite a lot of this race. It doesn't seem like it will be going to them through this race. I mean, a top 10 is already slipped through their fingers in the form of Alexander Vermont, who's gone. And Igor Rodriguez with a big move to the inside going into Ascari, hooks it up to the apex, and boom, that was a proper send.
It certainly was, and absolutely needed it. Williams Esports need all the points that they can get, of course, and that was another 3 added to their tally. But look at them, just chasing the wet line a little bit, cooling the tyres just that little bit, making sure that the temperatures and pressures don't go too wild on them in the next few moments, because it's really starting to dry out, and they will be starting to overheat a little bit. It looks like he is coming into the... Oh, no, he's not. He's just searching for that wet line again. I thought he was staying narrow there for another pit stop.
Yeah, I kind of think there's a lot of tyre cooling at the moment. Again, trying to dry the circuit. Surely someone has to bite. Someone's going to. There's been another bit of a spin for the Racing Point team. Matthias and Pedri's not having a good end to the race. If you're going to be spinning out, and that's going to sound crazy, but if you're spinning out, if you're losing a lot of time, sometimes maybe just going, actually, you know what? We constantly keep losing time anyway, so we might as well just risk it for a chocolate biscuit. Let's just go for it. 16 and a half minutes left to go in this race, and surely someone's got to. There we go. There's the first one. Prime Firefly into the pit lane. The 777 Mercedes going to be coming in, and there'll be slick tyres added to that car.
Certainly will. And we'll see just what effect they have on this Mercedes, whether it's too early or just right, and there's enough time for them to make up that amount of time. And on the subject of the 85 as well, I know they just went for a spin, but they should be able to pit and come out ahead of Eder and Yonkers there. So you know, it might be worth it. Well, maybe not come out ahead of them, but I agree, it's worth the gamble. Out comes the 777 then. Have they left themselves enough time here with a quarter of an hour left?
Yeah, like I said, I know you lose an awful lot of time from coming in and switching. I do get that, but like I'm kind of like I'm the one that would want to take a bit of a gamble with this, especially, you know, if you're not in the lead for that Racing in West Sport car. I mean, they could come in or they could not come in. It doesn't really matter for them right now. The safest strat is just to stay out, just to leave it. Like, it'll be fine. And if they have to pit in a little bit later, then what if everyone else behind would have already pitted? So it's kind of like, well, yeah, you're going to lose. At the absolute most, you might lose 30 seconds, which on a normal day would be awful. And yet in this, with how dominant they've been, it's not that bad. So they don't have to take a risk. But for quite a few of the other cars, going into the pit lane of that number 42, their part Esports car, for a lot of these others, I know they're going to lose a lot of time, but there is still that potential that, yeah, these wet tyres on each of these cars are going to overheat massively. Not a little bit, massively in the next 15 minutes. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's an interesting one. I mean, those on wet tyres right now, by the way, are losing still about 8 seconds every lap compared to where they were on the dries. Now, I know those dry times won't be able to come down quite to the 46s, 47s we were in earlier on, but they will be a bit quicker. And looking at the 777 right now, they do look that little bit quicker than the 85. couple of seconds gained in that one sector alone, that middle sector alone. So there's been some risks taken here, but it's paid off, I reckon, for the 777. I agree, though, about Victor Nicolai. There's no need for him to budge at the minute.
We are being told that potentially Valentin Barriere has taken a risk earlier than others, in the sense he's already on slick tyres. It explains why they've dropped back so many positions. If that is the case, we're going to be seeing some very healthy lap times coming in, surely. As long as they've got those pressures right, as long as they can get them up inside the temperature window, then that could get them back inside the top 10. We'll have to wait and see. You can kind of see there's a band on the tyre, which is the green band is normally the slick tyre. It's very hard to tell on ACC. We don't have a tyre graphic, so sorry about that. That is limitations that we have to deal with sometimes on broadcasts, and on this one it is no different. We do believe it's slick tyres in the Brabham Esports car, so could be some moves and shakers coming in. Brabham definitely on those slick tyres. So keep an eye on those lap times as well.
Weren't Brabham just behind Burst at this but just before these pit stops, weren't they hounding Burst?
Yeah.
So they've lost more than half a minute in this.
By taking the slicks earlier?
I think so. I'm just adding together, because Romont's a long way behind Arndt there. So I'm just trying to add those times together. I think, I think Barrier has lost a lot of time, and he's not really gaining on Rodriguez now as well. You can't imagine that driving in the wet conditions has done wonders for those wet tyres, really.
Well, I think most of the other anyone who's staying out now, you can't pit. You can't have because if you pit from now on, you're having a 50-50 strategy, right? Where you've kind of gone, oh, actually, maybe the slicks are actually the right call in the end. You can't do that. You either commit wholly to one or wholly to the other. You know, it's the whole, you've made your bed, now you lie in it, that kind of thing. 15 minutes to go, I think, really was pretty much the cut-off. From now on, you've just got to accept that you've got to deal with some very, very shoddy tyres for the next while or so. And I say that, but get closer racing and like, oh, actually, do you know what? We will go for the 50-50. Why not?
Because they've got 33 seconds to Vromont behind, they realise that actually it might be worth the gamble, because we can't actually lose very much here. You've got to remember that the wet tyres will be overheating so much in these dry conditions now, and even worse in 10 minutes time when it starts to get almost bone dry. Look at the sun now. That will be evaporating a significant amount of water at this stage, and the still 35 cars out on circuit will be sucking up a lot of the water as well, and getting rid of a lot of the puddles and so on. So it could well come into the favour of those on the drier tyres. Vromont also decides that it's worth a gamble to come into the pit lane. So I'm trying to keep an eye on the 777 and 72 to see quite their lap times at the minute.
So still very quick last lap.
No, Barrier's struggling, and the 777 is going a little bit quicker than some of those on wet tyres around, but not significantly, really.
There is Valentin Barrier back inside the top 10 because of the pit stop from Alexander Vromont, and so at least progressing some positions. Didn't even realise this. Igor Rodriguez, Williams Esports are back inside the top 10.
Yep, we watched it as well.
Just yeah, I know, but just again, just like really sit there and take that one for a second. They're a 30-kilo Lamborghini, right? Fair enough. That's one big thing. But they've had an enormous technical fault that put them back down outside of the top 30. And yet still, they rise back up inside the top 10 after a victory back in Kota. When everything was coming up BS competition, they say, no, not just yet.
Well, they are still going to lose 48 points in this race to them, to be fair.
But 48 is better than over 100.
Well, that's true as well. No, absolutely. They've done a great job. But they knew the Lamborghini was going to be strong around here. That's why they've selected to go for the 30 kilograms of ballast. They knew that they could get rid of a lot of ballast and still have a good result. They were maybe hoping for a little bit more. I think if they hadn't had that technical problem, they would have been an easy second place. I don't think there was any catching Race Anywhere Simsport today, but they would have been able to hold off BS competition, I would have thought. And so they'll be a bit disappointed that they've lost out on all those points, of course, but there's going to be some kind of issue for everybody in this championship, and there pretty much already has been.
Yep, no one's going to have a completely perfect run for this 6 race season. I can guarantee that one for you at well, right now, to be honest, mostly because pretty much everyone has had some form of problem, but because you won't have that, you just will not have a perfect run all the way through. It's just the nature of how these endurance races are when they are so close, especially when you have weather up, down, left and right. It's hammered its way down through this race. It's come down lightly, it's stopped raining, we have beautiful sunshine, and we race into the Italian sunshine for the next 9 minutes.
Yeah, certainly. Just trying to get that gap between the 72 and the next car, because I believe Barry is finally starting to make inroads now, although that's on Felix on, who's just come out the pit lane himself, so maybe not. These dries and wet tyres seem to be very well matched at this stage, with still 8 minutes to go, but there's still 8 minutes for it to dry up that little bit more and just tip it into the favour of the dry tyres, and we may see a couple of positional changes as a result of that, but it might only be limited to the number 7 regaining that 7th place.
I mean, this track to me definitely is slick, but I think because they've got onto them so early, they might have had some blistering and whatnot, and might lose out quite a lot of the potential of the tyre, and so they might be having problems like that, which is when they start doing that, you're not bringing them back. So it could be that. That's one of the problems with going too early sometimes, but it does seem as though no one else will be coming into the pit lane. They're all just going to struggle with what they've got for the next 7 minutes and 40 seconds. And the more I say that, the more likely it is that people are going to come into the pit lane. So we'll just keep saying it and just see what happens. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, it's not going to rain anymore. Then you go and look at the forecast. Like, oh, right, no, it is going to rain. Oh, the rain's going to stop before the end of the race, Ewan. Sorry, the rain's going to keep going until the end of the race. It's like, no. It's stopping with like 20 minutes left to go.
I did say it was going to rain for the rest of the race, but I didn't expect it to get as dry as this until obviously we got the forecast through, and then I realised that it was going to dry up. So yeah, you've got to make these adjustments as you go. Of course, the teams don't know what the conditions are going to do either, and yeah, you've just got to make these things happen on the fly, which is very difficult to do, of course, but part of it, and maybe something that we'll be able to put to bed for maybe one more of the races this season. I'd imagine some of the other circuits very susceptible to weather, like especially at Spa. Could be some weather there, but at least I think the drivers will be able to bank on a dry race at Paul Ricard at very least.
Well, potentially. It does rain there quite a bit.
Well, not in real life.
It does a fair amount.
Well, I guess, but
it does rain. It does rain quite a bit. I mean,
it's just southern France in my head, so I'm just like, well, it never rains.
Apart from all of the Monaco Grand Prix that we've seen that's been wet. Yeah, it never rains.
Well, yeah, I know that is even more southern France, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, it's just my just assuming in my head, really, more than anything else.
It's all right. Let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen. Ewan O'Leary is from the north of England, and so he assumes anything south is just it's apparently. Everyone's got to deal with these idyllic conditions. They still complain. And
I don't think about that for England, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't think it's always sunny in England.
Yeah, he does.
I definitely don't, because it's England after all.
You have been to the south of England before. It's fine. There's LFM going straight down the inside. Is that for position? No, it's not. It's just them trying to unlap themselves from the Revolt and Esports cars. It's been a great day for either of the LFM cars. I think one of them had a very big problem earlier on, and that one's just been kind of struggling through the race. 5.5 minutes left to go. Watch out for the lap times. Again, they are getting slightly better for Valentin Barrière, but better isn't good enough. That lap time matches the race leader. The important word being matches. Was that RCI? Oh, it's just RCI using all of the road trying to cool their tyres. I thought they were coming out of pit lane then, but they're just trying to cool the rubber.
Yep. And they look like they're on. Yeah, they really are. Cheers. Going wide there. A very defined dry line starting to get itself on the road now, but still not really beneficial to those on the dry tyres. Even Felix can't make any inroads into Igor Rodriguez now, despite the fact that the number 7 is on very new dry tyres. But it was a gamble worth taking, I think, because they've only cost themselves 4 points. By taking it, so I think it was worth it. It could have been, 4 or 5 seconds quicker. You never know.
Yeah, like I say, I think just go for it. Just give it a go. Just do something different. Just to give it a go. Sometimes it might not work and it might blow up in your face, but hey, it might work and you'll be a hero. That's the big thing. Those are the risks you take. That is motorsport at the end of the day. With where our race leaders are, there will be 3 laps left to go in this race. RCI getting out of the way of BMW Esports, who of course are on those slick tyres to come through, so unlapping themselves from Martin the Wrench, but not too much of a major for the RCI Esports team. But there'll be 3 laps left to go in this race, based on where our race leaders are. So yes, I mean, fair, they can make it as many laps. They can either make it 3, they can make it 2. They've got the time where they can literally just put on the brakes, have a little bit of a nice cup of tea, or yeah, obviously we're in Italy, so a nice espresso, and sit back, enjoy, and then go. Oh, actually, let's go across the line. Yeah. Relax.
They can certainly relax. They can afford to slow down a significant amount as well, if they want to, on their victory lap, as it will be when the white flag finally waves. But in the end, it's been a race kind of defined by those 2 wet weather periods in this one. Lots of rainfall, but still Lamborghini dominance. We could very have easily seen a Lamborghini 1, 2, 3 here today, with the not only Race Anywhere SimSport having a good day, but if Williams Esports and Honours Competition had had their days as well, it could have very easily been a Lamborghini lockout on the podium. But people can't exactly complain about the VOP even in that instance, because they selected the cars. They could have selected the Lamborghini, and I'm sure this car will suffer elsewhere across the calendar.
And also, again, it's about where they've taken the weight. 2 of those 3 that you were saying have brought no ballast to this race. The one that did, yes, I know they've brought maximum ballast, but it is, being fair to them, it is Williams Esports, and this is a track that works well for the Lamborghini. So it kind of makes sense that they would have been up there or thereabouts. They are incredibly fast, incredibly talented. Like I say, I mean, just look at that tower on the left-hand side, and from a fan's perspective, from a spectator's perspective, you just can't complain about that. Really, you've got different cars everywhere. There are BMWs at the front, at the back. There's Lamborghinis at the front and at the back. There's Porsches at the back. There's not
that was rude.
They've not had a good day. This is not a Porsche track, by the way. Aston Martins, I know we do have more Aston Martins than any other mark, but they've still been up and down the order. Ferraris as well. It's a field that is just full of different cars everywhere.
Yeah, and that's exactly what this BOP was designed to do. It's worked out very, very well indeed. And it's been very, very entertaining in terms of seeing all of these different cars through the fields. But I think it's interesting to see what Williams Esports have decided to do at such a strong track for the Lamborghini. Take all of those kilograms of ballast. Take 30 kilograms. They're kind of trying to have a consistent season across the board. They're not going all out on one race like Race Anywhere SimSport have gone here. I mean, that's paid off for them because they've got the full 100 points for winning the race. But Williams Esports just trying to have that, good consistency across. At circuits they're good at, they're going to really dump the weight. At circuits they're weaker at, they're going to go as light as possible to try and minimise the damage on that kind of day. So it might end up that they, don't win again this season, but they could still win the championship that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, by just being clean, by being concise with all of your moves, by being tidy all the way through, that's what puts you into a position in the championship.
Wow.
But for our race leaders, they're coming on to the final lap now, but Valentin Barrière is trying to go for something around the outside. They get close to race, they get squeezed off, but still Valentin Barrière sticks it in there, hangs it around the outside, squeezes off just a touch. I mean, to be fair, I'm going to say it this way, Ewan, I think they both dished it out there. I've got no problem with that. I mean, I'm not looking at it too fondly, but they were both dishing it out there. They were both pushing each other quite hard.
Yeah, Arndt didn't give very much space to Barrière, and then I think upon seeing that, Barrière decided, well, you're not going to have any space either. So they did very much dish it out to each other on that occasion, as the battle for the last spot inside the top 20 comes to an end as well, going on to the final lap.
Yes, indeed. The last few battles for these teams and drivers. They know that, for a lot of them, it's kind of now or never to get their moves done. Attempts there going down into the first couple of corners. Gavina and Tuskovic also very close, under a second. There are quite a lot of these battles that are tight. But how many more positive superlatives could you throw towards this team? Racing Assistant, they've been fantastic, haven't they?
Absolutely unbelievable. They're not quite going to have lapped the whole field by the end of today, but nobody's going to be within 1 minute 40 seconds of them, which is a remarkable margin of victory to have in a race like this. I mean, these races and these battles have been so close. It's been such an interesting race, but to have one team as dominant as this, you really do have to search back into the memory bank to find a performance as dominant as this one.
Yeah, I've watched and been a part of races where I've seen dominant victories. But this kind of level in sim racing, you do not see it often. Race Anywhere Sim Sport, Grantas Caracas, Victor Nicolai, Cody Pride come out of the final corner, and victory will be theirs in the second round of the VCO LFM FLExTREME series. Across the line they go for one of the most dominant victories you will ever see, lapping everyone up until second position. Niels Nyox will complete his lap on the lead lap of the race, and no one else will. We will catch up with Race Anywhere Sim Sport, who have been unbelievable today. Pole position, race victory, and about as dominant as you like. No one, not at any point in that race, ever really looked like they could challenge the might of Race Anywhere Sim Sport this afternoon.
Absolutely. Other teams had good pace alongside Race Anywhere Sim Sport. Other teams had good races and good luck as much as Race Anywhere Sim Sport did, but nobody had both quite like the number 55 team. Good pace, a little bit of luck on their side as well, an absolutely perfect race and fully deserved victory. As you said at the time, you don't often see at this level of sim racing such a dominant performance like that.
No, again, absolutely incredible. And it's like I say, it'll be a big moment for them and the team. Those others across the line, Lorenz, obviously, great podium for our RCI Esports. Garcia and that Nissan GTR across the line. We did see a quick little look at the top 10 finish for the number 5, and I think it might have been better than just a top 10 finish. They finished in 6th place. Did Williams Esports? No, it was 8th. It's just the live timing playing up a little bit. It is 8th, where I kind of expect them to finish, but an incredible race for them to have risen their way back up the order. But of course, we've got to give a shout out to the resilience of those that have stayed in the race. TX3, of course, Queen's Design, so they were up a little bit further up the order. 888 after all their issues. The 666 Yaz Heat car inside the top 30 after starting this race from the pit lane. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 laps down. Incredible.
Yeah, incredible drive from them, gaining 11 places since they, unfortunately had that incident in the race earlier on. But yeah, they gained quite a few positions as a result, or throughout that race indeed. Yeah, fantastic drives from some down the field, and yeah, some good racing up towards the front as well.
Well, Ewan, it was a great race again. Much to match, if not even improve on, the race that we had back in the Americas, that very first race of the season. But that'll be us done for 2022 racing. We've got a lot to look forward to in 2023 when it comes to this championship.
Yeah, we don't have long to wait either. Only 3 weeks to go until the first of the 2 6-hour races that we've got in our 6-round calendar. So while we are done for 2022, we don't have a long to wait at all before we get racing underway once again in 3 weeks' time. So very much looking forward to that. That should be very good indeed. And we move away from the GT3s. It's a different challenge entirely, as we not only get rid of the GT3s, we get rid of the ballast and all the BOP talk, and we all get in the same car.
Exactly. We're gonna focus down on everything being completely balanced because everyone's in the same machinery. It's all fair in that kind of battle, but we can't wait for that one. We will just wait, of course, for Race Anywhere Sim Sport to come into the interview room so we can have a little chat with them about an incredible performance. But like we've said before, they've come into this round not taking any of their success ballast. It was kind of now or never for that team. They either win this race or they leave somewhat disappointed. I think even at our large competition, they'll be a bit disappointed.
Yeah, they had to win, really, Race Anywhere Sim Sport, because they were just not taking any ballast here today, and that kind of signals to everyone that you are intending to have a really good race today, and you do have to deliver on that. We've seen a number of those a bit further down the order that haven't delivered despite taking not very much ballast on board here today. So yeah, the pressure was certainly on them, and I believe they did actually use their joker for qualifying as well. So they used everything up today to try and win, but it did pay off, and these are the risks you've got to take in this kind of championship.
Yeah, not only did they win, they won dominantly. Again, absolutely incredible. But yeah, that's sometimes how these championships go. You have that one incredible race, and like I say, there's plenty more to deal with on the horizon. We'll give them a couple of minutes to try and join before we'll wrap up for the year. But a lot to look forward to. Heard Arjuna talking about VCO Send It, which should be again on the horizon. Should be month or two, maybe we'll get the second edition of them, which will be again incredible to see. There's some great articles in the first issue of VCO Send It, but then not only that, but of course on the 26th you've got the VCO Simi Awards, which will be coming up. Obviously quite a few nominations when it comes to series, commentators as well, and all of that. Like, I do believe hopefully they will be ready to join in, but I think that we can see Victor Nikolai, Grantis Caracas and Cody Pride ready for an interview, but I'll wait for our broadcast director to call that one through. We do have them joining, and I'll pick them one at a time. Let's start with Victor Nikolai. What an incredible race from you and your team.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, and if I'm being honest, unexpected. But it all went well for us, and the preparation the guys did really paid off.
And when you have a race as dominant as that, do you think that applies pressure on you for future rounds as well?
No, I don't think so. We are well aware that today the Lambo with no ballast was clearly the best car around Monza. We know there are plenty of fast drivers, faster than us perhaps. Yeah, no pressure in the future.
Well, we'll head straight over to Grantis Caracas because I think there's quite a bit we need to talk to you about. Most importantly was that lap you did in qualifying. Yes, we know the Joker was used. We can talk about that. I'm going to assume in hindsight, thinking that was 100% the right call. But what an incredible lap. What an incredible way to start the event by putting that lap onto the books.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like, we used the Joker. It was definitely a good choice because, like, I don't know, my first lap was like so bad. I didn't expect the car to feel that bad, and yeah, we used the Joker. We got P1, which is very good. We got a really good start, managed to pull away, and yeah, we just did absolutely no mistakes all the entire race, and we won. So that's very good.
Now, next round we go racing. It's not about going racing in these GT3s. We'll be changing it up for the Cup cars. Is that something which you're excited for? Something slightly different to throw into the mix of this championship?
Yeah, I'm actually very excited. Like, gonna be really fun. Like, everyone is gonna be like equal. Like, there is no ballast, anything, just pure skill. So I'm really excited for it. So yeah, looking forward.
And over to Cody Pride, a race which I don't think, whilst as dominant as it was, I don't think it could have got much more difficult when it comes to those condition switches, especially late on in the race. How heavy that rain was in that second bout of rain. That's got to be incredibly difficult to deal with and to manage, not only out on track, but also your nerves behind the scenes.
It definitely wasn't as bad as Victor's final couple of hours. That rain was even worse than mine. Actually, preparing for it, I just went into single player. Like, this car is undrivable. I couldn't drive. I couldn't brake to turn one. Then I finally got in it. I was like, right, we've got a big gap. What time to get used? I was making so many mistakes. And Prenter actually unlapped himself on me. I think I was just following him for a while, which actually made me do less mistakes because I was following someone. So that was good. No, I then transitioned to period. It was all good. I had a bad pace, but definitely grateful with Grantas and Victor being my teammates, or else I would not on the top step right now. So I'm really thankful for that.
Okay, so coming into it then, obviously with two strong teammates, you are a strong driver yourself, by the way. Don't put yourself down. We've seen some great performances from you over the last couple of years. But when you've come into a race like that and you've already got a sizable lead, does that kind of calm you down in the sense of like, well, yeah, we've already got a massive lead, so it's fine? Or do you think there's kind of even a little bit more added pressure in the sense of like, you don't want to be the one to ruin that. You don't want to be the one to throw that large lead into the bin. I know because I have done that before myself. Sorry.
Well, both really, because obviously pressure. There's not as much pressure simply because you've got over 1:40 to lose before you've lost a position. Then again, like you said, if you lose a lot of time, it might add up towards the end of the race. And yeah, no, it definitely didn't add more pressure to me, because I knew that these guys have brought me far ahead. If something does happen, I've a lot to fall back on, which is great. Which I'm so there's definitely a little bit like I don't want to lose too much time. And definitely like on the in the rain stint, I was checking to see when P2 crossed the line. But I think they were fighting the cars, so actually not too bad. But no, I know what you mean.
Wow, we're going to give it once again a massive, massive, massive congratulations to Race Anywhere Sport. Cody Pride, Grants Caracas, and Victor Nicolai. Thank you so much for joining us. Super effort, lads.
Very much.
Cheers.
Well, there we go. Again, one of the most unbelievable performances, Ewan. And they deserve every single bit of their plaudits we can see through this incredibly difficult race. We'll also interview second place. We've got Arthur Camera, Gregor Schill, and Niels Nyox here. We'll go with Arthur Camera first. Why not? Talk us through the race. Let's be honest, there were some difficulties in that very, very first corner, as you were very much aware of it.
Yeah, I was made aware of it. I didn't have any choice, basically. But I think the first stint or the start of the race was, probably the most exciting or most heartbreaking phase of the race. Couldn't really do anything. I watched the replay myself, thought maybe I could have avoided it by any means, but not really. So yeah, and from then on I think we carried a lot of damage through the first stint, repaired it, and starting stint 2 we only went forward.
Yeah, and speaking of that, only going forward, Gregor, I mean, it must feel great to have come through such adversity to get up into that second position, to have fought back through all of that, so much work, and to come up with a result like that's incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, the car felt like a charm. It was just so much joy to drive. I think every second lap or so I was describing how amazing the car felt. It doesn't matter which conditions, and it was just a pleasure to drive the car. It was amazing, and also just to seeing that the car not only feels good, but you're also gapping everyone by a couple of tenths each lap, and especially after this spin in the first lap, we thought damage limitation from this point, and then to be at the end of the race on P2, I think it's incredible, and just shows what a massive team effort this was, because we really put ourselves together, still had the goal in our head. I mean, of course, we need to, accept the spin, but from this point onwards, we just looked ahead, tried our best, didn't do any errors, and pushed each other. And at the end, we ended up on P2, which is just an incredible result.
And Niels, there wasn't exactly just drama for you and the team. There was drama for quite a lot of teams out there. Were you keeping kind of an eye as to what was happening? With obviously those issues for Williams Esports, the issues for Yazzie, the issues for Unicorns of Love as well, and where they were in the race, or were you just head down, eyes focused on what you were doing in that race?
So I probably spent 10 minutes decoding whatever happened in the first lap there. Took a while to figure out who went into who first and who triggered what, and just so many decisions made by so many people that eventually led to, I don't know, half the field wiped out. So it was hard to know for us how many damage everybody was carrying, and I guess we're just hoping, we were right away planning, okay, how we can still be efficient here with what we're giving. So we were looking to pit as early as we can to still make it with as little stops as possible. So we carried the damage only for as long as absolutely necessary, then pitted, got a fresh car, and from there I think it really went only forward, and then it was also just really great with how the weather played out for us, right? We knew there was a chance there could be rain, and we decided, okay, let's just add a little more wing for the possibility that there could be rain. And hello, by the way. I have to stop watching myself. That's not going well. So we were happy with the rain because we saw we had fastest or second fastest car in those conditions, and we were really motivated when we saw all the other cars that were ahead of us in the championship were in fact, behind. So we knew, okay, we're actually gaining points here no matter the result. And once we reached P8 or so, we knew, okay, damage limitation going well. But we kept climbing. And yeah, P2 was, I don't know, it got ever more likely, and eventually it happened. So we are really happy.
Wow. Well, give you a massive congratulations to BS Competition. A well-deserved second place after what was a very long 9 hours. Well done, lads.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. We'll throw BS Competition out of here again. A super performance from them before we catch up with a third of our podium finishes. It's a great drive from RCI Esports to have got themselves up onto the podium, but it certainly wasn't an easy one. They had some big dramas late on. Let's speak to Christopher Strepham first about how this race has gone. I mean, it doesn't get much harder than that when it comes to those condition switches. Taking a Bentley around here. How tough really was it for you and the team?
Oh, it was insane, mate. We didn't really practice for any rain, so we were running a full dry setup. And then when we saw the rain coming and the heavy rain, especially, we were kind of afraid. But in the end, everything worked out. Pace was good. We kept our gaps to the other guys around us, and everything worked out.
And over to Wolf Matushka. I mean, to have come into this with 21 kilos in a Bentley around here, was the expectation ever to get onto the podium? I mean, that's quite a performance.
I mean, you have to just look at the qualifying results, where we knew that the Bentley is not the best in qualifying, but starting P30 in this type of field, we knew that, yeah, we cannot have any expectations whatsoever. So if you ask me about how we thought this was going to play out, just start and don't take any damage in the first couple laps. So looking at how it played out in the end is absolutely insane, yeah.
Wow, again, just absolutely blistering performance to have risen up there. And over to Martin Grady. When you have a difficult race like that ahead of you, and when you come through a result like that, going into a race where we've said before with quite a few of the other teams that you'll be taking on a completely different beast, nothing to do with the GT3s, jumping into the Cup cars, to give you confidence coming into that actually, no, do you know what? We might have said goodbye to our car for a round, but we still might be able to push for something else.
I think you meant you, Martin. It's Martin Loring, not Martin Grady.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Mr. Grady is definitely watching. Well, I'm looking for myself to the M2s because I enjoy the close racing that they can provide, which is really mega fun for me in this game, especially. But yeah, I'm enjoying basically every racing, competitive racing with when I'm racing with some team, actually. Like RCI Esports. This is just mega. It's just so fun. So yeah, I'm happy to be here. Just I'm here not to crash the car. Let's say that's my job here.
Well, it was an incredible performance. Yeah, sorry about that. I was looking at the entry list from the previous round. From one Martin to another.
Martin, yeah.
Well, it's been an incredible performance from you as a group. Thank you so much, really, and also thank you for putting on such a great show with a tough fight at the end there. Brilliant effort.
Yeah, thanks a lot for hosting.
Congratulations to the winners.
Well done.
See you guys.
Well, there we go, Ewan. Our podium finishes all sorted there, and what an effort it was for them. What a long race it was for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Very long race for everyone. And it maybe didn't feel quite as long to those guys as it did to some of them at the back, to be honest, because it was a very difficult one for some. But they had a good time of things as we're going to get live championship standings, by the way. I wasn't expecting this, but this is a nice surprise. BS Competition showing themselves to be new championship leaders.
They expected. We were expecting the BS Competition team to take over the championship lead after rising their way back up into second. But it shows that Williams Esports recovery drive was so important. They are just 6 points shy at the top. After coming into it as championship leaders, after their technical issues, they've done an incredible job to keep themselves in the contention for the title. A few other decent drives there. BMW Esports obviously moving up to 23rd in the standings. Hello YouTube also having a good effort as well after starting from the back of the grid. But a few retirements leave quite a few teams back here in the final clutches of those positions on the points standings. Just how it goes sometimes when it comes to these races. But like we say, with just 4 more races left to go, who is going to be on top? Who's our favourite now? Because Unicorns of Love, I don't want to say thrown out of it, but they've had a difficult race. Same with Yaz Heat. It's a tight fight in the top 2 between BS Competition and Williams Esports. But surely it isn't just going to be them two. There's got to be another couple of teams that look into it.
Yeah, it's difficult to say at this point. Unicorns of Love now about 60 points behind. Yas Heat about 90 points behind. But they could easily have, good races with BS Competition and Williams Esports having bad races like what happened this time. So who knows? For me, the favourites are BS Competition. I know that's obvious given that they're leading the championship, but I really think that the ballast they've used up already in this season, the strength of that BMW anyway, even when it has ballast, it's still not slow. And also the fact they've got a BMW race coming up as well, something that they'll be really good at. We saw at BMW Sim Live, the BS Competition team got 1, 2, 3 in that very car. Now I know that was a sprint race format and it's very different to what we're going to see in a 6-hour race, but they're going to be really strong. They're going to be really hard to beat. And I think that they're favourites for me so far. But I know that's kind of the obvious choice given they are narrow leaders after 2 rounds.
Well, that will effectively wrap us up here in round number 2 of the VCO LFM FLExTREME Championship. We will be back on the 7th of January. Back in the new year, we'll see you all back here ready for another race. But for us this year, that is us complete. Of course, keep your eye on all things VCO. Massive thanks to our sponsors in Next Level Racing and HyperX as well. We've been helping things behind the scenes, along with giving you and a lot of our teams and drivers some fantastic prizes. But from all of us, until we see you once again in the new year, keep your eye on everything VCO. But for myself, Lewis, from Ewan, and of course from Arjuna, Mike, and everyone behind the scenes, we wish you a very warm festive season. And until next year, bye-bye.